This narrative revolves around the intricate relationships of couples, such as Mu Liang and Qiao Xia, set against the backdrop of love, hatred, and vendettas among affluent families. In the tale, Qiao Xia, a burgeoning entertainment reporter at TV, finds herself entwined in a profound emotional entanglement with the aloof and charming Mu Liang after navigating a series of events. Mu Liang once professed his deep affection for Qiao Xia, boasting of his wealth, intelligence, and good looks, all while vowing to protect her and ensure her beauty flourishes. Chapter 1. A dramatic opening. Qiao Xia and Meng Qian were stationed outside the GK International Hotel, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to capture a scandal involving a female celebrity. After 6 hours of waiting, Meng Qian was nearly dozing off, while Qiao Xia remained invigorated. The two were renowned reporters from a prominent entertainment company, commonly referred to as paparazzi. At just 21, Qiao Xia had begun her career at this entertainment firm immediately after graduating from journalism, unearthing countless celebrity scandals that had garnered the ire of many stars. She had once camped out for 25 hours to capture whispers surrounding international star Lin Bai. The industry had dubbed her the tireless warrior. As the clock struck 11, Meng Qian suddenly perked up, exclaiming, "Xia Xia, Xia Xia, am I seeing things? Isn't that Li Xiao?" And the woman beside him, "Wait, she looks familiar. I remember now, she played the mistress in director Li's recent blockbuster. Quite a beauty. This is big news, Xia Xia. Hurry and take pictures." Qiao Xia was momentarily stunned. Xiao Lan and Li Hui, her cousin and her fiancé. The two appeared exceedingly intimate as they entered the hotel together. After a brief moment of shock, Qiao Xia decisively urged Meng Qian to exit the car and follow them inside. Li Hu's newsworthiness was not in the slightest inferior to that of a star. He was the eldest son of the esteemed Li group in a city, known for his charm and good looks. It was rumored he was already engaged, fiercely loyal to his fiancée, and cultivated an image of a devoted romantic hero, often dubbed the most desirable bachelor by the media. Meng Qian had long admired Li Hui through numerous financial magazine covers and was visibly exhilarated. Throughout their journey, Li Hui and Xiao Lan shared affectionate gestures, kisses, and tender closeness before finally entering a presidential suite. I can't fathom why a heartthrob would be involved with a mistress. Could this mistress actually be his fiancée? The media had spent over a year attempting to uncover the identity of Li Hu's fiancée, yet with no success. Qiao Xia chuckled coldly. What a splendid performance this is. Let's play a grand game, shall we? Xia, what do you intend to do? A sense of dread washed over Meng Qian at the sight of Qiao Xia's eerie smile. Qiao Xia was typically bright and vivacious, quick-witted, and had garnered animosity from numerous celebrities in less than 6 months as a paparazzo, yet she remained undeterred. Her face perpetually bore a calm and composed smile, as if she could defy calamity with just a grin. After waiting for half an hour, Qiao Xia led Meng Qian to knock on the door. Terrified, Meng Qian protested, but Qiao Xia reassured her, "Don't worry, nothing will go amiss." After what felt like an eternity, they finally heard a knock. It was Xiao Lan, her hair disheveled, clad only in a bathrobe, radiating an unmistakable aura of intimacy, clearly having just been roused from slumber. Upon spotting Qiao Xia, she paused, bewildered. "Qiao Xia." "Hi, Sister Qiao." Xia beamed suddenly, yanking off her bathrobe and snapping several photographs. Xiao Lan screamed, "Qiao Xia, you little wretch," as she shrieked and cursed, hastily wrapping herself in the bathrobe. Li Hui emerged from the room, looking equally startled at the sight of Qiao Xia and her camera, which was aimed directly at them. With a grin, Qiao Xia said, "Say cheese, my fiancé and cousin." The camera clicked rapidly, capturing several images of their disheveled appearances. Meng Qian stood there, dumbfounded. Li Hui was Qiao Xia's fiancé? Xiao Lan was her sister? Had Qiao Xia inadvertently stumbled upon her own scandal while digging for others? The tragic tale of a husband enamored with his sister-in-law. Where would that leave the heartbroken sister? The title practically wrote itself, And Meng Qian envisioned a sensational headline, for this was indeed a dramatic saga. Qiao Lan's face flushed crimson, infuriated at having her private moments exposed by Qiao Xia. We frowned slightly. Qiao Xia, what are you doing here? If I weren't here, how would I have stumbled upon such a riveting spectacle, my fiancé? Qiao Xia scoffed. By the way, sister, here's a piece of advice. When you're in bed with someone else's husband, remember to use protection. Chapter 2. I want to dance for my husband. Qiao Xia departed with Meng Qian, while Li Hui attempted to follow, but his disheveled appearance proved inconvenient. Moreover, he was obstructed by Qiao Lan, forcing him to abandon his pursuit. In a state of inebriation, Qiao Xia was oblivious to her surroundings, and Meng Qian, filled with concern yet curiosity, was astounded to discover that Qiao Xia was indeed Li Hui's fiancé, a revelation that caught her completely off guard. So sensational it was. However, it was evident that Qiao Xia was heartbroken today. Meng Qian had never witnessed her consume so much alcohol before. Xia, please stop drinking, Meng Qian implored. Despite her curiosity, she refrained from probing further, merely accompanying Qiao Xia in her revelry for a while before attempting to restrain her. Given Qiao Xia's indomitable spirit, no one could successfully intervene, and ultimately, she succumbed to intoxication. Meng Qian felt utterly helpless. While frogs were scarce, men with 2 legs were abundant. This was unacceptable. They needed to find another. Men, Qiao Xia hiccuped, clearly 3 legs. Meng Qian.as Qiao Xia became increasingly inebriated, her senses dulled, and her stomach churned uncomfortably. Meng Qian sought to comfort her, but it was too late. In a predictable yet chaotic turn of events, Qiao Xia collided directly into the arms of an approaching man. Just behind him, a man in black strode forward, ready to pull Qiao Xia away. However, she suddenly looked up, grinning foolishly at the man. The black-clad individual's hand barely grazed Qiao Xia before the man seized it, tossing it aside. Fourth young master? The man waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixating on Qiao Xia. A flicker of surprise crossed his deep-set eyes as Qiao Xia, in a moment of drunken folly, planted a kiss upon him. Darling, how about I perform a dance for you? I want to dance a sultry dance for my husband. The man, Meng Qian. Qiao Xia released the man, swaying unsteadily as she began to dance to the pulsating rhythm of the bar. Her movements a blend of allure and fragility, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. The alcohol lent her cheeks a rosy hue, rendering her irresistibly enticing. The black-clad man behind the gentleman raised an eyebrow. This girl was truly unique, her waist twisting perilously as though it might snap, a clear sign of her intoxication. No, I want to dance for my husband. Qiao Xia persisted, her smile unwavering. That you're not dancing. You're stripping, dear sister. Sir, I apologize, my friend is quite inebriated. I'm truly sorry. Qiao Xia's stomach churned from the effects of the alcohol. Her discomfort escalated while Meng Qian attempted to pull her away. Just as the man was about to speak, Qiao Xia inadvertently showered him with her vomit. Meng Qian, the man in black. After causing quite the ruckus, Qiao Xia finally settled down, leaning against Meng Qian. Her demeanor innocent yet foolish. Meng Qian's face turned a shade of green, wishing she could disappear into the ground, desperate to abandon Qiao Xia and flee. I'm truly sorry. I'm so sorry. Meng Qian exclaimed, disregarding Qiao Xia's jacket and the man's glowering expression as she dragged Qiao Xia out of the bar, making a hasty retreat. When intoxicated, Qiao Xia delighted in performing provocative dances, calling out to anyone as her husband. Qiao Xia, the man glared at the repugnant mess upon his clothing, utterly indifferent. The black-clad man behind him pretended as though nothing had transpired. Qiao Xia had commenced her internship at the company earlier that year, and upon graduation, she was hired directly. After a year of working together, Meng Qian perceived Qiao Xia as a girl of both strength and softness, resilient in the face of adversity, always adorned with a radiant smile. In the office, apart from her, no one harbored any affection for Qiao Xia, who was often disparagingly referred to as a green tea bitch. The arrival of a newcomer who swiftly claimed the headlines for 6 months undoubtedly incited envy. One night, Meng Qian abruptly awoke to the sound of weeping. Dressed in a thin nightgown, Qiao Xia sat curled up on the balcony, her despondent sobs echoing softly into the night. The December evening was as cold as frost, and Meng Qian felt an ache in her heart. Reluctant to disturb Qiao Xia, she nonetheless worried that such frigid weather could bring illness. She turned on the light and stepped outside with a coat, unceremoniously draping it over Qiao Xia's shoulders. Tears glistened on Qiao Xia's face, her eyes swollen and red. With no indication of how long she had been crying, that it will eventually pass. It's important to recognize the true nature of the person in question. Meng Qian consoled. My friend's boyfriend is an interior designer, earning several million a year, driving a sports car, and undeniably handsome. Look at how fickle he is. All men share the same disposition. We have known each other since childhood. Our bond spanning over a decade. Qiao Xia covered her eyes with one hand, fearing another bout of tears. Whoever he cheats with is inconsequential. Why must it be my cousin? He knows how much I despise her. All right, no more tears. You are beautiful and capable, Qiao Xia. There is no reason you cannot find a man superior to him. In the future, bring a better man before your cousin to flaunt. Let her be the one to pick up the scraps you leave behind, treating her as if she were a treasure. Chapter 3. My money was devoured by a treacherous wolf. Throughout the night, Meng Qian stayed by her side as Qiao Xia wept, gaining a better understanding of the complexities surrounding the Qiao family. The history of the Qiao family is rather intricate. During the Republic of China era, they were a prominent family. By the time of Qiao Xia's grandfather, the family had fallen into decline, barely maintaining a modest living. Qiao Xia's mother, an only child from a well-off family, and her husband supported each other, managing to expand the Qiao enterprise, which almost monopolized the bathing market in City A. The Qiao family boasted 8 large chain supermarkets in City A and dozens nationwide, emerging as a leader in the industry. 11 years prior, while on a trip to Egypt, the Qiao family encountered a violent uprising. Qiao Xia's parents and younger sister perished abroad, while Qiao Xia was miraculously rescued a month after being kidnapped. Qiao Xia had an uncle, Qiao Guang, who, during his youth, was unambitious and worked as a manager in one of the Qiao supermarkets. Upon the division of the family estate, Qiao Xia's grandfather granted him 2 houses and a supermarket, while the ancestral home, a 200-year-old residence, was bequeathed to Qiao Xia's father. After the tragic passing of Qiao Xia's parents, the family lost its backbone, and shortly thereafter, Qiao Xia's grandfather, diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer, succumbed to his fate, leaving both Qiao Xia and the Qiao enterprise in Qiao Guang's care. A decade has since elapsed. Qiao Guang and his wife not only seized control of the Qiao enterprise, but also laid claim to Qiao Xia's ancestral home. Their treatment of Qiao Xia was colder than that of a stranger, and the 8 years of indifference inflicted profound suffering upon her. Upon turning 18, Qiao Xia moved out of the old Qiao residence and rented a place of her own. Li Hui and Qiao Xia had been childhood sweethearts, their families having made an informal pact of kinship long ago. Their mutual affection blossomed during their first year of high school, and although Li Hui later went abroad for further studies, their platonic love remained strong. Qiao Lan, the eldest daughter of Qiao Guang, was 3 years Qiao Xia's senior. Meng Qian was filled with indignation upon hearing the news. The Qiao family had brazenly usurped Qiao Xia's inheritance. She said nothing and chose to distance herself from them. To make matters worse, Qiao Lan had audaciously stolen Qiao Xia's fiancé, proving them to be a family of ungrateful ingrates. With swollen eyes, Qiao Xia reported to work, her heavy makeup failing to conceal her distress. The media department at TV Entertainment was notorious for being a barometer of fashion and gossip, predominantly populated by women, where fierce rivalry prevailed. In the office, aside from Meng Qian, everyone else was a competitor. Upon seeing Qiao Xia's puffy eyes, a torrent of malicious comments ensued. Yesterday, she had failed to uncover any noteworthy news and had been mercilessly berated in the director's office, leaving the atmosphere thick with tension. Coupled with her lack of appetite, she felt utterly miserable. Qiao Xia, I'm nearby your company. It's been ages. Let us go out for a meal. When Qiao Xia received Fang Xiaoxia's call, it was during her lunch break. Fang Xiaoxia was Li Hui's mother and a former classmate of Qiao Xia's mother, maintaining a cordial relationship. The connection between the Qiao and Li families was also facilitated by their mothers. It was rare for her to take the initiative to invite Qiao Xia to dine together. All right. Fang Xiaoxia arranged to meet her at a Western restaurant. Qiao Xia's dismay upon her arrival. She found Qiao Lan already present, their demeanor exuding an intimate familiarity, resembling that of a mother and daughter. Qiao Xia's mind went blank, as if she had been struck across the face. They truly knew how to humiliate her, having committed such acts. They still dared to come and taunt her. Qiao Xia, you've arrived. Qiao Lan's voice was sweet and affected, her expression brimming with smug satisfaction. Aunt Fang mentioned it had been a while since we last met, and she invited me to join you for lunch. I hope you don't mind. I do mind. Qiao Xia's face remained impassive. Qiao Lan's expression faltered, taken aback by Qiao Xia's blatant disregard for decorum. She was on the verge of lashing out, but restrained herself in the presence of Fong Xiaoxia, unwilling to leave a negative impression. Xiaoxia, are you blaming Aunt Fong for this? Fong Xiaoxia's demeanor turned frosty. Xiaoxia maintained her icy countenance, while Qiao Lan attempted to diffuse the tension, striving to present herself as the affable elder sister. Aunt Fong, the dishes at this restaurant are quite delightful. Xiaoxia, don't be shy. I imagine it's been a while since you've dined at such an establishment. Her words were a pointed mockery of Xiaoxia's financial struggles, cleverly disguised as sisterly concern. Xiaoxia forced a smile. Indeed, my money has been devoured by a pack of ingrates. Qiao Lan's complexion shifted dramatically. This was an undeniable truth that Xiaoxia had never openly addressed. She had assumed Xiaoxia feared them, only to be surprised by her incisive remark in front of Fong Xiaoxia. Who do you refer to as ingrates? Chapter 4. How urgent is the conflict? All right, we are all sisters here. One cannot write two Qiaos with a single brush stroke. Why let tempers flare? Fong Xiaoxia interjected. Xiaoxia, I called you today to discuss a matter. The photos you took last night, can they be destroyed? Aunt Fong, you. Xiaoxia's heart plummeted. She was aware of this and seemed to tacitly approve. Qiao Lan now exuded a confidence born of entitlement, gazing down upon Xiaoxia with disdain. The saying 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side rang true. Despite her childhood shortcomings compared to the Qiao sisters, what did it matter now? With Qiao Dong deceased, Xiaoxia had fallen from the status of the Qiao family's eldest daughter to that of an inconspicuous individual. She was now the true heiress of the Qiao family. What right did Xiaoxia have to aspire to a man as remarkable as Li Hui? The matters concerning Hui and Xiaolan were confided to me by her. They are two souls in mutual affection, and it is only natural that a moment of uncontrollable emotion should arise. Should your photograph be made public, Hui's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and the credibility of the Li family would also suffer. Fong Xiaoxia remarked, a forced fruit is never sweet, a sentiment you surely comprehend. Your innocent camaraderie with Hui is but a relic of the past. Now, you are no longer worthy of him. As Fong Xiaoxia uttered this statement, the pent-up frustration she had harbored for 2 decades began to dissipate. She and Xiaoxia's mother were university classmates, and she had first met Xiao's father, developing an infatuation for him, yet feeling inadequate and too timid to confess her feelings. Xiaoxia's mother, being her close friend, often accompanied Fong Xiaoxia on outings, leading to an unexpected romantic connection between Qiao's parents. In her turmoil, she felt an overwhelming urge to sever ties with Xiaoxia's mother, whom she regarded as a green tea BTCH, having stolen her beloved. She had always believed that Xiao's father chose Xiaoxia's mother due to her favorable lineage, thus sparing himself a decade of struggle. Now, she could finally assert to Xiaoxia, you are unworthy of my son. Your daughter is unworthy of my son. Xiaoxia's heart wrenched in agony. Was this the sentiment of Li Hui? After more than a decade of love, did it all culminate in a mere declaration of unworthiness? When she was the esteemed daughter of the Qiao family, Fong Ai, why did you not voice such sentiments then? Did Li Hui seek a kindred spirit or merely the daughter of the Qiao family? Now that her parents have passed, leaving their estate in the hands of her uncle, has she lost everything and become unworthy? Xia, do not hold it against Auntie for her bluntness. If you were to marry Hui, and others inquired about my daughter-in-law's profession and background, how could I possibly admit that my daughter-in-law is a paparazzo? Lacking in lineage, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Li family? Fong Xiaoxia lamented, seemingly resigned to the harshness of reality that in previous years, you were young, and I refrained from speaking. Now that you have matured, it is time to accept the truth that this truly Li Hui's sentiment. Fong Xiaoxia replied, this is the consensus of our family. You and Hui are mismatched. At best, your relationship is merely a fleeting romance, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. These days, the tradition of arranged marriages is long obsolete. Aunt Fong, if my parents were still alive and the Qiao family remained ours, would you still say such things? Tears brimmed in Xiaoxia's eyes. Fong Xiaoxia, irked by being perceived as overly concerned, snapped, you know how things might be, but the reality is that your parents have long since passed, and you are an orphan. Do you still wish to enter the Li family? She paused, realizing her reaction was excessive, and softly added, one must possess self-awareness to avoid being so detestable. As for the photograph, consider your options carefully, unless you wish to jeopardize your livelihood. After Fong Xiaoxia departed, Qiao Lan looked at Xiaoxia with a sense of triumph. Did you hear what Annie said? Hand over the photograph if it were to be exposed. The Li family would not spare you, and you would find it impossible to remain at your company that I know you captured that photograph to threaten me. But let me assure you, I will not be intimidated." Qiao Xia remained unmoved, as if the tears she shed the previous night had all but dried. Why were they so relentless? She had given up everything, caring for nothing, yearning only to create a warm little home with Li Hui. Yet they continued to press her so harshly. "Xiaolon, you must feel quite proud, seizing everything that belongs to me. Your behavior is truly juvenile. Ever since they moved into the ancestral home, Xiaolon has claimed all that is hers. Her toys, her exquisite watch, her clothing. Xiaolon desires it all. Now, even her boyfriend has fallen prey to her grasp. Do not flatter yourself. What do you possess that I might covet? Li Hui has long ceased to love you. The one he truly desires is me. Have you even considered your own standing? A toad aspiring to court a swan." Qiao Xia, with a radiant smile, replied, "We are the daughters of the Qiao family. I may be the toad, but what are you?" Xiaolon's anger flared, her eyes narrowing in fury at Qiao Xia. "You are merely a discarded woman. I cannot be bothered to argue with you." The fortune teller was indeed correct. The ancestral home, with its over 200 years of history, possesses a certain aura, bringing prosperity to its owners. You are but a nameless pawn, unworthy of comparison to me. With that, she strutted away in her high heels, her haughty demeanor leaving Qiao Xia to ponder the legends surrounding the Qiao family's ancestral home. This residence, with its remarkable feng shui, has long been said to bring endless wealth to its owners. The ancestors of the Qiao family acquired it over a century ago, leading to their rise in fortune. During the Wenj period, the house was appropriated for public use, causing the Qiao family to decline until it was finally returned when Qiao Xia's father was in high school. Since then, the family has gradually regained their standing. Those who have ever possessed this house have always been immensely wealthy. However, Qiao Xia has never subscribed to such beliefs, firmly attributing the family's success to her parents' hard work. Now, Xiaolon's comments have illuminated the reason behind her uncle and aunt's repeated attempts to evict her from the ancestral home. Fearful, perhaps, that she might harness its fortune. How ridiculous that in truth, she now possesses nothing at all. Chapter 5. The series of heart-wrenching first loves. Qiao Xia trudged to work in a daze, only to be met with the shocking news of Qiaolon's scandal in the afternoon, that a paparazzo from the company had captured photographs of Qiaolon engaged in a passionate kiss with a director. Recently, Qiaolon had risen to fame, and scandals had been plentiful. However, this one was particularly significant due to the director's high profile. His wife, a celebrated actress, had made them a model couple in the industry. And news of their impending divorce had stirred considerable gossip. Once the scandal broke, it spread like wildfire, and Qiaolon's Weibo was flooded with vitriol. "Qiao Xia, I never anticipated you would fabricate such a scandal against me. I despise you, and I will not let this go unpunished." Qiaolon's voice echoed through the phone, filled with anguish and hatred. Qiao Xia found herself at a loss for words, unwilling to defend herself. The news was not of her making. Whenever Qiaolon faced adversity, she irrationally attributed it to Qiao Xia. Poor exam results, unrequited first love. Any number of bizarre situations could be blamed on her. She had grown accustomed to it. Li Hui's call soon followed. "Qiao Xia, I know you're harboring resentment. There are reasons for my relationship with her. What benefit would it bring me to expose her scandal, or you?" This was the first time he had reached out after she discovered his infidelity. Not to defend himself or admit anything, but rather to cast blame on her for Qiaolon's plight. A wave of desolation washed over Qiao Xia. "I am pleased," she heard her own voice, devoid of emotion. "I never expected you to be such a person." Li Hui's voice seemed to carry a sense of helplessness, tinged with disappointment. "I also did not foresee that you would climb into my sister's bed." Qiao Xia scoffed. "Li Hui, after all these years, I have never done anything to betray you. I sincerely believe that we could marry and grow old together. If you wish to break up, then speak up. Why must you resort to such means to humiliate me?" Li Hui replied, "My parents would never consent to our marriage. I am not the eldest daughter of the Qiao family. Qiaolon is. So, I am unworthy of you, am I?" Qiao Xia's mouth was filled with bitterness, and her eyes reflected desolation. Is status truly so significant? Must one's feelings be measured by one's family background? "Qiao Xia, let us part ways. Do not engage in such trivial matters. It is truly unbecoming." Li Hui sighed. One day, you will understand me." He hung up the phone. Qiao Xia, expressionless, uttered a single phrase, "Let us break up," which marked the end of her decade-long romance. Their childhood bond, once innocent and untainted, had now faded into memory that it was a lamentable fate. How wonderful it would be if her parents were still alive. Then she would not have to endure such humiliation. Qiao Lan's revenge manifested in the public announcement of her engagement to Li Hui, fabricating lies and bribing a paparazzo to spread rumors that Qiao Xia was the third party in their relationship, claiming that her younger sister sought to steal her boyfriend. Just days prior, they had even staged intimate photographs to blackmail them. Suddenly, the women in the office began to gossip and mock her mercilessly. Qiao Xia, how desperate are you for a man that you would not hesitate to pursue your sister's partner? Yes, look at your swollen eyes. It is not that his heart is set on you. Did you weep through the night? How shameful, even wishing to share your brother-in-law's bed. You must be mad to aspire to enter high society. With a face reminiscent of a seductress, I could only liken her to a vixen. A shameless homewrecker. And to think I am a colleague of such a person. Qiao Xia trembled with rage. Overnight, all the pressure and pain surged forth, crushing the last straw of her endurance. She nearly broke down, having done nothing wrong, yet being vilified by Qiao Lan as a homewrecker, accused of coveting her sister's man, driven by vanity, and yearning to marry into wealth. Qiao Lan, on what grounds do you inflict such harm upon me? She is Li Hui's girlfriend, a fact known to very few. None of her friends were aware, as she had no close companions except for Meng Qian. Yet even Meng Qian, who shared a good rapport with her in the office, found her attempts at defense only drew louder derision from the crowd. Qiao Xia must be delusional. How could someone like Li Xiao ever be with her? Enough. Just look at her pitiful state. It is absurd to think that Li Xiao would even glance her way, that if she were truly Li Xiao's girlfriend, I would be Li Yifeng's wife. Chapter 6. Return my house to me. Chapter 7. A family of rascals. Aunt. You accuse me of shamelessness. After all these years of dining and residing in your home, who is truly lacking in dignity? Whose family is this? Whose is the Qiao family? Every year's dividends, I take not a single penny. Who is it that walks away with them? Am I the one lacking in shame? I would rather ask, who is truly shameless? Lu Mingxi's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and white, as she was scolded by Qiao Xia. Overwhelmed by humiliation, she furiously pointed at Qiao Xia, berating her, "You ungrateful wretch! If it weren't for us, you would have perished. How dare you? How dare you?" The individuals left behind by her father had long been expelled by Qiao Guang and were no longer affiliated with the Qiao family. Qiao Lan disdainfully retorted, "You audaciously claim entitlement to the Qiao family assets. If it weren't for my father, the Qiao family would have perished long ago. Truly shameless. You've taken advantage of my parents' generosity for all these years. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" Qiao Xia turned to Qiao Guang. "Uncle, regarding the shares of the Qiao family in this house, what is your stance?" The fate of the Qiao family had oscillated from prosperity to decline and back again. With its destiny intertwined with the ownership of this residence, he firmly believed that this house brought him good fortune. The property was undeniably authentic. The ownership certificate bore a name other than his. For years, Lu Mingxi had sought to transfer the title, yet Qiao Xia had been astute enough to withhold her signature, unwilling to relinquish this priceless treasure, a 600-square-meter landmark residence that was unmatched in City A. Qiao Xia, do you even dare to covet this house? You must be dreaming. Lu Mingxi was the first to oppose. This property alone is worth nearly 100 million. Qiao Guang interjected, "Xia, when grandfather passed away, he mentioned that the shares would only be transferred to you upon your marriage. Until then, your uncle manages them for you, and the house can only be transferred to your name after your wedding. Moreover, over the years, the shares have been diluted, and managing such a large company is no small feat for your uncle. The Qiao family now holds less than 45%. The Qiao family's assets were originally established by Qiao Xia's parents, while Qiao Guang had merely been a manager in a small supermarket at that time. Qiao Xia's parents passed away prematurely, leaving no will, but before his death, the Qiao family's grandfather had bequeathed 6% to Qiao Guang, with the remainder reserved for Qiao Xia, the tender age of 10. Qiao Xia could only entrust the Qiao family affairs to Qiao Guang, who was aware of Lu Mingxi's greedy nature. Hence, he left a will stipulating that Qiao Guang would manage Qiao Xia's shares until her marriage. Originally, it was hoped that upon Qiao Xia's marriage to the Li family, with their assistance, she would not lose everything. Before his demise, the Qiao family's grandfather had repeatedly cautioned her against transferring the house title, prompting Qiao Xia to remain vigilant. Since the mask has been torn off, why not go all the way? As long as I marry, you'll transfer the shares to me and vacate my house. Is that so? Qiao Xia inquired with a smile. Neither the shares nor the house will be given to you. Give up hope. Lu Mingxi declared. This house is far too valuable to be transferred to Qiao Xia. The shares have already been shifted. She should not harbor any illusions. In a few days, I will arrange for the title transfer. You foolish girl, all these years, you refused to sign. It matters not, for I've befriended someone at the property bureau, and a few documents can be procured with a little money. Give up hope. Qiao Xia possessed a pair of striking almond-shaped eyes, long at the corners, and her smile was consistently radiant, captivating all who beheld her. Yet, Xiao Lan harbored an ominous premonition. Qiao Xia retrieved the photographs taken yesterday from her bag and tossed them onto the table. Sister, your career is just beginning. Isn't it? These nude shots, this physique, pristine and unblemished, if these were to circulate, how many would kneel in adoration? Celebrities dread scandals. Even if you speak slanderous lies and twist the truth, I shall unveil the reality. Even if I lose my career, it matters not. At worst, we shall all face the consequences together. Xiaolan frantically seized the photographs from the table, her complexion pale. You, Xiaowang gasped in shock. Little sister, she is your elder sister. Oh, when she was in bed with my fiancé, did she ever consider that Li Hui was her sister's man? Who among you considers me a sister? Xia, you. Xiaowang attempted to admonish her for her ingratitude, but under Qiao Xia's piercing gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. The matter of the house can be discussed amicably. Xia, uncle can allocate you a share. But as for the house, this house is mine. Qiao Xia beamed radiantly. The property deed bears no name but yours, uncle. Chapter 8. A face without shame, invincible in the world, but it bears no name that belongs to you. The deed is in the old man's name. His inheritance is meant for you, which is profoundly unjust. The old lady is still alive. How can the old gentleman's legacy rightfully fall to you? Even if it goes to court, we hold the advantage. You are not the sole descendant of the old man. Aren't we all his kin? LV Mingxi's voice grew sharp. She had heard the tale of this house and was unwilling to concede it to Qiao Xia. The property deed bears my father's name, along with my grandfather's will. For too long, I have endured and allowed you to perceive me as a sickly cat, which has emboldened others to covet my possessions. Qiao Xia turned to leave, only to pivot back suddenly, smiling as she remarked, You are all cut from the same cloth, truly repugnant. What are you arguing about? A commanding voice resonated from upstairs. Qiao Xia halted, her gaze directed towards the elderly matriarch above, her grandmother. Grandma Qiao had always favored her youngest son, indulging Xiaoguang since childhood, while harboring a strong aversion towards Qiao Xia. When Xiao's mother was pregnant, Grandma Qiao dreamt of a grandson, which filled her with joy and prompted her to treat Xiao's mother favorably. However, upon Qiao Xia's birth, she was met with disappointment and consulted a fortune-teller. The fortune-teller prophesied that Qiao Xia bore a formidable fate, one that would bring misfortune to the long-awaited grandson. Thus, Grandma Qiao harbored resentment towards Qiao Xia from the moment of her arrival. Fortunately, Xiaoguang and his wife cherished Qiao Xia, refusing to adhere to the traditional preference for male offspring. Afterwards, Qiao Xia's custody was granted to Xiaoguang. Xiaolan approached, her face awash with grievances and tear stains. Grandma, Qiao Xia insists that we vacate the house. She claims it was left to her by Grandpa, and that we have no right to reside here. You must say something. Nonsense. Grandma Qiao's murky eyes suddenly sharpened, her gaze towards Qiao Xia laced with disdain. I am not dead yet. Who has the right to declare it her house? You wretched star, is this truly your property? A wave of desolation washed over Qiao Xia. Grandma, throughout my life, you have never regarded me with kindness. The demise of her parents and sister weighed heavily upon her, as she directed her ire towards Qiao Xia, blaming her for choosing to go to Egypt, which had once driven Qiao Xia to the brink of despair. Yearning for an end to her suffering, unwilling to endure the incessant taunts of being a harbinger of misfortune who had caused the death of her closest kin, that a servant entered quietly, announcing, Sir, Madam, the guests have arrived. Xiaoguang grasped Qiao Xia's arm, saying, Little Xia, why don't you ascend and sit for a while? We can discuss matters once uncle has concluded his business. That it was a legacy left to her by her father. From the moment Xiaoguang arrived, he had commandeered their parents' master bedroom, while Xiaolan had taken over Xiaodong's room. Even discarding their belongings, she had relocated their parents' and sisters' possessions into her own chamber, and Xiaoguang along with Mingxi were eager to erase all traces of their parents' and sisters' existence. As if such actions could obscure his ambition and avarice. Gazing at the family portrait, vivid scenes replayed in her mind. Her parents, her sister, Those vibrant lives she had steadfastly refused to accept had been extinguished. When she awoke, it was already 8 o'clock. The commotion downstairs was palpable. The hall brimmed with guests adorned in resplendent attire. Luminaries and celebrities gathered in unison. Qiao, a renowned actress, was accustomed to the presence of many stars at the Qiao family banquets, and she immediately spotted Qiao and Li Hui amidst the throng. Clad in a champagne-colored evening gown, Qiao exuded both allure and grace, her jewels accentuating her regal charm, while Li Hui, handsome and poised, danced elegantly with her, resembling a perfect couple. Qiao, catching sight of Qiao Xia, lifted her chin with an air of haughtiness, like a triumphant princess, and bestowed a kiss upon Li Hui's cheek, eliciting a tender smile from him. This sight pierced Qiao Xia's heart. Qiao Xia, why must you suffer so? Guizhou entered bearing a glass of corn juice. Miss Qiao Xia, you haven't eaten since this afternoon, that I've prepared some noodles for you. They'll be ready shortly. Please drink this corn juice to tide you over. Guizhou, there's no need for the trouble. I shall be leaving shortly, Qiao Xia replied. With a sigh, Guizhou urged, Miss, try to see things more clearly. You and young Master Li are merely fated to be strangers. Do not oppose the old lady, but rather comply with her wishes, and life will be a tad easier for you. Thank you, Guizhou. After Guizhou departed, Qiao Xia found herself momentarily lost in thought, her stomach indeed rumbling with hunger, prompting her to finish the corn juice. Chapter 9. The proposal of first love. The bride is not her. She wished to honor her grandmother, yet every time Qiao Nai looked at her, her gaze was filled with resentment, rendering her filial piety utterly worthless. Qiao entered, her evening gown accentuating her enchanting figure, exuding an air of superiority akin to that of a princess. Little Xiao, are you leaving already? I wanted to introduce you to a gentleman. Qiao Xia regarded her coldly, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Qiao, throughout our lives, you have coveted everything that belongs to me. Your immaturity is truly astounding. Li Hui is yours. What more could you possibly desire? Must you also trample upon my wounds? Qiao approached, lowering her voice. I intend to grind you into the dust, leaving you in unbearable agony. Get away. Qiao Xia pushed her away. You were truly malicious. In her high heels, Qiao stumbled at the slightest shove, falling to the ground with a muffled thud. Pain etched across her face as she gazed up at Qiao Xia. Little Xia, I merely wished to introduce you to someone. Why did you strike me? I thought I only gave you a gentle push. How did you fall? I did not strike you. Li Hui abruptly pushed the door open and struck Qiao Xia across the cheek with a resounding slap, his expression icy to the core. Qiao Xia, I am the one at fault here. If you seek retribution directed at me, this has nothing to do with Qiao. She is still your sister. Yet you resort to violence. Qiao Xia had thought she was already despondent, but in that moment, her heart felt as though it were being sliced open. The very person who had always cherished and adored her, Li Hui, had struck her for the sake of Qiao. That single blow shattered all her illusions. Childhood sweethearts, blissfully innocent, yet through the passage of time, her love had ultimately faded into a mere shadow. Irretrievable, the sting on her cheek was sharp, yet her heart lay in a state of numbness. Li Hui suddenly averted his gaze. She was the first girl he had ever admired, someone he had once envisioned caring for and cherishing for a lifetime. However, the whims of fate had proven capricious, leaving them with an affinity but no destiny. She should not have laid a hand on Qiao and Li Hui helped Qiao to her feet, and she clung to his arm, pouting in indignation that it was my own carelessness. Do not blame Qiao Xia. I feel truly remorseful towards her. The last time, I acted rashly and hurt her. This time, I genuinely wish to make amends. Young Master Lu is quite fond of girls like Qiao Xia, and I merely wanted to inquire if she would be willing to meet him. Qiao Xia stood there, frozen in disbelief. Young Master Lu? Lu Yitian, the third young master of the Lu family, a quintessential second-generation heir, known for treating women as mere garments to be discarded at whim, and harboring numerous peculiar fetishes. Qiao Xia had previously penned articles about his scandals, including a young model who had followed him for a month, emerging utterly unrecognizable from the torment. Qiao truly could wield a dagger from the shadows. I appreciate your good intentions, Li Hui gently reassured Qiao. Get lost. Qiao Xia pointed at them, her voice filled with rage. Li Hui chuckled coldly. Do not be ungrateful. Qiao Xia lingered in the room for a moment, wiping away her tears and placing the family photo in her backpack. As she descended the stairs, the banquet was in full swing. Li Hui was dancing with Qiao, suddenly dropping to one knee before her, presenting a diamond ring in a proposal. Qiao Xia felt as though her legs had turned to stone. Immovable, she told herself to give up. Qiao Xia. This scene vividly illustrated a man's love for a woman, a love that no longer belonged to her. Having long since departed, she had anticipated sadness, yet found only a profound numbness. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were to be my wife, Miss Qiaolan. Will you marry me? Li Hui gazed deeply into Qiaolan's eyes, confessing his heartfelt intentions. Marry him, marry him, marry him, cheered their friends around them. Qiaolan covered her mouth, tears of excitement streaming down her face. She was the princess of the evening, the center of attention. And everyone knew she was about to enter a life of luxury, becoming the mistress of the Li household. Qiao Xia numbly reflected that this had once been her most beautiful dream. Envisioning Li Hui as a dashing prince rescuing her from despair, proposing to her, and promising a lifetime together. Now, he was proposing, and she was not the bride. How deeply ironic. Once cherished love had become a mere jest. Chapter 10. The embroidered pillow of young Master Lu. Not far from the banquet, a man had been fixated on Qiao Xia since her arrival. He was a strikingly handsome figure, clad in a white shirt and black evening attire, which accentuated his refined elegance and poised demeanor. His brow jutted slightly, accentuating the profound depth of his eyes, which were imbued with both passion and focus. The high nose and thin lips composed an exceedingly handsome and alluring visage. His every gesture exuded an air of dominance and unwavering authority, while his ascetic demeanor rendered him excessively aloof and indifferent, reminiscent of a nobleman from a bygone era. He absorbed the full spectrum of emotions displayed by Qiao Xia with keen perception. Behind him, a man clad in black was engrossed in his phone, projecting an air of competence yet grinning with an unsettling leer. He glanced up and remarked, "Fourth young master, your little goddess has already had her heart shattered. If you feel any sympathy, you ought to take her away quickly. I assure you, she won't consider you a lunatic. Go on, Pikachu." The man parted his thin lips and retorted, "Xiao Wu, be quiet." Gu Xiao Wu coolly replied, "Fourth young master, I've noticed you exhibit severe voyeuristic tendencies. Frankly, it's quite uncivilized and unchivalrous behavior. As your bodyguard, I feel compelled to remind you that such actions are exceedingly perilous." The man's tone remained indifferent. Gu Xiao Wu, the Somalia branch requires. Fourth young master, I shall remain silent. Gu Xiao Wu made a gesture for silence, internally mocking, "My master truly is an insufferable tease." Qiao Xia felt suffocated and longed to escape this stifling environment. Qiao Xia. Qiaolan was relentless, approaching with Li Hui, resembling a triumphant queen. Her gaze toward Qiao Xia brimmed with smugness. "You've come down. I was just about to seek you out." All eyes converged on Qiao Xia. Amidst a sea of opulence, she appeared strikingly different, dressed in a white shirt and sky blue jeans, adorned with an indistinct watch and carrying an unknown bag, presenting a stark simplicity against the extravagantly attired women around her. Yet, it was precisely this uniqueness that accentuated her innate beauty. Accompanying them was a handsome man whom Qiao Xia recognized as Lu Etian, the third young master of the Lu family, notorious for his poor reputation and disdain for women. Despite his wealth, he was deemed undesirable by many, and any unfortunate soul who caught his eye would do well to count their blessings. Third young master Lu, this is my sister Qiao Xia. She has long wished to meet you, so I shall play matchmaker. Whether it flourishes depends on the two of you, Qiaolan declared. Lu Etian cast a glance at Qiao Xia and audaciously reached out to touch her face, remarking, "Quite lovely." Qiao Xia evaded his hand, furrowing her brows in disapproval, which elicited a hint of annoyance from Lu Etian. Unappreciative, he muttered. Qiaolan laughed lightly. "Third young master Lu, please don't take offense. My sister has always been impolite. Spoiled by our family." The Lu family was one of the prominent clans in a city, wielding considerable power and affluence. Given Xiaolan's status, she could not summon Lu Etian by her own means. Instead, she had deliberately invited another individual to facilitate the introduction, knowing Lu Etian favored women of Qiao Xia's ilk. Once Lu Etian had taken a liking to Qiao Xia, she would find herself in a precarious position. Even if she were to whimsically gain his affection, it wouldn't bode well, for Lu Etian was a notorious libertine. How could he offend the Qiao and Li families for the sake of a mere woman? Third young master Lu, I am not well acquainted with Qiaolan, so do not take his words to heart, Qiao Xia remarked. In fact, one could say that we are adversaries. An enemy has introduced you to me. What cunning scheme does she have in mind? San Xiao, being so astute, should surely comprehend her perspective on you. And I need not elaborate further. Qiaolan's expression shifted dramatically as she responded, Qiao Xia, dear sister, I genuinely wish to introduce you to a suitable gentleman. You often express a desire to meet influential figures, and San Shao is undoubtedly one of them. Are you still unsatisfied? San Shao interjected, I sincerely wish to facilitate a connection between you two. Contrary to what Qiao Xia has suggested. What do you take me for? It matters not. Who do you think you are? Lu Yiqian scoffed derisively. Qiaolan's face turned pale. Today she was the princess, with every gaze upon her. All the women envied her for marrying the illustrious diamond tycoon Li Hui, who was not only conspicuous but also handsome. She craved the spotlight entirely for herself. Yet, Lu Yiqian's scorn left her seething in silence. In her heart, she harbored immense resentment towards Qiao Xia. If it weren't for Qiao Xia, how could she have faced such humiliation from Lu Yiqian? Chapter 11. Who is truly his fiancée? Xia, your sister-in-law, and I are about to wed. You must compose yourself. Lu Sanshao is a good man, and you are certain to find him appealing. Qiao Xia looked at Qiaolan with a cold smile. Truly, you are an actress of remarkable talent. Whispers circulated among the crowd, fingers pointing in judgment. Isn't she the one attempting to seduce her own brother-in-law? What audacity! Our Qiaolan is so virtuous, even attempting to introduce her a boyfriend. If it were me, I would have kicked her out long ago. She must be mad to aspire to marry into a wealthy family, setting her sights on Lu Sanshao. Is she not concerned about being left with nothing but bones? The vanity was utterly terrifying. Seeing the crowd disparaging Qiao Xia only fueled Qiaolan's pride. Your brother-in-law is indeed exceptional, but he remains your brother-in-law. Qiao Xia could no longer contain herself. Qiaolan, cease your feigned innocence. I refuse to believe that among the numerous guests, not a single soul is aware that just days ago, I, Qiao Xia, was Li Hui's fiancé. I cannot be bothered to argue with you or say anything further. Why must you be so aggressive? Qiaolan was taken aback by Qiao Xia's revelation in front of everyone. Given Qiao Xia's nature, one would expect her to swallow her pride in silence. How had she suddenly revealed the truth? A few were privy to the reality. Yet no one wished to offend anyone. Qiaolan's face flushed with indignation. You are shameless. I am the one engaged to Li Hui. I have always regarded you as my sister, and have chosen to overlook your transgressions. However, do not harbor any delusions, Qiao Xia retorted with a cold laugh. Who is truly shameless and deluded? You are well aware of the truth. You ungrateful granddaughter, I shall strike you down. This is your sister's momentous occasion. What nonsense are you spouting? Grandmother Qiao swung her cane, but Qiao Xia deftly evaded it, having long ceased to be the naive girl who stood idly by to take blows. A wave of desolation washed over Qiao Xia. Her family was relentlessly stabbing her in the back. Grandmother, hearts are tender. Heedless words may bring divine retribution, Qiao Xia taunted. Indeed, Grandma Qiao harbors a distinct favoritism for Qiaolan and is acutely aware of the intricate dynamics at play. Qiao Xia has become obsolete, dismissed by the Li family, while Li Hui and Qiaolan share a profound affinity, making their union seem inevitable, given that both the Qiao and Li families are destined to intertwine through marriage. Conveniently, she has little affection for her granddaughter Qiao Xia. The guests exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves, utterly captivated by the unfolding drama. None had anticipated that their visit to the Qiao family banquet would unveil such sensational news. Sisters vying for the same man. Lu Yiqian, indifferent to the Qiao family's legal troubles, remained wholly engrossed in Qiao Xia, increasingly intrigued by her temperament. Could this truly be the case? Amidst the silence, someone dared to voice this thought, and the atmosphere shifted. As the crowd united in their scorn for Qiao Xia, I believe she is desperately attempting to secure a marriage with Li Hui. Many concurred, questioning Qiaolan's character, as she audaciously claimed to be Li Hui's fiancée, despite his never having acknowledged such a claim. Yet, her words bore an unsettling authenticity. If true, this would indeed be a monumental story. Qiao Xia, Feng Xiaoxia interjected, I am aware of your intentions to marry my son. But you cannot possibly utter such outrageous statements at your sister's engagement party. Qiao Xia's complexion turned ashen, yet she stood tall, her frail frame bracing against the barrage of disdainful glares. And Feng, you and my mother are close friends. While you may feign indifference regarding my relationship with Li Hui, you previously remarked that I am no longer the esteemed daughter of the Qiao family, and thus unworthy of your accomplished son. Should I marry him, how would you introduce your daughter-in-law to your friends? I am an orphan, devoid of power or status, and no longer fit for him. It would be better to facilitate his union with Qiao Lan that I possess recordings of your words. Would you like me to play them? Qiao Xia's voice was chillingly deliberate. Fang Xiaoxia's expression shifted dramatically as she pointed accusingly at Qiao Xia. You speak nonsense. I never made such statements. The onlookers regarded her with a mixture of scrutiny and mockery, leaving Fang Xiaoxia utterly humiliated. The guests pondered the implications. If Qiao Xia's claims were indeed true, it would reveal Qiao Lan's ruthless pursuit of love and the Li family's preference for wealth, raising questions about the integrity of such a family. After all, they were sisters. What a scandalous revelation. Lu Mingxi, consumed by fury, exclaimed, You wretched harbinger of misfortune, what absurdity is this? Have you truly lost your senses in your desire to marry Li Hui? Qiao Xia smiled, her beauty radiant, her signature smile seemingly capable of deflecting countless sharp barbs. So, and Fang, do you wish for me to play the recording? In truth, she had no such recording, but she was confident that Qiao Lan and Fang Xiaoxia would not dare to gamble on the matter. Their pride was too great. Simultaneously, she felt a profound sorrow for having found herself in such a dire situation, battered and bruised. Chapter 12. This first love is truly a dog. She recalled her 10-year-old self, willful, spoiled, and indulged by her parents, the apple of their eye. Now, standing amidst the crowd, she felt as though 1,000 arrows pierced her heart, the malicious rumors following her like shadows, each word a dagger to her soul. Qiao Lan seethed with indignation. It was she who wished for everyone to misunderstand Qiao Xia and see her true nature. How had the tables turned, with Qiao Xia turning the spotlight onto her own misdeeds? Li Hui felt a momentary daze. What had begun as a joyous proposal had spiraled into this chaotic scene. Qiao Xia, in her current state, was undeniably radiant and captivating. This girl once belonged to her. She stood at the center of the crowd, braving countless cold arrows, even as her heart threatened to collapse. Her spine remained straighter than anyone else's, akin to a blooming winter plum on a branch. Gu Shiwu remarked, Fourth young master, your little goddess is fighting a lone battle, surrounded by enemies. It truly tugs at the heartstrings. Will you not come to her rescue like a hero? The handsome man squinted, his gaze fixed intently on Qiao Xia, a flicker of something unusual passing through his deep-set eyes that he recalled the youthful Qiao Xia, so delicate and willful, unafraid of heaven or earth, though she was proud and arrogant. She possessed a kind heart, her face perpetually radiating joy, innocent and beautiful. Now, observing the strong and resilient Qiao Xia, resembling a winter plum, he felt an indescribable anger within. Where had that willful little girl gone? Who had murdered his girl? You are simply envious of your sister. Do you even consider who you are to speak so boldly here? You claim to be Li Hui's fiancée, and do you expect everyone to believe you? Does it hold any significance? Lu Mingxi venomously retorted, What evidence do you have? Produce it. Qiao Xia coldly laughed, surveying her surroundings. The guests' gazes were filled with curiosity. People relished a spectacle, never shying away from drama. Do not forget, I am an entertainment journalist, always carrying a recording device. Obtaining evidence is quite simple. I could publish it online tomorrow. How does that sound? Qiao Xia was ready to go all out. She had no idea how much longer she could endure. All she knew was that she could not fall. You are shameless. Fang Xiaoxia finally exploded in anger. Qiao Lan also grew anxious, clinging to Li Hui's arm. Li Hui, tell me, who is your fiancée, her or me? The crowd awaited Li Hui's response. This banquet was a whirlwind of twists and turns, filled with points of contention and climaxes, leaving the observers utterly astonished. More melodramatic than any television drama, Qiao Xia was reluctant to entangle herself in such matters, feeling utterly humiliated. However, without clarifying the situation, she felt as if she could never wash away the shame. Never understand why Qiao Lan would humiliate her so. Why should she bear such an unbearable reputation? Li Hui tightly grasped Qiao Lan's hand. You are, of course, my fiancé, Qiao Xia. You have gone too far. Ever since middle school, you have liked me, but the one I care for is Qiao Lan. I did not wish to affect your sisterly bond. Hence my kindness led you to misinterpret our relationship, mistakenly believing yourself to be my fiancé. Who do you think you are? Who is spreading such baseless rumors? Were it not for your sister, I wouldn't have even glanced your way. No matter how Qiao Xia defended herself, nor how the guests perceived the complex legal battle of the Qiao family, Li Hui's words seemed to mark a conclusion, striking Qiao Xia hard across the face. Her complexion turned almost transparent. Her heart long since numbed. Li Hui, you are truly ruthless. His denial obliterated a decade of feelings, Negating her entire youth at a lover's betrayal is the cruelest of all. Each word pierced her heart. Chapter 13. The most shameless hypocrite. Qiao Xia felt darkness closing in around her. Yearning for someone to whisk her away, the world spun around her, enveloped in a haze. Yet there was a sense of finality settling in that it dawned on her that she was truly nothing more than a vain wretch. Attempting to seduce her sister. I almost believed her words. We were indeed too naive. I merely remarked on how it was inconceivable that Xiao Lan and Li Hui could engage in such actions. The cunning nature of Qiao Xia is truly terrifying. It is not just frightening. If I were to have a sister like that, it would be nothing short of a lifelong nightmare, especially considering how Qiao Lan selflessly thinks of her. Ha ha ha. Amidst a chorus of accusations, just when Qiao Xia felt she could no longer endure and was on the verge of fleeing, an abrupt laughter erupted, drawing the attention of all towards Gu Xiaowu. Internally, Gu Xiaowu was in turmoil, unable to suppress his outburst. Fourth young master, my feelings for my goddess are genuine, yet I have no inclination whatsoever towards your little goddess. I have no desire to play the hero. Why should I bear the consequences of your voyeuristic tendencies? What if your little goddess falls for me due to my gallant rescue? As your bodyguard, this terrifies me. You know, who are you? And what are you laughing at? Someone inquired. Gu Xiaowu, tall and handsome, exuded an air of authority that deterred anyone from showing him disrespect. He replied, I laugh at those who speak without thinking, a family of ungrateful wolves. A household that despises poverty while adoring wealth. All of whom are the epitome of hypocrisy. The crowd exchanged glances, while Qiao Xia felt a deep sense of desolation within. Words seemed futile. That was a beautifully taken photograph. Qiao Xia strolled under the sycamore trees, hand in hand with Li Hui, as he tenderly brushed away the fallen leaves from her hair. Their fingers were interlocked, their closeness evident, clad in matching outfits, all set against the bustling backdrop, which had been artistically blurred, rendering the scene even more picturesque. Once this photograph surfaced, the clamor of accusations gradually diminished. It was indeed a remarkable twist of fate. When Li Hui spoke up, everyone assumed the matter was settled. Little did they know, Gu Xiaowu's photo revealed an even greater reversal. How exhilarating! This banquet of the Qiao family had proven to be immensely worthwhile, if only for the gossip and the dramatic turns of events. Qiao Xia had endured a night filled with malicious rumors, yet she garnered both sympathy and admiration from the crowd. Those who had recently cursed her were now filled with regret. Who could have anticipated such sordid dealings between the two families? The photograph clearly depicted a couple, intimately connected. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven, now embroiled in public discord at the center of the banquet. If Qiao Xia were truly, as Li Hui claimed, not his fiancée, why would such a photograph exist? If Qiao Xia were indeed a mistress, how could Li Hui, with his stature, possibly appear before everyone's gaze? Clearly, someone was lying. This photograph was taken a month ago. A month? How swiftly circumstances can change. As a man, one ought to take responsibility for one's actions. Gu Xiaowu regarded Li Hui with a cold smile. Calling him the most shameless hypocrite, Li Hui's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor sharp and confrontational. Who are you? Chapter 14. A 180-degree turnaround. Who I am is irrelevant, Gu Xiaowu thought, silently mocking. I am merely here to protect your little goddess on behalf of my fourth young master. If you have a problem, take it up with him. Although my time in City A has been brief, I have heard an intriguing tale. The Qiao enterprise was originally founded solely by Mr. Qiao Guan and his wife, without any shares belonging to Mr. Qiao Guang. After their passing, old Master Qiao entrusted the guardianship of Qiao Xia to Qiao Guang and appointed him to manage the Qiao company. Esteemed guests, please bear in mind that this is merely a matter of guardianship. Since it is a guardianship, the Qiao company rightfully belongs to Miss Qiao Xia, who is the legitimate heir of the Qiao family. One must ponder, why does she present herself in such a manner? Meanwhile, those overseeing the Qiao affairs adorn themselves in opulence, shamelessly occupying what is not theirs. Miss Qiao Xia is the rightful heir of the Qiao legacy. May I inquire if anyone here is aware of this situation? A group of individuals, cloaked in the shadow of Mr. Qiao Guan, a band of impostors who have emerged from obscurity, have usurped Miss Qiao Xia's inheritance and stripped her of everything she owns. Now audaciously confronting her, I am truly astounded to witness such brazen audacity from a single family. You speak nonsense, Qiao Guang exclaimed, his fury palpable. Qiao Xia, from where have you summoned this man, spouting such drivel? Gu Xiaowu mused that this was the very question that lingered in the heart of the fourth young master. Xiao Guang stumbled, barely maintaining his footing, thanks to Lu Mingxi's timely support. Though his complexion was devoid of color, Ji Xiaowu's words ignited a stir among the crowd. Clearly, few were privy to this revelation. The business landscape has shifted dramatically over the past decade, and the current Qiao company is synonymous only with Qiao Guang. While Qiao Guang remains a mere whisper, clients passing through are equally oblivious. Should Gu Xiaowu's claims prove true, then the Qiao family indeed resembles a pack of ingrates. While the Li family shows a penchant for wealth over poverty, both being of the same ilk, compared to the recent photograph, this represents a monumental reversal, a tale of a wealthy heiress being dispossessed of her inheritance and cast out. Had reporters been invited today, tomorrow's headlines would surely be sensational. "Who are you?" Xiao Guang demanded, pointing an accusing finger at Gu Xiaowu, his lips trembling. Li Xiao is truly a heartless man. "Buddy, you're treading on treacherous ground. Provoking me is one thing. I can merely retaliate," Li Hui thought, feeling a sense of unease. Who is this person, and how does he possess such intimate knowledge of the Qiao and Li families? Why does he seem so well informed about the affairs between himself and Qiao Xia? This group is utterly shameless. Henceforth, do not summon me to gatherings of the Qiao and Li families that a socialite. With an icy demeanor, turned her back and departed, leaving a crowd of onlookers in her wake. Her words rendered Qiao Lan's expression exceedingly grim. She had merely wished for Qiao Xia to falter. Little did she expect to encounter such a formidable adversary who would unveil all her secrets. She had unwittingly become the villain in this tale of love and betrayal. "Qiao Xia, this is all your fault. Why must there always be someone to protect Qiao Xia? By what right?" Chapter 15. The brooding god of male beauty can no longer contain himself. "Qiao Xia, from where did you find this wild man to play the part? You certainly possess some skill." Qiao Lan could not help but sneer, her malice apparent to those observing. Qiao Xia felt an overwhelming headache, as if her mind might shatter. The visions before her fractured into disarray. Becoming indistinct, a surge of heat rose from her core, intensifying her dizziness, while her complexion flushed an alarming shade of crimson. Xiao Guang insisted, "None of this is true. The company was founded by my brother and me." "Do not heed their fabrications," that Ji Xiaowu retorted with a scoff. "Whether Mr. Qiao Guang established it single-handedly or in partnership with you can be easily verified. This is not a matter that can be falsified." Qiao Guang, seething with rage, shouted, "Who is this? Throw him out. Expel him at once." Li Hui spoke in a low voice, asserting that what was said was not the truth and demanding that he be expelled. This was clearly an expression of anger born from humiliation. Suddenly, Qiao Xia stumbled, nearly losing her balance. A vague sense of heat surged within her, as if her body were ablaze. Her rationality seemed to be slipping away. She fought to maintain her composure, yet everything before her appeared blurred. Of course, you could attempt to win Lu Sanxiao's affection. Perhaps, once he tires of the game, he might not pass you on to someone else. Dazed and feverish, Qiao Xia felt a restless urgency, as if she desperately needed something to fill the void. Someone had drugged her, that cup of corn juice. Gu Xia had always been a kind-hearted and silent woman, so it could not have been her intent to harm. It must have been Qiao Lan. Gu Xia likely had no idea that the drink she offered had been tampered with. "Qiao Lan, you have gone too far." Qiao Xia pushed her away forcefully, retreating, exclaiming, "I have never encountered such a vicious woman as you." Qiao Lan pressed closer, remarking, "Who asked you to be so bothersome?" With a smile, she beckoned Lu Yitian over. Lu Yitian showed little interest in the Qiao family's legal troubles, but was quite captivated by Qiao Xia, wrapping an arm around her and brushing his hand against her cheek. Her skin was so tender it seemed to glisten. Qiao Xia's face flushed, her gaze becoming somewhat hazy, unable to recognize the person before her. Yet she knew it was Lu Sanxiao. With all her strength, she pushed him away, her body leaning back until she collided with a stack of high-stemmed glasses, several layers filled with champagne. The cascade of glasses and liquid threatened to drench her. An unexpected force pulled her into a warm embrace. The man shielded her head with one hand and turned his body to block the oncoming torrent of liquid, safeguarding her as if it were his duty. Protecting her was a matter of course. Qiao Xia, feeling dizzy and overheated, could not clearly discern the figure before her. Everything felt surreal. Her sense of smell sharpened, recognizing the faint scent of a man's cologne, imbued with a refreshing woody aroma. His strong arm encircled her waist securely. "Do not be afraid." She heard a calm voice, suppressing its fury, as if it emanated from a distant horizon. Qiao Xia longed to see the identity of the man before her. But everything remained obscured, revealing only the vague outline of a figure. Qiao Xia did not anticipate that his master would take matters into his own hands, as it was rather conspicuous. He too had noted Qiao Xia's predicament and surmised that Xiao could no longer contain himself. That gaze was indeed one of lethal intent. Chapter 16. Politeness. Never heard of it. He had not expected the Qiao family to stoop so low as to resort to such underhanded tactics. It was evident that Qiao Xia had been drugged. Xiao Lan was determined to hand Qiao Xia over to Lu Xiao, who was keen on her. However, an unexpected twist had occurred, and everyone bore witness to the scene. Initially focused on the conflict between Gu Xiaowu, Xiao Guang, and Li Hui, now all observing Qiao Xia being cradled in a man's embrace, one could see Qiao Xia's face, as the man pressed her tightly against his chest. Concealing any signs of her distress, with her body nestled against him, it seemed to alleviate a fraction of her inner heat, her hands wrapping around his waist as she burrowed deeper into his warmth. Gu Xiaowu silently lamented, "Fourth young master, your cunning is truly insidious. It appears you had foreseen this scenario all along, which is why you chose to intervene personally. If I were to hold your little goddess in such a manner, with her so blissfully nestled in my arms, I would feel that my hands were in grave peril. Excuse me, sir, my sister may have had a bit too much to drink. That I will assist her to a place to rest." Xiao Lan said softly. This man was not only strikingly handsome, but also exuded an overwhelming presence, a sentiment shared by all. Tall and graceful as jade, he lacked the gentle charm typically associated with refined gentlemen. Instead, he radiated an air of cold indifference and lofty solitude, resembling a lifeless, unyielding statue. His gaze, cast upon the crowd, was devoid of warmth or compassion, as if to him, all of humanity were mere ants. Xiao Lan dared not raise her voice. Before him, her aura felt diminished. Lu Tian found the man before him somewhat familiar, though he could not immediately recall from where. It was only a fleeting moment when the man turned to escort Qiao Xia away. That Lu Tian, accustomed to dominating a city, boldly stepped in front of him. "This is my woman, you know who I am. I am the third young master of the Lu Corporation. Hand her over, or I shall ensure you regret your actions in a city." The man's brows furrowed slightly, and a glimmer of cold disdain and mockery flickered in his deep-set eyes. The mere embroidered pillow, devoid of substance, would resort to leveraging family connections to intimidate. "You." Lu Tian fumed. "How dare you?" His anguished cry echoed as he brazenly struck out, prompting a chorus of shrieks from the women present. Though a small faction cheered in approval, many yearned to confront Lu Tian, yet none dared to act, mindful of the formidable Lu family backing him. This man, with his considerable influence, seemed either a genuine hero rescuing a damsel or a fool unafraid of tigers. "Do you know who I am?" Lu Tian bellowed. "In the past, you could only look up to me. Now, you cannot even aspire to my level. I do not require familial prestige to assert my worth. I do not regard your father, let alone you." The man's words struck home, revealing Lu Tian as nothing more than an illegitimate child, whose claims were inherently flawed. The Lu family boasted only 2 young masters. He was merely a jester. Qiao Xiao's heart surged with relief. An all-capable bodyguard. He finally felt his time to retire had come. With the 4th young master taking the stage, he found himself rendered redundant. Free to enjoy the spectacle, the 4th young master was indeed a true man, strikingly handsome. Those with a modicum of understanding regarding the Lu family feud applauded, albeit with a twinge of anxiety for the man. Considering Lu Tian was the cherished son of Chairman Lu, regardless of his reckless behavior, he had powerful support. Moreover, Lu Tian's mother had shed her status as a mistress and now proudly bore the title of Mrs. Lu, thus legitimizing his identity. For many years, no one dared label him as an illegitimate child. This was a lifelong humiliation for Lu Tian, and his rage was palpable, nearly causing his eyes to bleed with fury. Xiao Guang, as the host, had joyfully organized the banquet, yet he felt deeply unsettled by the disruption caused by Qiao Xia, and the man thought he summoned 2 bodyguards to block their path. "Sir, this is, after all, a gathering of the Qiao family. The woman in your arms is my niece. It would be rather impolite of you to simply take her away." The man paused momentarily, pondering the concept of etiquette. Xiao Guang, exasperated, remarked that someone nearby had accused him of being impolite. "What is that?" he retorted, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Chapter 17. While young, rise limitlessly, Gu Xiaowu. The man called out, and Gu Xiaowu appeared before him like a wraith, obstructing the bodyguards with a playful grin. It had been a while since he had the chance to stretch his muscles. "Come on, guys, put in some effort." The man embraced Qiao Xia and departed with ease. His path unimpeded, in less than a minute. Gu Xiaowu had dispatched the bodyguards. With a sigh, he lamented, "If only you all could be more formidable. This is rather dull. A man who moves too swiftly will be looked down upon." Observing the youthfulness of those around him, he encouraged, "Rise, while you are still young." The limitless potential of youth. He beckoned with his finger, grinning mischievously, while the two subdued bodyguards genuinely wished to rise, eager to avoid mockery, yet found themselves unable to do so. The onlookers murmured, "To be young and limitless truly is a biting jest for men. Who is that man? He is incredibly handsome, indeed, and his bodyguards are equally striking. Did you see him in action? It was as though we were watching a cinematic spectacle. Regardless of who he is, crossing paths with Lu Yitian likely ends in misfortune, but he is so handsome. The Qiao and Li families are simply vile. Qiao Xia is quite unfortunate. That is their affair. We have no say in it." What began as a splendid banquet concluded in disarray. Qiao Lan had initially believed that her engagement to Li Hui would make headlines, rendering her the center of attention, only to have the spotlight stolen by Qiao Xia and the inexplicably appearing man. That man, both dashing and assertive, with bodyguards resembling affluent young masters. Who could he be? This question loomed large in the minds of the guests. Initially, attention had been focused on the grievances between Qiao Xia and the Qiao family, yet it was ultimately usurped by a stranger. Did Qiao Xia know this man? Qiao Lan seethed with resentment, pondering how Qiao Xia had stumbled upon such luck. Today, she should have faced her reckoning, yet someone intervened on her behalf, that insufferable girl. Truly fortunate, always finding benefactors wherever she went. Li Hu wore a grim expression. The alliance between the Qiao and Li families had been orchestrated by Elmingshi and Fang Xiaoxia. Following the death of Qiao Xia's parents, he had indeed harbored some disdain for the promised daughter-in-law, feeling optimistic about the union of Li Hui and Qiao Lan. Regardless of Li Hui's sentiments, he was at least compliant in following through with the arrangements, which pleased Li Hu. However, the banquet had been disrupted, and the Qiao family scandals were unearthed. Li Hu, a man deeply concerned with his reputation and cautious in his dealings, found himself in a most embarrassing predicament. His countenance understandably darkened. Xiao Guang interjected, "Mr. Li, please do not take offense. Let us consider this a one-time occurrence," and continued. Li Hu shot him a glare. "Look at the state of things. How can we possibly continue?" Fang Xiaoxia approached to soothe him. "This is all Qiao Xia's doing. Why take your anger out on Mr. Qiao? If anyone is to blame, it is that girl. And you dare say that? If she truly possesses a recording. My reputation has been utterly tarnished by you." Fang Xiaoxia, abashed, refrained from retorting. Meanwhile, Li Hui's expression remained cold and forbidding. The banquet was undeniably awkward, culminating in a rather disheartening dispersal. The floor of the banquet hall lay strewn with shards of glass and pools of spilled wine. As the guests bid farewell to their host, Qiao Guang, their gazes were particularly peculiar, leaving him with an unsettling impression that they regarded him with judgmental eyes. Over the years, he had diligently sought to diminish Qiao Guang's influence, ensuring that Qiao Xia never appeared in public, yet this single gathering had undone all his efforts. Ladies, a new story is here. Do remember to save and comment, and do not be disheartened by the melodramatic beginning. Trust me, for the fastest updates, visit m.ziyuanju. Chapter 18. Gu Xiaowu's imagination is boundless. The man lifted Qiao Xia into the car, and it was not long before Gu Xiaowu emerged. Qiao Xia felt an intense heat radiating from her body, as if she were engulfed in flames, both fervent and overwhelming. Her hand grazed the man's skin, almost greedily caressing him, her entire being becoming desperate. It was so hot. Qiao Xia exhaled softly, nuzzling her head against the man's neck, kissing his ear, which instantly flushed a deep crimson. He restrained her hand, yet she tilted her head back to kiss his lips. His warm lips felt cool and soothing against her touch, and Qiao Xia, nearly unable to contain herself, pressed her lips against his. The man furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased yet also enjoying the moment. His expression inscrutable. Gu Xiaowu, upon entering the vehicle, was taken aback by such an unseemly scene, nearly colliding with the car in his astonishment. He gazed in disbelief at the entangled pair, having never witnessed the fourth young master in such an intimate manner with any woman. Not even Gu Shishi. Had any woman dared to behave so, she would have long been dismissed with a single shot. Even if not shot, she would have been kicked aside without a second thought. No notion of cherishing the delicate. The fourth young master he knew was always so cool, restrained, and willful. Gu Xiaowu felt like a glaring lamp, an unwelcome intruder disrupting the couple's romantic moment. The man, known as the fourth young master, gently cradled Qiao Xia's head, finally alleviating the swelling of his lips from her kisses. To the hospital, his voice was slightly hoarse. Well, Gu Xiao mused, not only was his fourth young master bold, but he also exuded an air of gentlemanly grace, embodying the virtue of steadfastness in the face of temptation. He seriously questioned whether something had malfunctioned in a certain area. It simply defied logic. If Qiao Xia were a woman of casual demeanor, it would be understandable, but she was his cherished goddess, the object of his affections for many years. The thoughts of the fourth young master were inscrutable. No matter how one guessed, one could never truly know. Qiao Xia felt a pang of urgency at the absence of delectable treats, her anxiety rendering her particularly eager, clinging to the man's neck. She kissed his lips, desperately seeking the coolness that would soothe the heat within her. The man's breaths grew increasingly deep. His hands, which encircled Qiao Xia's waist, began to explore upwards, their bodies pressed against one another. And she gradually discovered that the closer they were, the more pleasurable it became. As she kissed his lips, she struggled to tear at his clothing, violently rending his jacket apart, finally releasing his lips. She kissed in the depths of Gu Xiao's mind. He couldn't help but grumble. Good heavens, with Qiao Xia being so provocative, how can the fourth master remain as calm as a breeze, still insisting on going to the hospital? This is truly unscientific. It was as if he were privy to some monumental secret. Qiao Xia, we're nearly at the hospital, the man reassured, holding her hands firmly, the unsatisfied contact igniting a frenzy within her. Qiao Xia struggled, her ample bosom pressing against his chest. Beads of sweat formed on the man's forehead as he spoke with restrained, suppressed intensity. Gu Xiao, step on it. Through the rearview mirror, Gu Xiao caught sight of the two entwined in a passionate embrace. Musing to himself, Fourth Master, I'm driving slowly for your benefit. Clearly, the fourth master was also stirred by desire, yet he bore it with remarkable restraint, his eyes filled with control and endurance. Qiao Xia peppered him with kisses, rendering his ears and neck flushed. The dim lighting in the car and the confined space heightened the tension as Qiao Xia sat on his lap, teasing him along the journey. If he truly could withstand this, he would be akin to Lu Xiaowei. Who would have thought the fourth master would be unappreciative? To the hospital, the man's demeanor, typically composed, was now etched with impatience. Don't make me repeat myself a third time. Gu Xiaowu, witnessing his rare display of vulnerability, recognized this as the limit of his patience and ceased his banter, heading straight for the nearest hospital. They arrived swiftly. Buttons had been torn from Qiao Xia's shirt, her collar wide open, exposing a well-toned chest adorned with several bite marks. The honey-toned skin was marred, and her shirt lay crumpled, while her jacket had mysteriously disappeared. Her lips bore the marks of her fervor, prompting Gu Xiaowu to think that failing to capture this moment would be a grave oversight. However, the risks of documenting it were too great. The man's displeasure was palpable. It was no wonder the doctor had regarded him with a hint of awe earlier. He finally understood. Are we to wait for Qiao Xia to awaken? No need, the man replied coolly, turning to leave. On the way back, Gu Xiaowu stated, Fourth Master, the housing issue has been resolved. The couple is willing to move out. I have tea redecorated, so it remains quite tidy and aligns with your taste. The bedding and any items needing replacement have been addressed, so you can move in at any time. Understood, the man replied, his voice carrying a cold edge. Compile the information on the Qiao and Li families for me. Of course. When it came to business matters, Gu Xiaowu was exceptionally reliable, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the prospect of finally teaching that extraordinary family a lesson, lest they remain oblivious to their own limitations. Are you planning to take immediate action against the Qiao and Li families? The man scoffed. Do I seem like such a brutish person? His icy demeanor bore a hint of sarcasm. Chu Lin preferred swift and decisive actions, casting people from paradise to oblivion, whereas he relished the process of their descent from heaven to hell. Gu Xiaowu inwardly sighed. This is simply too much. He arranged for the Qiao and Li families to receive their comeuppance, and on Lu Yitian's end, he organized a few companions to keep him entertained, ensuring he would forget Qiao Xia and refrain from bothering her. All right, leave this to me. I'll make certain he is too preoccupied to think of Qiao Xia. Gu Xiaowu mused, Fourth Master. You truly have a knack for meticulous planning, attending to every detail. He pondered for a moment and remarked that Li Hui's aunt seemed to work at the municipal bureau and had extensive connections. Indeed, Xiao Lan, how outrageous. Chapter 20. Li Hui comes knocking. She strained to discern the features of the individual before her, yet everything appeared perpetually blurred. Last night, her mind was in a haze, rendering her incapable of recollecting the events clearly. She faintly remembered that the man was associated with the one who had previously shown her the photograph. The occurrences of last night extinguished any desire she might have harbored to engage in a civil conversation with him. She recognized that it was her repeated retreats that emboldened them to press further, and now, with no avenue left to withdraw, she could no longer permit others to inflict harm upon her. The doctor advised her to consume easily digestible food over the next couple of days, emphasizing a light diet, assuring her that there was no major concern and that she could be discharged from the hospital. He cautioned her to be more vigilant in the future, recommending she limit her consumption of anything offered by others, lest she encounter dire consequences. Fortunately, a kind-hearted individual had brought her to the hospital. Otherwise, a young woman could easily find herself at a disadvantage. "Thank you, doctor." Qiao Xia felt a wave of shame wash over her. She was acutely aware of what she had consumed in the doctor's eyes. Had she not become a disreputable girl? What respectable young woman would associate with such substances? The doctor, genuinely concerned, had no ulterior motives, merely offering a few words of caution. All expenses had been settled, and she could proceed with the discharge formalities. "Doctor, could they leave behind their contact information?" The doctor replied that they had merely brought her in and paid the fees before departing without leaving any contact details. Qiao Xia felt a profound sense of regret. She had intended to express her gratitude, at the very least by reimbursing them for the hospital expenses, but without their contact information, she had no idea where to find them. A BMW was parked beside the entrance to the community, and he leaned against the car, appearing somewhat agitated. Qiao Xia smirked. The banquet from last night must have been a disaster for him. His plans thwarted. How could he not be anxious? Upon seeing Li Hui, her heart still ached, yet there was also a sense of liberation. Thankfully, she had discerned his true nature in advance, having been administered that drug. She was certain she had shared a bed with that man. They had been together for 5 years, during which he had frequently insinuated desires, while she had been reluctant and evasive that he spoke of willingness. But who would force another, especially someone of his stature? Little did he expect that the sweetheart he coveted would be claimed by another. The mere thought of it made him feel as though he had swallowed a fly. "It would be best if we never crossed paths again," Qiao Xia declared coldly. Li Hui possessed striking features, handsome and tall, and being born into affluence, he had always been a favored child of fortune. Young women often harbored a touch of vanity. She too had once reveled in the thought that such an exceptional man belonged to her. That slap had shattered all her illusions. She still contemplated returning the slap. Last night's banquet had truly been cathartic. "Who was the man that took you away last night?" Li Hui asked in a low voice, echoing the bewilderment of everyone present at the banquet. That man had disrupted the gathering and struck Lu Etian. Not only would Li Hui not let him off easily, but neither would Lu Etian. Chapter 21. Your true love is worthless, yet he was also apprehensive. What if that man truly was an extraordinary figure? He inquired once more, but no one at the banquet could identify him, nor could they provide his name or origin. No matter how vast city A may be or how numerous its affluent families, the circle of high society is, in truth, rather limited. Inquiries among acquaintances yielded not a single familiar face. It is likely they emerged from obscurity, including Gu Xiaowu, whose identity remains unknown to all. He could only turn to Qiao Xia, for it was she whom he ultimately escorted away. If there were no reason for such an association, how could he have aided her and exposed so many scandals of the Qiao family? "I do not know," Qiao Xia replied nonchalantly, her radiant smile appearing particularly playful under the sun. "Even if I did, why would I divulge it to you?" Li Hui's heartlessness was palpable, regardless of the circumstances. No matter how much she had once cherished him, she could not harbor even the faintest hope for reconciliation. "Do you truly not know?" Li Hui questioned. "Those years I spent loving you were a testament to my own blindness." Qiao Xia responded, as the saying goes, a woman must encounter a few scoundrels in her youth to truly appreciate the virtues of others. "You are the most despicable person I have ever encountered, and I have no desire to remain entangled with you. If this is too lengthy for your comprehension, allow me to simplify. Stay away from me," Qiao Xia emphasized, each word deliberate. "Qiao Xia." Li Hui grasped her hand. His expression darkened. "I know I have hurt you, but my family will never approve of our union. In truth, I have always held feelings for you. I had intended to express this properly, but your fierce temperament and the incident with Qiao Lan intervened." Qiao Lan, being proud, could not bear to lose face. "All of this is mere happenstance. It was never my intention. Do you not find your words utterly hypocritical?" Qiao Xia retorted, as if she were meeting Li Hui for the very first time. For Qiao Lan's sake, He had even struck her. Your professed affection disgusts me. I would prefer to be liked by a dog than by you. Qiao Xia's scorn was unrelenting as she gazed up at him. It was already late autumn. The leaves of the phoenix trees were gradually turning golden, and the sunlight cast dappled shadows. Qiao Xia's flawless complexion was unblemished, her features striking. The daughters of the Qiao family were renowned for their beauty. Qiao Dong of yesteryear was a paragon of loveliness within 100 miles. Qiao Xia was no less captivating, radiating brightness and charm, perfectly balanced in stature, as if she were a masterpiece of the heavens. In her bright eyes, there lingered no trace of affection for him, only disappointment and disdain. Qiao Xia, Li Hui, consumed by rage, inhaled deeply, suppressing his temper. The Qiao Xia I know is a gentle girl. You must shed those thorns, for no one will take a liking to you. Qiao Xia, in her fury, responded with a sardonic smile. Whether I am gentle or thorny is of no concern to you. You are enamored with Qiao Lan. Turn right at the exit and head to Dishing Street. Do not trouble me any further. Do you truly not recognize that man? Did you not spend the night with him? Quit pretending. I refuse to believe it. Qiao Xia's face flushed with indignation. He is a gentleman. Do not presume that everyone shares your sordid nature, Li Hui. Your marriage to Qiao Lan is merely a means to secure shares in the Qiao family. Is it not? My uncle mentioned that upon her marriage, 10 of Qiao's shares would be considered her dowry. What if those shares were to vanish? What do you mean by that? Li Hui asked. A surge of satisfaction welled up within Qiao Xia. Prior to last night, she had not intended to take such a resolute stance. After the events of the night, she realized that taking a step back would not be met with gratitude. Thus, she resolved to be unyielding. After a pause, she declared, in truth, your so-called true love is utterly worthless. Chapter 22. The shade of trees in summer. She paused for a moment. In truth, your true love is utterly worthless. After she spoke, she entered the community. Li Hui felt as though he had been struck by lightning. If Qiao Xia were to marry, the shares of the Qiao family would belong to her. No one had informed him of this fact. If that were the case, why should he marry Qiao Lan? He could simply marry Qiao Xia. Qiao Xia would not be able to obtain the Qiao family shares alone. However, if the Li family were involved, they would certainly secure them, especially considering the Li family's superior development compared to the Qiao family. He also had a powerful and influential aunt. Qiao Xia had never mentioned this to him, nor had the members of the Qiao family, as long as she married. Qiao Xia would be entitled to the shares. The community comprised 11 high-rise buildings and 6 smaller ones, alongside a row of townhouses, forming a high-end seaside neighborhood. Qiao Xia's parents had left her a sum of cash, and fearing that Qiao Guang would squander it all, her grandfather, aware of Qiao grandmother's favoritism towards her youngest son, established a fund for Qiao Xia. Upon turning 18, she would receive a monthly allowance. Although not substantial, it provided her with a modicum of financial freedom. Since childhood, she had never sought luxury in clothing or food, but had always held particular expectations regarding her living conditions. Thus, she gritted her teeth and rented a 2-bedroom apartment in this community. As she arrived at the entrance of Building 2, a Bugatti Veyron suddenly glided in, elegantly parking in a nearby space. Qiao Xia had always harbored a fondness for sports cars. Her attention was initially captivated by the car, then by its license plate. XA6666. What an impressive vehicle, with an equally striking plate and an exceptionally handsome man. A tall man emerged from the car, his physique straight and tall as a javelin, with narrow, deep-set eyes that were piercing yet held a hint of profundity. His slightly prominent brow made his eye sockets appear notably profound, complemented by thin lips and a high nose, rendering him extraordinarily handsome. Regal and graceful, his impeccably tailored suit accentuated an air of aloofness, as if he were untouchable. From the very tips of his brows emanated an aura of cold indifference, exuding an undeniable charm. In a word, he was stunning. The two entered the elevator, one after the other. Qiao Xia pressed the button for the 11th floor, while the man stood beside her, unyielding and unwavering. His gaze fixed ahead. Qiao Xia pondered internally, wondering if this handsome stranger was not going to press a floor button. What a coincidence. Are you speaking to me? Qiao Xia asked, bewildered. The man's voice was incredibly seductive, deep and alluring. Yes, he replied with a smile. Despite his seemingly cold demeanor, that smile unleashed an extraordinary allure, radiating an almost palpable charm that swept over her. Qiao Xia's heart skipped a beat. Goodness, this man was breathtakingly handsome. His smile was utterly captivating. Yet, why did she feel as though this man resembled someone she had encountered before? I don't know you. He was undeniably handsome, yet it was a pity that he seemed somewhat dim-witted. The night before last, you vomited all over me. His smile vanished instantly. As if it had been merely a figment of Qiao Xia's imagination, as the elevator reached the 11th floor, Qiao Xia stepped out with a blank expression, only to find the man following her. She vaguely recalled indeed having vomited on a stranger the previous night. Could it be such a coincidence? Then let us discuss the matter of compensation. Qiao Xia, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind, following me?" The man's expression turned serious, an aura of menace radiating from him, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. Qiao Xia instinctively took a step back, her heart racing. This man was undeniably intimidating. He suddenly smiled, akin to spring water reflecting pear blossoms, captivating all souls, his expressions shifting without a flicker of an in that instant. Qiao Xia felt an overwhelming certainty that this person was undoubtedly deranged. Clearly not of her kind. Indeed, I am afflicted. Do you possess a remedy? Qiao Xia. The man disregarded the exquisite expressions on Qiao Xia's face, producing a business card and presenting it to her in consideration of our neighboring connection. I shall extend a 20% discount. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Miss? Qiao. My name is Mu Liang. That he gazed intently at Qiao Xia. What would her reaction be if she knew that he was the one who saved her last night? This girl had seemingly forgotten entirely. Perhaps the medication was too potent, obscuring her vision of who he truly was. His profound gaze, overly focused, imparted an illusion of deep affection that a chill coursed through Qiao Xia's spine. By all that is sacred, he truly is unhinged. She watched, wide-eyed. As Mu Liang entered the door of the adjacent apartment, wasn't that space occupied by a middle-aged couple? Just yesterday morning, she had shared an elevator ride with them. When had it transformed into Mu Liang's residence? Qiao Xia abruptly opened her phone and posted a message on her social media. A lunatic resides next door. What should I do? Awaiting responses urgently. She lowered her gaze to the business card Mu Liang had given her, which bore only his name and phone number. The gilded card was devoid of any further information, astonishingly simplistic. Rich historical experience teaches us that anomalies often conceal hidden truths. Wait a moment. Why does his name seem so familiar? Mu Liang. Her name echoed with his, a phrase she vaguely recalled someone reciting. Xiao Mu Sheng Xiao Yang. Flowing clouds exhale the splendid moon. Chapter 23. Finding a man to marry. Regarding the house, the odds may be in her favor, yet her grandmother is still alive. Should a lawsuit ensue, the outcome remains uncertain. However, the will is unmistakably clear. Upon marriage, the property shall belong to her. In the immediate future, she must find someone to wed. Ming Qian's eyes widened. Are you truly getting married? Your boyfriend has already cheated. Who are you planning to marry? Have you lost your mind? Inescapably, the headlines over the past 6 months have been predominantly authored by Qiao Xia, a fierce contender for others' livelihoods. Qiao Xia, you cannot be serious? This inheritance was bequeathed by her grandfather and father. They have occupied her territory for far too long. It is high time they departed. Yet, where does one find a suitable candidate for marriage? I am not genuinely seeking marriage. I merely require someone. Do you have a reliable person to recommend? I shall obtain a marriage certificate with him, and once it is done, we shall divorce. That I shall grant him a sum of money, which could be considered a second marriage fee. Qiao Xia was resolute. Meng Qian was left speechless. Is that even permissible? Why not? In City A, with such absurd policies, single individuals from out of town cannot purchase property. Countless people resort to sham marriages solely for a home. Take our director, for instance. Did she not engage in a flash marriage and subsequent divorce? After acquiring her property, she promptly kicked her husband to the curb. It was evidently prearranged. There are policies above and countermeasures below. I too shall partake in a faux marriage. It will require little time, and it shan't inconvenience him. I shall even provide him with a sum of money. It's a win-win. Qiao Xia calculated meticulously. Within 3 days, she would undoubtedly struggle to find someone to marry. Her time was exceedingly limited, leaving her with no choice but to pursue a sham marriage, as long as she found a dependable individual. What if he coveted her property? That apartment is valued at nearly 100 million. What if he refuses to divorce? Thus, I inquired whether you could recommend a reliable individual. Regardless, your divorce would render you a second-time bride. Meng Qian pondered for a moment and said, Xia Xia, I believe we should not seek acquaintances. Rather, we ought to engage strangers. Strangers are oblivious to your marital status and require minimal interaction after the wedding. You can acquire the property and simply provide him with a sum of money to facilitate the divorce. Qiao Xia considered this perspective and found it reasonable. colleagues should indeed be avoided. She had a close male friend who was a professor at the university, but that option was also unwise. Entering a sham marriage with someone familiar would be exceedingly risky. We shall seek suitors. I will post an advertisement on Tianya and Mop, and I assure you that responses will flood in. The following day, on Sunday, Qiao Xia arranged to meet a man she had encountered on Mop at a CAF. Both she and Ming Qian, being journalism graduates with adept writing skills, crafted a poignant backstory for Qiao Xia. The pretext for the faux marriage was that her grandfather was gravely ill, unable to bear the thought of Qiao Xia being alone. He wished for someone to care for her. To fulfill her grandfather's dying wish, Qiao Xia needed a marriage certificate and was willing to offer 10,000 yuan, requiring only a 10-day union before parting ways. Once the post was published, it gained immense popularity on Mop and Tianya, remaining on the front page throughout the night. Over 20 men responded, and after careful selection, Ming Qian and Qiao Xia agreed to meet 2 candidates that day. One in the morning and one in the afternoon. As Chapter 24 unfolds, titled The Goddess is to Marry, but the groom is not him, Qiao Xia encountered Mu Liang just as she was leaving. Today, Mu Liang donned black trousers, a leather jacket, and sunglasses, exuding an aura of charisma that made even the most casual pose resemble a Hollywood blockbuster. In stark contrast, Qiao Xia's hair was hastily styled. Her fair complexion deliberately adorned with a darker foundation, and her cleverly applied makeup, combined with her slightly disheveled dress, made her appear akin to a middle-aged woman. Mu Liang particularly suited black and white attire, which accentuated his alluring, ascetic charm. He stood amidst the crowd like a beacon of charisma, radiating an irresistible allure. Removing his sunglasses, Mu Liang cast a penetrating gaze upon Qiao Xia and calmly remarked, "Miss Qiao, your attire today is quite refreshing." Unfazed, Qiao Xia smiled subtly and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Mu." With a toss of her hair, she entered the elevator, Mu Liang following suit. "Regarding the compensation matter, Miss Qiao, what are your thoughts? The bill, please." Miss Qiao is indeed forthright, Mu Liang acknowledged. Qiao Xia beamed. "A good deed a day. I shall purchase your medicine." As Mu Liang's luxury car gradually departed the community, he spotted Qiao Xia hailing a taxi by the roadside. "Miss Qiao, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a lift," he offered. Qiao Xia hesitated, her inner thoughts at odds. One voice, the aloof Qiao Xia, scoffed, "That is a lunatic. Keep your distance to preserve your intellect. I shall manage with a taxi. Thank you." She politely declined his invitation. Mu Liang, without further ado, pressed the accelerator, leaving her in a cloud of exhaust fumes, departing with a clean, decisive exit. Qiao Xia seethed with frustration, yet maintained a smile on her face. What a lunatic! The man whom Qiao Xia encountered that morning was an engineer, 35 years of age, unmarried, and employed at a software park. He was an introverted individual, often preferring the confines of his home to engage in video gaming. Recently, he had developed an obsession with a particular high-level piece of equipment in a game, yet his salary was insufficient to afford it. Upon stumbling across Qiao Xia's post, he unexpectedly found himself responding to it. This engineer stood at a height of 173 cm, sported a buzz cut, had a round face, and was somewhat overweight, embodying the quintessential image of a homebody. He was also not particularly articulate, and there was a distinct lack of common ground between him and Qiao Xia, a girl striving at the forefront of fashion and gossip. Their conversation was dry and sparse. The man was purely motivated by financial gain, and when she inquired whether he would be open to further engagement, he cast her a peculiar glance, as if to say, "Sister, have you looked in the mirror? Who would want to pursue you further?" Qiao Xia, feeling a sense of satisfaction, expressed her contentment. They exchanged phone numbers and bid farewell. Qiao Xia deemed it unnecessary to meet anyone else. This engineer would suffice. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard a familiar and melodious voice. "Miss Qiao, are you on a blind date?" She questioned whether Mu Liang was indeed following her. As their paths seemed to cross incessantly, Mu Liang appeared equally surprised, remarking, "It seems we are fated to meet. Indeed, it is rather special. Am I particularly special to you, Miss Qiao? For the first time, I find someone so bothersome in appearance. Truly exceptional." Mu Liang, unfazed, replied, "With my good looks. If you gaze a little longer, I shall become pleasing to your eyes. No, I still think you should remain bothersome." Qiao Xia then rose to pay the bill, and just as she was about to exit, she spotted an exceptionally handsome man entering the CAF. Upon seeing Mu Liang, he rushed over, exclaiming, "Darling, It feels like an eternity since we last met. I've missed you terribly." Ignoring their interaction, Qiao Xia strode away, while Mu Liang's expression hardened, adopting a familiar demeanor of indifference. "Ah Shang, I have located her." Chapter 25. The exemplary blind date man Lin Jingsheng smirked, his exquisite features animated and captivating, emanating a magnetic charm that appealed to both genders. Revealing an unmistakable delight in others' misfortunes. "It seems she harbors quite the prejudice against you." Mu Liang calmly retrieved his phone, instructing, "Xiao Wu, investigate Qiao Xia's current activities. I require her detailed itinerary for today." 10 minutes later, Mu Liang obtained first-hand information regarding Qiao Xia, including the marriage-seeking post she had published online the previous day. A deepened shadow passed through his indifferent gaze as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. "Is this girl in such a hurry to marry?" Lin Jingsheng, relishing in the chaos, remarked, "Your little goddess is about to wed, and the groom is not you. What a sorrowful tale." The Mu Liang he knew was a man of few words, meticulous to a fault, both proud and aloof, yet inexplicably adored by women. He had waited many years to witness Mu Liang's unfolding drama, yet it always eluded him. Mu Liang closed the dossier, asking, "Has the situation in Eastern Europe been resolved?" "Rest assured, with me on the case, nothing is insurmountable." Lin Jingsheng's enchanting smile radiated an air of supremacy. "That group of fools has chased me halfway across Eastern Europe, yet they haven't even come close to touching a hair on my head. It's just a matter of time before I secure this line. Await my good news. You may leave now." How heartless. Lin Jingsheng is acutely aware that his status will not allow him to linger in the country for long. Qiao Xia called Meng Qian, announcing, "I've made my choice. It's going to be an engineering man, and I will obtain the marriage certificate tomorrow. So swift. What time is it? And you've already decided?" I find him quite dependable. Dependable individuals wouldn't resort to a sham marriage for a mere 10,000. I believe the teacher is rather good. Why not meet him to gain some insight? He must be more reliable. Qiao Xia, is there really a difference? Of course, the teacher values integrity. You truly are a devotee of your teachers. Qiao Xia, feeling somewhat numb, thought that since she had no other appointments in the afternoon, she might as well meet him. Having made an arrangement, it would be rather impolite to cancel. With this in mind, Qiao Xia proceeded to another CAF, conveniently located merely a block away from the first. The second gentleman was a mathematics teacher, employed at an international school, age 37. When she approached to greet him, he stood up and shook her hand with a gentle smile. Yet, Qiao Xia was surprised to find herself taller than him. The man, wearing thick glasses, appeared quite honest and unassuming. Embodying the stereotypical image of a bespectacled gentleman, he seemed rather neglectful of his appearance, his shirt wrinkled. Qiao Xia mused to herself that being unattractive was not his fault. But if he continued to disregard his grooming, he would indeed struggle to find a wife. In these times, men could not rely solely on a sturdy physique to attract a partner. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qiao Xia articulated her purpose for the meeting. The bespectacled gentleman adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Miss Qiao, have you considered the possibility of turning this farce into reality?" "What?" Qiao Xia was taken aback. "Turning the farce into reality? With a house and a car, stable income, I assure you, I would treat you well after marriage. Look at you that you're not getting any younger, and finding a partner is quite challenging. Even if you do, they may not be suitable. Why not simply marry and share a life together?" Qiao Xia. Next door, Mu Liang nearly spewed his coffee. He was aware of the location where Qiao Xia was meeting this man. Having arrived a moment earlier, he sat behind the sofa, and upon hearing the bespectacled gentleman's words, he felt an immense sense of amusement. Chapter 26. Li Hui's interruption. Qiao Xia had been feeling profoundly despondent these past few days. Upon hearing the bespectacled man's remarks, she suddenly found them somewhat absurd and laughable. What gave him the audacity to speak such words? Was it Liang Jingru, with a demeanor that was both short and shabby? He attempted to exude the charisma of a wealthy and handsome man. "I only wish for a sham marriage. Since you have no interest in that, let it be. He's merely a stranger, even if he is eccentric." I do not wish to respond with harsh words that would wound his pride. At most, I would internally scoff. Why must it be a sham marriage? To appease your grandfather? It would be better to marry for real and live a good life together. The bespectacled man replied earnestly, then added, believing himself to be quite sentimental, "I will treat you well." Qiao Xia was overcome with goosebumps. Qiao Xia? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Qiao Xia turned her head in astonishment. Not expecting to encounter Li Hui in this CAF, Li Hui had arranged to discuss a project with a client, and, feeling somewhat unwell, had chosen a CAF near the client's company, not far from Qiao Xia's residence. He had intended to finalize the matter before seeking out Qiao Xia, but was surprised to find her there in this attire. He nearly failed to recognize her, had it not been for the familiarity of her voice. He would not have spared her a second glance. "What are you doing?" Li Hui asked in astonishment. "A blind date." Qiao Xia's expression soured. She never anticipated encountering Li Hui in this place. "It is none of your concern." Qiao Xia replied coldly, asserting that even if she were to marry through a blind date, it would not involve him. "You truly would marry someone like him for the sake of wealth?" Li Hui's voice dripped with icy disdain. He acknowledged that the Li family was primarily interested in the Qiao family's riches. Qiao Guang lacked business acumen, and as soon as he married Qiao Lan and acquired shares, it was only a matter of time before he would be ousted from the board. Qiao Lan was beautiful, and to him, women were merely ornaments. Beauty was all that mattered. In his youth, he had admired Qiao Xia, but as he matured, he came to deem power and influence as paramount. With wealth and status taking precedence over all else, the bespectacled man felt insulted. Before Li Hui's domineering presence, he appeared somewhat feeble, but mustered a retort. "Sir, I have a house, a car, and I am a local with a stable income and a bright future." His tone exuded the arrogance and self-satisfaction of the affluent. Li Hui scoffed. "Qiao Xia, is this your form of revenge against me?" Qiao Xia clearly perceived the contempt and disappointment in Li Hui's eyes. Suppressing the anguish within her heart, she declared, "I intend to marry him. We shall wed tomorrow." Li Hui. "I, Qiao Xia, have always kept my word, unlike certain hypocrites." Li Hui, enraged and humiliated, retorted, "You are nothing but a vain woman." This statement subtly ridiculed Qiao Xia's vanity. Li Hui, yet a sense of desolation enveloped Qiao Xia. She had not expected Li Hui to perceive her in such a light, dismissing not only her affections, but also her character. "This marriage is set. What is rightfully mine shall not be taken away by anyone." Qiao Xia's resolve was unwavering. She would not regret her decision. Over the years, she had been far too accommodating, leading both the Qiao and Li families to regard her as a sickly cat. Suddenly, an absurd thought struck him. What if he were to marry Qiao Xia? Qiao Xia was equally invested in her pride. How could she not feel disappointment at Li Hui's words? Throughout the years, what had she truly loved about him? In her eyes, Li Hui was perfect, and thus she had chosen to overlook his flaws. Chapter 27. The male god asks, "How do you perceive me?" Then, whether it be ancestral properties or the Qiao family, they would all belong to you. You are merely playing such a clever game. Are you not? Aunt Fong had approached me, stating that I was unworthy of you. Qiao Xia smiled at him. "Li Xiao, I, Qiao Xia, am not worthy of your station." After the uproar of the previous night, now she spoke of marrying him. The tender scene of his proposal to Qiao Lan had become a mere jest. Li Hui truly embodied the phrase, "The heart of man is a mystery." Li Hui inhaled deeply and addressed the bespectacled man. "Do you think Qiao Xia is someone of your caliber? She is merely using you, and will cast you aside when convenient. Do not be deceived." "Li Hui, leave." Qiao Xia fumed. Li Hui cast her a lingering glance. "You will either not marry, or you will marry me. I will not allow you to wed anyone else in your dreams. Then go ahead and try." With that, Li Hui strode away. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and, trembling with trepidation, inquired, "Miss Qiao, who exactly are you?" "You need not take his words to heart. There is no prospect of marriage between us." She replied, "Miss Qiao, are you not jesting?" Upon hearing Li Hui's remarks, the bespectacled man was struck by the conviction that Qiao Xia must be a wealthy heiress. Marrying her would grant him access to unimaginable riches. He found himself salivating at the thought, contemplating the merits of a sham marriage, convinced that as long as he did not seek a divorce later, it would suffice. Qiao Xia smiled. "You truly are. Aren't you rather particular? I could never aspire to your standards. The world is teeming with such oddities." The bespectacled man continued to ramble. Qiao Xia's succinct retorts pierced his fragile pride, leaving him in shame and indignation as he departed. Just as Qiao Xia felt despondent, Mu Liang took a seat opposite her. "What a coincidence to see you again," she mused. "It seems wherever I go, I encounter you. Surely, the world is not so small." Mu Liang leisurely summoned a server and ordered a cup of coffee, stirring the rich brew gently. Qiao Xia was perplexed by his intentions and remained silent. His movements exuded sophistication, each gesture imbued with an effortless elegance, coupled with an air of aloofness that conveyed an indescribable sense of restraint. "Are you seeking a partner for a sham marriage?" Mu Liang asked, cutting to the chase. taken aback by his forthrightness. Qiao Xia felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had surely overheard her conversation. That is of no concern to you. What do you think of me? Mu Liang's question left her somewhat bewildered, uncertain of his meaning. I too am in search of someone for a sham marriage. Qiao Xia was taken aback. She had posted an advertisement, painstakingly selecting candidates who met her criteria, only to find that the eccentric man next door had unexpectedly come forward. Seeking the same arrangement, she regarded him with an expression that conveyed disbelief, as if to say, "Are you truly jesting?" Mu Liang was strikingly handsome, adorned with an exquisite watch and cufflinks, his attire a perfect blend of comfort and luxury. Such a man should have no trouble finding a spouse. Irrespective of his personality, he was undoubtedly the archetypal Prince Charming in the eyes of many young women. Why? Qiao Xia blurted out, I am an advocate of remaining unmarried. Yet familial pressures weigh heavily upon me, Mu Liang replied, his tone devoid of warmth, yet his gaze remained remarkably serene. Qiao Xia held a slight prejudice against him, finding him overly enigmatic and thus untrustworthy. I have a prospective partner. She stated that a woman's intuition is often keen. She sensed that Mu Liang was a perilous individual and wished to avoid any entanglement with him. Engineering men provided her with a sense of security. If I am not mistaken, the man you are entangled with is Li Hui. He has made his intentions clear. Do you truly believe you can marry successfully? Mu Liang's tone was indifferent. Li Hui's aunt works within the municipal bureau. I doubt it will be an easy feat for you that if I cannot marry someone else. Does it then follow that I could marry you? Absolutely, Mu Liang asserted with unwavering certainty. Qiao Xia pondered, intrigued by this man's impressive demeanor and mysterious background. Chapter 28. The God of Men states, no one is worthy of me. Do you wish to exact revenge on Li Hui? Mu Liang's right eye twinkled as he continued. Set aside your biases and unleash your imagination. If you were to marry me, what would Li Hui's feelings be? How would those who despise you react? After a breakup, any well-wishing is mere platitude. Witnessing an ex thrive, finding someone superior to me, that would be the ultimate blow to him. Mu Liang's words were undeniably arrogant, yet they pierced directly into Qiao Xia's thoughts. There was no question of Mu Liang's exceptionalism. Despite the mystery surrounding his origins, his eloquence and demeanor revealed that he surpassed Li Hui by leaps and bounds. The very notion of marrying him would surely make Li Hui and Xiao Lan want to vomit blood. However, Mu Liang's obscure background left her instinctively wary. She felt he was untrustworthy. I am sorry, but I cannot aspire to your heights, she remarked. I can reach you, he replied. Qiao Xia. This is simply a case of talking at cross purposes. It is utterly nonsensical. If it comes to that, I will crouch down, and then you can reach me. Qiao Xia's expression remained stony. This was undeniably a cold jest. Mu Liang appeared to be anything but a jester. Exhibiting a meticulous demeanor and an air of indifference, the memory of his stern countenance during their previous encounter in the elevator, juxtaposed with his erratic smile, lingered vividly in her mind, and she found it difficult to trust him. I do not know you at all, she stated. I know you very well, Mu Liang countered. In fact, I know you too well. Qiao Xia frowned as he continued. Do you possess any knowledge of someone you have just met? A mere sham marriage does not necessitate deep understanding. A woman wishes to know a man more intimately only when she has fallen in love with him. Miss Qiao, have you fallen for me? How presumptuous! Qiao Xia retorted, I too fear that you might fall for me, as it would place me in a rather awkward position. A hint of aloof pride seeped through Mu Liang's impeccably serious tone. My name is Mu Liang. I am 25 years old, male, and I am attracted to females. My parents are alive. I am the fourth among my siblings, with an older brother, while the other two can be disregarded. I am the legitimate second heir of my family, do not smoke, drink only alcohol, have no vices, and enjoy outdoor sports. I graduated from Cambridge University with dual degrees in business administration and economics. And my business is quite substantial. I am fluent in 5 languages, Chinese, English, French, German, and Dutch. I have never had a girlfriend, as I believe no one is worthy of me. Wait a moment. What are you doing? Introducing myself, Mu Liang replied. Since you wish to know more, I am merely introducing myself. I have not yet finished. I asked that an introduction. What you are doing is merely flaunting your superiority. Qiao Xia felt a surge of frustration. In just a few sentences, he had laid bare his family, career, and romantic status without uttering a single superfluous word. Oh, and he had also showcased his superiority in the process. What did he mean by claiming no one was worthy of him? I am already quite exceptional, Mu Liang stated matter-of-factly, and this is an acknowledged truth. How conceited, Qiao Xia muttered under her breath, Mu Liang. Qiao Xia seriously contemplated the possibility of marrying Mu Liang. Her unfamiliarity with both him and the archetype of an engineering man left her bewildered. Mu Liang's earnest display of superiority, coupled with his expression of "I am merely stating facts," was indeed a peculiar phenomenon. Engineering men of such an age typically confined themselves to work or gaming at home. And the idea of a sham marriage for the sake of a virtual item was equally bizarre. That we must get divorced in 10 days, Qiao Xia stated. No, it will take 3 months, Mu Liang replied. I will not interfere in any of your affairs. You are free to pursue a boyfriend or engage in any activities you desire. 3 months, she echoed. Indeed, for you it matters little. 10 days and 3 months bear no distinction. And it will only be beneficial for you. What benefits? Qiao Xia could discern no advantages whatsoever. Mu Liang spoke earnestly. You have 3 months to boast to others about having found a splendid husband. Qiao Xia. She had never encountered a man with such a broad face, who could so solemnly and nonchalantly display his superiority with such calmness. Truly narcissistic. How shameless. I'm sorry, I refuse. I only need 10 days. With no intention of continuing a conversation with a narcissist, Qiao Xia felt that there was no point in further discourse. If you change your mind, feel free to knock on the door of the neighbor next door. Do you like male gods? Speak up. Chapter 29. Male God, where is your integrity? Mu Liang opened WeChat and earnestly consulted his friends on a burning question. Mu Liang. Qiao Xia refuses to marry me. What should I do? Zhu Lin. Force her. Turn raw rice into cooked. Lin Jingsheng. Point a gun at her. If she doesn't marry me, I'll blow her away. Lu Bai. Take her to watch a horror film. When she gets scared, she'll burrow into your arms, and as she does, feelings will develop. Mu Liang. She is in a hurry to marry. Her partner is already chosen. Lin Jingsheng. Break them apart. Use money to bribe her partner. Induce a change of heart. Chu Lin. Eliminate her partner. Chu Lin. I scoff at him as if he were perfectly sane. Fong Manning. Liang. You and your little goddess are to be wed. You promised never to let Gu Cece down in this lifetime. Mu Liang. My marriage to Qiao Xia is a fade. She harbors prejudice against me and refuses to wed. Mu Liang. How can I make Qiao Xia marry me? Chu Lin. He selectively chooses to remain oblivious. You might as well give up. Lu Bai. Didn't you move next door to her? Claim your plumbing is clogged. Borrow her bathroom to shower. Flaunt your muscles, your physique. If you can charm her into submission, all the better. Fong Manning. Liang and her little goddess share a pure relationship. Can you offer any sound advice? Mu Liang. Why does she hold prejudice against me? Lu Bai. I harbor prejudice against you as well. Chu Lin. I too possess biases against you. Lin Jingsheng. 10086. Mu Liang. I saved her yesterday, gallantly escorting her to the hospital without taking advantage of her. Yet, she has taken much from me, so why does she still hold prejudice against me? I merely wish to earn her trust, to make her depend on me, to show her that I would do anything for her. Lin Jingsheng. It seems I have stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. Liang disapproves, yet there exists a woman who can take advantage of him. Chu Lin. This is a typical hypocrite, feigning propriety. A grandstanding fool. Mu Liang. I know what to do now. Chu Lin. So after all I have said, he chooses to remain willfully ignorant. Lu Bai. We hold biases against him, and he too chooses to overlook them. Lin Jingsheng. Remain calm. It will become a habit. Qiao Xia had lived alone for several years, mostly preparing her own meals, and her culinary skills were quite commendable. However, feeling rather downcast these past few days. She had grown too lazy to cook and ordered takeout, indulging in 4 dishes, a soup, and a fried rice all at once. She sought to transform her sorrow into appetite, while waiting for her order. Qiao Xia checked her bank account. Her salary for the month was nearly depleted. The funds from her investments primarily went towards rent, with her living expenses reliant solely on her salary as an entertainment journalist. She frequently dined out, and with company reimbursements only reaching 4,000, it was utterly insufficient, leaving her to navigate each month with great difficulty. Qiao Xia pondered seriously whether it was time to seek a new place to live. The monthly rent of 20,000 was simply exorbitant. Step back a little. Even around 7,000, one can find a decent place, enhancing the quality of life. She was contemplating her finances when the doorbell rang. Had it only been 10 minutes since I placed the takeaway order? Surprised, she opened the door. Mu Liang, with damp hair and an expression of aloof indifference, appeared strikingly handsome and alluring. The scent of minty body wash lingered in the air, and his bathrobe was loosely tied.
revealing his bronzed, athletic torso. What a remarkable physique. Qiao Xia felt her cheeks flush. Scandalous. Is there something you need? Chapter 30. Handsome God. Where are your principles? Qiao Xia's cheeks flushed again. Scandalous. Is there something you need? Mu Liang. I was in the middle of my shower, and I've run out of hot water. May I borrow your bathroom? The December weather was rather chilly, with the temperature barely reaching 11 degrees today. That's inconvenient, Mu Liang replied. Distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Neighbors should support one another. Qiao Xia. Do you truly have no hot water? Indeed, Mu Liang's expression was serious. You can go check for yourself. Big man, what do you need hot water for? Qiao Xia hesitated as she saw him looking like a drenched chicken. It was indeed very cold today. I'm quite delicate and prone to illness. Qiao Xia, you seem to be trying to make me laugh. She must have been out of her mind to even consider allowing Mu Liang to use her bathroom, especially since men typically took their time in the shower, often lingering for 20 minutes or more. You, a grown man, take longer to bathe than a woman. The doorbell rang again. Assuming it was the delivery, she opened the door, only to find two figures, a delivery person and Li Hui. Qiao Xia's expression darkened instantly. She had intended to shut the door, but Li Hui blocked her path. Xia, are you really considering marriage? I have no wish to see you. All her youthful years had been spent on Li Hui. She had waited almost 4 years for him. Few could sustain a platonic love, yet she naively believed Li Hui shared the same fidelity. During those 4 years, Qiaolon frequently visited the city where he studied, staying for a month or half a month at a time. They must have been together all along, merely concealing it from her. When she told Qiaolon that her relationship with Li Hui was stable and that she loved him dearly, was she merely a source of amusement? Let us talk. Li Hui's tone was unexpectedly gentle, but Qiao Xia recalled his coldness from the previous night, his rejections, and how his words were like daggers. His change of heart was alarmingly swift. I have nothing to discuss with you, Qiao Xia asserted, attempting to close the door, but Li Hui prevented her. Qiao Xia, what I wish to discuss would benefit you as well. Marrying me would grant you access to the Qiao family estate and ancestral home. What could be wrong with that? Dream on. Qiao Xia scoffed, astonished that someone could be so shameless. I am doing this for your own good. Do you not wish to retaliate against the Qiao family? I was unaware that Qiaolon drugged you yesterday. Had I known, I would have prevented it, as I have cherished you for so many years. Qiao Xia's eyes turned red, her nose tinged with bitterness. Li Hui, do not use me as an excuse if you wish to swallow the Qiao family. Do not use me as a pretext. The Li family has also been encroaching on the bathing and daily necessities market in recent years. Do you think I am completely oblivious to everything? Your desire to claim the Qiao family is solely for the benefit of the Li conglomerate, never for me. Do not disguise your intentions under the pretense of my name, while leaving me battered and bruised. Qiao Xia gazed at her coldly. Li Hui, in the past few years, I was blind to the truth that I witnessed your proposal to Qiaolon. That is your true love, and you had better remain steadfast in your devotion to her. The bathroom door swung open, and Mu Liang emerged, towel drying his hair as he approached Qiao Xia, taking the takeout from her hands and casually stating, Qiao Xia, I'm hungry. Shall we go out to eat? Li Hui stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the man clad only in a bathrobe wandering around Qiao Xia's home. Handsome and well-built, the droplets of water cascading down his hair lent an inexplicable languid allure to his countenance. Even with a demeanor of indifference, he exuded an overwhelming aura of masculinity, a man whose appearance, physique, and mannerisms left no room for criticism. Li Hui pointed at Mu Liang, a cold smirk curling on his lips as he looked at Qiao Xia. So you've indeed become involved with him. In that case, Qiao Xia, what pretense of virtue are you maintaining? With Mu Liang disheveled in Qiao Xia's home, and with her having ordered an abundance of dishes, misunderstandings were inevitable. Qiao Xia felt like a marionette. Let the misunderstandings be what they are, they no longer mattered. This has nothing to do with you. Chapter 31. The godlike, dominant, and dashing male. Although Qiao Xia found the last remark somewhat peculiar, she was too weary to engage in a quarrel with Li Hui. Who are you to me? Does it concern you? Who exactly are you? Leave this place, Li Hui demanded, pointing at Mu Liang. Otherwise, I will ensure you have no standing in a city. My name is Mu Liang, he retorted with a cold grin. I await your esteemed presence. A smile graced Mu Liang's lips, a rare and enchanting sight that exuded a hint of dominion and mockery. Those 4 simple words were enough to convey his disdain for Li Hui. Mu Liang held Li Hui in utter contempt. It was a rarity in a city for someone to speak so boldly to him. Even those of equal standing or greater power than the Li family would not be foolish enough to provoke the eldest son of the Li clan in such a manner. Qiao Xia interjected, "You should leave now. I do not wish to see you again." She swiftly closed the door. Sitting in the living room, Qiao Xia fell into a trance. After a while, Li Hui's shouts outside faded away. Perhaps he had left, but Qiao Xia paid him no mind. Their relationship had reached its conclusion. How utterly laughable. Once believing they would grow old together, they now found themselves ending in such a manner. "Have you eaten?" Qiao Xia inquired. "No," Mu Liang replied, maintaining his composure. "If you were to invite me to dine with you, I would not decline." Qiao Xia thought to herself, what an audacious request. Mu Liang surveyed the room. The modest two-bedroom apartment was not particularly large, but was adorned with an undeniable warmth. Qiao Xia found her meals somewhat tasteless. "Was he your first love?" Mu Liang asked. "Yes," Qiao Xia confirmed. "Forgive my candor, but your taste appears somewhat lacking." Qiao Xia chuckled. "In others' eyes, he is a perfect catch. What could possibly be wrong? He comes from a good family, has connections, a solid background, and is handsome. Everything one could desire, save for his character. He is too greedy. Not a worthy partner for you," Mu Liang remarked. "Please be gentle with your words regarding the heartbroken," Qiao Xia replied. "Let us set aside our biases and engage in a few questions and answers. Shall we?" Qiao Xia, "Mu Liang, do you think I am handsome, or is he more handsome?" Qiao Xia, "You are handsome." Mu Liang, "Is my figure better, or his?" Qiao Xia, "Your figure is better." Mu Liang, "I am wealthier than him, treat you better than he does, and more handsome, and have a better physique. Why do you wish to marry him rather than me?" Qiao Xia, "Who said I want to marry him? Then why not marry me?" Mu Liang, with utmost seriousness, showcased his superiority, emphasizing a leap in your perspective from quantity to quality. Qiao Xia, with a blank expression, wondered how someone could express such narcissistic sentiments with such conviction. How did he manage it? "Why me?" Qiao Xia asked. "If you wish for a fake marriage, why are you so fixated on me? There are many who would gladly enter a sham marriage with you." Mu Liang pondered seriously. "You are pleasing to the eye." Qiao Xia felt an overwhelming urge to slap him across the face during the meal. Qiao Xia found herself indifferent to taste, while Mu Liang lingered post-repast, seemingly inclined to enjoy a cup of tea. Qiao Xia squinted. Mu Liang was still clad in a bathrobe, casually displaying his muscular chest and long legs. The air conditioning was off in her apartment. The floor was elevated, and the temperature was quite low. The man who had just been feigning vulnerability was shamelessly flaunting his physique and masculine allure. "You should leave," Qiao Xia pouted, clearly displeased. Chapter 32. Handsome God, your face is quite large. His plump lips gently bit down, exuding a hint of allure. Mu Liang's Adam's apple bobbed. Indeed, a lone man and woman should not share a room, as their hormones invariably seek to assert their presence at inappropriate moments. He recalled the sensation of Qiao Xia's kiss upon his lips last night. Warm, comfortable, and sweet. She was truly enticingly criminal. "When are you planning to get married?" "In a few days, perhaps. I am contemplating it." Qiao Xia intended to propose to a male engineering student. "Marry me," Mu Liang declared. "I shall be a good husband for 3 months, offering you the world." Mu Liang's deep-set eyes always conveyed a sense of profound affection. Though he appeared cold and aloof, he possessed an undeniable charm that was utterly captivating. Qiao Xia replied nonchalantly. Those 3 phrases, omitting the middle, would make for a deeply romantic marriage proposal. But alas, I have no need for a husband for just 3 months. If it is a pretense, why take it seriously? Why cling to it at all? If he were to provide her with the world, only to reveal it was but a dream, her entire world would once again shatter. "Do you wish for me to be your husband for a lifetime?" Mu Liang questioned, perplexed. Qiao Xia, how did he deduce from that statement that she wished to marry him and live together for eternity? Mu Liang, as if struck by revelation, earnestly said, "If you insist, it is not impossible. I could endure a little. Who would want to marry him?" He seemed to begrudgingly agree and felt he was being wronged. Was he truly seeking trouble? "We have a generational gap that hinders communication." Mu Liang nodded in understanding. "A 3-year generational gap indeed. I am 4 years older than you, so there is a gap. You could strive to catch up to my pace, thereby narrowing the gap between us." "Oh, perhaps that would be somewhat challenging, considering my intelligence far exceeds yours. You are truly a seasoned lunatic." Qiao Xia could no longer tolerate it. "I am on the verge of losing my temper. I have cared for you, indulged you, and grudgingly acquiesced to your unreasonable demand of spending a lifetime with me. I have shown you such forbearance, yet you choose to launch personal attacks against me?" Mu Liang solemnly asserts that I possess an IQ of 130, placing me above 90 of the global population. I am not insane. Qiao Xia. The Chinese language is indeed profound and intricate. She has finally grasped what it means to play the lute to a cow. Mu Liang, let me reiterate, I have no interest in you. Have you eaten and bathed? Can you leave now? I am quite fatigued and in need of rest. Qiao Xia can no longer communicate normally with Mu Liang. She has given up. Before departing, Mu Liang inquired, do you truly not consider marrying me? No. Consideration. She slammed the door shut. Jiu Shao Wu, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Fourth young master, I must protest seriously. I demand a pay raise. As a mere bodyguard, I am essentially a private investigator, yet I receive only one salary. This is utterly unreasonable. Mu Liang responded. Oh, you may choose to resign. Gu Shao Wu felt devastated, mentally cursing Mu Liang. Mu Liang pondered. An annual salary of 5 million, not including bonuses, and you still wish for a raise? Chapter 33. The conspiracy of the Qiao and Li families. The Qiao and Li families convened for a meeting. Each member's spirits rather low. That banquet had been a complete disaster, and Li Hu and Fang Xiaoxia were particularly displeased, especially since Qiao Xia had threatened to reveal recordings of the Li family's disdain for the impoverished. Li Hu failed to consider that this turmoil stemmed from his son's mishandling of the situation. In his eyes, the women's quarrel was merely a result of the Qiao family's ineptitude. Now, a man had unexpectedly emerged, tarnishing both families' reputations and taking Qiao Xia away. That he was brazenly arrogant, disregarding even Lu Yitian, causing both Li Hu and Xiao Guang to feel apprehensive about the intentions of the newcomer. Finally, Li Hui arrived, and Xiao Lan approached him, feeling aggrieved after being scolded by Li Hud. Li Hui soothingly grasped her hand, yet his mind was calculating other schemes if he could persuade Qiao Xia to marry him. Securing shares in the Qiao family would be ideal. It seemed that Qiao Xia was resolute. Having become involved with Mu Liang, she was likely no longer the innocent girl he once envisioned. If she would not marry him, then she certainly should not be allowed to benefit Mu Liang. This matter required Xiao Guang to be forewarned. Meng, she scoffed, deeming the girl naive. What could such a young girl accomplish? Did she truly believe that marrying would guarantee her security and access to shares and property? Xiao Lan inquired about his blind date. Li Hui appeared to be a rather unsavory man, sourced from who knows where. Fang Xiaoxia, recalling Qiao Xia's threat, felt a surge of resentment, fully agreeing with Xiao Lan's stance. The three women were in perfect accord. Li Hu, being cautious, remembered that there was a will in place. The old man had left a contingency. The transfer of property required Qiao Xia's consent. Otherwise, it could not proceed. Meng, she remarked that she had once coaxed the girl when she was younger, attempting to facilitate the transfer, but the process had proven too cumbersome, leading to its eventual abandonment. What if we forge a consent letter? Li Hui suggested, intent on extinguishing all of Qiao Xia's hopes. My aunt may be of assistance. If the will were to disappear, we could fabricate a consent letter and leverage a few connections. With the old lady still alive, the property could be transferred swiftly. These formalities, once completed, will take at least a week at the earliest. Meng, she has experience in this matter and is quite knowledgeable. Without the assistance of Aunt Li Hui, it is likely that this process would extend to several months. Rest assured, she will not marry so soon. Moreover, I will not allow her to wed before the transfer of property is finalized. Li Hui's expression was cold. I have arranged for someone to keep watch at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Should Qiao Xia make any move, I will be notified immediately. Your approach is indeed commendable. Xiao Lan smiled sweetly, and the thought of Qiao Xia's grim future brought her a sense of satisfaction. Have you found out who that man is, and what his background might be? Li Hu inquired. Xiao Guang was equally eager to know if they had provoked a significant figure. Li Hui responded. His name is Mu Liang. I have never heard of such a person in city. Li Hu was taken aback. Given his audacious demeanor, could he be from the Mu family? Li Hui expressed his concerns, stating that he had investigated and found no one named Mu Liang within the Mu family's simple lineage. Furthermore, the Mu family consists of only 2 brothers, and my inquiries into their collateral relatives yielded no results for someone by that name. Meng, she remarked that it seemed like some illegitimate child was brazenly flaunting the Mu family name to deceive others. You are being overly cautious. We have never encountered anyone named Mu Liang. What capabilities could he possibly possess? Xiao Lan suggested that he might be an unknown relative of the Mu family, simply using their influence to bully others. Li Hu pondered. Perhaps they were indeed being overly cautious. They decided to wait and see if anyone would make a move against the Qiao and Li families. After 2 days of calm, with no actions taken, Qiao Guang and Li Hu breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that it was merely an act of intimidation from a hollow figure with no real power. Chapter 34. By Chi-Chi's provocation in the office of TV, Meng Qian quietly asked, "Haven't you gone to collect the marriage certificate yet?" There is a classic saying, "Do not speak with strangers." This unsolicited approach surely harbors ill intent that a mere technician on a business trip. How peculiar. Meng Qian pouted. Perhaps the trip allows you to contemplate things thoroughly. Bai Qiqi approached with an air of arrogance. The group leader overseeing Qiao Xia and Meng Qian, her authority, while limited, could still be quite bothersome. "Qiao Xia, there is a dinner engagement tonight. I am unwell, and you must attend in my stead," as Qin Xiaoman personally invited the reporters to dinner. Qiao Xia understood that Bai Qiqi and Qiao Lan had once been classmates with a good rapport. If it weren't for Bai Qiqi, the situation in the office would not be so chaotic. One could evade the weekend, but not escape the repercussions on Monday. Eventually, she would face their mocking attacks. Choosing to ignore her, Qiao Xia found that the more she disregarded Bai Qiqi, the more persistent she became. They had graduated from the same school and specialized in the same field. Bai Qiqi's performance was notably superior. And if she held no grievances, it would be quite surprising. "I understand," Qiao Xia replied. Bai Qiqi contemptuously glanced at her and ceased her engagement. Was Bai Qiqi truly being deliberate? Once again, it was Qin Xiaoman. Despite her image as a pure and charming starlet, her character was notoriously difficult to manage. "In no matter, I can handle it." Work matters cannot be dismissed at her whim. Regardless of her temperament, one must navigate through. Savvy actors are wise enough not to offend reporters excessively. Wang Mini is indeed a prominent figure, known for her rather tempestuous temperament, yet one has not witnessed her making things difficult for journalists. One evening, Qiao Xia, having received an invitation, proceeded to a nightclub following the address provided by Bai Qiqi. There, Qin Xiaoman and her manager had reserved a private room and invited a dozen entertainment gossip reporters from various media outlets. Upon her arrival, Qiao Xia discovered that, aside from Qin Xiaoman, her manager, and the throng of reporters, there were also several investors present. She arrived at an opportune moment, not too late yet not too early. One journalist, who had arrived tardily, was compelled to down 3 shots of liquor before he ceased his attempts at conversation. Throughout the evening, Qin Xiaoman did not impose any undue hardships upon the guests. The atmosphere was largely one of drinking, singing, and merriment. Qiao Xia, acquainted with a few reporters from other outlets, engaged in casual gossip while awaiting the conclusion of the banquet. "What is the name of the reporter from TV?" Qin Xiaoman inquired. With her strikingly beautiful and innocent appearance, coupled with her naturally flowing long hair, she presented an image that was both charming and approachable. "I am the reporter from TV. My name is Qiao Xia," she replied with a light laugh, reflecting that one would likely take a liking to Qin Xiaoman upon first meeting her. "Ah, so it is you," Qin Xiaoman responded, a hint of coldness gracing her lips. Qiao Xia felt a flicker of surprise. This was her first encounter with Qin Xiaoman. Although she had written about her romantic escapades, her stance had always been neutral, and there were no particularly scandalous rumors surrounding her, just a collection of hearsay regarding her past relationships. Why, then, did she sense that Qin Xiaoman harbored ill intentions? "Here, allow me to toast to you," Qin Xiaoman said, pouring a glass of liquor. Qiao Xia had initially intended to opt for beer, but Qin Xiaoman insisted. "Drinking spirits is far more exhilarating, don't you think, Qiao reporter? Are you looking down upon me?" "Not at all," Qiao Xia replied, and she raised her glass to clink with Qin Xiaoman's, who appeared to consume little of her own drink. Once again, Qin Xiaoman's manager intervened, prompting Qiao Xia to drink yet another glass. Were they truly intent on making things difficult for her? Why did it seem that she was universally disliked? As if she were a flower that withered at the mere touch of others. During the gathering, a middle-aged man caught Qiao Xia's attention, as Qin Xiaoman treated him with considerable deference. Clearly not daring to act otherwise, she overheard Qin Xiaoman say to him, "Mr. Mu, this is the TV reporter, Qiao Xia. Isn't she quite stunning? I believe she is even more beautiful than I am. If she were to enter the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly achieve great success." The man referred to as Mu was of a decent appearance and cast a fleeting glance at Qiao Xia. "Indeed, quite attractive," he remarked. Chapter 35. The arrival of the male god Qiao Xia offered a somewhat stiff smile. She was, after all, a rather delicate person. She promptly raised her glass in a toast to Mr. Mu. who smiled back and complimented. It seems today's reporters are all so beautiful. You young ladies in the entertainment industry must strive to keep up. Thanks to MU's support and guidance. I shall certainly put forth greater effort, Chen Xiaoman remarked, casting a glance at Qiao Xia. Qiao, why don't you hurry over and pour a drink for Mr. Mu? Qiao Xia found herself at a slight distance from them. Accustomed to Chen Xiaoman's typical temperament, which elicited no surprise from those present, with no alternative, she approached to pour a drink for Mr. Mu. However, just as she lifted the glass, Chen Xiaoman abruptly stood up, inadvertently colliding with Qiao Xia's elbow, causing the entire drink to spill onto Mr. Mu. Furrowing his brow, Mr. Mu questioned, "How are you handling the drink?" I'm so sorry, Qiao Xia apologized. Glancing at Chen Xiaoman, who was now furious, standing and pointing at Qiao Xia. What do you mean by glaring at me? You couldn't keep a steady hand, and now you blame me? Miss Chen, first and foremost, I did not glare at you. Secondly, had it not been for your careless collision, the wine in my hand would have remained unspilled. Qiao Xia revealed her signature smile, exuding warmth and grace. The room fell silent, as the guests exchanged glances. Chen Xiaoman's demeanor was consistently so. When faced with adversity, most reporters would take a step back and offer an apology to resolve the matter. One reporter familiar with Qiao Xia was aware of her style. Sharp-tongued yet unprovocative Mu rose to excuse himself to the restroom, his expression unmistakably displeased. Chen Xiaoman seemed intent on causing Qiao Xia a moment of embarrassment. Everyone had heard the news of Qiao Lan and Li Hui's engagement, marking her imminent entry into high society. Observing Qiao Xia's radiant beauty and seemingly delicate demeanor, Chen Xiaoman had assumed her to be an easy target. Little did she expect a rebuttal. You dare to retort? Chen Xiaoman raised her hand, preparing to strike. In a swift motion, Qiao Xia grasped her wrist, maintaining a calm, professional smile. Miss Chen, you have been spoiled by your fans. Unfortunately for you, I am neither your fan nor your assistant, and I shall not permit you to hit or scold me at will. Qiao Xia was taken aback, as it was Mu Liang who had just arrived. His entrance commanded the attention of the entire room. Some individuals simply possess such charisma. His imposing presence instilled a sense of awe and trepidation, with a handsome visage and an air of aloofness. He exuded an enchanting aura of authority. Clearly, Qiao Xia's words had reached both Mu and Mu Liang. Mu admonished sharply, "Enough of this insolence." Chen Xiaoman froze momentarily as Qiao Xia released her grip. Chen Xiaoman's manager hurried over to support her, casting a glare at Qiao Xia. Moreover, with a robust backing from TV, Mr. Mu awkwardly remarked, "Liang, I apologize for the spectacle. This is my distant friend's niece. And I thought to introduce you. As I understand you are considering a venture into the entertainment industry." Mu felt somewhat flustered, as he had little acquaintance with Mu Liang, having merely encountered him by chance and invited him for a drink. He was astonished to find that someone who would usually disregard him had consented to join. Upon entering, he had not anticipated witnessing such a scene, and his impression of Qiao Xia soured instantly. Mu Liang remained silent. Mr. Mu had intended for him to sit beside him, yet he chose instead to take a seat next to Qiao Xia. Qiao Xia, Chapter 36. The male god states, even a fateful entanglement is still a connection. She mentally scoffed, "Dear neighbor, what on earth are you doing?" Mr. Mu seemed equally taken aback, adding to the awkwardness. The atmosphere in the room grew peculiar. Since Chen Xiaoman's outburst, the music had ceased, and everyone sat stiffly at the dining table. Observing Mr. Mu's flattery towards Mu Liang, Chen Xiaoman, not knowing his background, reined in her temper. Could Bai Qiqi possibly be deceiving her? Mr. Mu urged, "Xiaoman, do raise a toast to Mr. Mu." Chen Xiaoman, adept at navigating the affections of men, possessing striking looks and an alluring figure, tilted her eyes slightly upward, presenting a charming demeanor as she offered her toast. "Mr. Mu, I toast to you." Mu Liang remained unmoved, not even casting a glance in her direction. Inwardly pondering how pedestrian Gu Xiaowu's taste truly was, the ambience became increasingly awkward. Chen Xiaoman, having debuted at a young age and tasted success, was accustomed to thriving among men, never having been disrespected. Leaving her momentarily at a loss and exceedingly irate, Mu cast a subtle glance at her, indicating that she should restrain her emotions. Chen Xiaoman remarked, "I was blind just now. Mr. Mu, please do not hold a petty grudge against a mere woman like me." "I apologize," Mu Liang replied in a deep voice. "Apologize." Chen Xiaoman, feeling a tightness in her chest, had no choice but to lower her head under Mr. Mu's gaze and utter, "I am sorry, Mr. Mu." Mu Liang pointed at Qiao Xia, stating, "The one you should apologize to is her, not me." Qiao Xia interjected, "Mr. Neighbor, are you here solely to incite animosity towards me?" Indeed, Chun Xiaoman's glare at Qiao Xia was as sharp as a sword. And Qiao Xia sighed inwardly, knowing she had undoubtedly become the target of disdain. Why should this be? Chun Xiaoman protested vehemently, feeling it was unjust to apologize to Mu Liang, let alone to Qiao Xia. "Then why did you apologize to me?" Mu Liang responded, his expression impassive, assessing the situation. "What does she even represent for me to owe her an apology?" Chun Xiaoman pointed at Qiao Xia in indignation. Mu narrowed his eyes, his piercing gaze sweeping over Chun Xiaoman. Just as Qiao Xia was about to speak, Mr. Mu stood up and struck Chun Xiaoman, saying, "How can you be so ignorant? Mr. Mu instructed you to do something, and yet you wish to resort to violence? Are you not in the wrong?" Chun Xiaoman felt utterly wronged but recognized the meaning behind Mr. Mu's eyes. "Reporter Qiao, I apologize. My earlier reaction was impulsive." Having grasped the gravity of the situation, Chun Xiaoman added, "I shall drink as penance. Feel free to do as you wish." Qiao Xia watched as Chun Xiaoman raised her glass and drank, while Mu Liang managed to stabilize the prevailing animosity in the room. An investor, a figure of considerable standing within the circle, laughed to lighten the atmosphere. Chun Xiaoman sat down, seething with indignation. No one dared to toast Mr. Mu, not even Qiao Xia. Qiao Xia relished the respite, yet felt troubled. She wished to avoid animosity, but found herself the target of Chun Xiaoman's jealousy. Chun Xiaoman's gaze was almost predatory, yet she dared not act out due to Mu Liang's presence. Qiao Xia felt a mix of satisfaction and confusion. "What brings you here?" Qiao Xia inquired. "Just passing by," Mu Liang replied, glancing at her. In truth, he had inadvertently spotted Qiao Xia entering the private room. Otherwise, he would not have come in. "We seem to be fated to meet," he remarked. "That must surely be a karmic connection." Mu Liang calmly sipped his drink, adding, "A karmic connection is still a connection." Chapter 37. The male god proposes, "Marry me." After the banquet, Qiao Xia inadvertently overheard Chun Xiaoman on the phone, cursing Bai Chi, "This is all you're doing. You made me make things difficult for Qiao Xia. Who is she anyway? I lost face tonight and felt utterly humiliated. Did you set me up for this? Qiao Lan is backing you. What support is that? Let her marry into the Li family first. Your petty affairs should not involve me." Chun Xiaoman hung up the phone in a fit of rage. And upon turning around, Qiao Xia had retreated behind a large pillar, her mind suddenly clear. She had suspected that Chun Xiaoman's hostility was unwarranted, and now it was evident that Bai Chi was the instigator. Bai Chi, being Qiao Lan's classmate, was likely causing her some trouble at work. Such matters were all too simple. Mu Liang departed early, having exchanged only a few words. Some inquired about his identity, but Mr. Mu remained enigmatic and secretive. Once Mu Liang left, Mr. Mu cautiously asked Qiao Xia if she knew him. Qiao Xia replied, "He is my neighbor. We have met a few times, but are not familiar." The banquet had concluded, yet the host harbored an aversion towards her. They were preparing to change venues, and Qiao Xia, being perceptive, chose not to intrude upon their refined enjoyment. She rose to take her leave. Having consumed a few glasses of wine, she felt far from inebriated as she stepped out of the hotel. Just as she was about to hail a cab, she spotted Mu Liang's vehicle halting before her. "Miss Qiao, if you require a ride, I would not refuse," he offered. It was late at night, and given their proximity as neighbors, Qiao Xia saw no reason to be coy about accepting a lift from Mu Liang. Inside his car, she leaned her head against her hand, gazing out at the nightscape. Mu Liang, in her company, exhibited a rather narcissistic and somewhat amusing demeanor, yet moments ago, he had donned an expression of icy indifference, radiating an aura that was quite intimidating. Was it that she appeared too approachable? Why did she sense that Mu Liang treated her differently? Qiao Xia, do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts, she admonished herself. "Do you frequently socialize with such individuals?" Mu Liang inquired. "We are entertainment journalists. Naturally, we must engage with them," Qiao Xia replied. "Often subjected to difficulties?" he probed. "Not at all," she answered, smiling. Despite her poor rapport within the office, she maintained relatively good relationships with several celebrities who were astute enough not to offend entertainment journalists. A journalist's pen wields significant power, for better or worse. "Foolish," Mu Liang remarked sharply. Qiao Xia bristled. "You are the foolish one." "Your entire family is foolish," Mu Liang retorted, You appear foolish, hence you are bullied. Qiao Xia found herself utterly at a loss for how to communicate with Mu Liang at a traffic light. Mu Liang halted the vehicle and turned to glance at Qiao Xia. The dim interior lighting accentuated her soft features, rendering her an enchanting sight, evoking an urge to gently tousle her hair. Over the past decade, how much suffering had she endured without him by her side? Qiao Xia, marry me, Mu Liang stated, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the pleasantness of the evening. Her heart skipped a beat. Such an unexpected proposal would stir emotions within any woman. Yet, she understood that Mu Liang was seeking a marriage of merely 3 months, while she desired one lasting 10 days. That I refuse. Qiao Xia declared, I possess more integrity than your prospective spouse when it comes time for divorce. I will not linger. Marry me, and I will offer you unwavering support. Pursue your desires freely, as I harbor no interest in your wealth. Mu Liang remained unfazed, asserting, most importantly, I am handsome, well-built, and presentable. What is there not to appreciate? Qiao Xia. Mu Liang was perpetually showcasing his superiority, self-absorbed and arrogant. That I do not know you. How can I ascertain your integrity? She countered, remaining resolute. That I, in truth, there is someone I long to marry. He will undoubtedly possess integrity. Even though I am unaware of his identity, Mu Liang narrowed his eyes dangerously. Who? Should he discover the identity of this individual, he would ensure their demise, leaving Qiao Xia with no choice but him. Recently, updates have been slower, with significant content expected next month, so everyone is encouraged to warm up to it. For the authentic experience, please read it officially. Engage with the author in the comments section. Chapter 38. How could my ideal man possibly be? You that day, at my family's banquet, I was ensnared in a scheme, led away by someone who resembled a prince, descending gracefully on a magnificent white steed, rescuing me from the abyss and guiding me away from the mired. Qiao Xia's eyes sparkled with pink bubbles, and I vaguely recalled having once made an inappropriate advance towards him in the car. To my astonishment, he remained unperturbed and even took me to the hospital. Now, that is the hallmark of a man of integrity. In these times, true gentlemen like Lu Xiaohui are a rarity. He is indeed a paragon of virtue. Mu Liang's expression shifted subtly in that moment. Qiao Xia, cease your infatuation. The Prince Charming you speak of is right beside you. Are you blind? That is me, Mu Liang declared, casting a look at Qiao Xia that seemed to say, I am your prince. Come into my embrace, as if he yearned to witness the surprise on her face. TSK, how shameless. My Prince Charming could never be you. Mu Liang's lips quivered in exasperation. Why do you not believe me? You are impersonating my Prince Charming with ulterior motives, Qiao Xia retorted, regarding him with an expression that conveyed disbelief at his audacity to assume the guise of her idol. Mu Liang felt the urge to unleash a torrent of invective. Qiao Xia, enveloped in her pink bubbles, mused that he must be exceptionally handsome. She recalled his melodious voice, his enchanting scent, and the warmth of his embrace. A man of such integrity and gentlemanly demeanor was truly her idol. How she longed to encounter him once more, though regrettably, his visage eluded her memory. Fool, Mu Liang bluntly interjected. She must be blind. This foolish woman preferred to fantasize about her imagined prince rather than acknowledge the living embodiment seated beside her. The most vexing part was that they were one and the same. Her mind must be clouded, her intellect lacking. I must show her understanding and exercise patience. Mu Liang reassured himself. She gazed at him, perplexed. Why do I feel as though you are trying to charm me into marrying you? Mu Liang, silly woman, Qiao Xia. There exists an ancient Chinese proverb. Offering unsolicited flattery is either treachery or theft. Mu Liang remained remarkably composed. I grew up abroad and am not well versed in the profound intricacies of Chinese culture. Qiao Xia unveiled her signature smile. Mr. Mu, you are truly modest. She assumed that such sarcasm would render Mu Liang speechless, yet to her surprise, he responded, I possess a dignified and upright appearance, and could never be associated with treachery or theft. Furthermore, Miss Qia's beauty can at best be described as merely delicate. Her family background is modest, thus she does not meet my standards. Whether for a rogue or a thief, I prefer voluptuous and alluring women. Merely delicate? Qiao Xia fumed, her large eyes narrowing at Mu Liang. You may insult my intelligence by calling me large-breasted and brainless, but I absolutely will not permit you to declare that my looks are merely delicate. After all, before she left campus, she was the belle of her department, was she not? Among the sea of beauties in the journalism department, she was the standout. Mu Liang earnestly countered. Perhaps I have encountered far more beautiful women than you. Qiao Xia. A horde of grass mud horses galloped across the desert, and for the first time, Qiao Xia felt an overwhelming impulse to deliver a sound thrashing to someone. His tongue was certainly venomous. Mu Liang appeared oblivious to the fact that he had wounded Qiao Xia's pride. And upon noticing the fury in her eyes, he calmly remarked, "Do not be disheartened. Appearance is a gift from one's parents, and whether one is attractive or not is beyond your control." Qiao Xia, Axi Ba. The sound of a horn echoed behind them as Mu Liang's car rejoined the incessant flow of traffic. Qiao Xia had always prided herself on her eloquence when it came to verbal sparring. She never felt outmatched, yet here she was, rendered speechless by Mu Liang's presence. This was the first time she had encountered such an insufferable man. Men with sharp tongues were the most detestable. It was infuriating how he could be so acerbic while feigning concern, saying, "Oh dear, please don't be upset. I'm merely speaking the truth." Mu Liang was utterly adorable, and if anyone liked him, they should shower him with affection, leave messages of adoration. Chapter 39. The cunning male god Qiao Xia remained silent throughout the journey. While Mu Liang's lips curled into a faint smile, he delighted in teasing her. Watching her fume reminded him of the spoiled girl he once knew. Upon parking in the underground garage, Qiao Xia opened the car door and headed towards the stairs. "Miss Qiao," Mu Liang called. "That's not the elevator you want." Fuming, Qiao Xia retorted, "What is the point of making this underground garage so large?" Mu Liang replied, "When traveling, someone carries the luggage. When shopping, someone pushes the cart. Are you tempted?" Qiao Xia exclaimed, "I am indeed tempted." "Then let us marry," he proposed. "I find you exceedingly unappealing." She scoffed, "Oh, what a pity. Your poor taste does not render me unattractive," he shot back. "Damn it, I want to hit him." She thought furiously. He took the household registration book and some documents to the Civil Affairs Bureau, waiting at the entrance for the engineering man. The man arrived early, and they stood in line to register. Qiao Xia still sported the makeup of a middle-aged woman. When it was their turn, however, the staff coldly informed them that their documents were insufficient and registration was impossible. Both the engineering man and Qiao Xia were locals, and they had prepared all the necessary materials. Confused, Qiao Xia pressed for clarification, but the staff grew impatient. "Do you have a birth certificate?" they inquired. She had long lost hers, and the engineering man did not have one either. Bewildered, Qiao Xia thought, "Is a birth certificate really required for marriage?" The staff were exceedingly brusque. Both she and the engineering man were first-time applicants, lacking experience. They had even taken their photos, thinking that the original household registration book would suffice. She noticed another couple completing their registration and casually asked, "Did you need a birth certificate to register?" "No, we're both locals. As long as we have the household registration book, we're good to go." Qiao Xia was taken aback. The engineering man looked puzzled. "Why do we need a birth certificate to get married?" Li Hui appeared at the Civil Affairs Bureau, calmly observing Qiao Xia. "Qiao Xia, I told you. Without my permission, you cannot marry." Furious, Qiao Xia realized Li Hui was indeed causing trouble. How far did his influence extend? To the point of meddling in matters at the Civil Affairs Bureau? In this vast world, they couldn't even procure a marriage certificate. Was there no law? "You are utterly intolerable. Since you refuse to marry me, it seems you are destined to remain single," Li Hui declared arrogantly. "You're entangled with Mu Liang and have dragged other men into this. I never noticed before how adept you are at ensnaring men. You are too much." Qiao Xia retorted coldly, "I will go to America to get married. If you have the audacity, chase after me there and interfere. Let us see if your visa can be processed at Li Hui spoke with unwavering confidence. "Qiao Xia, you are truly naive. Does this city, belong solely to the Li family?" Upon arriving at her building, she spotted Mu Liang engaged in a phone call. "Well done," Gu Xiaowu remarked. "Fourth young master, you are exceptionally cunning. You obstructed Qiao Xia's marriage and shifted the blame onto Li Hui. She never suspected it was you orchestrating things from behind the scenes." Mu Liang, be quiet. Qiao Xia, feeling despondent, suddenly recalled something. Could Mu Liang truly manage to secure that marriage certificate? Li Hui was utterly outrageous, excessively domineering, and Mu Liang was no saint either. They were both predators. Yet, apart from Mu Liang, who could assist her? Chapter 40. Finally married Miss Qiao. Why the long face? Haven't you tied the knot? It's settled. Mu Liang exhibited no hint of surprise. For some reason, Qiao Xia felt he was entirely composed, waiting for her to fall into his trap. "I end my life. I, Mu Liang, value my word above all else. Very well, I shall marry you." Mu Liang was equally decisive. "Come, let us proceed to register." Wait, don't you need your household registration book? Mu Liang retrieved it from his bag. Qiao Xia thought, who on earth carries their household registration book around? She felt as though she had stepped into an elaborate trap, but with her urgency to marry and secure a house. She paid it no mind. Suddenly, Mu Liang remarked, I think you should remove your makeup. What? Although this is a sham marriage, I do not wish for our wedding certificate photo to be misconstrued as that of a mother and son. I have no Oedipal complex. Qiao Xia was taken aback. Mu Liang, could you be any more ruthless with your words? Throughout the journey, Mu Liang remained silent, as did Qiao Xia. I just went to register with an engineering student, and the staff said we need a birth certificate. With Li Hui stirring up trouble, can you truly obtain this marriage certificate? Qiao Xia was completely oblivious to Mu Liang's identity. She had no idea whether he was merely making empty promises. Li Hui had such influence. He needn't linger at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As long as they went to get married, someone would inform him, and he would find all manner of excuses to complicate matters. Don't stretch your face to appear plumper, Mu Liang said. A friend of a friend works at the Civil Affairs Bureau. I have already contacted him and asked him to wait specifically to assist us with the paperwork. So you need not worry. Qiao Xia suddenly understood. He had indeed some connections. She had initially thought Mu Liang was just another domineering CEO, but it turned out he had acquaintances in the right places. Li Hui had made it clear that he forbade the issuance of their marriage certificate. If his friend failed to inform him, might he not lose his job? It seemed that the promises he made could indeed be fulfilled. Though he was a bit eccentric and unreliable in speech, his actions were remarkably dependable as expected. Li Hui was not stationed at the Civil Affairs Bureau. He had merely passed by. Perhaps he thought Qiao Xia would give up, and thus he had lowered his guard. The number of people registering that day was not considerable. Mu Liang and Qiao Xia went to take their wedding photos. After Qiao Xia removed her makeup and changed into a different outfit, she appeared youthful, radiant, and charming, while Mu Liang stood coldly handsome, exuding an imposing aura. Together, they made a striking pair. The photographers praised them as a match made in heaven, a perfect pair of talent and beauty. Unfortunately, one of them was in a foul mood, while the other was perpetually indifferent. There was no hint of marital joy between them, but rather an atmosphere reminiscent of a divorce in a small office of about 10 square meters. The man processing their marriage certificate appeared to be in his 30s, of average looks, warm-hearted and amiable. He greeted Mu Liang with a respectful smile, addressing him as the fourth young master. What if Li Hui holds you accountable for issuing the marriage certificate? How would that affect your work? Qiao Xia inquired, unwilling to involve innocent parties. The man acknowledged that Li Hui had indeed issued a prohibition against them, insisting that Miss Qiao's marriage must be obstructed and that he be informed. However, he cast a glance at Mu Liang, who remained silent. The man smiled, stating that all documents were in order and the process was smooth. That I bear no fault. His reach may not extend so far. And I have my own strategies. That is reassuring, Qiao Xia replied, feeling relieved. Chapter 41. The male god asked how to spend the wedding night. Before long, Mu Liang and Qiao Xia had successfully obtained their marriage certificate. Having just endured difficulties, shouts, and feelings of anger and helplessness, she had not anticipated that coming with Mu Liang would lead to an unimpeded acquisition of their marriage certificate. Holding the vibrant red certificate, Qiao Xia felt somewhat dazed. She had truly become a married woman, as so much had transpired in recent days that everything felt surreal until she held the marriage certificate, which finally imparted a sense of reality to her. She was indeed married. What are you going to do on our wedding night? Mu Liang asked, his tone startlingly casual. Qiao Xia had just descended the steps and nearly stumbled, taken aback by his question. What wedding night? We are just pretending to be married, she exclaimed. I have work this afternoon and plans tonight. We shall not interfere with each other. What wedding night is there in a sham marriage, once we have the marriage certificate? There is a wedding night. I am quite looking forward to it. Mu Liang. We are in a sham marriage. I know. You cannot possibly think that a sham marriage entails any obligations, can you? Qiao Xia questioned incredulously, wishing to pry open his mind to see what thoughts lay within. Did he not grasp the logic of the situation? Just as Mu Liang was about to respond, his phone rang. Yes, I am married, he said. All right, understood. He hung up. Qiao Xia mused that the call had been excessively brief. He had dispatched the caller with a single word, which was rather impressive. Save this phone number. If you need anything, call me, Mu Liang instructed. Although Qiao Xia preferred to limit her connections with him, considering their 3-month marriage, she ultimately saved his number. Mu Liang drove off first, and Qiao Xia wandered aimlessly until noon, grabbing a quick bite before heading to work. Meng Qian mysteriously pulled her into the break room. Did you really take leave to get married? Did you manage to pull it off? Qiao Xia proudly displayed her marriage certificate. Meng Qian, oh my, you truly follow through with your words. You actually got married. Are you sure this is reliable? Not at all reliable. The thought of Mu Liang's exceptionally handsome face made Qiao Xia doubt his trustworthiness. Nevertheless, she was already on this ship of thieves that I agreed to marry him for 3 months. We will see how it goes after that. What nonsense are you talking? I can't understand you. Bai Qiqi was taken aback. How could she possibly know? This matter was known only to her and Qin Xiaoman, and it was certain that Qin Xiaoman had let it slip. How dare she call to berate her? It was of no consequence if she couldn't understand. As for Qin Xiaoman, she could go and explain herself properly. What benefit had my sister bestowed upon you for you to go to such lengths to make my life difficult? Qiao Xia, regarding your sister, I merely felt sympathy for her and wished to provide her with some solace. The entire office is aware of your situation. How can you still show your face at work? Brother-in-law, you even speak ill of your own sister. Apart from you, there is no one else, and no wonder you managed to garner so much gossip in the entertainment news. How much assistance has your brother-in-law provided? And how many times have you climbed into bed with him? Her words were delivered quite bluntly in front of the entire office. The banquet of the Qiao and Li families was, after all, an affair of high society, and such matters tend to circulate within a certain circle. Most were oblivious to the excitement and twists of that evening, even if there were some rumors. No one believed them. Chapter 42. The goddesses counterattacked. Do you think that by remaining silent, there will be no repercussions? Your character is questionable, having even stolen your sister's man. If this were to become known, it would tarnish our company's image. You should be more self-aware and consider leaving the company. The entertainment group under Tvi boasts hundreds of signed stars, many of whom are titans of the industry. Newly promoted stars almost always shoot to fame, becoming the latest sensations. The entertainment business is thriving, firmly establishing itself as the leader in the industry, especially this year with 2 films breaking box office records in the Chinese film market, causing stock prices to soar. The media department serves as a barometer of the industry, guiding public opinion, and even possesses its own television station. Every graduate from the journalism program is eager to join Tvi. And Qiao Xia, having navigated numerous challenges to gain entry, has never disappointed. Why should Bai Qiqi presume to dictate her career? Bai Qiqi, it would be prudent to know your limits. Many matters are not within your direct observation. Do you have any evidence? Meng Qian, in her defense of Qiao Xia, merely echoed others. How shameful for you to be a journalist and yet lack discernment. Who doesn't know of your close relationship with Qiao Xia? Of course, you would protect her. Meng Qian, you ought to open your eyes lest you be deceived by her. This green tea BTCH excels at feigning vulnerability, a skill beyond what you or I can match. She knows precisely how to garner headlines. Hu Sijia remarked that since we are all reporters, why is it that she alone receives so many scoops? I refuse to believe that she has no connections. It's quite fortunate for her to have latched onto a wealthy heir, though regrettably, he is merely her brother-in-law, who is only toying with her while she naively dreams of marrying into a wealthy family. The women in the office began to mock Qiao Xia. Having long been prepared for such rumors, Qiao Xia still found them jarring to her ears, causing her heart to ache. Xiao Lan's revenge was evidently effective. The pressure she felt mentally intensified, and the already strained relationships with her colleagues plunged to a new LOW and MY headlines have nothing to do with Li Hui. Qiao Xia scoffed. If you envy and resent me, feel free to shame me with your own achievements. If not, then you ought to hide your contemptuous expressions. Some have the audacity to act as mistresses, taking pride in it. I truly wonder how thick your skin must be. Another colleague derided. Meng Qian, unable to tolerate it any longer, urged, Xia Xia, don't pay them any mind. Qiao Xia said, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Such trifling rumors are nothing that I cannot withstand. The wicked will eventually receive their due retribution. Entering high society is no simple feat, and she serves as a cautionary tale. Qiao Xia clenched her fists, pondering, is it only power and wealth that captivate their gaze? If Li Hui were not the eldest son of the Li family, would they still speak in such a manner? Suddenly, a radiant smile illuminated her face. Qiao Xia, ever adept at masking her true self with a smile, resembled a gentle little rabbit, yet when provoked, she transformed into a venomous serpent, ready to strike. Bai Qiqi, I've heard you've been spending quite a bit of time with Wang Shen lately. The last time I saw a series of photographs from Yaohua Group. They were quite stunning. I wonder what thoughts Mrs. Wang might have upon seeing them. Bai Qi's expression shifted dramatically. Yu Tu Xia, filled with rage and embarrassment, was horrified to see the mocking faces of her colleagues. How do you know that? Chapter 43. The considerate male god Qiao Xia's bright smile concealed a profound sarcasm. When you all have nothing better to do than to compare jewelry, accessories, and handbags in the office, engaging in various schemes, if only you directed such cunning towards your work, your performance would have long surpassed mine. Enraged, Hu Xia retorted, "You vile creature, you've been investigating me." Hu Xia, one of the older single women in the office, lost all composure under such ridicule and raised her hand to strike. Qiao Xia, however, was not one to passively accept a blow. She nimbly sidestepped the attack. Qiao Xia had no interest in investigating her. All her knowledge came from idle gossip. "Qiao Xia, come to my office." Without a doubt, Huang Yi was a formidable woman. Not particularly old, in her early 30s, she hailed from a rural background and had established her footing in this ruthless city through sheer hard work and determination. At a young age, she had become part of the home and car owning class, without ever needing a penny from her family. Among the dozen female colleagues in the office, she commanded respect and obedience. Demonstrating her own abilities, "Oh, you need a vacation?" Huang Yi inquired. Qiao Xia shook her head. "I do not require a vacation." Huang Yi continued, "I do not wish to witness a repeat of today's events." Qiao Xia lowered her head in silence. She harbored a degree of admiration for this director, having always respected capable individuals, regardless of gender. Huang Yi treated everyone in the office equally, including Bai Qiqi in her fury. She struck without discrimination, regardless of identity. "There has been much gossip in the office lately. I do not concern myself with your personal lives, but do not bring them into the workplace. We must maintain professionalism. Airing one another's shortcomings is not something to take pride in. I understand." Huang Yi appeared somewhat satisfied, leaning back as she spoke earnestly. "Qiao Xia, I have high expectations for you. Do not let me down." "Yes, I will work diligently." A slight sting welled up in Qiao Xiao's nose. Having just graduated and entered society, she encountered a strict and capable leader. Receiving such praise made her feel that her struggles were not in vain. Yet it also brought a sense of grievance. Huang Yi added, "Starting next month, your base salary will increase by 10, bonuses will be calculated separately, and reimbursements for meals will rise by 50. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, Director." Qiao Xia raised her smile. No amount of encouragement or emotional appeal could compare to the tangible benefits. Satisfied, she exited the office, leaving others to speculate that she had been summoned for a reprimand, only to emerge with an expression of sheer delight. In the afternoon, Qiao Xia had an interview and ventured to the film city, tasked with interviewing a television drama crew. Fortune smiled upon her as the lead actor's husband came to visit, providing Qiao Xia with a golden opportunity to capture a story. This celebrity couple, known for their promotional synergy, sparked considerable intrigue and garnered significant attention. Qiao Xia was a familiar face in the film city, her carefully crafted headlines consistently achieving prominence, regardless of whether they were favorable or not. As long as they attracted interest, the stars had a love-hate relationship with her. When Mu Liang knocked on the door, it was already 7 p.m. There's something you need? Qiao Xia inquired. "Have you eaten yet?" Mu Liang asked. "I've made a reservation at Rainbow Bridge. Shall we dine together?" Rainbow Bridge, a restaurant renowned for its local cuisine, boasted an artfully poetic name, yet was immensely popular. Nestled in the suburbs, it was a favored spot among the youth, especially with a vacation spa hotel situated on the mountainside. Rainbow Bridge catered to an upscale clientele, with reservations typically requiring a month's advance notice. Li Hui once booked a table for two, waiting half a month to enjoy the meal, which was indeed delightful. Chapter 44. Newlywed Qiao Xia hesitated for 3 seconds. "Wait for me." Recently, she had been financially strained, her salary barely sufficient, and with the month only halfway through, she initially intended to save money by skipping dinner. However, with an invitation to dine, she was more than willing. Mu Liang entered to wait for her while Qiao Xia busily composed her news article, not bothering to close her document. Mu Liang glanced at it, disinterested, as he was aware of her work at TV. Qiao Xia changed into a dress she favored. Her figure was admirable, and she looked good in anything she wore, her taste impeccable. She adorned herself charmingly, gazing enviously at his sports car, wishing to take it for a spin. Mu Liang, well aware of her longing, asked, "Do you have a driver's license?" "I do," she replied. He handed her the keys, saying, "I'm quite tired today. Why don't you drive?" "Absolutely," Qiao Xia exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement, before tempering her enthusiasm with a hint of modesty. I've driven since obtaining my license. Mu Liang. It was too late for him to retract his offer, as Qiao Xia had already taken the keys and hopped into the car. She was now his wife, and a husband should dote on his wife. In truth, Qiao Xia had somewhat deceived Mu Liang. The company had vehicles they occasionally drove. She merely wanted to inform him in advance that if any mishaps occurred, she would not be held responsible, having already disclosed the risks involved. Mu Liang initially believed Qiao Xia was not particularly skilled at driving, but to his relief, she handled the car with great steadiness. "Tonight is our wedding night," Qiao Xia exclaimed, her foot twitching as she nearly pressed the brake too hard, shooting an angry glare at Mu Liang. "Could you refrain from mentioning such a nerve-wracking topic when I'm driving as a novice?" "You are evading reality," Mu Liang replied. "On our wedding night, we should not harbor regrets." "What do you mean by regrets?" Qiao Xia chuckled. Mu Liang often spoke in unreliable terms, occasionally managing to amuse her. What more did he wish to accomplish on their wedding night? Staying home to write articles. Did he not feel that was regretful? "Not at all," he answered. "After all, we are in a sham marriage." After an hour of driving, they ascended the mountain. The expressway truly facilitated a swift journey. Upon reaching the winding mountain road, it was not long before they arrived at the Rainbow Bridge. Mu Liang led Qiao Xia inside, having reserved a table by the window, offering the finest view to appreciate the city's spectacular and resplendent nightscape. He ordered 2 signature dishes and handed the menu to Qiao Xia, suggesting she select 2 of her favorites. Qiao Xia chose 4, reasoning that since she wasn't the one footing the bill, she opted for several dishes she adored. As they were to drive later, neither of them would indulge in alcohol. Opting instead for fruit juice, Mu Liang inquired, "Have you been here before?" Noting her familiarity with the place. "Just once," she replied, recalling it felt like a lifetime ago, at a time when her relationship with Li Hui was still thriving. "If you enjoy it, I could bring you here every day," Mu Liang offered. "This restaurant is quite difficult to reserve. How could we come every day? You should have more faith in your husband," he said. Qiao Xia, feeling somewhat exasperated, mused, "Is it truly wise to immerse ourselves in this charade?" Chapter 45. The God of Men's Red Envelope. Qiao Xia expressed her frustration. "Perhaps it is best if we maintain our boundaries." "That won't do." "Why?" she pondered, contemplating whether she had truly boarded a treacherous ship. "I married to placate my family. Thus, you must assist me in this endeavor," Mu Liang declared. Qiao Xia was taken aback. "You never mentioned this before." "I did. The pressure at home is overwhelming," he replied, his brow furrowed, conveying an expression that suggested, "Despite your apparent lack of comprehension, I am willing to elucidate. Since the pressure is substantial, it is only natural to confront it. Otherwise, why would I marry you? If I were to inform them of my marriage, they would not believe it. I certainly need to bring you forth as a shield." "You never specified." Qiao Xia felt deceived, recalling his previous words that she could act freely, even pursue a boyfriend. "Is there a conflict in that?" Mu Liang responded. "As long as you refrain from parading your boyfriend before my family, it will suffice." Qiao Xia remained speechless. Mu Liang continued, "If I were to present a man before them, they would assume I am wearing a green hat, which would be quite embarrassing for me." After a moment's thought, Mu Liang added, with a hint of depth in his gaze, "However, rest assured, your social circles are unlikely to overlap with mine." Qiao Xia began to grasp Mu Liang's meaning. She would still have to partner with him to navigate familial expectations. She felt increasingly that this arrangement was an unfavorable bargain, pondering the inequity of it all, as she had no need for his assistance with her family. "Regret will come too late," Mu Liang remarked, considering her financial situation. "You may propose some form of compensation." Qiao Xia remained silent, observing her apparent lack of understanding. Mu Liang stated plainly, "I am quite affluent." Qiao Xia felt an overwhelming urge to hurl a faceful of saline soda at him. She was tempted to call Meng Qian, pondering how to deal with such an absurd individual who flaunted their wealth in such a foolish manner. It was as if he was eager to announce to the world, "I am affluent. You can extort me." To Mu Liang, "How on earth were you raised? A gentleman appreciates wealth but acquires it through proper means. I have no desire for your riches." "Never mind. We are merely assisting each other. 3 months is just 3 months." This eccentric individual, despite his oddities, instilled in her a sense of reassurance that he would treat her well and take responsibility. "Suit yourself." Mu Liang, holding his phone, sent her a red envelope via WeChat. Qiao Xia exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Sending me a red?" The word envelope caught in her throat. Mu Liang sent her a 0, and she stared at him in disbelief. Sending such a significant red envelope was one thing, but that number, "I love you." She felt a wave of absurdity wash over her. "I consulted my friends. And they said a husband should give his wife pocket money daily, along with a number that brings her joy. Something like this. My friends are quite intelligent. Their advice holds merit, since I seem overly stingy. I'll give you a 0. Mu Liang explained his reasoning behind the large red envelope. Your friends are truly supportive of women. Qiao Xia scoffed. Too bad we are in a faux marriage. She had just accepted it. Albeit with trembling hands. Mu Liang sent the red envelope again, displaying remarkable persistence. My friends advise that I cannot accept a red envelope from my wife, as it would portray me as inept and diminish my dignity. Qiao Xia, what kind of bizarre friends do you associate with? She was taken aback by Mu Liang's audacity. Are you planning to send me a 0 red envelope every day? Yes. Are you moved? Mu Liang asked with genuine sincerity. Qiao Xia, at a loss for words. Chapter 46. A confrontation of affection. What to do when a wealthy, handsome, yet eccentric individual bombards her with money? Why not? We are not in a marital relationship during these 3 months. We are legally married. Who dares to claim otherwise? Qiao Xia felt an unexpected sense of being cornered by his sound reasoning, unable to counter his argument that I promised to act along with you to appease your family. However, I do not want your money. If you insist on giving me a red envelope, I will cease to assist you with your family. All right? Can I occasionally send you a small red envelope? Qiao Xia. No. After indulging in desserts, Qiao Xia felt as though her stomach might burst. Let us go admire the night view, Mu Liang suggested. We've eaten too much. A stroll would help digest. She had no objections. And as they stepped out of the restaurant, they encountered familiar faces, Li Hui and Xiao Lan. Xia? Li Hui and Xiao Lan had long made reservations at this restaurant, intending to meet Qiao Xia, but Xiao Lan's difficult nature had compelled them to dine together instead. Little did they expect to run into Qiao Xia and Mu Liang. You too. Li Hui's expression shifted, a wave of suspicion washing over him. Did Qiao Xia truly harbor some secret with Mu Liang? Why was the one who registered not Mu Liang? In an instant, he was beset by countless thoughts, which were met with jealousy and anger in Xiao Lan's eyes. Mu Liang reached out, taking Qiao Xia's hand. Exposed to the air, her hands were as cold as frost. Yet the warmth radiating from his palms gradually enveloped her skin inch by inch, melting away the chill that resided within Qiao Xia's heart. Mu Liang declared that he would be a good husband for 3 months. And he truly acted upon his words. Qiao Xia, what a coincidence. This must be Mr. Mu. I didn't expect you two to be together. Qiao Lan smiled, her heart aching painfully. It was one thing for Li Hui to be handsome and infatuated with Qiao Xia, but it was entirely another that after being abandoned, Qiao Xia had swiftly found such an exceptional man. This man had rescued her at the banquet, yet they knew nothing about him other than his name. Mu Liang, dressed in casual attire, though luxurious, it lacked ostentation. There was nothing particularly remarkable about his clothing, yet his face was strikingly handsome, exuding an elegant and aloof demeanor that put stars who pretended to be cool to shame. This was true coolness. Standing side by side, Li Hui was instantly overshadowed. In terms of looks, temperament, and presence, he paled in comparison to Mu Liang. Qiao Xia harbored a deep resentment towards Qiao Lan. That night, she had audaciously drugged her. And had it not been for encountering a gentleman, she could scarcely imagine the consequences. As this thought crossed her mind, a sweet smile graced her lips. This is my husband. We just registered our marriage today. Qiao Lan. Li Hui, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, how could this be possible? Qiao Xia, do not jest. How can you marry within just a few days, and to someone so remarkable? Mu Liang replied calmly. Marriage is a significant matter in life. How could it be treated lightly? Li Hui, furious, retorted, Qiao Xia, you for that apartment and the stocks, you genuinely went through with marriage. Qiao Xia smiled faintly, her signature smile intact. That was rightfully mine. I heard you were getting married soon. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you. A harlot and a dog shall last forever. Who are you calling a harlot? Chapter 47. A narrow encounter of affection, too, knowing well that he was her sister's fiancé, yet still daring to provoke. Uttering a curse at you is already a courtesy. Ever since we were young, you have sought to claim everything I had. When our parents were alive, they always made me yield to you, replacing what you took. After they passed, your audacity only grew. Look clearly. This is my husband. If you have the capability, try to steal him again. His name is Mu Liang. Xiao Lan, humiliated and enraged, pointed at Qiao Xia, ready to explode, when Mu Liang, with utmost seriousness, interjected, wife, she is neither as beautiful as you, nor does she possess your figure or refinement. My wife outshines all. Being independent, strong, and trustworthy, she is merely an ugly duckling clad in a swan's feathers. All she covets is what belongs to you. Her actions merely reflect her insecurity, which is quite pitiful. One should feel compassion for her. My eyesight is 5.2. How could I possibly be blind enough to choose her? Rest assured, my loyalty to you is unwavering. Qiao Xia Qiao Lan. This display of affection left Li Hui seething with anger while he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. Who was this Mu Liang? Flattering Qiao Xia and mocking him and Qiao Lan. As Qiao Xia listened to Mu Liang's earnest declarations and gazed into his deep, focused eyes, she almost believed him. She felt grateful for Mu Liang's cooperation. At the very least, she was unwilling to lose her dignity in front of Li Hui and Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan was nearly driven to madness. The one thing she could not tolerate was anyone claiming that she was inferior to Qiao Xia. Since childhood, Qiao Xia and Qiao Dong had been deemed beauties, while she had been dark and unattractive, making the contrast between them stark. Qiao Xia and her sister resembled elegant swans, whereas she was akin to an ugly duckling. This long-standing jealousy of Qiao Xia had festered within her. Moreover, Qiao Xia and Qiao Dong had been coddled and indulged by their parents from a young age, exuding an air of arrogance that only intensified her envy each time she laid eyes on them. Eventually, upon gaining power, she seized the opportunity to mercilessly torment Qiao Xia, coveting everything that mattered to her. During high school, when a senior she admired remarked that Qiao Xia was more beautiful than she, her impulsive rage nearly led her to violence. Mu Liang's words cut deeply into her vulnerabilities. Did you think Qiao Xia married you out of love? She had cherished Li Hui for years. How could she possibly fall for you? She is merely using you to secure her wealth through marriage, after which she would discard you. Do you truly believe Qiao Xia is an angel? She is simply exploiting you. It is you who are pitiable, failing to see her true nature. Qiao Lan's expression was icy, her tone venomous. You have been deceived by Qiao Xia. Qiao Xia's countenance shifted, as she did not intend for Mu Liang to uncover too much. In a fit of rage, Qiao Lan divulged everything. So what? Mu Liang retorted with a cold laugh. This woman before him was truly revealing her disgraceful nature. How could such a person be a sister to Qiao Xia? Qiao Lan laughed heartily. Do you have any idea how much that apartment is worth? 100 million, along with shares in the Qiao family business. Qiao Xia will receive it upon marriage. Are you not tempted? This blatant sowing of discord was all too evident. Listening to this, Qiao Xia felt a knot tighten in her chest. Any ordinary person would be moved by such a sum. Qiao Lan was clearly attempting to instigate a rift between her and Mu Liang, calculating her moves with shrewdness. Qiao Lan, that is enough. Qiao Lan smirked mockingly. Oh, I see now. Mu has his eyes on Qiao Xia's wealth as well. What kind of agreement do you have? Do you really believe that marrying Qiao Xia will spare you 30 years of hard work? How naive. Let me tell you, even if you marry her, you will not receive a single penny. Chapter 48. Wishing everyone a happy New Year's Eve. Li Hui furrowed his brow. Could it be that Mu Liang was also after wealth? In a city, the Mu family, known for their affluence, was indeed formidable. He had investigated and found that Mu Liang was nothing but an empty facade, lacking substance. How foolish this man was, having not encountered such absurdity in years. Mu Liang clasped Qiao Xia's hand tightly, his gaze filled with affection. Wifey, you have truly endured a lot by putting up with her for so many years. Qiao Xia, Qiao Lan, you possess nothing but a beautiful exterior. Merely a parasite. Do you not feel any shame? Qiao Xia attempted to speak, but Mu Liang silenced her. My wife is willing to support me, and I find great happiness in that. Qiao Xia, who in the world would want to support you? Shameless, unprincipled. Qiao Lan had recently perceived Mu Liang as a proud and noble figure, possessing an extraordinary handsomeness, initially believing him to be a successful individual. However, she soon discovered that he was merely a gigolo, which filled her with a sense of triumph. Indeed, Li Hui was far superior, aligning more closely with her ideal image of a Prince Charming. Qiao Xia, you are truly pitiful for marrying such a man. Alas, even if you wed him, you shall gain nothing. A flicker of resentment crossed Mu Liang's gaze, yet he remained silent. Such a person was beneath his contempt, and he saw no reason to engage further with her. Qiao Xia tugged at Mu Liang, insisting, let us depart. It is hardly worth my time to squander it with them. Qiao Xia, you have disappointed me gravely, came Li Hui's voice from behind. Qiao Xia's patience had reached its zenith. Li Hui, you are the least qualified to utter such words. For nothing more than the Qiao family's fortune, you audaciously attempt to persuade me to marry you, seeking a share of Qiao's assets. I am far more disillusioned with you. From now on, when you see me, please refer to me as Mrs. Mu. What does she mean? Qiao Lan's shrill cry echoed behind them. Qiao Xia disregarded her and pulled Mu Liang away. only releasing him once they could no longer hear the ensuing argument. Still seething with anger, Qiao Xia found Mu Liang suggesting, "Shall we go and admire the night view?" All right. Her mind was elsewhere, as her good spirits had been utterly shattered by the memories of Li Hui and Xiao Lan that clashed violently in her thoughts, causing her considerable distress. Outside the restaurant, there was a viewing platform where diners often went to enjoy the scenery after their meals. While the city was devoid of starlight, the mountains sparkled with countless stars, the moonlight gentle and the air fresh, a perfect locale for a leisurely stroll. The platform was bustling with people, but Qiao Xia had no inclination to appreciate the view. Her mind wandered to the years spent with Li Hui. Their relationship had gradually faded after he went abroad, sometimes with months passing without contact. Li Hui was busy, as was she. Coupled with Feng Xiaoxia's insinuations, Qiao Xia had long been psychologically prepared for the possibility that her relationship with Li Hui might not endure. Yet, despite her understanding, she had earnestly hoped to grow old together with him. Little did she anticipate that it would conclude so miserably. "Do you still love him?" Mu Liang inquired. "That it feels like a matter from a past life," Qiao Xia replied. "What about the house and the company?" Wishing everyone a joyful New Year's Eve. Chapter 49. The shameless family. Xiao Lan had already divulged everything, and Qiao Xia felt no need for concealment. "When my parents married, the Qiao family split. My uncle received a small villa by Nanhua and a house in the city, while the ancestral home was left to my father. The Qiao enterprise was founded solely by my parents. My uncle received no shared at that time. When his career faltered, my father even provided him with a supermarket. After my parents passed, my grandfather followed suit, leaving a will that entrusted the Qiao shares to my uncle until my marriage, after which the shares would revert to me. The ancestral home, however, had never been subjected to any formal will, only the transfer documents from the family division, which conveyed ownership to my father. Yet, the property deed bore solely my father's name, and it seems my grandfather never anticipated that my uncle would lay claim to the ancestral home. Uncle has recently exploited a loophole, claiming that the house and stocks will only be given to me after my marriage. In truth, the house should have been transferred to me long ago, yet my uncle has persistently delayed the process. After my grandfather's passing, I was raised by my uncle, while my grandmother is exceedingly biased and harbors a strong aversion towards me. When they moved in, I was young and thought there was no harm in living together as a family. However, it has proven easier to invite guests than to see them leave. They have taken over and are reluctant to vacate. Feeling despondent, Qiao Xia heard her uncle state that he would return the house to her upon her marriage. Thus, she felt compelled to take a gamble, as she possessed all the necessary documents, being the sole heir of her father. I am aware that they are unwilling to relinquish it. Our ancestral home boasts over 2 centuries of history and is steeped in legends of spiritual protection. That my uncle believes that the ancestral home is safeguarding them, making them even less inclined to depart. Mu Liang inquired if the property deed bore only her grandfather's and father's names. Qiao Xia nodded, which was her greatest concern. Who could have anticipated that a single property would spark such contention? Her uncle had also acquired 2 additional properties, and her father had added his name to the deed of the ancestral home during his prime, never foreseeing the unforeseen. Since your name is not on the deed, it may have to be treated as inheritance. And did your grandfather not leave a will bequeathing the house to you before his passing? Qiao Xia replied that there was indeed a will. Her grandfather had stated that the house was to be left to her, yet her uncle continually evaded the transfer, exploiting a loophole in the wording by asserting that the estate would only be returned to her upon her marriage, including the ancestral home. Do you possess the will? Qiao Xia affirmed, mentioning that she had all the documents. Qiao Xia, you still have me. Mu Liang stated earnestly. Whoever has taken what belongs to you, I shall ensure they return it intact. Taken aback, Qiao Xia noted Mu Liang's serious demeanor. Although his attitude was somewhat aloof, he exuded an air of confidence and authority, as if he were capable of anything. Under the starlit sky, his gaze seemed to soften, fixated upon her, prompting Qiao Xia to quickly avert her eyes, realizing that their relationship was merely one of mutual use. "I'll handle it myself." Qiao Xia declined his assistance. She was entirely unaware of who Mu Liang was or what capabilities he possessed. If mishandled, she could offend both the Li family and the Qiao family, leading to greater losses. This trouble was hers alone, and she was unwilling to involve the innocent. Chapter 50. The man who sees all. Qiao Xia. You have been alone for too long, accustomed to managing various troubles by yourself. Occasionally, you must trust those around you. Trust your husband, Mu Liang remarked meaningfully. Please wait a moment. I need to make a call. He dialed Gu Xiaowu, requesting assistance with a matter, speaking in lowered tones. Qiao Xia only caught a vague mention of documents, and feeling dejected, she chose not to pursue the conversation further. Mu Liang interjected, instructing her to follow closely behind him. As he gently pushed the door open, it indeed swung ajar, causing Qiao Xia's heart to sink. Had they been robbed? The living room appeared tidy, yet the study and bedroom were in disarray, with cabinets overturned and strewn across the floor. Panic seized Qiao Xia. Her home contained little of value, so how could there be a thief? Who said there was nothing of value? Mu Liang spoke with a hint of sarcasm gracing the corners of his lips. Where have you placed the will? Qiao Xia was taken aback and hurriedly ran to the study. Deftly avoiding the obstacles strewn across the floor, she opened the drawer at the very bottom of the cabinet, only to find that the will was indeed missing. Enraged, Qiao Xia seethed. It was utterly outrageous that they had dared to steal her documents. Without those papers, how could she prove her inheritance? Her grandfather's legacy? She collapsed onto the floor, her heart heavy with despair, realizing too late that her uncle might resort to stealing the will. For days, he had remained silent, and she had never fathomed the depths of human treachery. After all, he was her own uncle. Did familial bonds truly become as fragile as paper in the face of greed? Mu Liang stepped outside, phone in hand, to call Gu Xiaowu. Xiaowu, have you failed to carry out the task I assigned? Fourth young master, Gu Xiaowu replied proudly, when have I ever botched a job? The moment you called, I was on my way. Stealing the genuine will and substituting it with a fake is a trivial matter. I accomplished it in 20 minutes. Fourth young master, you are being overly cautious. They might not even attempt to steal the will. They have already done so. Gu Xiaowu, I stand corrected. Your foresight is impeccable. You are truly brilliant, and I admire you. Mu Liang's gaze darkened slightly, his voice cold as he began to take action. However, be discreet. Proceed step by step. Aren't you going to wait? Gu Xiaowu mused. Mu Liang had originally intended to allow the Qiao and Li families to lower their guard, gradually dismantling them, but it seemed they had once again provoked his ire. Time is on our side. We will take it slow. I understand. I assure you, I will make them suffer in silence. The Qiao family was indeed insidious. Qiao Xia, merely a young girl, sought only a place to call home. Had Xiao Guang returned the ancestral residence to her, she might not have claimed the company, yet he showed no gratitude and instead stole the will, pushing her into a corner. Qiao Xia dialed Xiao Guang's number. Uncle, you are the one who stole the will, aren't you? Xiao Xia, Xiao Guang replied. I had no choice. This ancestral home is the property of the Qiao family. What do you, a mere girl, need it for? Your grandfather was in a confused state when he left the house to you. I never anticipated that you would hastily marry just to claim this house. Lan had informed him that Qiao Xia had wed, and Elmingshi suggested he send someone to steal the will. Just a few days had passed, and Elmingshi had yet to establish the connections needed to transfer the property, leaving only delays in their wake. Without the will, how could Qiao Xia prove her claim? The property deed bore the name of the old master, and as the sole son, it naturally belonged to him. Furthermore, the old matriarch was still alive. When would it be Qiao Xia's turn? Chapter 51. The idol's humility. Uncle, you have gone too far. Qiao Xia clenched her fists, having endured so much over the years, always remembering her grandfather's words. Harmony brings prosperity, regardless of what Xiao Lan and Elmingshi had done to her. She remained silent, never expecting to be so trampled upon. Xiao Guang said, Xiao Xia, I will buy you another house. How does that sound? Right in the community where you live, I will purchase a new one for you. What do you, a girl, need the ancestral home for? Once you marry, your children won't even carry the Qiao surname, and the ancestral home will no longer be a Qiao property. Your uncle has arranged for you to acquire another house. This very house shall be bestowed upon him. In the absence of a will, seeking redress in court would yield no results. Is it your intention to cause your grandmother distress by dragging your family into a legal dispute? Uncle, you. As tears welled in Qiao Xia's eyes, she reflected on the fact that this house belonged to the Qiao family. If her uncle desired it, he should engage her in a respectful conversation, offering to purchase her a residence as a sanctuary, rather than inflicting harm in such a manner. How is this any different from an act of extortion? Who among them regards her as family? Xia, this is for your own good. Your uncle is merely being generous in securing you a home. Even if you were to sue me, you possess no evidence that it would be most unbecoming for our family to squabble over inheritance in court. He was the chairman of the Qiao Corporation, and any scandal would tarnish his reputation. That evening, when the matter was brought to light, it left him feeling unsettled, were it not for the formidable presence of Mu Liang. He would have had no intention of purchasing another house for Qiao Xia. Mu Liang remarked that the door lock was broken and that the house was unsafe, suggesting she stay at his place for the night until the lock was repaired the following day. Qiao Xia followed Mu Liang to the adjacent residence, which was a spacious 3-bedroom apartment with a storage room, differing in layout from her own. She had a good rapport with her neighbors and often visited them. Mu Liang had only recently acquired the property, and the furnishings had yet to be replaced. The previous owner had exquisite taste that aligned with his own, so he opted to keep them as they were. Do you also believe that as a daughter, I am destined to marry, and thus the ancestral home of the Qiao family should be passed to my uncle? Qiao Xia inquired. The house rightfully belonged to her. She could choose to rent it out and allow her uncle's family to reside there. Yet, this thought weighed heavily on her, as she was torn between familial harmony, especially with her grandmother still alive, and the overwhelming sense of filial piety that loomed over her. Were it not for the circumstances surrounding Qiao Lan and Li Hui, this house was not something she necessarily needed. The question of ownership would ultimately be determined by the law. Since the ancestral home had belonged to her father at the time of division, it should rightfully be hers. Mu Liang observed Qiao Xia's anguish, furrowing his brow. The more you yield, the more obstinate they become. Such is human nature. People fear the strong and prey upon the weak. Qiao Xia, I am going to take a shower. After Qiao Xia finished her bath, Mu Liang had already completed his own and was seated in the living room. Perusing information on his tablet, her mood gradually calmed, and her curiosity got the better of her. Mu Liang, what do you do for a living? I am in business, he replied. What kind of business? I apologize. Everyone, I have been unwell since yesterday and unable to update at noon. Oh, all the lovely ladies, moi. Chapter 52, Gu Cici. Qiao Xia pondered for a moment. With such a vast enterprise, she had never heard of a Mu family conglomerate in City A. Was Mu Liang merely boasting? What business do you conduct abroad? Mu Liang contemplated seriously, a highly lucrative one. Qiao Xia. Since Mu Liang was reluctant to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. Suddenly, he declared, today marks our wedding night. Qiao Xia. On the night of their nuptials, with just a man and a woman alone in a room, how could their innocent conversation do justice to such a beautiful evening? Mu Liang's gaze fell upon Qiao Xia, who was clad in a thin winter nightgown, her hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, revealing her delicate collarbone, exuding an aura of allure and charm. Qiao Xia held a cushion defensively in front of herself. You wolf, what are you staring at? Is there some meaning in your fixation on my chest? Why does it feel like staying at your place tonight is even less secure? Wolf, Mu Liang retorted with an air of utmost seriousness. They only ever label me as someone with a pure heart, never as a wolf. Qiao Xia, if you fixate on a girl aren't you a wolf yourself? You are my wife. Why shouldn't I look? Mu Liang replied earnestly. Your collarbone is quite beautiful, very enticing. What the hell? Is this flirtation? Was she being flirted with by Mu Liang? Yet, his expression bore no hint of jest, maintaining a solemn demeanor that only accentuated his aloof and ascetic masculinity. Qiao Xia could not help but think of a term. Manly flirt. He was undoubtedly a manly flirt. Mu Liang, have you truly never been in love? A fleeting shadow of pain crossed Mu Liang's eyes, disappearing as quickly as it had come, and Qiao Xia noticed his choice of silence. She scoffed, realizing that men who claim to have never been in love are invariably deceiving. What kind of girl could captivate someone as proud and eccentric as Mu Liang? I'm going to bed, she declared, turning towards the guest room. Mu Liang slightly closed his eyes, a lovely face flitting through his mind. The Li family Li Hui, slightly inebriated, had just quarreled with Qiao Lan. He was reluctant to placate her. Qiao Lan lacked the conviction to challenge him, and before long, she initiated a reconciliation. With Qiao Xia's marriage confirmed through his own phone call, he was in a foul mood and had indulged in a few more drinks. Qiao Lan, despite her temperamental nature, understood that she could not provoke Li Hui, especially since Qiao Guang hoped to forge a familial alliance. Hui, why are you so drunk? Fang Xiaoxia set down the newspaper, assisting Li Hui onto the sofa before calling for a servant to prepare a bowl of hangover soup. Li Hui, in a tipsy state, lamented, Mom, Xiaoxia is married. Fang Xiaoxia was taken aback by how swiftly Xiaoxia had wed. Unable to suppress her disdain. I told you. Xiaoxia is not a docile girl. Marrying so quickly is utterly unsuitable for you. Even if she were to marry you, she would remain restless. Your relationship with Qiao Lan is progressing smoothly. Don't dwell on her. I regret it. Li Hui replied somberly. The Li family aimed to absorb the Qiao family and seize their market. Marrying Qiao Lan was the optimal choice. Yet, had he known that marrying Qiao Xia would grant him access to the Qiao family? Why pursue a distant goal? He desired both beauty and power. Chapter 53. The Exceptional Ant. He desired both beauty and power. Are you serious? Fang Xiaoxia's mind began to race. Had she known earlier that marrying Qiao Xia could yield so many benefits, there would have been no need to seek distant prospects. However, the decision had already been made. Qiao Xia was married, and thus she could not be allowed to access the family wealth. Otherwise, the Li family would find themselves bereft of both resources and capital. Son, you are still young and inexperienced. When you reach your father's age, you will realize that all matters of love and affection are but illusions. Having money in your hands brings far greater peace of mind. With your current wealth, what kind of woman could you not have? Why concern yourself with someone like Qiao Xia? Fang Xiaoxia spoke earnestly, cautioning that while you may see Qiao Xia as perfect now, once married and sharing a life together, you will soon grow weary of her. Yes, I may be intoxicated, for why else would I feel such heartache at the thought of her marrying someone else? Li Hui chuckled, self-deprecatingly admitting that he no longer harbored feelings for her. Qiao Lan was far superior in every way. Love, my son, is nothing more than a luxury. One cannot have both fish and bear's paws. You made your choice then, and today you must not allow yourself to regret it. Even if you do, having made your decision, you must see it through. Fang Xiaoxia's words were cold and unyielding. She would not permit her son to dwell on Qiao Xia any longer. Mother, you are the one who forced my hand. Are you blaming me? Fang Xiaoxia's voice turned sharp in an instant. Her son had always obeyed her wishes, for she was a woman of strong control, both in family matters and in her career. Little did she expect that her son would place the blame on her for Qiao Xia. This only intensified her disdain for Qiao Xia, who would gain nothing from this situation. Qiao Xia sought out Lawyer Chen, the most trusted attorney of old Master Qiao. A copy of the will was in his possession, and should it go to court, he was willing to testify, giving her a fighting chance. Lawyer Chen operated a small law firm, relatively well known within the industry. At the law office, she encountered LV Mingxi. What brings you to the law office? Planning to sue your uncle, are you? You truly are an ungrateful wretch. LV Mingxi's voice dripped with sarcasm, deliberately loud enough for everyone present to hear. Your parents passed away early, and your uncle raised you with great care and affection. He even offered to buy you a new home, yet you refuse and choose to sue him. What a disgraceful way to repay his kindness. The staff at the law office were unfamiliar with Qiao Xia, but were well acquainted with LV Mingxi, having frequently represented the Qiao family's cases. Thus, they were inclined to side with LV Mingxi. As all were young and unaware of the Qiao family's disputes, whispering amongst themselves about Qiao Xia smiled brightly and replied, "And, speaking of raising me with hardship, I am curious how my uncle truly endured such trials. The Qiao family bathhouse was established through my parents' tireless efforts. My uncle was merely a supermarket manager at that time. After my parents passed, he merely took over the Qiao family business. I was never told that you rented their property for 10 years. And now you claim it as your own. The ancestral home was left to me by my father, and yet you refuse to vacate, shamelessly occupying what does not belong to you. The Qiao family earns tens of millions in dividends each year. And for a decade, I have received not a single cent. You think a child needs to spend tens of millions a year. Now you have seized my company and my home, twisting the narrative to portray yourselves as the ones who raised me with hardship, when in reality, you are simply scheming to usurp my inheritance. Chapter 54. The most venomous woman's heart. LV Mingxi's triumphant smile faltered. Taken aback that Qiao Xia would confront her so boldly in front of so many. In the past, regardless of what LV Mingxi had said, Qiao Xia rarely retorted. In her youthful rebellion, she had long since smoothed out her sharp edges. To her astonishment, this girl had brazenly disseminated such matters outside, leaving her visibly distressed. The personnel at the law firm were equally taken aback. Could it be that the Qiao family truly acquired their fortune from this young lady? That would be exceedingly unscrupulous. Qiao Xia, do not speak recklessly. The Qiao family was bequeathed to your uncle by the elder, and you have no rightful claim to as a young woman. You are destined to marry out. Yet you aspire to occupy the ancestral home. Go ahead and inquire, which ancestral residence is bequeathed to a daughter. The Qiao family, along with your uncle and your grandmother, is still alive. Do you truly wish to evict her? You are utterly unfilial. You are indeed heartless. Must you drag the family into court? Qiao Xia scoffed. When your daughter climbed into my fiancé's bed, who in the family considered us as kin? When your daughter drugged me and presented me to the third young master of the Lu family, who thought of us as family? The lawyers gasped at the scandal. It was too explosive. Those whispering and pointing fingers incited Lu Mingxi's fury. Qiao Xia, you cannot hold on to a man's heart, so do not slander my daughter and tarnish her reputation everywhere. I may not compare to my sister, who distorts the truth and holds press conferences to turn the tables, but I have shown her kindness, which she has not cherished. Who is truly ruining whose reputation here? People like you are rotten to the core. Do you even care about reputation? Qiao Xia sneered. She stepped past Lu Mingxi, who shouted from behind, if you have the ability, provide evidence. You shall not lay claim to a single cent from the Qiao family. Madame Qiao is truly lacking in grace. Tell me, is the Qiao family truly anyone else's? If so, then the Qiao family members are exceedingly shameless, are they not? Indeed, that day at the press conference, Miss Qiao accused her sister of seducing her brother-in-law, only to have it revealed that it was the sister seducing the brother-in-law. How could such a woman exist? After all, we are family. The waters of high society run deep. How are we to discern right from wrong? I see that this Miss Qiao is no pushover. She appears delicate but is surprisingly assertive. Let us await the unfolding of this gossip. Amidst the murmurs within the law firm, Qiao Xia chose to disregard them and directly sought out lawyer Chen. Approaching 50, Chen had long lost his hair. When she last saw him 2 years prior, his baldness was quite pronounced, but this year he had shaved his head completely, looking more spirited and youthful. Please, have a seat, Qiao Xia, he said. Uncle Chen, you are looking well. Such is the burden of my existence. After exchanging pleasantries, Qiao Xia stated, Uncle Chen, I have come today with a request. Oh, you still have the copy of the will that grandfather gave you? Lawyer Chen pondered for a moment. Qiao Xia, your aunt just visited and spoke of certain matters. I have also heard some things. It is true that their actions are indeed excessive, but the original will is already in their possession. And I fear the copy may be of no use. But Uncle Chen, you can testify for me. You assisted grandfather in drafting the will, and it was distributed under your witness. Chapter 55, The Most Venomous Woman's Heart. 2. Lawyer Chen remarked. Xia, you cannot bend your arm against a thigh. Uncle Chen is unable to assist you this time. The law firm has many mouths to feed, with both the Qiao and Li families exerting pressure. Even if Uncle wishes to help you, he is powerless to do so. Qiao Xia's complexion turned ashen, and she felt momentarily lost out. If even Uncle Chen could not aid her, who else could? Regret washed over her as she lamented. I truly wish I had heeded your advice back then. With reddened eyes, she pondered, is there truly no way out? I'm sorry. Do not blame Uncle, he urged. No, I do not blame you. That I understand that circumstances surpass individual will. I only blame myself for my own inadequacies. I have failed to protect my home and my assets. Qiao Xia emerged from the law office in a daze, while Lu Mingxi sat in the car, discussing the fate of the property with Qiao Guang. Qiao Guang wished to speak with Qiao Xia and purchase another house for her, ideally within the same community she currently resided in. However, Lu Mingxi was opposed, declaring that even the cheapest property there would cost over 1,000. With the average price exceeding 100,000, it was far too generous for her. A modest one-bedroom apartment in a more remote area would suffice. One cannot catch a wolf without first letting go of the child. If she were not so obstinate, 1 million isn't much. The Qiao family's annual dividends exceed that amount. Do not be so miserly. Qiao Guang insisted. After all, she is the bloodline left by my brother. I refuse. Absolutely not. A mere suburban property will suffice. Let her take it or leave it. Lu Mingxi concluded the call, glaring at the despondent Qiao Xia. How dare this girl desire such an expensive home? She had no intention of contributing a single penny. As she observed the disheartened Qiao Xia, a malicious thought crossed Lu Mingxi's mind. What if Qiao Xia were to die? How splendid that would be. The law office was situated in a secluded area, with no one around. One would have to walk 7 or 8 minutes to reach the nearest bus stop. Suddenly, driven by some dark impulse, Lu Mingxi slammed the accelerator, aiming her vehicle towards Qiao Xia. Hearing the car, Qiao Xia looked up, her face paling in alarmed, in a panic. She narrowly evaded the oncoming vehicle. But the rearview mirror snagged her bag. The speed was too great. She was dragged along the ground for a meter before her bag tore, and she narrowly escaped. Without pausing, Lu Mingxi sped away. Qiao Xia struggled to rise, her palms scraped and bleeding profusely, her knee torn open, blood oozing from the wound. The world spun around her, and a kind passerby rushed over, exclaiming, Miss, are you all right? Did the car hit you? How heartless of the driver to leave. What if something were to happen to you? You are bleeding so much. Lu Mingxi. Qiao Xia nearly ground her teeth at the mention of that name. She could hardly fathom that Lu Mingxi would deliberately run her down. Regardless of their mutual disdain, she never imagined someone from the Qiao family would wish for her demise, exhibiting such malevolence. This heartless woman, shamelessly seizing her inheritance, would go so far as to attempt to kill her to claim it for herself. Unbearable. Qiao Xia gritted her teeth resolutely. If she let them off the hook now, she would no longer bear the Qiao surname. Chapter 56. The overbearing CEO Mu Liang. The lock on her door was broken, and her landlord, a kind-hearted woman, was replacing it after a recent burglary that had nothing to do with Qiao Xia. Moreover, due to Qiao Xia's sweet demeanor and striking beauty, the landlord had always held her in high regard and decided to install a new door for her. The landlord, a woman in her 40s, was taken aback when she saw Qiao Xia in such a disheveled state, her calves, knees, and palms all bandaged. "Oh dear, what happened to you? Did you fall?" "I was accidentally hit by a car," Qiao Xia replied, feeling despondent as she sat silently on the sofa. The landlord cursed the reckless driver, relieved to see that Qiao Xia's injuries were merely superficial. "You've really had a stroke of bad luck these past few days. First a burglary, then an accident. Perhaps you should pay a visit to the temple?" Qiao Xia managed a wry smile. If praying could solve her problems, she would have done so long ago. The landlord continued to chatter on. "Did you lose anything valuable?" "Nothing, Annie. The thief probably didn't expect that there was nothing of worth in my home. In this day and age, even security doors aren't safe, and the guards in the neighborhood let anyone in." The landlord lamented, her irritation apparent at having to replace the door for no good reason. "But don't worry, I've installed a much better door for you. It's equipped with both a password and fingerprint lock for double security. No one will be able to get in." "Thank you, Annie." The installation was completed swiftly, and the workers taught Qiao Xia how to set up the password and fingerprint access, although it was somewhat bothersome. It certainly felt more secure. Once everyone had left, Qiao Xia sank back into the sofa, feeling utterly lost. Did she truly have no recourse against Qiao Guang and Lu Mingxi? How frustrating it was that she had failed to capture Lu Mingxi's license plate number. It was only 2 p.m. Today, Mu Liang had donned a new outfit, exuding elegance and charisma. Any casual pose he struck could grace the cover of a magazine. Why was it that she always appeared so disheveled while he remained impeccably handsome? "I went to see the lawyer today, and coincidentally, Lu Mingxi was there as well. She recklessly collided with me. But fortunately, I reacted quickly and only sustained superficial injuries," Qiao Xia explained, noting that the hospital had confirmed she was fine and just needed a few days of rest. "Does it hurt?" Mu Liang inquired. Though his tone was flat and his demeanor aloof, Qiao Xia felt a warmth in her heart. For years, she had navigated life alone, enduring pain without anyone ever asking if she was all right. "It hurts," she exclaimed, surprised by the plaintive tone that escaped her lips. Who was this girl who sounded so coy? She certainly did not recognize her own voice. Mu Liang paused, their eyes locking. One remained indifferent while the other was engulfed in embarrassment. Qiao Xia quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson. How mortifying! Mu Liang found himself quite taken with the endearing side of Qiao Xia. He was reminded of a time when she would nestle against him. Both adorable and soft, a sight that had once made his heart race. Growing up surrounded by boys, he had never been able to resist the charm of her gentle demeanor. Yet, upon their reunion, he was saddened to realize that she had lost that youthful innocence, though she still radiated brightness and laughter. This moment of vulnerability evoked a nostalgic sense of time reversing, making him genuinely happy. "Rest assured, I will help you seek revenge," Mu Liang vowed. "Those who have wronged you will not escape retribution." Chapter 57. Mu Liang's revenge. Although Qiao Xia felt a sense of embarrassment, she soon found solace in the thought that Mu Liang was inherently peculiar and emotionally detached. Likely not taking the matter to heart, at the age of 11, after a family upheaval, she had lost the experience of being doted upon and cherished. Despite his eccentricity, Mu Liang imparted upon her a sense that he genuinely cared for her. Qiao Xia remarked, "You need not feign strength. It is not merely my uncle involved. The Li family is also meddling in this matter. Otherwise, Uncle Chun would have assisted me. They have long orchestrated their plans for a union between the Qiao and Li families, leaving me with not a penny." Feeling disheartened, Qiao Xia continued, "Li Hui's aunt works at the municipal bureau. It is possible that they have transferred the property under their names, effectively treating it as grandpa's inheritance to be dealt with. I truly feel powerless. Circumstances often overpower individual will." Mu Liang grasped her uninjured hand and gently caressed the back of it, assuring her, "Do not worry, they cannot transfer ownership." "Why?" she inquired. "Because I shall not allow it." Mu Liang declared with the commanding presence of a domineering CEO. For a moment, Qiao Xia found herself at a loss for words. Could Mu Liang truly possess the capability to prevent both the Qiao and Li families from laying claim to that property? Li, who was currently embroiled in a significant contract negotiation, on the verge of signing a deal worth billions. This contract had been the culmination of 3 years of relentless effort on his part. Once signed, the Li family would ascend to new heights, drawing in a multitude of investors for the subsequent round of financing. Li, who was in a state of anxious urgency for the past 3 years. The Li and Qiao families had collaborated on this project, expending substantial human, material, and financial resources, only to find their efforts thwarted at the last moment, unaware of the reasons behind the other's sudden withdrawal. Qiao Guang was even more agitated than Li Hu. Under his stewardship, the Qiao family had not expanded its territory. He could only maintain the status quo, and the past decade had seen only modest development. In previous years, the rise of e-commerce had severely impacted traditional industries, leading to a significant decline in supermarket profits. His investment in this project was a last-ditch effort, involving enormous loans and some external debts. Should this project fail, the Qiao family would incur devastating losses. Why have they suddenly refused to sign? Haven T, we nearly finalized everything. Qiao Guang was far from composed. The prospect of losing a promising project would unnerve anyone. Li Hu responded, I am currently in contact with representatives from overseas companies, but have yet to reach them. They aim to collaborate with a multinational group that had rapidly emerged in recent years. A subsidiary of the Finghua Group, which possessed immense potential. The Finghua Group is regarded as one of the most enigmatic financial conglomerates globally, with a vast array of industries under its purview. Almost always present in profitable sectors and maintaining close ties with the U.S. Department of Defense. In pursuit of this venture, Li Hui and Li Hu had been tirelessly occupied. Most critically, they remained oblivious to the reasons behind the other party's refusal to sign. They were tantalizingly close. Li Hui interjected, Dad, Uncle Qiao, we have meticulously planned this project, ensuring a profitable outcome. Since they are unwilling to invest, we can seek other groups. There will always be those willing to invest. Li Hu remarked that this was merely a compromise. It would be best to collaborate with the Finghua Group, despite it being a relatively obscure company. However, its prospects for growth were exceptionally promising. Backed by substantial capital, unlike other firms that lacked such robust support, Qiao Guang expressed uncertainty regarding the reasons for their predicament, pondering whether there might be a more advantageous solution since the project could not be postponed. Li Hui earnestly sought partnerships with other companies and delivered a compelling presentation. However, his invitations vanished into the void. Initially, there were several companies interested in collaboration, but upon re-engagement, Li Hui discovered their disinterest. It seemed as though an unseen hand was gradually tightening its grip around their throats. Chapter 58. The house cannot be transferred. LV Mingxi and Xiao Guang went to the real estate bureau to facilitate the transfer. Li Hui's aunt, Li Fan, worked in the municipal party committee's secretariat, holding a prominent position with a bright future. She was adept at handling such matters and had already made the necessary arrangements. All they needed to do was present the documents for the transfer. Such transactions typically did not infringe upon legalities, as the property certificate bore the name of the late patriarch, and Xiao Guang, being his sole son, could facilitate the transfer without court intervention. Xiao Guang and LV Mingxi felt quite optimistic about the process, especially since Fang Xiaoxia had informed them that her sister-in-law had everything under control and there would be no issues. However, upon arrival at the real estate bureau, they encountered unexpected difficulties. The staff informed them that the paperwork was incomplete and the transfer could not proceed. The property certificate bore Qiao Guang's name, and Qiao Xia was his rightful heir. Unless Qiao Xia was present to complete the transfer and sign a waiver of inheritance in the presence of a lawyer, they could not proceed. Another option was to produce the late patriarch's will. Qiao Guang was taken aback, and LV Mingxi was equally unprepared for this turn of events. Comrade, are you mistaken? Comrade Li Fan has already taken care of everything for us. We merely need to execute the transfer, she asserted. Unable to contain herself, LV Mingxi invoked Li Fan's name, emphasizing that the Qiao family had no connections within the system and relied entirely on the Li family. Whatever Li Fan may have done, if the paperwork is incomplete, it remains incomplete. The transfer of the Qiao family estate necessitates Qiao Xia's presence. The staff replied, their impatience evident. Oh, you know who I am. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? LV Mingxi retorted, recalling her fear after colliding with Qiao Xia. and feeling a surge of dread at the mere mention of her name. Her tone growing sharper. What does your identity have to do with me? Do you think you can dictate matters at the real estate bureau? Step aside. There are others waiting in line. LV Mingxi was acquainted with a colleague at the real estate bureau who had previously advised her that the transfer would pose no issues, especially since the inheritance was somewhat ambiguous, and they still possessed the will. That colleague promised to check on the matter and called her back a few minutes later. Madam Qiao, have you offended someone? The voice on the other end inquired curtly, realizing that she too might incur someone's wrath over this issue, and feeling a twinge of impatience. Although LV Mingxi had assured him that the transfer would be completed in exchange for a generous red envelope, the amount paled in comparison to the significance of his job. What? I haven't offended anyone, LV Mingxi exclaimed in utter disbelief. Whom could the Qiao family's affairs possibly upset? At most, it could only be Qiao Xia, a mere young girl, hardly someone to be taken seriously in her eyes. El Mingxi and Qiao Guang were both engulfed in a state of panic. As mere merchants, they had always been law-abiding citizens, never having offended anyone, nor could they afford to. Who could it be who would act in such a manner? Regrettably, I cannot inquire further. I lack the authority. The voice on the other end was cold, clearly unyielding in its dealings with El Mingxi, which left her, accustomed to wielding privilege, feeling quite uncomfortable. After uttering those words, the individual declared their busyness and abruptly hung up to return to work. El Mingxi's heart raced. Had they perhaps incurred the ire of someone? Xiao Guang interjected. Nonsense. Who could we possibly offend? Call Li Fan and ask her. Didn't she assure us that everything was in order? El Mingxi suddenly recalled Li Fan, a formidable figure wielding significant power, surely capable of providing assistance. Chapter 59. Unsettled that evening, the Qiao and Li families gathered at the Li residence for dinner, coincidentally finalizing the wedding date for Qiao Lan and Li Hui. Li Fan arrived last. The moment she stepped in, El Mingxi eagerly questioned her regarding the transfer of ancestral property. Fang Xiaoxia, too, found it peculiar. Their aunt had clearly stated that everything was handled, so how could there be any complications? Li Fan replied, have you truly not offended anyone recently? Qiao Guang insisted, no. The only incident was with that brat Qiao Xia abruptly wanting to claim the ancestral property and the company. Other than that, nothing significant has occurred. How could we have offended anyone? This was indeed perplexing. Li Fan furrowed her brow, her 2 decades of political experience lending her a decisive and assertive presence. I made inquiries yesterday, and there should have been no issues. Today, I consulted with Director Wang, yet he remained tight-lipped. He is known for being a cunning fox, with deep connections. Few can instill such trepidation in him, and I could glean no information. This was also a source of her frustration. How could this happen? El Mingxi felt a surge of anger. Had she known, she ought to have been more ruthless and run over Qiao Xia. When she nearly collided with Qiao Xia, the latter happened to look her way, causing El Mingxi to hesitate and slow down out of fear. Otherwise, Qiao Xia would surely have been flung aside. Li Hui showed little concern for the Qiao family's ancestral property. However, the elders of the Li family were quite invested in it. The legends surrounding that particular house were well known, and everyone coveted it. Once they became in-laws, perhaps they could partake in the house's good fortune. Qiao Lan speculated, could it be that Qiao Xia knows some remarkable individual? What remarkable person could a mere girl like Qiao Xia possibly know? Over the years, we have deliberately kept her away from Qiao family gatherings. She has never been part of high society, at most mingling with a few wealthy second-generation individuals, none of whom possess any real influence. El Mingxi retorted. Suddenly, Li Hui interjected, could it be Mu Liang? He recalled Mu Liang's earlier provocation. I am Mu Liang, awaiting your esteemed presence. The confident demeanor, icy yet disdainful gaze, remained etched in his memory. Could it be that he truly was someone of significance? Despite never having heard of him before, they had not wronged him. At the banquet, he had certainly made quite an impression. Li Hui withheld from them that Xiao Xia's intended was indeed Mu Liang. Harboring his own disdain, he believed that the man was merely posturing in front of Qiao Xia, possessing no genuine capability. Nevertheless, the recent misfortunes plaguing the company lingered in his mind, creating a small knot of unease. The company had encountered numerous issues with various partners, some of whom had been long-standing associates. The collaborative project between the Qiao and Li families was particularly daunting, with no one willing to take over or invest. Such anomalous situations are exceedingly rare within the company. Is at Mu Liang. Xiao Guang suggested that it might be best to let it go. Xiao Xia lacks a will and likely wouldn't create any complications. Lawyer Chen, too, is hesitant to testify. So it seems we shall proceed as usual. If she truly comes to claim the house, I can prolong the matter indefinitely. However, it is imperative that the property be transferred. Otherwise, I shall never feel at ease. Elmingshi inquired, Sister Xiaofan, might there be alternative solutions to consider? I can make some inquiries for you tomorrow. At the very least, we need to discern who is exerting pressure. For knowing that will guide our response. Li Fan pondered, but cautioned them not to harbor excessive hopes. I advise you to purchase a property for Qiao Xia, allowing her to relinquish her claims. This is the safest course of action. After all, you have raised her for so many years, she may not be inclined to take you to court. It is a matter easily resolved, yet I cannot fathom why you complicate it so. Doesn't that merely benefit her? Mingxi retorted. Li Fan shrugged. Then do as you wish. Chapter 60. The plot thickens. Fang Xiaoxia remarked that over the past decade, Qiao Shi had not involved herself in any affairs of the Qiao family. Especially with Qiao Guang still present and the matriarch alive, that it was unreasonable for a granddaughter to inherit the ancestral home. Her greed was evident. Mingxi noted that she had always been restless, pointing out her current occupation as a paparazzo, and it was rumored she was entangled with several wealthy heirs, which made Mingxi blush in embarrassment. Xiao Lan's eyes sparkled with an idea. Mom, and Fang, should we teach Qiao Xia a lesson for her arrogance? Fang Xiaoxia asked. How shall we discipline her? Let her lose her job, Mingxi suggested. Let us see how arrogant she remains. She is so vain. Squandering her money on renting a place, desperately seeking the company of the affluent. Without a job, we shall see how she carries on. Mr. Li interjected. Enough of this discussion. If the housing matter is not pressing, let it be for now. We shall find a way eventually. For the moment, let us finalize the marriage between Ah Hui and Xiao Lan. The recent complexities within the company have left me feeling quite uneasy, and I find it hard to sleep at night. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. We must ascertain Mu Liang's background to prevent any potential losses. The group deliberated the wedding date. Li Hui appeared disinterested, seemingly indifferent to everything, while Mingxi and Fang Xiaoxia remained vigilant. They indeed needed to teach Qiao Xia a proper lesson. Without her job, let us see how she maintains her arrogance. Qiao Xia's hand was injured, preventing her from cooking. Mu Liang offered, I will handle it. You can cook? Qiao Xia was skeptical. Mu Liang's refrigerator contained nothing but beer and purified water. The kitchen was spotless, immaculate as if it had just been cleaned. When she awoke in the middle of the night thirsting for water, the refrigerator appeared exceedingly pristine. During my studies abroad, I always prepared my own meals. Mu Liang stated, taking the car keys. You go to my house first. I will step out to buy some ingredients. While Qiao Xia was engrossed in playing games on the tablet in Mu Liang's living room, the landline rang. She did not answer on the first ring, but when it rang a second time, she reconsidered and picked up the phone. Hello, Mu Liang is not available. If it's urgent, I can relay a message. He returned with several bags filled with items, including bandages, yogurt, juice, apples, and grapes. Qiao Xia exclaimed, Did you buy all of this? Is it too much? He hardly feels any concern. Having made a one-time purchase, he avoids the need to venture out again. And these items can withstand a few days without spoiling, as they are remarkably durable. Can you truly cook? I never speak idly. Qiao Xia. This aloof man indeed never utters empty words. At times, his assertions sound rather implausible, such as his certainty about marriage or his provocation of Li Hui. He speaks with unwavering confidence, even claiming that the property will not be transferred. Regarding the house, Mu Liang has advised her not to worry, and she genuinely feels a sense of reassurance. This man possesses a unique blend of domineering charisma and reassuring confidence. A call just came for you. It was from a woman. If there's urgency, she'll reach out to my mobile, Mu Liang remarked as he busied himself in the kitchen. Although he occasionally utilizes the kitchen, he is often too lazy and preoccupied to cook, with one hand incapacitated and unable to get wet. Qiao Xia refrained from being a bother and engrossed herself in her tribal game. After 10 minutes of play, feeling somewhat fatigued, she stretched her hand and glanced into the kitchen, where Mu Liang, clad in a light blue shirt and white casual pants, was deftly slicing beef with his back turned to her. The air was infused with a subtle garlic aroma, and from his silhouette, his movements exuded elegance. Chapter 61. A good man should know how to cook. A tall, handsome man, standing at 1.87 meters, busily engaged in the kitchen is indeed a sight to behold, radiating an inexplicable allure. Qiao Xia couldn't help but recall the saying that men who can cook are the most attractive. A statement that rings undeniably true. His physique is commendable, a quintessential model frame. Were it not for such a splendid build, this allure would undoubtedly diminish. Mu Liang, Why do you not live with your family? Your parents are alive, and you have so many brothers. Why venture out on your own? The house is too crowded, Mu Liang replied. Qiao Xia was momentarily perplexed by his statement. Given his wealth and the numerous properties in his family, it hardly seemed plausible that space would be a concern. With his back still to her, Mu Liang casually remarked, "My parents are divorced, and my elder brother and I are full siblings after their divorce. My father married another woman, and my second and third brothers are half-siblings." Qiao Xia was taken aback. The eldest and fourth are full siblings, while the second and third are half-siblings. She seemed to have uncovered something quite significant. Clearly, Mu Liang's father had been unfaithful before the divorce, with children born before Mu Liang. It was no wonder the marriage fell apart. This revelation painted Mu Liang in a rather tragic light. Explaining his cold and distant demeanor, she regretted her inquisitiveness, realizing she had stumbled upon a sensitive topic. Choosing to remain silent, Qiao Xia understood that it was best not to delve into Mu Liang's wounds. Mu Liang stated, "My family situation is rather complicated. It is for the best that you remain unaware for now." Qiao Xia mused that this was undoubtedly a complex relationship, and it would be better not to pry further. After all, it had little to do with her. She merely found Mu Liang quite alluring in his reticent demeanor, engaging in light conversation purely for casual banter. After more than half an hour, a delightful Western meal was prepared. The steak was cut with precision, perfectly presented, adorned with fresh tomatoes, accompanied by macaroni, tomato sauce, a poached egg, and mashed potatoes. An appealing feast for the senses. It appears to be quite delectable. Western cuisine is considerably simpler than Chinese fare. However, Qiao Xia seldom prepares Western dishes, often opting for a couple of quick stir-fries or occasionally cooking some noodles to satisfy her hunger. I am about to dig in. Would you care for a drink? A glass will suffice. Just a little will do. Qiao Xia is well aware of her tolerance for alcohol. She fears the consequences of inebriation and would not dare embarrass herself in front of Mu Liang. Mu Liang retrieved a bottle of wine and poured 2 glasses of red. He is not one to indulge excessively, yet he cannot help but recall that fateful night at the bar. "How many times have you been drunk?" "I can hardly remember, perhaps a few times." "When you are intoxicated, do you call others hubby and perform sultry dances? Must we bring that up?" Qiao Xia felt a twinge of frustration. Discussing her past indiscretions while enjoying a meal is truly inconsiderate. "Do you still remember what you did that day when you were drunk?" "They all say I was inebriated." "How could I possibly recall?" "You called me hubby and almost stripped off your clothes. Had it not been for your friend's intervention, you would have removed your top. Mu Liang's expression bore a hint of regret. Qiao Xia exclaimed, "I truly do not remember. You are utterly infuriating." Chapter 62. Someone is up to no good. Qiao Xia felt a pang of hunger, devouring her meal voraciously. Her table manners had once been impeccable, but life's demands had dulled her once delicate nature, reduced to hurried lunches. Yet, Mu Liang cherished the authentic version of her. "How long did you date Li Hui?" 5 years. After satiating her appetite, her spirits lifted considerably, and she no longer minded Mu Liang bringing up Li Hui. Do you seek revenge? Qiao Xia was taken aback. Did she wish to retaliate? In truth, she had pondered that deeply. Hatred is a double-edged sword, capable of wounding both others and oneself. She wished to inflict no harm, nor suffer harm herself. Yet these were merely her naive sentiments. She did not wish to take revenge on those who owed her, even as they continued to hurt her. "I believe your perspective is flawed," Mu Liang stated. Qiao Xia, puzzled, inquired, "In what way?" "You cannot feel that they owe you. Even if they truly do, that merely highlights your vulnerability. One must be self-reliant and strong to be self-sufficient. If you constantly perceive others as indebted to you, you shall never find happiness. Is this wisdom born of experience?" Qiao Xia asked with a smile. Mu Liang replied, "It is a truth of life. In my youth, I believed everyone owed me something. Now, no one dares to owe me anything." She was not yet strong enough to disregard the sharp blades wielded by her kin. Pierced by 1,000 arrows, she could neither evade nor ignore the pain. "Qiao Xia, do you understand why they bully you?" Qiao Xia fell silent. She did understand. "Because you lack strength." Mu Liang's gaze turned cold and imposing. "If you are sufficiently strong, no harm or deceit will matter in your eyes." Mu Liang stepped closer to Qiao Xia, taking her hand in his. "You must find joy. Tell me who brings you sorrow. Who bullies you? And I shall shoulder it for you. You need not concern yourself with the affairs of the Qiao family or the Li family. I shall handle everything." Mu Liang's palm was warm. His eyes, illuminated by the light, were filled with deep affection, as if she were a precious gem cradled in his hands. Treasure her, cherish her. Yet, she could not comprehend it. Why? Qiao Xia stared blankly at him. pondering why he was so kind to her. Ever since the passing of her parents, sister, and grandfather, she had been unable to find anyone to rely upon, facing everything alone. How she once longed for Li Hui to take her hand and reassure her. Xia Xia, do not worry. I am here for you. Yet, it was Mu Liang, whom she had known for less than a week, who held her hand and made such a weighty promise. Indeed, no matter what transpired, she must find joy. Only happiness was what her parents would wish to see. Although she was now utterly alone in this world, devoid of friends, with colleagues at the office who despised her, and relatives who turned against her, she still had to be happy. Qiao Xia was wounded, her spirit depleted, and went to bed early that night, just as Mu Liang was about to fall asleep. He received a phone call. Brother, are you still awake at this late hour? Liang, your wife is named Qiao Xia, isn't she? Yes. Well, here's an interesting turn of events. Someone sought Lu Huan today to have Qiao Xia dismissed. I overheard a bit and thought the name sounded familiar. After several hours, I recalled your wife's name is Qiao Xia. Is she an employee of TV? She is a reporter at TV. Mu Liang raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with fury in the darkness. Do you know who is behind this? It seems to be the lady from the Li family. What could she have done to offend them? She had been in a 5-year relationship with Li Hui, only to discover a few days ago that he had long been with her cousin, leading to their breakup. The Qiao family had originally belonged to her parents, later entrusted to Qiao Guang for management. That ancestral home was also hers. Once, Qiao Xia was alone and could be bullied at will, but now she was my wife. Let's see who dares to touch her. Mu Liang's voice turned sharp as a blade. Have you fallen for Qiao Xia? My relationship with her is not as you presumed. As for Gu Cc, you should let go. It has been 3 years. Brother, I do not wish to discuss it. Fine, I shan't say more. I have informed you about your wife's situation. When will you take her out for a meal? We shall see. The following day, Mu Liang appeared before her in formal attire, dazzling her with his striking presence. He looked utterly handsome, clad in a white shirt, black suit, polished leather shoes, and a blue striped tie. Another man might exude the aura of an insurance agent, but on Mu Liang, it radiated an air of British nobility. The perfectly tailored suit accentuated his athletic physique even more. Have you seen enough? So handsome, she nearly swooned. This was a universally acknowledged truth that Mu Liang remained remarkably composed. You're quite unreserved. Qiao Xia inquired. Do you have a banquet today? Why so formal? As your husband, I must always be mindful of my appearance, maintaining a 360-degree flawless charm that makes every woman envious of you. Qiao Xia, this narcissist was beyond saving. I'll drive you to work. I certainly do not wish to cause a stir. With Mu Liang's ostentatious sports car, alongside such an ostentatious person, taking her to work would undoubtedly make her the object of envy and jealousy among all the women. It's on the way. I am headed to the TV building today as well. Are you off somewhere? I am here to support you, said Qiao Xia. What is wrong with you, Qiao Xia? I have no pressing matters that require your backing. She replied. The two engaged in conversation as they made their way to the underground parking garage, where Qiao Xia opted to take Mu Liang's car to work, finding it more convenient than squeezing onto the subway. The office was merely 2 subway stops away, not a considerable distance, yet the rush hour crowds were overwhelming. Mu Liang's vehicle drove directly to the base of the TV building, which stands a towering 76 stories high, housing not only TV but also hundreds of other office buildings. The underground parking garage spanned 3 levels and was of the automated variety. After bidding farewell to him, Qiao Xia proceeded to her office, where she was immediately engulfed by a tide of gossip. Is it true? How old is he? Young Master Lu is only 28 this year. How old could the heir of the Lu family be? Isn't he both young and wealthy? Is he not the 4th young master of the Lu family? Young Master Lu once boasted to reporters that his brother is the most handsome man in the Lu family. Indeed, young Master Lu had also jested that his brother could easily rely on his looks, yet he chooses to depend on his own efforts, having established a company in the United States valued at over 100 billion, young and capable. Chapter 64. The Prince of TV. Do you think the prince would take an interest in me? You might as well give up. Have you seen the throng of female celebrities downstairs waiting for the prince's attention? Rumors of changes in the upper echelons of TV are circulating. It is said that Lu Jia is transitioning to vertical e-commerce, and the 4th young master of the Lu family is taking the helm. Meng Qian remarked. I heard the 4th young master is only in his 20s. Qiao Xia responded. What possessed the prince to choose TV? Who knows? It is said he has a strained relationship with the old Master Lu, having lived abroad with his mother since childhood. Moreover, I have heard that Chairman Lu despises the 4th young master Isn't the youngest son usually the favored one? The Liu family's intricacies run deep. Who can say? The women in the office were in a frenzy. Not only our department is in a tizzy, even the starlets of TV are going wild. Have you not noticed the multitude of celebrities downstairs? Today, the number of starlets training at headquarters has suddenly multiplied several times. Who could be unaware of their intentions? Qiao Xia found little interest in the dramas of elite families or the aspirations of women seeking to ascend to greater heights. The Liu family was a formidable clan in City A, commanding respect in both political and business realms. The Liu group had orchestrated numerous mergers and acquisitions behind the scenes, achieving remarkable success. With ventures spanning entertainment, real estate, jewelry, logistics, and finance, forming an extensive industrial chain that in the business circles of City A, the mere mention of the Liu family elicited deference. No one would be foolish enough to offend them. Beyond their vast business connections, the Liu family's political ties were equally formidable, wielding significant influence in City A and enjoying a prominent reputation among the city's major families, their status unassailable, having established roots in City A for over a century. The Liu family has flourished, with members present in various fields. TV is merely one of the enterprises under the Liu group's umbrella. However, the upper management of TV has never been directly overseen by a Liu family heir until now. The president, Liu Jie, and the general manager, Liu Huan, are both from collateral branches of the Liu family. Why do you suppose the prince would come to TV? Your reasoning is quite misguided. There are indeed numerous beautiful women at TV. Your thoughts are rather plebeian. With the Liu family as substantial business empire, why is it that they only focus on fee? It is undoubtedly the antics of a libertine man. One wonders who possesses the fortune to capture the heart of the young heir. Meanwhile, Meng Qian engaged in some gossip with her colleagues that if you require my assistance, given your hand is not functioning well, do not hesitate to inform me. I understand. Thank you, Qian. There is no need for such formality. Huang Yi received a call from Liu Huan and entered the general manager's office. Within the office were two middle-aged women, elegantly adorned. Huang Yi inquired, General Manager, what is it that you need from me? Liu Huan introduced her, stating, This is M.R.S. Lihu, and this is Mrs. Qiao from the Qiao bathing group. They exchanged pleasantries, and Huang Yi asked once more, General Manager, what is the purpose of my summons? Liu Huan deftly shifted the responsibility to Huang Yi, stating that it was Mrs. Qiao and M.R.S. Lihu sought her presence. He quickly distanced himself from the matter, revealing that he was merely a cousin of Liu Zheng, who had mentioned something about Qiao Xia last night. Expressing that the name sounded somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall who Qiao Xia was. Chapter 65. The young heir's authority. He feared that Liu Zheng might have some acquaintance with Qiao Xia. To his surprise, this morning, the two ladies had come directly to the office, which opened his eyes to the power dynamics at play. Given the Liu family's influence, he had no reason to fear the Qiao and Li families. After all, they were merely conducting business, and it was prudent to maintain amicable relations. Dismissing a lowly employee was hardly worth the trouble, especially since Liu Huan had a slight acquaintance with Li Hui and could afford to extend some courtesy. Had it been an ordinary individual, he would have expelled them long ago. Dismissal is one thing, but it must be justified. Dismissing someone without cause could lead to complications. Recently, Tvia just faced a lawsuit, prompting him to involve Huang Yi to clarify the situation and perhaps let her decide. Should it turn out that Liu Zheng indeed knew this person, he would be able to absolve himself of any involvement. Miss Huang, I am the aunt of Qiao Xia. This child has displayed improper behavior, and now she intends to litigate against us. I believe it is imperative for her colleagues to be aware of her character. My son-in-law has some connections with Mr. Liu, which is why I have come to inform you. It would be best to terminate her employment. Huang Yi grasped the implication. They were requesting the dismissal of Qiao Xia. However, Qiao Xia's personal matters were unrelated to her professional conduct. She had been under Huang Yi's supervision since her internship, exhibiting exceptional capability and diligence, and she never mixed her personal issues with work. Huang Yi found no justification to dismiss her. She maintained a professional demeanor, fully aware of the struggles Qiao Xia faced as a child of humble beginnings, recognizing the tenacity within her. The disdainful glances from El Mingxi towards Huang Yi suggested a lack of agreement. As if to imply that Huang Yi and Qiao Xia were cut from the same cloth, protecting one another, Huang Yi furrowed her brow, glancing at Liu Huan, contemplating how to navigate this situation. An unequivocal directive would suffice, yet the scrutiny of these two ladies was firmly directed at her. Liu Huan feigned ignorance. Miss Huang, we merely wish for you to understand the nature of her character. So as not to be deceived by her, it would be prudent to dismiss her. What audacity to allow any petty individual to come onto my territory and dictate terms. From whence do you derive such confidence? The door to the general manager's office was pushed open from the outside, and Mu Liang, accompanied by his assistant, entered with a stoic demeanor. Lu Huan's expression shifted dramatically. Wasn't Mu Liang supposed to be in the president's office for the handover? Why had he come down? Among the 4 young masters of the Lu family, the second and third were of little consequence, yet the most favored by the patriarch and the most formidable was the 4th young master, who was akin to a living Yama.is at you. Lu Mingxi was taken aback. Huang Yi, uncertain of Mu Liang's identity, could glean from Lu Huan's constipated expression that this individual was likely the 4th young master of the Lu family. Today, Mu Liang was dressed handsomely, exuding an aura of cold elegance that was as sharp as a blade, leaving no one daring to confront his brilliance directly. His assistant, Gu Xiaowu, was also tall and imposing. Overshadowing others merely through presence, the memory of Gu Xiaowu's formidable skills at the banquet lingered vividly in everyone's minds. Lu Huan, tell her who I am. Lu Huan's face turned ashen as he coughed twice. This is the new president of TV, the 4th young master of the Lu family. Lu Mingxi's arrogance diminished instantly. Despite Mu Liang's youthful appearance, she dared not act recklessly and could only cast a furtive glance at Qiao Xia. She was not one to provoke the Lu family, especially since the Li family could not even be mentioned in the same breath, let alone the Qiao family, who existed in an entirely different realm. Chapter 66. The subservient Mu Liang. Mr. Lu, we come with good intentions and certainly do not mean to overstep, Qiao Xia insisted, sensing Mu Liang's hostility towards them. Xiao Lan and Li Hui had mentioned that Qiao Xia was getting married but had not disclosed that her spouse was Mu Liang. Did you not hear Director Huang? She found no grounds to dismiss Qiao Xia. Mu Liang's tone was frigid, and Huang Yi let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Qiao Xia's job was secure. Such a hard-working girl should not face such adversity. Lu Mingxi interjected. Mr. Lu, Qiao Xia is my niece that I am aware of her character, and she will surely. Xiao Wu, call security, Mu Liang commanded in a deep voice. The office of the general manager of TV is not a place where anyone can simply wander in. Understood. Xiao Wu stepped out to indeed summon security. Qiao Xia and Lu Mingxi had initially believed that their visit would lead to Qiao Xia losing her job. Instead, they found themselves on the verge of being expelled, utterly humiliated. Lu Huan felt that it was unnecessary to burn bridges so recklessly. Huang Yi remained detached from the unfolding drama. Qiao Xia, incensed, exclaimed, Mr. Lu, we came with good intentions to inform you. Yet you respond with such disdain that I wonder what Chairman Lu would say upon learning of this. The smirk played at the corners of Mu Liang's lips. Do you possess the standing to meet my father? Qiao Xia, who had enjoyed decades of success, had never been subjected to such humiliation. It was shocking to be so derided by a younger generation, and her countenance grew exceedingly grim. Lu Huan's face stiffened. 4th young master, you truly are something. On your very first day, you have offended both the Qiao and Li families. Recently, I heard a rather intriguing rumor. The eldest son of the Li family and Qiao Xia were childhood sweethearts. Having dated for years, and were at the point of discussing marriage. A few days ago, Qiao Xia attempted to catch a scandal, only to stumble upon her own. She captured a photo of the Li family's eldest son and Qiao Lan in bed. The outside world is rife with speculation that Qiao Xia is entangled with her sister's husband. That I am curious to know, did the eldest son of the Li family indulge in a double delight? Or did Miss Qiao Lan shamelessly climb into her sister's husband's bed? Oh, and let it be known that the Qiao bathing group was founded by Mr. Qiao Guan and Ms. Yuan Liang. Alas, fate is often unpredictable. Both founders passed away prematurely. When the Qiao family divided their assets, the ancestral home was bequeathed to Qiao Guan, leaving Qiao Xia as the last remaining descendant. Upon the elder Qiao's demise, he entrusted Qiao Xia and the Qiao group to Qiao Guang. But little did anyone know that in the ensuing decade, Qiao Guang would usurp all shares of the Qiao family, leaving Qiao Xia without a single penny from the family's dividends. Qiao Guang's family monopolized the ancestral residence, forcing Qiao Xia out and leaving her to fend for herself in rented accommodations. Meanwhile, her sister shamelessly climbed into the bed of her fiancé, and the Qiao family, like ungrateful wolves, turned against her. Now seeking to confront Qiao Xia in court. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a flagrant disregard for propriety and honor. It is truly a remarkable experience. As Mu Liang spoke, Qiao Xia and L.V. Mingxi's faces shifted from pale to crimson, then back to pale again, an utterly captivating spectacle. At the banquet that day, Gu Xiaowu, well-versed in the affairs of the Li and Qiao families, publicly exposed their secrets, stripping them of both their dignity and composure. Mu Liang, remarkably, brought it up once more, his tone cold and laced with derision, each word cutting like a knife, inflicting deep wounds. Huang Yi, initially skeptical of the rumors, had always trusted Qiao Xia's character, but upon learning the truth, she understood the desperation behind Qiao Xia's actions. It was no wonder she fought so fiercely. The Qiao family's conscience had evidently been devoured by dogs. Lu Huan was equally taken aback by the scandal, never anticipating to hear such gossip. Yet, it was perplexing how Mu Liang, indifferent to his own family's rumors, could recount others' affairs with such precision. It was simply illogical. Chapter 67. I want to capture my husband's scandal. Gu Xiaowu coincidentally summoned the security personnel, instructing them to expel the intruders without hesitation. Thus, Fang Xiaoxia and LV Mingxi were ruthlessly ejected. Lu Huan remarked, Liang, how come you are so well informed about other people's gossip? Because Qiao Xia is my wife. Lu Huan's jaw dropped in astonishment, nearly capable of accommodating a duck. Mu Liang retorted coldly, shut your mouth. Instinctively, he complied, closing his mouth. Mu Liang, satisfied, departed with Gu Xiaowu, leaving Lu Huan in a state of utter disarray. Mu Liang is married. Mu Liang is married. Good heavens, what woman would wish to end her life by marrying into the Lu family, only to become Mu Liang's wife? That is undeniably surreal. So, he almost dismissed Mu Liang's wife. The crown princess of TV. How fortunate, how fortunate. Thankfully, Huang Yi's quick wit saved him from disaster. He must treat her to a meal. Thus, Mu Liang's presence at TV is due to his wife being there. He rushed in to protect Qiao Xia, directly offending both the Qiao and Li families? What the hell? Lu Zhang, lacking loyalty, failed to inform him. Everyone claims that the fourth young master of the Lu family is a notorious flirt, choosing to revel among the beautiful women of TV. Yet who would have thought he is infatuated with but a single flower? The fourth young master Lu is so devoted to his wife. Who would believe that? Qiao Xia, oblivious to the brewing storm of potential dismissal, continued her work, her hands hindered, leaving most tasks to Ming Qian. As she idled, maintaining contact with several celebrity friends, she was promptly informed of any gossip or news. She heard that there would be a press conference at TV in the afternoon, with media representatives already gathered downstairs. Ming Qian remarked, I also wish to see just how handsome the prince is. Qiao Xia was also concerned about another matter. She wondered if she could unearth some juicy gossip about him. Now that he's come to the star-studded TV, it's only a matter of time before the rumors surface. Just then, her phone vibrated. Mu Liang sent a WeChat message asking what she was up to. Mu Liang that his mood was quite nuanced. His wife mentioned wanting to catch him in scandalous affairs. How heartbreaking. Mu Liang, I fear you may be disappointed. Your family's heir seems to be quite content with a life of simplicity and integrity. Qiao Xia, it sounds as if you know him well. Qiao Xia, damn, I initially sought to uncover his scandals, only to find out he has a wife. Qiao Xia, is that true? Mu Liang, indeed. Qiao Xia, what is the point of having a wife and coming to a place filled with beautiful women like TV? Mu Liang pondered. Because my wife is at TV. Qiao Xia, it's fine. All men are fond of flirtation. Sooner or later, he'll be photographed with a mistress. Mu Liang, darling, you must trust your husband. Qiao Xia found those words peculiar, momentarily unable to grasp the doubts in her heart. Qiao Xia, if you were to stray, you'd need someone who actually finds you appealing. Apart from those who are merely enamored with looks, who could possibly tolerate you. Mu Liang, your standards are too low. I shan't converse with you further. Qiao Xia chuckled lightly, how delightfully proud. What is amusing you? You seem utterly enamored. Ming Qian inquired. Wifo husband can be quite amusing at times. Chapter 68, The Delusions of Youth. Mu Liang, it appears your interactions are rather pleasant. I thought you were two ships passing in the night, yet you've even connected on WeChat. Ming Qian had presumed that after their fake marriage, the two would lead separate lives, only to discover they still had contact. He lives next door to me, so of course there would be communication. He even brought me to TVE today. Oh, there is potential. How could that be? He has someone he likes. Qiao Xia remarked. Although Mu Liang had never explicitly stated anything, she could sense that he held someone dear in his heart, someone he loved deeply and could not forget. A woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. Is he handsome? Qiao Xia set aside her biases and contemplated seriously. Indeed, he was handsome, a whole kilometer more appealing than any young male celebrity. What a pity it is. If he were unattached, you could pursue him. Oh please, I already have my own idol. Qiao Xia smiled sweetly. The greatest regret is not knowing where my idol is. Even knowing his name would suffice. He might have merely been kind enough to escort you to the hospital. He could be an ugly creature, and yet you call him your idol. Meng Qian teased. He must be a handsome one. There's no way her idol could be anything less than charming. Huang Yi summoned the reporters for a meeting. With the new president's arrival, it was uncertain what changes the policies would undergo. The meeting's theme was to focus on the present tasks at hand without overthinking, by Qiqi, with a lively mind. Asked the director, "Do you know why young Master Lu Si came to TV?" "I do not know," Huang Yi replied coldly. Regardless of his reasons for coming, TV is a Lu family enterprise, and no matter who the president is. We all continue our work. Do not dwell on thoughts that should not occupy your mind. The next news cycle is your primary focus. Hu Jia gazed at Bai Qiqi with a look of yearning. Unable to restrain a few sardonic remarks. Some individuals simply lack self-awareness. Do they truly aspire to soar and become a phoenix? Bai Qiqi, unwilling to concede, retorted that it was far better than being a faded flower. Attempting to entice the young prince. Yet alas, she was already past her prime. You. Huang Yi frowned, urging them to focus on their own news. Qiao Xia, hindered in her movements, was the last to leave. Huang Yi inquired, "Do you know the young prince?" "I do not," Qiao Xia replied with a smile. "Director, how could a mere insignificant person like me possibly know someone of such stature? Let us proceed with our work." Qiao Xia felt utterly perplexed. TV held a press conference that afternoon. The attendees were predominantly from the Lu family, with little change among the upper echelons. It was inconsequential, as the press conference took place on the first floor of the TV building, attracting onlookers out of sheer boredom. Representatives from dozens of television stations were present, clamoring to interview the young prince of TV. The Lu family's business empire was vast, with TV being a mid-tier enterprise, not the most profitable within the conglomerate. Mr. Mu, why is it that you are the fourth young master of the Lu family, yet bear the surname Mu? Mu Liang explained, "My mother's surname is Mu. Although she has only 2 children, my elder brother and me, my father has 4 sons. I am the youngest, the fourth in line, and he does not mind my taking my mother's surname. This is also a testament to my father's love for my mother." Lu Jing watched the live news broadcast, a myriad of expletives racing through his mind, imagining how displeased his father must be. Goodness, this child is truly afflicted with a severe case of adolescent delusions. Chapter 69. Adolescent Delusions. Mu Liang to goodness. This child is truly afflicted with a severe case of adolescent delusions. Not only did he mock his father's infidelity and irresponsibility, but he also insinuated that his father had strayed during his marriage. What did he mean by saying his father's love for his mother was evident? That was a piercing satire, highlighting his own desolation akin to a neglected cabbage in a field. Truly, he could only laugh helplessly, wondering how Lu Huan had the audacity to let him appear on live broadcast. Lu Zheng, Lu Xian, the journalist present at that moment, Lu Huan simply wished to retreat to the restroom for a moment of solace. Was it too late to interrupt the press conference? Liang, this is a nationwide broadcast. To be mindful, the reporters were electrified. After all, these were the words of the fourth young master of the Lu family, not mere speculation. Almost all the journalists posed a singular question in unison. "Fourth young master, are you implying that someone in the Lu family intends harm towards the eldest young master?" Mu Liang, with an earnest expression, replied, "I have posed this very question to my father. He assured me that no one in the Lu family would ever wish my brother ill, advising me not to stir the pot or create unnecessary turmoil. Son, I should unconditionally trust him." What do you all think? The gathered journalists. Lu Huan received a call from Lu Xian, urgently instructing, "Cease the broadcast immediately." Yes, uncle, please do not be angry," Lu Huan replied, drenched in cold sweat. Lu Huan approached the staff to relay the message, who then sought out Mu Liang. Mu Liang nodded, stating, "My father has instructed to halt the broadcast. We shall discuss further at another opportunity." A multitude of reporters. Lu Xian, Lu Huan.in summary. After today, within 3 days, financial news, entertainment news, and social news will all be dominated by Mu Liang. The entire situation is utterly bewildering. Is Mu Liang truly the fourth young master of the Lu family? This must be some kind of jest. This morning, he accompanied her to the company, declaring, "Mu Liang, I am here to support my wife." With great enthusiasm, she messaged Mu Liang, eager to catch wind of the rumors surrounding the heir of TV. Mu Liang replied, "You must trust your husband that he mentioned that he is the fourth son in his family, which boasts ventures in film, real estate, finance." With so many overt and subtle hints, it was almost as if he were saying, "I am indeed the fourth young master of the Lu family. yet she remained oblivious. Hence, did she enter into a faux marriage, marrying into a wealthy family? Now, it seems, her words have come back to haunt her. Chapter 70. The national heartthrob Mu Liang. Huang Yi observed her mouth agape in shock, her heart understanding. Indeed, she recognized Mu Liang, and their connection was significant, though she was unaware of his true identity. This could be considered a case of a foolish person enjoying foolish fortune. However, Mu Liang's candor bordered on madness. Qiao Xia, the heir is so handsome. Meng Qian was swooning. She had only caught a glimpse of Qiao Xia's marriage certificate and was unaware that Mu Liang was Qiao Xia's spouse. A fleeting glance had left a shallow impression. Qiao Xia's smile was exceedingly strained. The heir is truly handsome, so captivating that a mere glance from him could lift one's spirits. One could only imagine how exhilarating it must be to be his wife. With a racing heart every day, how could he be so dashing? The entire office was engulfed in an atmosphere of admiration for the heir's charm and masculinity, while Qiao Xia felt utterly out of place. At this moment, Mu Liang sent a message. Mu Liang, do I look handsome on television? Qiao Xia replied, Mu Liang, my dear husband, what are your thoughts on my marrying into a wealthy family? Qiao Xia exclaimed. I want to die. Mu Liang replied. Life is so beautiful, do not despair. Qiao Xia retorted, why didn't you tell me? Mu Liang answered, you never asked. Qiao Xia protested, is this all my fault? Mu Liang affirmed, indeed. Qiao Xia snapped. Go die. Mu Liang jested. If I were to die, who would protect you? Qiao Xia's mood improved somewhat. Even if Mu Liang were the fourth young master of the Lu family, to her, he was simply Mu Liang. And that was of little consequence. You must not reveal our marriage to anyone, she insisted. Understood, Mu Liang replied. Meng Qian, scrolling through her feed, shouted, Qiao Xia, Xia Xia, come quickly, the heir is trending. What is happening? Today's live broadcast is nationwide. In addition to the satellite platforms, it's also streaming online. Throughout Mu Liang's press conference, he uttered not a single word related to TV's operations, focusing solely on gossip instead, especially his rather juvenile and forthright remarks, which have rapidly gone viral online. The most straightforward rich second generation, the most arrogant rich second generation, the most eccentric rich second generation, the most cunning rich second generation, the adorably foolish rich second generation. A quintessential example of a truly troublesome heir. Mu Liang was born only after his parents' divorce, although at that time, Grandpa Lu was still alive and bestowed much affection upon him, inscribing his name in the Lu family genealogy. He had always lived abroad with Mu Wenxin. The public was only aware of the fourth young master, yet none had ever laid eyes on him. Among the heirs of the Lu family, only Lu Zheng, Lu Yiqian, and Lu Yitian existed. Lu Zheng and Mu Liang were born of the first wife, while Lu Yiqian and Lu Yitian were the offspring of the second wife, shortly after Lu Zheng's birth. A scandal regarding an illegitimate child erupted, causing quite a stir. Following the divorce of Lu Xian and Mu Wenxin, the elder Lu patriarch intervened, issuing a stern warning that unless he were to pass away, Wang Yaoding would not be allowed to enter the family home. Thus, Lu Yiqian and Lu Yitian remained unofficial children for over a decade, only receiving formal recognition after the elder Lu's passing. Lu Zheng and Lu Yiqian were born less than 4 months apart. When Lu Zheng's wife had just given birth, she discovered her husband's infidelity. The Mu family, being a lineage of military and political prominence, nearly led to Lu Xian being shot by the elder Mu. The motives behind Lu Zheng's death were transparent. The benefits were clear as day. Chapter 71. A filial brother of 24 virtues, although the case was left unresolved. The whispers of society proved insurmountable. Privately, who did not gossip about the affair? Lu Zheng, a graduate of a prestigious university, managed a financial company and a logistics firm under the Lu family conglomerate. Flourishing with an iron-fisted style, marked by stability and excellence, inevitably attracting envy, the rumors dared only to circulate in small circles. Who would risk voicing them openly? Those questioned were undoubtedly clever enough to feign ignorance and glide past the inquiries. After the incident, only Mu Liang had the audacity to publicly mock Lu Xian for his irresponsibility, his extramarital affair, and his favoritism towards a mistress over his wife. Furthermore, Mu Liang was bold enough to assert that Lu Zheng's accident had been orchestrated by the Lu family. Deriding Lu Xian's biased protection and clearly stating his opposition to the two brothers, Qiao Xia watched the news unfold. Sharp comments from netizens emerged, highlighting the stark contrast between the true nature of a scheming wolf disguised as an innocent rabbit. With the Lu family's young prince merely playing the role of a pig to devour the tiger, despite any pretense of purity, he maintained an attitude of superiority throughout the live broadcast. The fourth young master Lu is quite the paternal pitfall, Qiao Xia chuckled, finding it an apt depiction, although some netizens cautioned against making baseless accusations without evidence. Their voices quickly drowned in a sea of infatuated cries from young girls proclaiming their love. Public opinion overwhelmingly favored Mu Liang. Qiao Xia found it perplexing why the sentiment leaned so heavily in one direction. Meng Qian remarked, "If you watched the news and heard the rumors about the Lu family, whom would you choose to believe?" Qiao Xia understood instantly. Were she in the same position, she too would suspect someone had conspired to harm Lu Zheng in pursuit of the Lu family's wealth. Given the significance of Lu Zheng's status as the eldest son, Meng Qian continued, "He is so adorable. What do you think? Where's the adorableness? Your standards for cuteness are far too low for me to agree," replied Qiao Xia with a serious expression, although she secretly acknowledged that Mu Liang's live broadcast did indeed present a charmingly innocent demeanor, explaining his rapid accumulation of young female fans in the office of the TV president. Mu Liang found himself somewhat out of his depth as he ventured into the entertainment industry for the first time. Staring blankly at the reports and documents, he struggled to gather his focus. Gu Shaowu assured him, "Fourth young master, transitioning between such vastly different industries requires time. Do not rush it. Nothing can daunt me," Mu Liang retorted confidently. Meanwhile, Lu Huan, standing nearby, felt a cold sweat on his brow. He wondered if it was too late to suggest a reassignment. He intends to associate with Lu Zheng, while he shuns the company of Mu Liang. Mother, this person is truly terrifying. The second brother's reach is quite extensive. Mu Liang remarked nonchalantly, more than half of the upper echelons consist of their people. Lu Huan.it is precisely Lu Zheng who describes his younger brother in such a manner. Remarkably handsome. With an excellent physique, the most strikingly attractive younger brother, and exceedingly gentle, the gentleness akin to that of a woolen thread, even remotely gentle. Chapter 72. Strength and misfortune. Uncle must be infuriated. Lu Huan recalled the grim expression during the press conference, reminiscent of constipation. Mu Liang was indeed unexpectedly formidable. Of course, it was quite satisfying. The old man had just taken his anti-hypertensive medication and, it was reported, had smashed quite a few items. Xiaowu gleefully reported this. Lu Huan's lips twitched in irritation. "You are truly a source of misfortune," Lu Huan exclaimed as for the family business, Lu Zheng had appointed his people. Yet Wang Yaoting, having operated for many years, possesses an extensive network. Now she is undeniably the legitimate lady of the Lu family, and the two individuals have also established their rightful status. Who wouldn't want to maintain a semblance of civility? One must not act with undue haste. After work, Mu Liang sent a WeChat message to Qiao Xia. Mu Liang, let us go together. Qiao Xia, I'm working overtime. Mu Liang, I'll wait for you. Qiao Xia, no, you go ahead. Qiao Xia. Such virtue left her utterly astonished. Where exactly is Qiao Xia working overtime? In her profession, most of her time is spent out in the field, writing articles, unless it is an urgent matter. She rarely works overtime, and the company's policies are quite strict regarding additional hours. She simply did not wish to amplify her notoriety within TV, thanks to Bai Qiqi and Hu Xijia. The entire staff at TV is now aware that there is an entertainment reporter named Qiao Xia with a brother-in-law who is vainly aspiring to rise above his station. Just the other day, while she was in the film planning department, several people pointed and whispered about her. If she were to get entangled with Mu Liang in any way, the rumors would only worsen. Their relationship is not one to be flaunted or disclosed. It would merely take 10 minutes. First, let South go to my place to change the bandages. Qiao Xia had to visit Mu Liang's home specifically to change her dressings. The abrasions on her palms and knees were rather severe. Although they did not hinder her ability to walk, one could not afford to be careless, as she needed to change the dressings daily. Mu Liang was clad in a beige V-neck sweater and loose-fitting trousers, exuding an air of elegance. She always believed that a man who could wear a sweater with such panache was truly handsome, and Mu Liang certainly belonged to that category, tall and refined. Despite the warm tones of his attire, it could not conceal the aloof aura that enveloped him. His palms remained a gruesome sight, appearing somewhat alarming. Mu Liang held some green ointment, causing Qiao Xia to momentarily wonder if this was not medication prescribed by a hospital. These remedies are more effective than those from the hospital. His words always seemed to instill an inexplicable sense of reassurance in her, and Qiao Xia said nothing in response to facilitate the application of the ointment. She wore a casual dress, which stirred an indescribable sense of shyness within her. Chapter 73. The Lu family's old grievances. Perhaps I should do it myself. With her hands already bandaged, she should be able to manage alone. Will you prepare dinner? The soup is simmering. Your hands are not very dexterous. Mu Liang declined Qiao Xia's offer. Qiao Xia possesses a pair of long, elegant legs. She is neither particularly tall nor short, standing at a height of 166 centimeters. Petite and exquisite, complemented by her strikingly long limbs. Her skin is fair and her calves are well proportioned, creating a pleasing visual appeal. She has always been aware of her advantages, which is why she particularly enjoys donning short skirts and hot pants in the summer. Exuding youthful vibrance while showcasing her long legs. As Mu Liang administered the medication, noticing her slight discomfort, he gently blew on her skin, his warm breath caressing her slightly chilled flesh, causing Qiao Xia to break out in goosebumps and her complexion to take on a rosy hue. "Your legs are quite beautiful," Mu Liang remarked, his tone calm and composed as he offered his compliment. Qiao Xia recalled the last time Mu Liang had said, "Your collarbone is lovely and alluring," delivered with the same unruffled demeanor. "You have become quite famous today," she replied, "infamy in abundance. I have turned into a sought-after figure, the most newsworthy personality, while he seems utterly oblivious. I am aware," Mu Liang responded. "Was that intentional?" "Every word I utter is the truth." Devoid of any embellishment, he asserted. Qiao Xia found herself at a loss for words. Mu Liang was indeed correct. His statements were entirely factual, yet the commotion he had stirred was akin to a tempest. Now, who does not know of Lu Jia's young prince, Mu Liang, a quintessential figure of troublesome reputation? Given your stature, it should be easy to find someone for a sham marriage. Why choose me? Qiao Xia pondered Mu Liang's infuriating remark. "You seem agreeable to my eyes." Her emotions momentarily in turmoil. "Is it too late to discuss divorce?" she asked timidly, her heart in disarray, as she genuinely wished to avoid any entanglement with a prominent family. Feeling utterly exhausted. "It is too late," Mu Liang whispered softly. "What are you afraid of?" "Afraid of being deceived by you," she replied. "Fear not. I am here," Mu Liang reassured her, a secret thrill blossoming within her heart at the thought of having found a formidable ally against any potential bullying. "Come, let us dine." Today, Mu Liang had prepared a delightful dish of braised beef with radishes, enhanced with onions and yam, the aroma wafting enticingly. Qiao Xia found herself salivating. Alongside the stew, there was a garlic stir-fry with loofah, a pig liver and spinach soup, and a spicy chicken stir-fry. "I never anticipated you to be so adept at cooking Chinese cuisine," she exclaimed, thoroughly satisfied. "Once my hands are healed, I shall invite you to savor my culinary skills." "I shall look forward to that," he replied. During their meal, Qiao Xia felt a wave of contentment wash over her. Perhaps having come to terms with her thoughts, her burdens lightened, the curiosity of her profession resurfaced, prompting her to inquire about the gossip surrounding the Lu family. Mu Liang brewed a pot of tea and began to recount the intriguing tales of the Lu clan. Chapter 74. Gossip of the Lu family. Lu Xian's first wife, Mu Wenxin, was born into a military family and was the only daughter of the Mu family, cherished and doted upon. When the Lu family faced malicious attacks from rivals and encountered a financial crisis, they urgently sought the support of the Mu family. Lu Xian fell in love with Mu Wenxin at first sight, leading to a political and economic alliance between the Lu and Mu families. A year later, the Lu family weathered the storm. Lu Xian, known for his flirtatious nature, found that married life could not quell his desires. A leopard cannot change its spots. Besides the scandal with Wang Yaoding, several other actresses also became embroiled in rumors about him. At the time, Mu Wenxin had just given birth to Lu Zheng and was in her postpartum confinement when news of Lu Xian's affairs reached her ears. Mu Wenxin possesses a fiery temperament. Upon dispatching an investigation, she uncovered that Lu Xian had been straddling two boats, and even more egregiously, Wang Yaoding was already 7 months pregnant. Lu Laote was incensed and sent people to capture Wang Yaoding, intending to eliminate the child she carried. However, Lu Xian intervened repeatedly, ultimately allowing Wang Yaoding to safely give birth to a son, whom they named Lu Yichen. The Mu family was thrown into turmoil, nearly resulting in Lu Xian's demise. Acknowledging the injustice of the situation, Lu Te promised the Mu family that as long as he lived, Lu Yichen would not be acknowledged in the Lu family genealogy. In her youth, Mu Wenxin had deeply loved Lu Xian. Lu Xian, now remorseful before her, vowed to reform his ways and cease his philandering, vowing not to cause her sorrow anymore. Given Lu Zheng's tender age, Mu Wenxin, for the sake of their son, chose to believe Lu Xian and endeavored to salvage their crumbling family. However, while publicly reconciling with Mu Wenxin, Lu Xian clandestinely continued his liaison with Wang Yaoding, maintaining a secret family outside. 2 years later, Wang Yaoding returned, visibly pregnant, beseeching Mu Wenxin to bless their so-called true love. Enraged, Mu Wenxin demanded a divorce. Lu Xian was unwilling to part ways, nor was Lu Laode. At that time, a divorce would require Lu Xian to relinquish half of his assets to Mu Wenxin, and Lu Te, despairing of his son's private life, chose to wash his hands of the matter. Under Lu Xian's relentless pressure, Mu Wenxin revealed Lu Xian's marital infidelity in court, leading to their divorce, with half of Lu Xian's personal fortune awarded to Mu Wenxian. It was only after the divorce that Lu Xian discovered Mu Wenxin was 4 months pregnant, leading him to regret his earlier actions and desperately seek reconciliation, yet Mu Wenxin evaded him. The child was Mu Liang. Mu Liang garnered great affection from Lu Laote, not only being included in the Mu family genealogy but also in the Lu family genealogy, signifying his claim to the Lu family's inheritance, alongside his rights to the Mu family's legacy. Upon Lu Laote's passing, the estate was divided into 5 parts. 2 went to Lu Zhong, 1 to Lu Xian, 1 to Mu Liang, and the remaining portion was shared among the Lu family, leaving Wang Yaoding and her son empty-handed. Following Lu Laote's demise, the Mu family's patriarch withdrew from the center of power. Their influence diminished. Lu Xian conspired with lawyers to alter the will, bequeathing all of the Lu family's assets to himself, while Lu Zhong received shares in 2 financial companies, fully aware that Lu Xian had tampered with the will. At that time, the Lu family held tremendous power, rendering the matter unresolved. Lu Xian, unable to contain his eagerness, hastily married Wang Yaoding, legitimizing their 2 sons. That year, both Lu Zhong and Lu Yiqin turned 16. From Lu Zheng's 16th to his 22nd year, he endured 4 kidnapping attempts, 2 of which nearly cost him his life. Each incident pointed towards Wang Yaoding, exacerbated by Lu Xian's favoritism. Ironically, after the Mu family's patriarch stepped back due to political reasons, his faction's power waned, with 2 uncles reassigned to distant provinces, fading into obscurity. 6 years passed, and as the tides of fortune shifted, Mu Liang's maternal uncle ascended to a position of real power within the central government. This year, Lu Xian suffered a car accident, resulting in paralysis of both legs. It was utterly outrageous. Qiao Xia remarked that even a tiger does not eat its young. How could he be so biased? He truly possessed a heart of stone. She found it most intolerable that a man, married yet embroiled in scandal, could behave in such a manner. Mu Liang let out a cold laugh. I in my father's eyes. My mother was merely an obstacle obstructing his true love for Wang Yaoding, an impediment he had long wished to eliminate. How could he possibly feel sympathy for my brother? Qiao Xia remarked that if infidelity is infidelity, then what is there to discuss regarding true love? If a mistress ascending to a position of power is deemed true love, then I wish all the world's mistresses to ultimately become siblings. Mu Liang stated that his grandfather was driven to his grave by anger. When grandfather established his will, he had previously informed grandfather, and thus we, the 2 brothers, were to inherit 60% of the estate, which could be considered grandfather's arrangement for us. Subsequently, my father altered the will. My brother's meager share of the stocks amounted to nothing, as the company faced bankruptcy, leaving him with virtually nothing. And as for me, it was even worse. My grandfather, filled with concern, desperately sought ways to assist my brother. However, his efforts were in vain, and he remained melancholic, passing away within 2 months, despite his robust health. He succumbed unexpectedly, constantly expressing his apologies to us brothers and to my mother before his passing. Lu Xian's actions were indeed quite unscrupulous, initially relying on the Mu family to weather a crisis, only to humiliate the 2 grandsons of the Mu family. When the Mu family fell from grace was decidedly unmanly, let alone tampering with the will. He embodied all that is unkind, unjust, and unfilial. By familial hierarchy, my brother and I should refer to Wang Yaoding as our little cousin. Mu Liang remarked indifferently that she was a bridesmaid at his parents' wedding. The elder Mu and Wang Yaoding's mother were siblings, making Wang Yaoding and Mu Wenxin cousins. Following this incident, the Mu and Wang families essentially severed all ties. I found myself at a loss. Qiao Xia said that this was even more shameless than her cousin. Countless realities have taught us to beware of fire, theft, and best friends. Mu Liang spoke as if recounting another's tale, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, which made Qiao Xia unable to suppress her sympathy for him. As a child born of divorce, Mu Liang was indeed pitiable. After discussing the gossip, and having nearly finished a pot of tea, Qiao Xia could not help but conclude that the scandals of his family were far more riveting than her own. However, it ultimately boiled down to the mischief caused by wealth, with familial bonds rendered tenuous. Mu Liang nodded, agreeing with Qiao Xia's sentiments. Qiao Xia curiously inquired, Given the complexity of your relationship with the Lu family, they may not care whether you marry or not. Why then the pretense of a marriage? Upon reflection, Qiao Xia found this reasoning quite compelling. The Mu family certainly would not wish to associate with the Lu family now. And had it not been for Lu Zhang, they would have long since suppressed their presence. Lu Xin, seeking reconciliation, could only rely on Mu Liang. Chapter 76. A heart with malicious intent. The world of the affluent runs deep. Qiao Xia sighed. You have already married into a wealthy family. Eventually, a divorce will come. It is hardly a matter of significance. Mu Liang smiled. Under the warm yellow light, Qiao Xia's heart skipped a beat. His smile was truly captivating. Yet, alas, Mu Liang was excessively proud and aloof, rarely smiling or speaking, and if he were to smile more often and adopt a gentler demeanor, he would surely enchant countless women. Are you truly here at TV just to support me? That is not the case. Mu Liang replied that the Lu consortium owned too many assets. Regardless, he needed to choose a company to work for and establish his foothold. So he might as well select TV. Firstly, he had faith in this industry, and secondly, it was the domain managed by Wang Yaoting, from which he intended to eradicate her influence. Qiao Xia was fully aware that this was indeed Mu Liang's objective in coming to TV. It made perfect sense. Fortunately, she did not indulge in any misplaced affections, otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Goodness, how I long to be on TV's broadcast. I am the princess consort, after all, and everyone should kneel before me. Ha ha ha. I have no objections. Merely fantasizing about it is enough. With a reputation like mine at TV, it is wiser to remain low-key. I certainly do not want to earn the title of the crown prince's disgrace. No worries, just tell them you. But that requires someone to believe it. Mu Liang contemplated sincerely, and he had a point. Qiao Xia was grinding her teeth, yearning to bite him. Can you be with me? Mu Liang inquired. Qiao Xia, I suppose so. Then that settles it. Well then, after some thought, Qiao Xia wondered if she ought to gift Mu Liang a Christmas present. However, funds were scarce at the moment. The sensational nature of Mu Liang's affairs was well known to both the Li and Qiao families. Leaving Li Hui utterly astonished, the infamous fourth young master of the Li family, known as Mr. Lu Si, had once considered whether Mu's family was involved, but he knew that the scions of the Mu family were either in the military or politics. He had inquired among acquaintances familiar with the Mu family, all of whom claimed not to know Mu Liang, and there was no one by that name in the collateral branches of the Mu family. How could Qiao Xia possibly know someone of Mu Liang's stature? Fang Xiaoxia and Elming had attempted to persuade Lu Huan to dismiss Qiao Xia from TV today, only to be thrown out. He called Lu Huan seeking an explanation, but Lu Huan merely mocked him, hinting at the colorful nature of his private life and suggesting he refrain from provoking Qiao Xia further. He had not understood why until now. Realizing that Mu Liang was protecting Qiao Xia, he suddenly rose and went to the study to find Li and Fang Xiaoxia. Dad, Mom, I have something very important to discuss with you. Fang Xiaoxia was currently speaking with Li Hu about the day's events at TV. Wanting Li Hu to demand an explanation, Li Hu was equally furious. Li Hu recounted the events concerning Qiao Xia and Mu Liang, and Fang Xiaoxia's face turned ashen, her voice sharp with disbelief. How is that possible? How could Qiao Xia associate with such a family? Son, you must be mistaken. Mom, I have seen Mu Liang more than once. They are indeed married. You can verify this at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Hui stated. I had previously investigated the Mu family and found no record of Mu Liang. I assumed he was an unknown individual. Qiao Xia's family was in disarray as well. Fang Xiaoxia felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. She had ridiculed Qiao Xia, claiming she was unworthy of Li Hui, yet now Qiao Xia had married into the Lu family. Her heart seethed with hatred. In her youth, she had always been overshadowed by Yuan Liang, whose beloved had married Yuan Liang, and now, her daughter had unexpectedly ascended to greatness. It was utterly unfair. So, it seems that today, he expelled your mother and Mrs. Qiao from the house to avenge Qiao Xia. It is likely so, Li Hui replied. We can no longer pursue a union with the Qiao family. Otherwise, we would incur his wrath. Son, the wedding date has already been set, Fang Xiaoxia interjected, adding that she was somewhat satisfied with Qiao Lan, who was sweet-tongued, articulate, and endearing. Mother, the Qiao family is set to confront Qiao Xia in court, as both the Qiao estate and the ancestral property rightfully belong to her, now that she is wed to Mu Liang. There must be an agreement in place. Otherwise, why would Mu Liang choose to marry her? Given this situation, why should we engage in a struggle for what is already hers? Moreover, do we even stand a chance? At this moment, Li Hui remained remarkably composed, firmly believing that Mu Liang was also after Qiao Xia's ancestral wealth and the Qiao family name. He had heard that Lu Xian held little regard for the two sons born of his first wife, instead favoring the second and third sons of the Lu family. Qiao Xia is truly disgraceful. Qiao Xia frowned, pondering that in such a marriage, Mu Liang might not harbor any genuine feelings for Qiao Xia. Why not propose a collaboration with him instead? Mother, you are too naive. If he wishes to claim the ancestral home and the Qiao family assets, why would he need to collaborate with us? Li Hui remarked that if he were to marry Qiao Lan, he would inevitably become entangled in their grievances, making it impossible to clarify matters later. Self-preservation is the wisest course. Li Hui also grasped the situation, realizing that this marriage could not proceed, yet the wedding date had already been set. Recently, the company had encountered persistent issues. Could it be that Mu Liang was orchestrating things behind the scenes? If so, this man is truly formidable. Most likely, he is the one pulling the strings. Once Mu Liang's identity is revealed, many things will come to light. Li Hui wore a troubled expression, feeling that everything had spiraled out of control. No wonder Mu Liang exuded such confidence, disregarding him entirely. Mother, that is entirely different. TV is the finest film and television company in the country, boasting the best resources available. I dream of joining them. Every star who enters there shines brightly. Rest assured, once I am in, I will teach Qiao Xia a lesson. Presently, she yearns to join TV, but they do not want her. There is little she can do. She simply wishes to build some fame first before venturing into TV, at which point they will no longer dare to underestimate her. Chapter 78. Jealousy is a poisonous weed. What is the best company? I see only a bunch of useless individuals. Elming-shi was aware that she could only vent her frustrations verbally. Qiao Xia felt powerless, wondering what she could do. It was said that Lu Si, the young master of the Lu family, was not favored by Lu Xian at all. With so many profitable companies under the Lu conglomerate, why was he given only a film company? Clearly, he is inept. My daughter is destined to become a Hollywood superstar and has no need for his company. Qiao Lan laughed heartily, thoroughly entertained by Elming-shi's remarks. In a mother's eyes, her daughter is always the best. Go see the news for yourself. Just then, Elming-shi was browsing and tossed her tablet to her, revealing that the man from the banquet was indeed him. She was taken aback, her complexion paling. How could this be? How could that wretched Qiao Xia marry Mu Liang? This is impossible, utterly impossible. That Qiao Xia, who could not compare to her in any way, has married into a family even more distinguished than the Li family. That man is actually the fourth young master of the Lu family, handsome and well-bred. Li Hui is nowhere near his league. Mother, he is Qiao Xia's husband. Qiao Lan's voice sharpened in response. You speak nonsense. How could he possibly be Qiao Xia's husband? How could Qiao Xia know such a person? His daring presence today, I fear, is merely a display to impress Lu Huan, given that the Lu family is notoriously influential. It is indeed true. He is genuinely Qiao Xia's husband. Qiao Lan wore a face of jealousy. Mother, I had dinner with Li Hui at Rainbow Bridge and encountered them. Qiao Xia herself stated that Mu Liang is her husband. And Mu Liang did not deny it. Qiao Guang, with an expression of surprise, asked, Are you serious? Yes, father. What shall we do? She will undoubtedly not let this go. Qiao Lan felt a surge of panic, momentarily at a loss. Pacing anxiously in the living room. This is splendid news. Little Xia's connection with the Lu family is extraordinarily advantageous. From now on, the Lu and Qiao families will be in-laws, and they will surely provide much support. Who would fear a lack of wealth? Qiao Guang's face lit up with joy. Old man, are you foolish? Qiao Xia intends to take us to court. The Qiao family belongs to her, and now with Mu Liang backing her, the company and ancestral estate might very well fall into her hands. That we will have nothing left. And you are still so pleased. Have you lost your senses? Lu Mingxi exploded in fury. Her husband, at this moment, displayed no sense of urgency and even entertained thoughts of Qiao Xia assisting them. However, Qiao Guang held a different perspective. Your vision is remarkably short-sighted. Little Xia has aligned herself with the Lu family. Why would she still covet the Qiao family and its estate? Perhaps she wouldn't even regard this modest fortune. As Qiao Lan pondered, she found some validity in his words. Marrying such a wealthy and powerful husband, she naturally wouldn't be interested in the Qiao family and its inheritance. Yet, a fire of indignation smoldered within her. Why should Qiao Xia's unvalued possessions be rightfully hers? Why was she perpetually outshone by Qiao Xia? It was utterly unjust, absolutely unjust. Lu Mingxi also came to a realization, recalling the incident of her driving into Qiao Xia. Thankfully, she had not harmed her, or the situation would have become dire. Qiao Xia had always been a soft target. one who would never resist bullying due to her lingering sense of familial loyalty. With just a few flattering words from Qiao Guang, it was possible that life would continue as before. Chapter 79. A confidant of the opposite sex. Though this girl has stumbled upon a stroke of luck by associating with the Lu family, which surpasses her daughter's standing. The Li family is no less significant. Such a grand family is not one that just anyone can enter. Qiao Xia may very well be looked down upon. I refuse to accept this. Xiao Lan shouted, losing her composure. In what way am I inferior to Qiao Xia? Why am I perpetually overshadowed by her? I thought that with Li Hui's rejection, I could trample her into the mud. Yet she has only flourished further. Flourishing is not certain. I heard from your Aunt Fong that the Lu family's fourth young master is not favored at all. The future inheritance will likely go to the second and third young masters, leaving the eldest and fourth with little to nothing. Qiao Xia may appear to be thriving outwardly, but let us not covet this fleeting glory. True prosperity lies in our own successes. That wretched girl. Qiao Lan stomped her foot. I refuse to go. On what grounds? Suddenly standing, she declared, if you wish to apologize, you may not. It was you who claimed Li Hui was a match made in heaven. If a union with the Li family could benefit the Qiao family, now that the tides have turned, you want me to apologize? I genuinely love him. Why should I apologize? If you wish to go, you may. Qiao Lan stormed into the room, her anger palpable, while Lu Mingxi called out in vain. Old man, you are fully aware that your daughter harbors no affection for Qiao Xia, yet you still demand an apology from her. Are you not deliberately trying to upset her? If she apologizes, Qiao Xia's ire will dissipate, and she won't hold grudges against us. Isn't that a reasonable compromise? Lowering one's head is hardly a disgrace. Qiao Guang's scheming calculations clicked away in his mind. If all else fails, there's still mother to rely on. If Qiao Xia refuses to heed my words, surely she will listen to her mother? The weight of filial piety bears heavily upon her. Shou Fan, a close friend of Qiao Xia's, was a senior from a different department during their university days. After graduating, he remained at a university as a lecturer, serving as a teaching assistant under a professor. With a bright future ahead, the two maintained a close relationship throughout. Senior, you needn't worry about me. There's really nothing to fret over. The rumors will blow over soon. Qiao Xia reassured him. You should have notified me sooner. It's all my fault for getting involved in geology research, which has little to do with me. Had I known, I would have stayed away. Shou Fan expressed mild regret, realizing that such a significant incident occurred while he was absent. You cannot prevent anything from happening now. How is your research progressing? Qiao Xia inquired with a smile. Shou Fan, though still youthful at 24, had embarked on his studies early, balancing his doctoral studies with his role as a teaching assistant. He was known for his gentle demeanor and impressive talents. Recognized as a prodigy in the physics department at a university, even now, he remained a prominent figure on campus, with admirers circling around him. Chapter 80. A close friend with a gentle heart. I have my own ways. You needn't fret, Qiao Xia assured him. Asa daughter, I will inevitably marry one day. If uncle wishes to claim the ancestral home, I am not unreasonable. That it shouldn't have come to this. Qiao Xia, Shou Fan began, but she was momentarily taken aback. Why had he suddenly brought this up? They had always shared a platonic friendship, and he had never hinted at any romantic feelings. The flush crept across her cheeks. She was beautiful and talented, with many admirers in the debate club, and she was a standout in the journalism department, surrounded by equally stunning peers. Until now, her heart had been solely devoted to Li Hui, leaving her oblivious to any other affections. Shou Fan was a man of integrity and reliability, gentle, talented, and attentive. She knew that being with him would mean he would never let her down. That I had no idea you harbored feelings for me. All these years, I remained oblivious. Was he truly so adept at hiding it? I feared that if I confessed, you would distance yourself from me. We wouldn't even be able to remain friends. Had I known Li Hui would betray you, I would have pursued you long ago. Shou Fan said softly with a gentle smile. Is it too late to say this now? Xia, will you grant me a chance? They had met in the debate club, always as partners, and he had been her confidant. Others often remarked that their friendship was more than mere camaraderie, but less than romance, even urging her to abandon Li Hui and pursue Shou Fan instead. However, the warmth of the present moment surpassed the innocence of childhood companionship. Shou Fan had always treated her with kindness and care, leading to countless misunderstandings about their relationship. She cherished Shou Fan deeply. Thus, she had never considered a sham marriage with him. Shou Fan had consistently mentioned that he was pursuing someone he liked, who had yet to reciprocate his affections. How could she ever jeopardize Shou Fan's happiness? Little did she know that the girl he sought was none other than herself. Even if she were to know, it is unlikely she would seek out Shou Fan. Senior brother, I am married." Qiao Xia said, her head bowed, resembling a child who has erred. Zhou Fan was deeply affected, momentarily stripped of all his strength. Chapter 81. Mu Liang was quite irate. After all, having been married and then divorced, how many would regard her with biased eyes? Really? Zhou Fan's expression softened slightly, and he seemed much more at ease. "You merely entered into a marriage of convenience, with no interference?" Qiao Xia nodded. Zhou Fan sighed. "Why didn't you come to me for a phony marriage? If it were me, I would sincerely marry you and nurture our relationship. You mentioned having a girl you like, so how could I approach you for marriage?" Little did she know, that girl was indeed her. In truth, had she been aware of Zhou Fan's feelings for her, she might have been even less inclined to pursue a marriage with him. She had no thoughts of spending a lifetime with Zhou Fan. To rashly marry someone who harbored feelings for her could jeopardize their friendship, potentially turning them into adversaries, which would be far from ideal. "Then may I pursue you?" Zhou Fan asked, filled with hope. Qiao Xia replied, "Senior brother, I am currently unable to process this matter. After all, it is merely a matter of 3 months. Let us wait until everything settles down. And then I shall start anew without any burdens." "Very well, I shall wait for you." Zhou Fan's eye sparkled with a smile. "However, you cannot deter me from pursuing you." Qiao Xia responded. "All right. No one could refuse the advances of someone they did not dislike, or even harbored affection for. Who sent the roses?" Upon exiting the elevator, Qiao Xia saw Mu Liang leaning against the doorway, coolly observing her. He was typically reserved, exuding an air of indifference, which Qiao Xia had grown accustomed to. Zhou Fan was proactive, pursuing her with vigor, presenting her with a bouquet of roses on their first date. "Of course, it was someone who likes me," she said, lifting her chin with a hint of pride. Feeling quite pleased, the sudden shift in her relationship with her confidant was somewhat challenging, and Qiao Xia mused that it was only a matter of time before she fell for someone like Zhou Fan. She genuinely liked him. He respected her and understood her, making their interactions very comfortable. But Mu Liang's eyes reflected the vibrant red of the roses. "So you like him?" Qiao Xia nodded. "Of course. And your idol?" Mu Liang's expression darkened. "Aren't you fond of your idol? That is a presence to be admired from afar, not to be sullied. Every girl has her Prince Charming in her heart, yet the Prince of Dreams seldom materializes in reality." Mu Liang coldly remarked, "Miss Qiao, I recall a clause in our agreement. Do not put a green hat on me." How short a time it had been before she adorned him with such a hat. Utterly intolerable. He felt an overwhelming urge to teach her a lesson. "I know. It would be quite embarrassing for you," Qiao Xia replied with a bright smile. "Rest assured, fourth young master, you have mentioned that our circles do not intersect, and we are unlikely to cross paths. How very principled of you." Mu Liang inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon her, while Qiao Xia maintained a radiant smile. He abruptly turned and slammed the door shut with force. "How fierce." Qiao Xia looked at the abruptly closed door, bewildered. "You speak as if I truly placed a green hat upon you. Yet you were the one who said I could date, despite her principled stance." Why was she so angry? It is truly disheartening. In Chapter 82, with an air of arrogance, Qiao Xia arranged roses in a vase, and Zhou Fan's discerning eye had chosen a splendid combination that made the flowers suddenly appear exquisite. After taking a shower, Qiao Xia emerged to find the roses in the living room, which lifted her spirits. The presence of fresh flowers within her home lent it a refreshing vibrancy. She found herself wishing to purchase a bouquet every day to enhance the ambience. But alas, her finances were constrained. As a member of the Moonlight tribe, affording a daily bouquet was impractical, and it would be more sensible to buy a bowl of beef noodles instead, after finishing her late-night snack. Feeling quite full, Qiao Xia retrieved a box and began to pack away the gifts that Li Hui had given her. In hindsight, that sense of gratitude had perhaps turned into a farce, for it was evident that Li Hui and Xiao Lan had become involved from the very beginning, his gifts likely born from guilt. Jewelry, watches, handbags, some items had aged and were long unused, yet she had preserved them all the same. No matter how impoverished or challenging her life became, she never contemplated exchanging his gifts for anything. After starting her job, she had refrained from wearing them to avoid drawing attention, and while organizing, she discovered an astonishing 4 large boxes filled with Li Hui's offerings. Qiao Xia's previously buoyant mood plummeted instantly. Years of affection could dissipate so easily. To claim she was untroubled would be a lie. As she sorted through the gifts, her heart was heavy with bitterness, constantly wishing that none of it had ever transpired. No matter how profound the love, it could not withstand the ravages of time. No matter how deep the bonds and affection, they paled in comparison to the warmth of your presence beside me. She found it difficult to accept Zhou Fan at that moment. Recent events had been overwhelming, one after another, leaving her emotionally and physically drained. Chaufan's pursuit had ignited a flicker of hope within her, rekindling her expectations for the future and dispelling some of her despondency. Upon descending, she spotted Mu Liang's car parked downstairs. "That I must depart for work," Qiao Xia remarked. "If I hurry, it will only take me 15 minutes. That I'm not waiting for you," Mu Liang retorted haughtily, revving the engine and driving off. Qiao Xia thought to herself, "You didn't wait for me, yet you parked downstairs? What an absurd display of petulance. Such arrogance was rather amusing." In truth, Qiao Xia rather enjoyed briskly walking to work. After breakfast, she would stride along the path, and during winter, the plum blossoms in a city were in bloom, filling the air with their delightful fragrance. The atmosphere was refreshing, and it also provided her with exercise. Meng Qian had once remarked that her slender figure was largely attributed to her habit of walking briskly, and she found this to be quite plausible, though she and Zhou Fan had not progressed to the status of a romantic couple. They had shared a deep camaraderie for many years. Yesterday, Mu Liang had thrown a fit. Could it truly be due to jealousy? Surely he couldn't be so petty over such a matter. Men are indeed most concerned with their pride. 18 noon. She and Meng Qian were dining in the cafeteria on the 32nd floor of the company. The cafeteria at TV was impressive, offering a plethora of both Western and Asian cuisines, with a variety of delectable dishes to choose from, rivaling even the five-star restaurants downstairs. The affordability of the cafeteria was precisely why Qiao Xia frequented it so often. Chapter 83. The Art of Deflection. The prince has arrived. The prince has arrived. The exuberant cries of Bai Chi nearly pierced the eardrums in their vicinity as she squealed and preened herself, wishing for a serendipitous encounter with the prince. Mu Liang, along with Lu Huan and Deputy General Manager Shi Yi, made their entrance into the dining area. They truly were a sight to behold. 3 men, all of similar stature. Mu Liang, exuding an air of aloof indifference. Lu Huan, as warm and welcoming as a gentle spring breeze. And Shi Yi, sharp-witted and astute, capturing the attention of every woman in the company. Lu Huan, the perennial bachelor, had been the object of many women's affections for years. However, with the arrival of the young master, he found himself somewhat overshadowed, as the women's gazes shifted towards Mu Liang. This group of women was indeed formidable, fierce as wolves and tigers. Meng Qian's heart ached in sympathy. While Qiao Xia resonated deeply with her sentiments, her faux husband was simply too marketable, handsome, and wealthy. The trio chose a table by the window. Lu Huan greeted the employees with the charm of a true people's person, while Mu Liang maintained his proud demeanor, coldly dismissive of those around him. His eyes narrowed as he gazed out at the ceaseless flow of traffic beyond the glass. This air of melancholy only heightened the allure for the women, who found this ascetic man irresistibly captivating. The young master clearly bore the weight of untold stories. Qiao Xia mused inwardly, recognizing the truth in that observation, yet she wondered if Mu Liang's tale was one of excessive sorrow. Look! Bai Chi has approached him. The women, fierce as tigers, were not limited to Bai Chi alone. Others soon joined the fray. In no time, they had gathered around, seizing the opportunity to engage Lu Huan while attempting to draw closer to Mu Liang. Yet, within a mere minute, the crowd dispersed as quickly as it had formed, leaving behind an air of mystery regarding Mu Liang's words, which seemed to repel everyone. Meng Qian, reveling in the spectacle, gleefully remarked, "Just look at Bai Chi's expression. For that alone, I am wholeheartedly on Team Young Master. Perhaps you've watched too many dramas." "What do you mean, Team Young Master?" Meng Qian continued to gossip. "Didn't you know? Our company is divided into the Young Master faction and the Queen faction. Oh, and also the Emperor faction," she divulged. "I heard that last night at the Yi family banquet. Chairman Liu and Madame Liu were asked about the young master, and their faces fell immediately. If I were his father, I would be tempted to beat him senseless." Qiao Xia smiled as they bantered, tidying up the utensils amidst the bustling restaurant. In the throng, someone accidentally jostled Qiao Xia, causing her to collide with Mu Liang, Lu Huan, and Gu Xiaowu. The utensils in her hands went flying, intended for Lu Huan, but deftly avoided by him, only to land squarely on Mu Liang. In truth, Mu Liang could have evaded the onslaught, yet the cramped space of the employee cafeteria, coupled with Shuri inadvertently blocking his path, rendered escape impossible. The situation unfolded too abruptly. Spaghetti, tomato sauce, and meat sauce, along with an inexplicable vegetable stem, adorned Mu Liang's pristine white shirt in a spectacular display, with Lu Huan only receiving a slight splatter of sauce. Having skillfully evaded the brunt of the assault, The fourth young master was in a foul mood, now besmirched with remnants of his wife's meal. A true tragedy. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes fell upon them. Each person's thoughts echoed the same sentiment. Qiao Xia was surely doomed. This fastidious and aloof young master would undoubtedly exact a terrible vengeance upon her. I didn't mean to. Qiao Xia exclaimed, perhaps fearing Lu Huan, but she felt no trepidation towards Mu Liang. You were simply in the way. Is it my fault? Yes. The formidable Lu Huan, with a demeanor of disdain, swept away with a flick of his sleeve. Chapter 84. The despicable scoundrel. Lu Huan, taken aback, was closely followed by Shi, who gazed vacantly at Qiao Xia, and then at Mu Liang's retreating figure. At this moment, was it not appropriate to lift Qiao Xia's chin and declare, "My dear lady, you have successfully captured my attention"? According to the narrative, such a development would align seamlessly with the trope of the domineering CEO falling for me. General Manager, my apologies. Qiao Xia gestured towards his sleeve. Lu Huan, it's nothing, truly nothing, splendidly done. Qiao Xia. Lu Huan remarked, are you aware of his obsessive cleanliness? Indeed. Lu Huan raised his thumb, exclaiming, well done, sister-in-law. You have accomplished what I have longed to do but lacked the courage for. Ever since he snatched my transformers as a child, I wished to confront him, yet I never had the guts, nor could I prevail. It's all tears when I reminisce. Qiao Xia. Lu Huan strutted away like a victorious rooster. Brimming with pride, Meng Qian, wide-eyed and bewildered, pondered if the general manager was truly unbothered and even complimenting her, questioning whether there was discord between the general manager and the crown prince. She seemed to uncover something profoundly significant. Such cleverness. The women who awaited Qiao Xia's demise at the hands of the crown prince were left disappointed and infuriated, as they had exerted great effort to approach him, only to witness Qiao Xia take an unorthodox route. Not only gaining familiarity, but also winning the favor of the general manager. Isn't that Qiao Xia from the news department? Indeed, I've heard she has a less than favorable reputation, even maligning her own sister-in-law. Exhibiting a particularly scheming and duplicitous nature, I've heard her news department is thriving, despite having many enemies within, as her colleagues harbor disdain for her. Yet Huang Yi holds her in high regard. Qiao Xia, having departed early with Meng Qian, was oblivious to the rumors swirling about her. Her intention was to maintain a low profile for a few days, yet she inadvertently stirred public opinion, all of which was rife with malicious attacks. At first, Qiao Xia was unaware of their words, but after listening intently, she grasped a hint of their meaning, momentarily stunned, then erupting in ironic laughter. To each their own. As they say, one sees what one harbors in their heart. Wretched person. Indeed, only a wretched person would perceive others as such. Huang Yi emerged to assign tasks, concluding with a reminder to work diligently and refrain from gossiping. In this line of work, how could one avoid gossip? Without gossip, how could they function? Zhou Fan invited Qiao Xia to watch a movie that evening, intending to take her out for dinner, remembering Mu Liang's insinuation regarding a green hat. She suggested he avoid the company and instead meet directly at the cinema after work. Firstly, she had indeed attracted a fair amount of rumors at the office lately, and it was unnecessary for her senior to endure the disdain of others. Secondly, should news of her potential marriage to Mu Liang circulate, Zhou Fan's presence would complicate matters further. Chapter 85. The frugal Mu Liang. Everyone speculated about the relationship between the crown prince and Qiao Xia. Yet to their surprise, there was a serene stillness. Mu Liang did not even seek out Qiao Xia for inquiries. Bai Qi and others reveled in their triumph, mocking Qiao Xia for her heartfelt endeavors coming to naught. Qiao Xia merely chuckled in response. Your marital status with her is of no concern to me. I find no solace in it. As Qiao Xia listened to the tone of her former lover, she could not help but feel a surge of emotion. I had always known you to be a sycophant, but I never anticipated your heartlessness. Aware that she had ascended to the heights with Mu Liang, and fearing retribution against the Qiao family, you swiftly discarded Xiaolan. You are a callous hypocrite, Xia. I acted for your sake. I had intended to marry her solely for you. Enough? Qiao Xia spoke softly, in my name. You have wounded my heart. You have executed this quite well, Li Hui. For the sake of our shared past as childhood sweethearts, do not make this any more disgraceful than it already is. Though it is already quite disgraceful, Xia. Now that you are wed to Mu Liang, do you believe yourself secure, able to confront us with confidence? Where has the heartbroken girl gone, who was so devastated upon hearing of his marriage? I never intended to confront anyone, Qiao Xia replied, feeling no obligation to explain herself. I am not like you, who so easily discards others when the benefits wane. Thus, I am not so cruel. Is this how you perceive me? Qiao Xia fell silent, and Li Hui sighed. What good is your contractual marriage with Mu Liang? I have investigated. The Mu family is indeed influential, with both military and political ties, yet they have always maintained a low profile. Avoiding the business realm, the Lu family is complex. Lu Xian favors the children of Lu Madam, and although Lu Zheng is the eldest son, he is now incapacitated and rendered useless. Mu Liang is also not favored by Lu Xian, who has openly remarked that Mu Liang is not a true member of the Lu family. His marriage to you is merely a ploy for your heritage and the Qiao estate. Do not deceive yourself into thinking he will wholeheartedly support you. When one consorts with wolves, how can they expect to emerge unscathed? It must be said that Li Hui was quite astute. His attempts at sowing discord were clever. Had Qiao Xia not been privy to Mu Liang's identity from the outset, had she not become acquainted with him early on, their current rapport might have developed into animosity. Mu Liang, with his proud disposition, would never engage in such base actions. Qiao Xia scoffed. Li Hui, do you comprehend the distinction between you and Mu Liang? You are a parasite, ever the opportunist. Mu Liang is noble and principled, valuing integrity and loyalty. That is the crux of your divergence. That my relationship with him is not as sordid as you presume. I respect him, admire him, and trust him. With that, Qiao Xia coldly ended the call. Unfazed by Li Hui's thoughts, which were beyond her control, had it not been for his call, she would have remained unaware of her elevated esteem for Mu Liang. Yet he is still a lunatic. Qiao Xia received a WeChat message. Mu Liang. The cost of my shirt and suit is custom-made. Qiao Xia. That's so? Mu Liang. Compensation. Qiao Xia. You are so petty. Despite his wealth, he still demanded reimbursement. It was utterly stingy. Mu Liang. A deal is a deal. Chapter 86. The subtle distance. Qiao Xia mused that she was indeed at fault. Mu Liang had not yet repaid his first compensation, and now another bill had arrived. It was truly she was nearing her financial limits. She hoped it would not be exorbitant. Mu Liang. The shirt costs 15,000. The jacket and trousers amount to 34,000. The tie is 87,000, totaling 136,000. I want to charge you for the small change. Let us call it 130,000. Qiao Xia. Go to hell. I was referring to the dry cleaning fee. Capitalists, a tie costs 87,000. Is yours adorned with diamonds? Mu Liang, your clothes are in such disarray. I have no desire to wear them any longer. I have discarded them, and you must compensate me for a new set. Qiao Xia, Mu Liang, you are utterly insane, you scoundrel. Qiao Xia, I am broke. Mu Liang, deduct it from your salary and bonuses. Qiao Xia, that is unacceptable. You have already taken money from me. Where shall I find funds to spend? I still need to eat, travel, and attend social gatherings. Do not be too unreasonable. Mu Liang. Oh, are you becoming proud? Qiao Xia, the previous debt remains unsettled. And now another arises. Given your wealth, do not be so miserly. Mu Liang, the wealthier one is, the more stingy they tend to be. Qiao Xia chuckled. So you are aware, truly a miserly wretch. Qiao Xia, darling, forgive me. It was not intentional. This message from Qiao Xia was a voice note, while Mu Liang was engaged in a video conference with Lu Zheng, casually tapping to play it. Lu Zheng's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Mu Liang remained remarkably composed. Lu Zheng's lips twitched. Liang, do you have a penchant for pedophilia? Your tastes seem rather excessive. Mu Liang, after a few days of care, Qiao Xia's knees and hands have nearly healed. The bandages can be removed, and the new skin is tender and appealing, without a trace of scars. I in the company. No rumors have circulated about Qiao Xia and Mu Liang, and everyone is mocking Qiao Xia for her futile efforts, not gaining Mu Liang's favor. Qiao Xia initially believed only her department's colleagues were envious, often uttering jealous and cutting remarks. But to her surprise, the majority of the female employees in the company held a poor opinion of her. Many had never even seen her or worked with her, illustrating the destructive power of gossip. Ever since Li Hui betrayed her, Qiao Xia felt as though she had matured overnight. These rumors no longer stirred even the slightest ripple within her. Gradually becoming commonplace. In recent days, she had been dining and watching movies with Zhou Fan after work, indulging in a carefree existence. Mu Liang was busy upon entering the company, resulting in fewer interactions between them. However, Qiao Xia sensed Mu Liang's displeasure. Though he always appeared cold and unapproachable, she could feel his aloofness. After running a couple of laps around the community, she spotted Mu Liang. He was clad in a white tracksuit. just emerging from the clubhouse, and Qiao Xia happened to run right in front of it. The clubhouse in the seaside community had a steep annual fee, and Qiao Xia did not wish to waste money. She was uninterested in the other amenities, mostly opting to jog around the community. Mu Liang seemed to have just come from swimming, his hair still damp. Their relationship had always been quite harmonious. Yet Mu Liang had suddenly grown extremely distant, which she found somewhat disconcerting. Care to play tennis? Mu Liang inquired. That I will teach you, Qiao Xia exclaimed, excitedly flashing a victory sign as she caught up with him. Have you been angry with me lately? You are busy dining and dating with your boyfriend, yet you still concern yourself with my feelings? I do not have a boyfriend. He acted as if he did not recognize her, not even offering a greeting. Surely, it was because of that day's quarrel. She pondered that it could not merely be due to a few damaged garments that he would be so petty. It seemed she had indeed wounded his pride. Recently, my senior brother has been pursuing me, Qiao Xia remarked. You need not explain anything to me. This matter does not concern him that as long as it is not bothersome. It should suffice. Yet, he seems to collide with me every single time, which is indeed quite irritating. Surely, you cannot be so petty, Qiao Xia continued, adding, this shall not happen again on the tennis court. An hour costs 100 yuan. And Mu Liang had reserved 3 hours. Teaching Qiao Xia alone took over an hour, leaving her breathless and drenched in sweat. You must be doing this on purpose. I refuse to play any longer, she exclaimed, her stamina lagging behind Mu Liang's. His shots were particularly cunning, sending her scampering all over the court, unable to catch up. Once, she nearly got hit by a tennis ball, after just a few rounds. Qiao Xia declared her surrender. Let us play a few more rounds. Mu Liang insisted. That I cannot manage any more, she retorted. Your stamina is truly lacking, he criticized her. Are you intentionally making me run around the court? Qiao Xia glared at him. Her hair had come undone, her face flushed, and her large eyes glistened with unshed tears, her cheeks resembling the delicate hue of peach blossoms. There was an undeniable beauty in her anger, exuding a playful charm. I thought your invitation to play tennis meant you were no longer upset. Yet here you are, taking delight in bullying me. Qiao Xia huffed. Mu Liang, you are excessively tormenting me. Your lack of stamina is not my fault, he replied. You are doing this intentionally. If you choose not to play, then so be it, Mu Liang stated. Qiao Xia immediately pouted, her rosy lips capable of lifting a heavy basket. Mu Liang felt a twinge of annoyance. While he could understand her grievances, he wondered if such bullying could ever alleviate her frustration. If it did not, then what was the purpose of his torment? Observing her innocent and aggrieved expression, his intention to tease her for another hour dissipated, and his heart softened. Let us rest for a moment. Then we can play a few more rounds before heading out for a meal. Upon hearing his gentler tone, Qiao Xia realized he was no longer angry, and a smile graced her face. Mu Liang picked up a bottle of pure water beside him, opened it, and took a sip. That bottle belongs to me, Qiao Xia fumed. Yours is over there, she added, noting that she had already consumed half of her own. Drink from that one. Mu Liang's ears turned crimson as he muttered. I didn't complain about yours. Qiao Xia was puzzled. Wasn't he known for his fastidiousness? Why was he suddenly so accommodating? With Mu Liang in a rare good mood, Qiao Xia took the liberty of grabbing his water. As her thirst was undeniable, she had neglected to consider the implications. Mu Liang had finished her bottle. Sitting beside him to rest, she said, Yesterday, my uncle called me, inviting me to dinner, his tone exceedingly amiable. Did you say something to him? I need not have said anything. Zhou Lan has seen me, and thus he is aware of our situation. Naturally, he is cordial as he seeks your favor, Mu Liang replied. Even if you were a mere rabbit, with a tiger by your side, they would always accommodate you. Qiao Xia understood perfectly. I declined his invitation. His motive for dining with me was merely concerning the ancestral home and the company. Mu Liang remarked, perhaps he realizes he must curry your favor in the future. Enough resting. Let us play a few more rounds, Qiao Xia declared. Serve well, and you shall have whatever you desire. Serve poorly, and you shall face the consequences, Mu Liang replied coolly. Qiao Xia chuckled. Your humble servant obeys. Mu Liang did not make things difficult for her, and gradually, Qiao Xia began to grasp the skills and joys of playing tennis. The two of them continued their match for over half an hour before parting ways. In the community, Qiao Xia knew no one. Mu Liang, her pretend husband and neighbor, made for a rather pleasant companionship. Having just swum and played tennis, can you handle such a high volume of exercise? It hurts, you jerk, Qiao Xia exclaimed, covering her face where he had pinched her, feeling a strong urge to flatten him with her tennis racket. Mu Liang and Qiao Xia dined at a Cantonese restaurant that was not particularly crowded. Although the area was a commercial district, this restaurant was somewhat off the beaten path. Qiao Xia propped her head on her hand while placing their order, opting for a cup of corn juice, while Mu Liang selected several dishes. Qiao Xia inquired, "Did Director Lu not give you trouble for all those nonsensical remarks you made during your live stream? First of all, he would need to locate me." Mu Liang did not mind discussing matters at home with her. No wonder the rumors suggest Director Lu does not care for you. I believe that the bonds between people are maintained through effort. Qiao Xia remarked, "No matter how much love there is, if distance separates, it pales in comparison to the warmth of proximity." Mu Liang remained silent, seemingly uninterested in the topic. Respecting his disinterest, Qiao Xia shifted the conversation to her ancestral home while they awaited their meal. Mu Liang replied, "I still have some matters to attend to. There is no rush regarding your family estate." "All right." Noticing Mu Liang's lack of enthusiasm, she couldn't help but suggest, "How about we watch a movie after dinner?" "Sure." Qiao Xia was pleasantly surprised by his agreement and joyfully took out her phone to book 2 movie tickets. The film she liked premiered yesterday, so she checked for available showtimes. Chapter 87. A narrow path for enemies. The adjacent shopping mall had a showing in the afternoon that wasn't sold out, so Qiao Xia booked 2 tickets. After their meal, with over an hour until the film commenced, Qiao Xia dragged Mu Liang to browse the mall. Suddenly, Mu Liang recalled something. "Let us go look at rings." "Rings? My brother asked me why I wasn't wearing a ring if I was married," Mu Liang explained. Qiao Xia considered Mu Liang's purpose for marriage. He might eventually introduce her to the Lu family. Without a ring as a shield, it seemed rather inappropriate. Yet, Mu Liang thought to himself, with a wedding ring on, let us see how you plan to date others. They wandered through a jewelry store for over half an hour. But Mu Liang appeared consistently dissatisfied. None of the designs seemed to please him. Qiao Xia suggested, "Why not just buy something casual?" "No way." Mu Liang displayed an unusual tenacity. Just then, fate intervened as they encountered Qiao Lan and Mingxi, also perusing the jewelry shop. Li Hui had yet to propose the dissolution of his engagement with Qiao Lan, and today she had come with Mingxi to select rings and accessories. When Qiao Lan and Mingxi arrived, Mu Liang had stepped away to the restroom, leaving Qiao Xia to browse alone. Spotting a pair of rings she liked, she assumed Mu Liang would appreciate them as well and requested them. To her surprise, Qiao Lan and Mingxi approached and claimed that the pair of rings was what they had been eyeing. "Qiao Xia, can you even afford those?" Qiao Lan scoffed at her, asserting, "This pair of rings is what I have chosen and reserved." Qiao Xia was utterly astonished. "Excuse me, beautiful, but this pair of rings has already been reserved by someone else, yet you still dare to present them to me?" The sales assistant at the jewelry store felt wronged and said to Mrs. Qiao and Miss Qiao, "Ladies, you just mentioned visiting other shops. You never indicated that you wanted to reserve this particular ring." Mingxi, with a frosty expression, retorted, "We clearly made a reservation. Even if we no longer desire the items chosen by Qiao Lan, it certainly won't benefit this contemptible person." Qiao Xia smiled brilliantly. "Sister, you truly have good habits. Ever since we were young, anything I showed interest in seemed to capture your attention as well. I am quite taken aback by how much faith you have in my taste." Qiao Lan scoffed. "Do refrain from embellishing your own image." Qiao Xia replied, "If you have set your sights on this ring, then it is yours. After all, it is merely a pair of rings and not a matter of great significance." She saw no need to quarrel over such trinkets. "That I suspect you cannot afford them." Mingxi, initially worried that the Lu family might trouble the Qiao family, was surprised to find the atmosphere calm. She speculated that Mu Liang likely did not dare to act against them, deeming it unworthy for the sake of Qiao Xia. "Why didn't young Master Lu accompany you? It seems that associating with the Lu family has not brought you any fortune. You still appear quite impoverished. How pitiable. An agreement to marry is merely an agreement. He has not offered you any benefits. Is it not rather stingy of him?" Qiao Lan could hardly bear to see Qiao Xia so self-assured. "Sister, look in the mirror. Even if I am dressed in rags, I still surpass you in beauty." Qiao Xia, having adopted Mu Liang's narcissism, recalled that Senior Lin had once remarked that she was more attractive. Qiao Lan, seething with rage, was met with Mingxi's exclamation, "Oh, the once reticent Qiao Xia, who never retaliated or spoke back, has suddenly become so articulate, whose influence has shaped her temperament. Mine. Do you have a problem with that?" Mu Liang's voice, cold as ice, emanated from behind. It was unclear how long he had been standing there, his expression as grim as the depths of the sea. Qiao Xia, accustomed to this demeanor, had initially felt some trepidation. But over time, her fear of Mu Liang had diminished. However, those around them could not help but feel a pang of panic at his countenance. Although Qiao Lan was intelligent, she had been spoiled and had always believed that Mu Liang and Qiao Xia were merely engaged in a marriage of convenience, each with their own agenda. She never anticipated that Mu Liang would accompany Qiao Xia to view rings. Her face turned ashen at the realization. Elmingshi felt a similar fear upon seeing Mu Liang's expression. She shuddered, recalling the day he had ruthlessly thrown her out. Qiao Lan had insisted that Qiao Xia and Mu Liang were merely in a contractual marriage, yet it appeared their relationship was far more amicable than she had presumed. As Mu Liang approached, he naturally took Qiao Xia's hand. Their fingers intertwined. Her heart raced. Although they had shared physical contact before, such an intimate gesture was rare. Their fingers were linked as if their hearts were bound together. The warmth from their palms seemed to seep through their skin and into their souls. His declaration, "I am the one who indulges her. Do you have an issue with that?" was authoritative and assertive. Its protective intent unmistakable, as if she were a treasured gem cradled in Mu Liang's hands, free to defy all limits. Untouchable by anyone, Mu Liang exuded a formidable presence, combining an air of quiet authority with a hint of elegance. Reminiscent of the Prince Charming often praised in tales, commanding yet graceful, he reigned supreme. Young Master Lud Elmingshi's voice trembled, filled with trepidation. The memory of that day, when Mu Liang had mercilessly cast her aside, lingered vividly in her mind. Qiao Lan's insistence that Qiao Xia and Mu Liang were merely in a contractual marriage now seemed increasingly dubious, as their bond appeared to be flourishing beyond mere convenience. Mu Liang's cold laugh pierced the air as he declared, "I treat Qiao Xia like a precious gem, cherishing and loving her, and yet you discard her like a piece of worn-out footwear. How dare you act so audaciously in my presence? Who grants you such audacity?" In that moment, Qiao Lan momentarily forgot her fear. Mu Liang's demeanor was commanding and elegant, leaving her utterly captivated. How wonderful it would be if such an exceptional man were to harbor feelings for her. Yet now, it was she who held his affections and received his protection, not Qiao Xia. Observing Qiao Lan's infatuated expression, Qiao Xia felt a sense of intoxication. Had Qiao Lan truly developed feelings for Mu Liang? With a disdainful smirk, Mu Liang retorted, "Miss Qiao Lan, take a look in the mirror. Feeling self-satisfied is one thing, but do not disgust others with your delusions. It is essential to possess self-awareness. Truly, the ugly often create their own misfortune." The sales attendant stood in astonishment. These two women, seemingly sisters, had quarreled over a ring, yet one was a somewhat renowned actress, behaving so foolishly in public by swooning over her brother-in-law, only to be mocked in return. What a disgraceful display. "What do you think you are compared to her?" Mu Liang asserted with unwavering conviction. "She is Qiao Xia, one of a kind." "What are you?" Qiao Xia's heart trembled. Throughout her life, only her parents had ever told her, "Xia Xia, you are our treasure, unique and irreplaceable, cherished and adored like a precious gem." Little did she expect to hear such words from a man with no blood relation to her. The twinge of bittersweet sensation filled her nose. In that moment, he resembled an omnipotent deity in her vast wilderness of existence. Her sole faith, Lu Mengshi interjected, "Are you marrying her for our family's fortune? Spare me the pretense of deep affection. She loved Li Hui for so many years. How could she possibly love you?" "Mu Liang, my dear husband," Qiao Xia replied, clutching his hand with deep affection. "I love you." Mu Liang, gazing into her eyes brimming with sincerity, felt an overwhelming urge to pull her into his embrace and taste her lips. The two appeared oblivious to their surroundings, enveloped in tenderness and passion, causing the sales attendant to shudder. Meanwhile, Qiao Lan and Lu Mingshi's faces flushed with anger. Qiao Lan pointed at Qiao Xia, exclaiming, "Qiao Xia, you shameless wretch, what does my confession to my husband have to do with you?" Qiao Xia wore an expression of haughty defiance, exuding an air of challenge. Qiao Lan's eyes reddened with humiliation from Mu Liang's scorn, and the ridicule from Qiao Xia filled her heart with intense resentment. Chapter 90. The goddess possessiveness. Mu Liang stated, "I have never encountered someone so foolish. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If you wish for things to go your way, cling to Qiao Xia's leg and plead for her favor. Perhaps if she is in a good mood, she might grant you a reprieve. I, Mu Liang, am devoted to my wife. Anyone who bullies her will face my tenfold retribution. Should the Qiao family find themselves in dire straits one day, remember to sincerely repent before her. And do not misplace your pleas. The Qiao family truly would not shed tears until they faced the grave." He was nothing short of a domineering CEO. Qiao Xia at Mu Liang selected several pieces of jewelry that Lu Mingxi and Qiao Lan had just been eyeing with longing, deeming them too expensive to afford. All were global limited editions from this jewelry store. It was unclear whether Mu Liang had an eye for exquisite taste or if he had prior knowledge. With a mere flick of his finger, he selected exquisite limited pieces, each unique within the city. Qiao Lan's eyes turned red with jealousy. What right did Qiao Xia have to such fortune in winning Mu Liang's affection? Given Mu Liang's extravagant devotion to her, the situation grew increasingly dire. Mingxi, fearing that Qiao Lan might undertake some impulsive action, hurriedly grasped her hand and led her away. Qiao Xia, upon turning her head, instructed the sales assistant, "Disregard all those accessories. I only wish to acquire the wedding bands." The sales assistant, caught in a dilemma, cast a troubled glance at Mu Liang. "They are far too extravagant for me to utilize. Such splendid jewelry, adorned upon her, would merely invite whispers of imitation. There will come a day when it proves useful." Mu Liang replied, "I deeply apologize for having taken so long to find you. For the suffering you have endured over these years, from this moment onward, I shall fulfill my promise to cherish you as one would a precious gem, never to forsake you again." As they emerged from the jewelry store, their hands still intertwined, Qiao Xia suddenly felt the intimacy was excessive and hastily released her grip. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, shyly averting her gaze from him. Mu Liang's hand, now devoid of her presence, felt an instant pang of loss. They attended a film together, yet Qiao Xia's thoughts remained preoccupied with the jewelry store, rendering her unable to focus on the movie. By its conclusion, she was oblivious to its narrative. Conversely, Mu Liang lingered post-screening, fixated on the screen. "Why haven't you left yet? I recall this production often includes an Easter egg. I simply cannot bear it," Mu Liang replied. "How impoverished can you possibly be? It would be a shame to let such treasures go to waste. They would be better exchanged for currency." Mu Liang maintained a stoic expression. "Such matters need not be disclosed to me." Qiao Xia pondered inwardly, interpreting this as tacit approval for her to convert the jewelry into cash. Goodness, he is surprisingly accommodating. Yet, his impassive demeanor made her hesitant. She merely voiced her thoughts without any intention of actually selling the jewelry. Feeling guilty at the prospect, "If we were to part ways in 3 months, I could always return it to him." I anticipate that the Qiao family will persist in troubling you, Qiao Xia. "Should you find yourself wronged, do not hesitate to inform me." Mu Liang asserted. "Leave what you cannot manage to me. You are spoiling me. I fear I shall become insufferable." She replied, "I take delight in it." He declared, "If I indulge you to the point of becoming spoiled, let us see who dares to approach you." Unbeknownst to him, his possessiveness intensified with each passing day, as certain matters seemed to spiral beyond his control. The following morning, Qiao Xia rose early to prepare a sumptuous breakfast and went to knock on Mu Liang's door. Finding it unoccupied, she sent him a message inquiring about his whereabouts. "Mu Liang, are you not at home?" "I'm not at home today. I have matters to attend to." Qiao Xia chose not to press further and, after her breakfast, sought out Meng Qian. However, Meng Qian lamented, "I have an interview today, starting at 10 and likely concluding by noon. I shall be free afterward. Why would you schedule this on a weekend? The timing was not under my control. The interviewee is quite a prominent figure, and I had no option." After a few complaints, Meng Qian shared the address with Qiao Xia. "Come by later, and we can enjoy a meal and some shopping together." With little else to occupy her time, Qiao Xia set out at 9. Weekends often lacked entertainment for her. It was either finding Meng Qian or staying at home playing video games, which had recently lost their charm. After years of play, the marketplace now seemed inundated with clothing purchases, quite dull. Indeed, Meng Qian occasionally spent her weekends on dates with her boyfriend, leaving Qiao Xia to indulge in reading and studying French at home. Qiao Xia arrived early and took the opportunity to stroll nearby, intending to purchase a birthday gift for Mu Liang. However, she found herself grappling with the dilemma of affording something that was not excessively expensive, while also being uncertain about suitable gifts for men. Mu Liang seemed to lack nothing, which only added to her confusion. After some deliberation, Qiao Xia steeled herself and ventured into a luxury, men's clothing store to buy a scarf. The extravagant gift she had at home felt burdensome, and with Mu Liang gifting her a red envelope containing 0, she deemed a scarf the most fitting present. While browsing online the previous night, she had come across a particular brand whose scarf exuded a refined aura when worn by men, prompting her to visit the store today. It was indeed the gray-blue scarf. Although Qiao Xia possessed a reasonable understanding of luxury items, she struggled to articulate her thoughts on scarves. The male sales associate promptly responded, "I know, that's the popular style. It's widely recommended online. Qiao Xia recalled it being a trending item, with numerous online endorsements. The sales associate then inquired, "Is it for your boyfriend?" To which she hesitantly replied, "Let me introduce you to something." The associate, brimming with enthusiasm, showcased a cashmere striped scarf in black and gray, understated yet elegant. He explained that it was part of this winter's collection, not particularly a bestseller but sophisticated, and with a Christmas discount of 30, it was a remarkable deal. Pondering Mu Liang's refined taste, Qiao Xia felt this scarf would complement him well. Selecting a gift for Mu Liang was a formidable task, and options within her budget were even scarcer. Ultimately, the scarf emerged as her best idea. The male associate continued to extol its virtues, prompting Qiao Xia to inquire about the price. After the discount, "It's just over 300 with a resigned breath," she replied, "I'll take it." She braced herself to make the purchase, rationalizing that it was Mu Liang's money, borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha. However, after paying, she was engulfed by regret. Over 3,000 felt like a substantial loss, causing her heart to bleed. Following an interview, Meng Qian sought her out, venting her frustrations. "Wang Man is utterly impossible to deal with. She's both high-profile and temperamental. Just listen to the recording. Her tone is utterly arrogant, as if she is an international superstar. Just because she starred in a hit drama, she has become insufferable. Back when we were on set, she would greet us, but now she looks down on everyone. I dread writing her script. She infuriates me. We had a time arranged, and she was 30 minutes late without a single apology, flaunting her arrogance while mocking me in nearly every sentence. It's driving me mad." Chapter 92. The daily life of best friends. I can only offer you my emotional sympathy. In this industry, she had encountered all sorts of individuals, including those who were exceedingly difficult to please. Meng Qian was far more tolerant than she was. Both were from the journalism department. Meng Qian's foray into entertainment reporting was merely a twist of fate, as her aspiration was to become a host. In contrast, Qiao Xia found herself lacking the same level of ambition in her career as they indulged in gossip over lunch. Qiao Xia's keen eyes spotted the logo on the scarf she had purchased. "Have you struck it rich lately?" she teased. "Indeed," Meng Qian replied, her tone sweet, yet laced with worry. "That I feel he has been rather distant lately, no longer reaching out to me." "Then why not take the initiative to contact him?" After the two had enjoyed their lunch, they set off for a leisurely afternoon of shopping. Following dinner, Meng Qian, seized by a sudden whim, suggested they visit the bar atop the Golden Ball. Qiao Xia coolly declined, exclaiming, "I want to go. It's outrageously expensive, and I'm short on funds. I'll treat you," Meng Qian insisted, pulling her into the elevator. The bar was particularly vibrant, boasting splendid views and a pleasant ambience, albeit lacking a dance floor. Outside, a hot spring pool exuded wisps of steam, resembling a fairyland. It was Qiao Xia's first visit. She had only seen advertisements that had stirred considerable buzz, and indeed, it was far more enchanting in person. Radiating comfort, Meng Qian ordered 2 cocktails. They had arrived early enough to secure a decent spot, affording them a view of half the city's nightscape. Rumor had it that numerous celebrities would be in attendance tonight. "You're not exactly a star chaser. We've encountered few celebrities," Qiao Xia remarked. Xia, isn't that the air of our company?" Meng Qian pointed towards the window-side viewing platform, letting out a whistle. "Looks like he is quite fortunate in the company he keeps." Qiao Xia, too, spotted Mu Liang, who was drinking with a beautiful young woman. The lady appeared to be of mixed heritage, tall and with striking features, her chestnut curls accentuating her alluring charm. Her figure was undeniably captivating, with a generous bosom that was anything but modest. "Now that's what one calls a devilishly attractive figure," Meng Qian mused, glancing down at her own modest physique, consumed by jealousy. Qiao Xia felt an inexplicable twist in her heart. It was rather awkward. She had always perceived Mu Liang as a man of restraint, one who shunned the company of women. Yet here he was with such a voluptuous and enchanting companion. She couldn't quite catch the words he uttered, but when the woman smiled, it was as if a lotus had bloomed. Meng Qian remarked, "With such high standards, our company's women hoping to ascend to greater heights must be disheartened. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. Perhaps he prefers delicate blossoms," Qiao Xia replied. Just look at his companion. A striking red rose. That a smile graced Qiao Xia's lips, yet she felt a deep discomfort within, as if something precious had been snatched away from her, her spirits dampening instantly. Mu Liang favors voluptuous, seductive beauties. That the kind. She instinctively glanced down at her chest, feeling deflated in an instant. Unaware of Qiao Xia's turmoil, Ming Qian continued with the latest gossip about the Lu family. I've heard that after Lu Zheng became paralyzed, Director Lu intends to seize power, reallocating Lu Zheng's shares to Lu Yiqian. Ming Qian lamented, Lu Zheng is truly unfortunate. He shouldn't have been so accommodating. Chapter 93. Lu Yiqian, a waiter approached, carrying 2 cocktails, which he placed before Qiao Xia and Ming Qian with a smile, saying, Ladies, a gentleman has sent you these drinks. Both women exchanged puzzled glances. Who could it be? They wondered, scanning their surroundings until they spotted a handsome man raising his glass in a distant salute. Lu Yiqian. A chill ran down Qiao Xia's spine as she recalled how Qiao Lan had once pushed her towards him. They had shared a brief encounter. The Lu family was prominent in a city. And as the most favored son, Lu Yiqian was a high-profile young heir, his visage being quite renowned. The Lu brothers were all strikingly handsome, and his gaze remained fixed upon Qiao Xia. He must have taken a liking to you, Ming Qian remarked. Qiao Xia's radiant smile revealed her maturity and beauty, reminiscent of the type of women that his rumored girlfriends often embody. Ming Qian, a stunning beauty in her own right, possesses a charm that is truly unique. Yet, for Qiao Xia, it is Ming Qian's appearance that captivates her the most. Such a flamboyant young master, regardless of who he fancies, seems to bring misfortune upon them. Ming Qian remarked that despite her striking looks, her fortune in love has been rather dismal, possibly due to her overpowering nature since childhood, which has hindered her connections with the opposite sex. Furthermore, her beauty has also affected her rapport with other women, allowing her to bond swiftly with Qiao Xia in the office, sharing a sense of camaraderie born of mutual understanding. Lu Yiqian is quite the flamboyant figure in a city, frequently investing in the film industry. With rumored girlfriends seemingly circling the TV building. It is not uncommon for him to be spotted in the company of a young model or celebrity, often juggling multiple romantic entanglements, all while displaying a lavish lifestyle. Backed by a robust family lineage, among the Lu family, Lu Zheng remains the most discreet, rarely gracing any entertainment magazines, while Lu Yiqian is frequently featured, yet his private life is not excessively chaotic. Lu Yiqian, however, stands apart. TV once captured him in a series of photographs over 5 days, passionately kissing and caressing 6 different women in public, embodying a high-profile and extravagant lifestyle. Both Qiao Xia and Ming Qian hold a rather unfavorable view of Lu Yiqian. Despite his handsome features, wealth, and physique, he fails to capture their interest. He approached them, and Ming Qian interjected. Alongside him came another man, prompting Qiao Xia to instinctively glance towards Mu Liang, only to find him absent. Leaving behind a solitary, beautiful woman gazing at the scenery from the observation deck. Point 2. Beautiful women drinking together is rather dull. Shall we go out and have some fun? We have reserved a private room where we can sing, dance, and play games. Lu Yiqian initiated a conversation, his gaze fixated on Qiao Xia, imbued with an assertive intensity. That I remember you. Your name is Qiao Xia, isn't it? The last time you got into trouble and ended up in the hospital. I had intended to confront the one who taught you a lesson, only to discover it was Mu Liang, which made me relent. Among brothers, I have yet to meet Mu Liang. Moreover, having become infatuated with another young woman, I inadvertently forgot about you. Seeing you here today jogged my memory. He had taken an interest in Qiao Xia, while the man beside him expressed a similar inclination towards Ming Qian, extending an invitation to her as well. Lu Yiqian had come to the bar to unwind with friends, and Qiao Xia's pure and bright countenance stirred something within him. That I'm sorry, but we have plans, Qiao Xia replied, preparing to leave. Lu Yiqian, relying on his family background and good looks, had never encountered rejection within the realm of women. Miss Qiao, I sincerely wish to invite you to join us, he insisted. Ming Qian urged, Xia, let's go. Chapter 94. The male god declares, you are quite a nuisance. They began to sense a looming crisis and felt trapped. As they stood, Lu Yiqian and his friend positioned themselves to block their path. Lu Yiqian's smile turned somewhat sinister. Really? Is this how you choose to treat my invitation? Qiao Xia, incensed, retorted, while Ming Qian added, young Master Lu, we have matters to attend to and would prefer to reschedule. Today is a splendid day. Why postpone? You certainly carry an air of superiority. I, personally, have come to extend the invitation, so please refrain from being so pretentious. Lu Yiqian regarded Qiao Xia and Ming Qian with utter disdain. Perceiving their attire as merely an attempt to indulge in novelty, Qiao Xia flashed a radiant smile, saying, young Master Lu, a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. There are plenty who wish to share a drink with you. Why make it difficult for us? Lu Etien's fingers grazed Qiao Xia's face, remarking on her delicate skin as if it could be easily pierced. Qiao Xia swiftly swatted his hand away, provoking Lu Etien's fury, who retaliated with a harsh slap, declaring that she would face the consequences for refusing his overtures. She had not anticipated Lu Etien's sudden aggression, and was unable to evade the blow. The force of his hand left her cheek stinging. Meng Qian, infuriated, exclaimed, "How dare you strike someone?" Qiao Xia covered her cheek, taken aback by the sheer audacity of his actions. Numerous patrons in the bar had witnessed the altercation, most familiar with Lu Etien's arrogant demeanor. Yet none dared to intervene. Meng Qian, determined to escort Qiao Xia away, found their path obstructed. Lu Etien, dismissively unconcerned, had encountered his fair share of haughty women, yet he believed that no amount of pride could withstand the allure of fame and fortune. Qiao Xia lifted the cocktail he had offered her, asserting, "Young Master Lu, if you seek to drink, I shall toast to you." With that, she splashed the entire contents of the drink upon him. The liquid cascaded down, nearly bringing Lu Etien to tears. His companions rushed to assist him, only to be shoved aside as he glared at Qiao Xia, calling her a wretch. Just then, he attempted to strike her again. "Mu Liang, release me." Upon recognizing Mu Liang, Lu Etien shouted in a blend of shock and rage, yet was unable to break free from Mu Liang's grip. "Is he using this hand to hit you?" Mu Liang's voice was calm and unremarkable, his deep, dark eyes causing Qiao Xia's heart to race. He appeared both elegant and indifferent, yet exuded an undeniable aura of authority that to her surprise. She nodded in response. Mu Liang twisted fiercely, and the sound of dislocated bones echoed, followed by Lu Etien's agonized scream. "Fourth young master, let him go," shouted one of Lu Etien's companions. Meng Qian and Qiao Xia felt a chill run down their spines at the sound. Both wincing at the thought of the pain involved, Mu Liang discarded Lu Etien as one might dispose of refuse. Had it not been for the support of others, he would have crumpled to the ground in disgrace. The pain from his dislocated bone left him drenched in sweat, his teeth chattering to Mu Liang. "What concern is it of yours? If you seek to meddle, my father will not spare you." Lu Etien, seething with rage, felt that Mu Liang had thwarted his ambitions for the second time, with each instance involving this woman. "Utter another word, and witness what I shall do to you." Mu Liang's expression darkened, retorting, "You have brought disgrace upon the Lu family. Aside from womanizing, what else are you capable of?" Chapter 95. "Mu Liang, what are you doing? It's none of your business if I indulge in women." Lu Etien, despite the pain in his hand, yearned to retaliate. "You are an eyesore," Mu Liang coldly replied. "You are far too bothersome." With that final threat, Lu Etien stormed away in fury. Meng Qian and Mu Liang expressed their gratitude and took Qiao Xia with them. It wasn't until they reached the elevator that Qiao Xia realized her heart was racing. Mu Liang had been incredibly dashing, and although it had involved violence, he had elevated the aesthetics of aggression to an art form. Fong Manning approached, remarking on your usual disinterest in meddling with the affairs of others. "How curious it is that you have chosen to intervene in the matters concerning that second-generation heir." She had long observed Lu Etien's repugnant demeanor, merely coercing young women into serving drinks. She had little desire to involve herself. Yet, she was taken aback by Mu Liang's unexpected willingness to assist. She knew Mu Liang all too well, ever indifferent, wholly self-absorbed to the utmost degree, utterly unconcerned with the fates of others. However, Mu Liang's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Did it hurt when she was struck? This girl was indeed fierce. It was likely Lu Etien had never before encountered such resistance, drenched in liquor for his troubles. Nevertheless, the mere thought of the red mark upon Qiao Xia's face made him feel as though he had lost a hand. Begrudgingly conceding to her, "Liang, do you know them?" Fong Manning relented, surmising that Mu Liang was simply unable to tolerate Lu Etien. "What of your little wife? Do you not intend to let me meet her?" "Perhaps another time," she replied with a smile. "Have you forgotten about Cici?" Mu Liang remained silent for a long moment. "I have stated it before. It is merely a sham marriage if you wish to assist her. There are countless ways to do so. Why resort to a pretense of marriage?" Fong Manning said coolly. "Liang, do not forget. You should leave." Mu Liang interrupted her. Fong Manning gazed at his indifferent silhouette, her heart aching. When Gu Cici was alive, she had accepted her defeat, well aware of Mu Liang's deep affection for Gu Cici. Both were her dear friends, and she had chosen to support and bless them. Yet now, with Gu Cici gone, she found herself unable to compete with a mere girl. What right did Qiao Xia have? Why should she receive Mu Liang's every affection and care? It had only been 3 years. Had he truly forgotten Gu Sisi and fallen for another? She could not fathom it. What could a girl, seemingly powerless, possess that would attract Mu Liang? Yet the tenderness, protection, and adoration he bestowed upon her were undeniably genuine. Mu Liang, what are you doing? Meng Qian asked with concern, observing the pained expression on her face. Xia Xia, does your face hurt? I can fetch an ice pack from a nearby convenience store for you. Qiao Xia recalled the scene, her heart heavy with empathy. Indeed, the disparity was immense. What was the nature of Mu Liang's relationship with that woman? Would Director Lu punish Mu Liang? He had never been particularly favored. And after striking Lu Yitian, it was certain Lu Yitian would not let Mu Liang off easily. Likely embellishing the tale to his advantage, Mu Liang's situation was precarious. Chapter 96. The male god faced rejection. The young heir was undeniably handsome, with a strong moral compass. From now on, I shall firmly ally myself with the Tai faction. Qiao Xia smiled. Indeed, I too am a steadfast supporter of the Tai faction. Her husband was so charming and treated her with such kindness. How could she not love him? Meng Qian accompanied her to the entrance of her building, urging her to seek medical attention should she feel unwell. That I understand. Thankfully, Mu Liang had taught Lu Yitian a lesson. Such a second-generation heir, relying on his wealth and power, indulged in whims at the expense of others. She detested such frivolous, arrogant, and capricious individuals. The doorbell rang, and upon opening the door, there stood Mu Liang. Does it hurt? He inquired. Did you also suffer a blow? Qiao Xia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She could sense her ears were aflame, hastily shaking her head to evade Mu Liang's probing fingers. I'm fine. The swelling will subside shortly. The two stood in silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness and tension. Qiao Xia, sensing the discomfort, quickly added, It's quite late. I think I shall retire for the night. Mu Liang gazed deeply at her. Is she pouting? Are you angry? He inquired. Qiao Xia's fingers were almost creating a hole in the wall, her heart a tempest of curiosity, as if questioning Mu Liang about the woman accompanying him. Who is she? What is their relationship? Why seek a fake marriage with someone else when he could choose her? The fervent gaze she directed at him was unmistakably filled with affection. Wouldn't that be preferable? Despite the itch in her heart, she could not voice her queries. What business is it of hers? She is merely Mu Liang's pretend wife. After all, they had both agreed to interfere not in each other's affairs. He did not prevent her from dating Zhou Fan, so why should she impose restrictions on him? It seemed my lesson to Lu Yitian was insufficient. Mu Liang's thoughts were evidently on a different plane from Qiao Xia's. He believed her anger stemmed from his leniency towards Lu Yitian. No. Qiao Xia hastily lifted her head, her gaze flitting away in panic. Please do not cause trouble for my sake. He has already endured enough punishment. What can one do with a person like Lu Yitian, who is inherently this way? Then why? I am not angry, Qiao Xia exclaimed. Mr. Mu, how dashing and suave you are, reeking of smoke and alcohol. Where have you been gallivanting? The atmosphere thickened with silence and oddity. Mu Liang looked at her in astonishment, while Qiao Xia wished fervently to vanish into a hole, hurriedly muttering, I am tired. I wish to sleep. Mu Liang was caught off guard as the door slammed shut in his face. Qiao Xia leaned against the door, her heart racing wildly. What was she just doing? How embarrassing. Suddenly, Mu Liang's phone rang, Lu Xn's voice brimming with fury. You must come to Ren Hospital immediately. What is it? Mu Liang asked coldly. How dare you even ask me that? Get over here, Lu Xian replied in a deep voice. Your elder brother is also here. Aside from the Lu family, there were a few members of the Wang family whom Mu Liang had met before, but could not recall their names. Insignificant people he never bothered to remember. Such audacity in the dead of night. Lu Zheng set down his magazine, smiling as he looked at Mu Liang. True to his name, Lu Zheng exuded an air of righteousness. The two brothers bore a striking resemblance. Yet while Mu Liang was cold and detached, Lu Zheng possessed the authoritative integrity of a soldier, appearing very upright, with a buzz cut and keen, spirited eyes. Were it not for his disability, he would still be a prominent figure in command. Now seated in a wheelchair, his presence remained undiminished at a minor injury, yet it disrupts the peace of the night, Lu Zheng remarked. Lu Xian, seething with anger, retorted, You are the elder brother, and you dare speak so casually? Your younger brother has been injured so severely, and you treat it as mere jest? Dad, don't get it wrong. Liang is perfectly fine. Where is he hurt? Even if you dislike him, do not curse him. Lu Zheng had always shown surface respect towards Lu Xian, but after his legs were crippled, he saw through Lu Xian's cold cruelty, and even that pretense of respect had become a burden. Lu Xan, in a fit of rage, was not particularly old, merely 52, at the prime of middle age, well-preserved, and appearing quite vigorous. He had always favored Lu Yiqin and Lu Yitian, feeling he had wronged them as they were acknowledged only in their teenage years. Having spent over a decade as illegitimate sons, and thus he compensated them relentlessly, granting them everything they desired in a manner of excessive pampering. This comparison renders Lu Zheng, who was raised in the Lu family, as a sorrowful figure akin to a neglected little cabbage in a field. Wang Yaoting remarked, "Old man, your health is paramount. Do not let anger consume you. Xiaodian is not in grave danger. He merely suffered a dislocation, which the doctor has corrected. A few days of rest, and he will be well. We are all brothers. How could one be so cruel?" Lu Zheng smirked, though he was oblivious to the specifics of the situation. He was aware that Mu Liang had beaten Lu Yitian. He had no objections to that. Lu Xian pointed at Mu Liang and demanded, "Why did you strike Xiaodian? He is your brother." Mu Liang smiled faintly, exuding an elegance that was hard to ignore. "What kind of brother is he? My mother bore only me and my elder brother. If he were my mother's son, she would have long since put an end to him." Scoundrel, Lu Xian, who had nearly suffered a heart attack from Mu Liang's live stream antics, had mustered enough resolve to teach him a lesson, only to find him elusive when he inquired with Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng professed ignorance. Now, with Mu Liang presented before him, having also beaten his most cherished Lu Yitian, he glared at Mu Liang in ire. "You have grown wings and no longer heed my words." "Why did you strike him?" Mu Liang retorted. "Last year, he killed a woman. How much did you spend to smooth that over?" Time and again, he fails to reform. His flirtatious nature is one thing, but he mingles with disreputable characters and constantly creates scandals. Since you are incapable of teaching your son, allow me to assist you." Lu Xian was furious, and Wang Yaoting was equally incensed. That on what grounds do you claim we cannot teach our son, as the younger brother? Have you devoured all sense of brotherly affection, to dare strike your own brother, regardless of his misdeeds? You must explain yourself. My son is not your plaything to discipline. Chapter 98. Unyielding Resentment. Lu Yiqin was aware of Lu Yitian's transgressions, often cleaning up after him. Yet, with brotherly unity in mind, the Lu family's four brothers, Lu Zheng and Mu Liang, were as inseparable as bones and tendons. Understood that if Lu Yitian and he did not stand together, there would be no place for them in the Lu family. "You profess to educate your son. How did he turn out with such a character?" Mu Liang's tone was frosty, his smile concealing daggers. "Chasing women and causing fatalities, and you simply pay to make it go away. The Lu family has upheld a legacy of integrity for generations, all obliterated by your son. Look at me and my brother. Then at your offspring. Dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes. The child born of a mistress will never rise to prominence. He is less than an ant. If I were to end his life, he would deserve it." Lu Xian. Wang Yaoting. Qiao Xiaowu stifled a laugh. He had long been accustomed to Mu Liang's sharp tongue. Lu Zheng was an ardent brother's supporter, believing his brother could do no wrong, even in the most contemptuous of displays. The expression on Wang Yaoting's face was nothing short of spectacular. Indeed, she had indulged her son, and Lu Yitian's behavior was far from admirable. Being flirtatious was not inherently wrong, for when a man is called a philanderer, it is often dismissed as mere flirtation. However, the inhumane acts Lu Yitian committed behind the scenes were undeniable. She had counseled him numerous times, assisting in covering up his misdeeds. Little did she expect to be mocked by Mu Liang's words about dragons and phoenixes, the offspring of a mistress. This was a taboo in the Lu family. No one dared to mention it. The Lu family servants had all been replaced, and no one knew of the scandal she had long forgotten after years of being Mrs. Lu. You. Wang Yaoting clutched her chest, nearly driven to the brink of collapse. Asa Sr. Being their stepmother and cousin, she felt utterly humiliated by Mu Liang, her dignity trampled into the ground. "Old man, behold your fine son." Lu Xian, in a fit of rage, swung his hand at Mu Liang, only to have it deftly dodged. Lu Zheng coldly remarked, "Dad, Liang is not me. You can strike and scold him at will. But his temper is explosive, just like yours. If he retaliates, given your age, it could lead to unfortunate consequences." Lu Xian was incensed by the antics of these two brothers. "Dad, Mom, he speaks nonsense. I merely wish to invite someone for a drink. Yet he attacked me without discerning right from wrong." Lu Yitian cried out in protest. Not satisfied, Mu Liang shot back at Lu Yitian with a frigid glare. "Bite your tongue." Lu Zheng felt a surge of satisfaction within. and Gu Xiaowu could only silently give a thumbs up. Fourth young master, you are impressive. Mu Liang's combat prowess overshadowed Lu Exine, Wang Yaoding, and Lu Yichen combined. There was no need for Lu Exine to intervene. As Mu Liang could single-handedly secure victory, Lu Exine stumbled, nearly fainting from anger, while Wang Yaoding hurried to support him. Old man, you mustn't suffer any harm. If something were to happen to you, what would become of us? Mother and son, she lamented, as if on the verge of despair. Dad. Lu Yichen was equally anxious. After a considerable time, Lu Exine's dizziness began to subside. Wang Yaoding swiftly produced blood pressure medication for him to take. Lu Exine pointed an accusatory finger at Mu Liang, exclaiming, "Scoundrel! Utterly outrageous! How did your mother raise you to be so disrespectful to your elders and dismissive of your older brother? I truly regret allowing her to take you away and raise you in such a manner." Lu Zheng's expression darkened as he prepared to speak, but Mu Liang interjected, "Among the 4 sons of the Lu family, step outside and hear for yourself. Who does not speak highly of me and my brother? My brother was raised by grandpa, while I was brought up by my mother, and you claim to have educated us, yet you produced Lu Yichen, that disgrace. Spare us the laughter, the family reputation has been tarnished by him. It seems he takes after you. Thankfully, he remains unmarried. Had he wed, we would be faced with extramarital affairs and bastards lining up in a row. How shameful." Lu Exine felt as though he might suffer a heart attack. In his position of power, the indiscretions of his past had long been buried. Yet the memories of his own extramarital affairs and the 2 illegitimate children born nearly simultaneously still haunted him. Lu Yichen and Lu Yichen were older than Mu Liang, and countless people had pointed fingers at him. Fortunately, the Mu family had retreated, and the Lu family had risen, leaving no one daring to speak of it anymore. Lu Zheng typically refrained from discussing such matters, yet Mu Liang remained unperturbed. Mu Liang's tongue was as sharp as a dagger. Provoke him, and his words could pierce you to the core, leaving you bleeding and defenseless. Yet he spoke the truth. That wasn't this a veiled mockery of Lu Exine's infidelity and lecherous nature, which had led Lu Yichen to follow in his footsteps. Liang, perhaps you should temper your words. Father is on the brink of apoplexy, Lu Yichen suggested. Dad, you must take care of your health. They say a dog and a prostitute can last forever. You must allow me to believe in love. Little cousin has gone to great lengths to steal the husband of her cousin, and our son has yet to be formally recognized. If you falter, she stands to gain immensely. Mu Liang plunged another verbal dagger into the fray. Wang Yaoding was nearly overwhelmed with rage. The phrase "a concubine matched with a dog" stripped her of all color, leaving her utterly bloodless. How absurd! Are you cursing me to die prematurely? Nonsense. Lu Exine clutched his heart. Gasping for breath, Lu Zheng pondered silently, wondering to whom Liang's sharp and venomous tongue truly resembled. Such a poisonous tongue indeed that it was immensely satisfying. Mu Liang remarked that his life was truly precious. After injuring his hand, he wielded such authority in the dead of night, while his brother, who had sustained a leg injury, was on the brink of death, yet she had shown him no such concern. Did he think that Lu Zheng's accident was orchestrated by him? Nonsense. No matter how ruthless he was, he would never wish for his son's demise. That Mu Liang expressed that the bias was glaringly evident. Both were your sons, yet how was it that the child born of a concubine was deemed so valuable, while the legitimate son was considered worthless? Do not let me uncover any connection between my brother's accident and you, or else I shall beat you to death, and my uncle will undoubtedly handle the aftermath. Lu Yichen, Liang, refrain from speaking nonsense. My brother's accident was an unfortunate incident. We harbor no ill intentions. None is preferable. Mu Liang moved to push Lu Zheng's wheelchair calmly away. Lu Exine also fainted from anger. Wang Yaoding and Lu Yichen were in a flurry once more. Brother, how could I have provoked him? It was he who attacked me. You must trust me. I merely wished to invite 2 women for drinks, and he came to assault me, leaving me utterly bewildered. Lu Yichen asserted. Damn Mu Liang. I will ensure he pays dearly. Chapter 100. Brotherhood and Respect. Silence. Lu Yichen interjected. These matters cannot be rushed. Do not act recklessly. My mother and I have our plans. Father's will is not yet finalized, and who knows how the distribution will unfold? Lu Zheng possesses considerable shares, and with Mu Liang just arriving, how could we ascertain the details? Do not cause me trouble. At times, he felt an intense frustration towards the unyielding Mu Liang. He endured the humiliation inflicted upon them. After all, who were the younger generations to comment on the matters of their elders? His mother had married his father and had thus become a victor in life. They too were reclaiming their heritage. No matter how furious Lu Zheng and Mu Liang became, it was merely verbal sparring. What they valued most was their rightful claim to inheritance. He did not believe he was inferior to Lu Zheng in any way. In contrast, when compared to this younger brother, he seemed worlds apart. That I understand. Brother Mu Liang would not let him off the hook easily. Mu Liang wheeled Lu Zheng out of the hospital. As the eldest son and grandson, Lu Zheng had always resided in the Lu family estate, a reality that could not be avoided. When you were in an accident, where was he to be found causing such a ruckus? Lu Yiqian mused that such a minor injury warranted such a commotion. Qiao Xia remarked that the old man must be regretting summoning the fourth young master. Lu Zheng laughed heartily. Lu Xin must surely be regretting it bitterly. Mu Liang stated, I speak nothing but the truth. Indeed, in this day and age, you are perhaps the only one brave enough to do so. Lu Zheng replied, his hand gently rubbing his knee. Mu Liang felt an acute pang of sympathy. What did the doctor say? How is your leg? There has been no improvement. Lu Zheng replied, perhaps it shall remain this way for a lifetime. The tender age of 28, when life should be brimming with vitality and triumph. A sudden car accident thrust him into a state of paralysis, robbing him of his ability to procreate. How could one not harbor resentment? How could one not feel despondent? Mu Liang felt an even deeper animosity towards the cruel fate that had befallen his extraordinarily talented and magnanimous elder brother. I will find you a doctor. I shall ensure you rise to your feet once more, Lu Zheng vowed. There is no rush. My spirits have improved significantly, and you need not worry about me. Without me, they would surely revel in the knowledge of my lost fertility. Perhaps you should consider having a child with your wife sooner, to secure the lineage of the Lu family. The Lu family adhered to a strict tradition wherein the eldest son and grandson received a larger share of the inheritance. Brother, my marriage is a facade. Besides, whether my child will be accepted into the Lu family is still uncertain. You truly believe Wang Yaoding would permit my child into the family tree? That is simply inconceivable, Lu Xian retorted. Let us discuss this later, Mu Liang replied. With the advancements in medical science today, I am confident there will be a solution to restore your legs. Not lose hope. Very well. Chapter 101. After taking a shower, Mu Liang found himself invigorated rather than fatigued. Lu Zheng was in the living room smoking, while Aunt Zhang had prepared some fruits. Brother, do you have something on your mind? It's all sons, yet you show such favoritism. That inheritance was left to you by grandfather. No one can take it away. Mu Liang reassured him. Brother, you should know my background. No one can seize what is rightfully yours. Lu Zheng lamented, what good is such a vast estate to me, without an heir? I am unable to conceive for the rest of my life. Even if I were to stand again, I would likely lack the ability to reproduce, destined to remain childless. Who says that? There will always be a way. Mu Liang insisted in vitro fertilization could save you. Could you perhaps behave like a dutiful brother? Lu Zheng countered. What prompted you to strike Lu Yiqian today? His temperament has been well known for some time, and you have never intervened. He is my wife. Mu Liang's expression darkened like a stormy sea. Could I possibly endure such insolence? This is absolutely intolerable. Lu Zheng burst into laughter. I knew you would confront Lu Yiqian. It seems there is more to this story. By the way, there's another amusing matter. Our grandfather recently presented you with a marriage proposal. Mu Liang replied, I am aware, so you knew that was why you got married. Lu Zheng remarked, surprised that Mu Liang had caught on so swiftly. He truly intends to use marriage as a means of control over you. Now that he is wary of our uncles, wouldn't it have been better to have foreseen this? Just wait and see. It will be quite the spectacle. You do have a fondness for your wife, don't you? Certainly. Seeing the teasing glint in Lu Zheng's eyes, Mu Liang felt compelled to clarify. It is not the kind of affection you might think. Qiao Xia is indeed quite charming. Enough about your affairs. As long as you are aware of your own heart, that suffices, Lu Zheng remarked. I am weary and shall rest now. You should retire early as well, for tomorrow is a work day. The following day at work. Qiao Xia slumped despondently over her desk, lacking the energy to move. What's with your lackluster demeanor? Have you suffered a heartbreak? I have long since been heartbroken. Qiao Xia remarked that Mengqian observed her face was no longer swollen, and her eyes devoid of bloodshot veins. Finally feeling a sense of relief, she had heard that Lu Yiqian was hospitalized. He deserved it. Indeed, he truly deserved it. Mengqian sighed. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. Who will you be spending it with? I have plans. A male or female? A male. So quickly you found a romantic interest. You're overthinking it. Qiao Xia chuckled. choosing not to elaborate further. What about you? Of course, I will be spending it with my boyfriend. As Qiao Xia engaged in casual conversation with her, Zhou Fan sent a WeChat message inviting her to dinner tomorrow. Qiao Xia inquired, "Aren't you busy with a project until the new year? Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. I must carve out time to dine with you." Qiao Xia paused. "I have prior commitments." Zhou Fan, "You have prior commitments? Can't you reschedule?" Qiao Xia felt a twinge of discomfort. Fortunately, Zhou Fan did not press the matter. He had always been so agreeable, and given his recent busy schedule, she had accepted his pursuit. Besides, Mu Liang that she ought not to grow too close to him. After all, it was merely a fade, and in 3 months, paths would diverge once more. By that time, she felt even a slight pang of reluctance. It would ultimately be her own suffering. Ladies, tomorrow we go live. The initial release is 20,000 words. Chapter 102. My male god turns out to be Mu Liang's senior brother. Where shall we dine tomorrow? Qiao Xia messaged him. Zhou Fan, weren't you meeting someone? It's rare for you to be free. Once you're busy again, it'll be until the new year that I've canceled on someone else. Zhou Fan, then I will reserve a restaurant and let you know. Qiao Xia, sounds good. How was she to inform Mu Liang that she would not be spending Christmas Eve with him? She drummed her fingers on the table, utterly distressed, unable to concoct a suitable excuse. When had she become so close to Mu Liang that she couldn't even skip a dinner invitation? This was absurd. In the afternoon, I must tell you, the taste of the CEO's assistant is quite peculiar. Ming Qian whispered to Qiao Xia. He actually fancies Chen Xiaoman. Qiao Xia was taken aback. How do you know? I lost my necklace on the rooftop today and was searching for it. He probably didn't see me. He was too busy drooling over Chen Xiaoman while perusing a magazine that it's simply so superficial. Ming Qian exclaimed. Qiao Xia immediately felt a sense of foreboding. And then what did you do? I just said, assistant, how superficial you are. Qiao Xia gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. And then I ran away. Ming Qian patted her chest. The assistant's gaze was truly terrifying. He seemed like such a decent young man, yet his eyes were so unappealing. Qiao Xia burst into laughter. Chen Xiaoman is a goddess among otaku. Perhaps the assistant is quite reclusive. He probably spends all day scrolling through his goddess on his phone. How frightening. The two exchanged amused glances. Knowing well that Chen Xiaoman, a pristine starlet, had been in the industry for over 6 years, portraying innocent and pure characters, her public image was impeccable, but behind the scenes, they were well aware of the truth. As they diligently uncovered the gossip surrounding the private lives of these celebrities, Ming Qian remarked, I see he is on the verge of losing his mind. I offered a friendly reminder, yet he still attempted to intimidate me, truly ungrateful. She continued, I have yet to encounter the executive assistant. Qiao Xia added, although we are in the same company, they are indeed at a higher level. During work hours, they might occasionally venture out for field assignments. And even the colleagues in the neighboring office may not be familiar to her. Ming Qian responded, I have not seen her in the office either. I only caught a glimpse of her when I was on the rooftop. Is she attractive? Quite handsome, Ming Qian replied. The two spent the day gossiping about others, with Ming Qian teasing that they were quintessential busybodies, indulging in daily chit-chat. Qiao Xia concurred, noting that they earned their living through gossip. Both Qiao Xia and Ming Qian were still young, with Ming Qian being slightly older. Having recently stepped out of the campus, they lacked a clear career plan. Ming Qian aspired to become a news anchor, while Qiao Xia remained uncertain about her future. Fortunately, regardless of what she pursued, she approached it with diligence and excellence. After work, Qiao Xia visited a nearby supermarket to purchase beef, lamb, tofu, dried bean curd, fish balls, and a variety of vegetables, intending to prepare hot pot for dinner. Eating hot pot alone seemed rather unappealing, so she sent a WeChat message to Mu Liang, inviting him to join her. Is it fragrant? Qiao Xia inquired, her eyes narrowing in delight as the rich aroma of bone broth wafted through the air after an hour of simmering. Mu Liang looked at her, his typically indifferent gaze softened with a hint of amusement. The girl had her hair styled in a bun, adorned with a headband. Her fair skin and rosy cheeks made her resemble a peach on the verge of ripeness. Utterly adorable. Delicious, he exclaimed. He had always perceived Qiao Xia as a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness. When she was assertive, she was like a cold arrow, and when she was tender, she resembled a fluffy cloud, sweet and endearing. The air conditioning in the room was blissfully warm, and even Mu Liang, dressed in a sweater, felt a bit overheated, prompting him to lower the temperature slightly. Qiao Xia prepared 2 cold dishes, and they began their meal. Having eaten little during the day, Mu Liang was ravenous. and it took him a while to feel warmth return to his stomach. What prompted the desire for hot pot? He asked, as he seldom cooked it at home due to the hassle. It was typically a solitary dining experience. Hot pot was best enjoyed with company, and with few people, it felt particularly desolate. In winter, hot pot is the way to go. It's so warming, Qiao Xia replied. In the past winters, my mother would always prepare hot pot and my sister and I adored it, and our family would gather around the table, filled with joy that we eagerly wished for hot pot every day back then. Upon hearing her mention her deceased family, Mu Liang felt no overwhelming sadness and refrained from offering comforting words that I wonder when it will snow this year, but I wish it would snow soon. Do you like snow? Absolutely, Qiao Xia replied, her voice brimming with anticipation. After it snows, the entire city transforms into a silvery wonderland, which is simply beautiful. I can build snowmen and go skiing. What joy that would bring. Mu Liang had never considered that she might relish the snow. Given her aversion to the cold, the hot pot broth suited Mu Liang's palate perfectly, and he devoured a significant portion of the dishes, leaving both of them feeling quite satisfied. After their meal, Qiao Xia tidied up the kitchen, and when Mu Liang offered to assist, she gently pushed him away, saying, I can manage on my own. Qiao Xia has always been efficient and tidy in her tasks, and her organization of the kitchen is no exception. In no time, it is left immaculate. Mu Liang is lazily reclining on the carpet in the living room, his back against the sofa, legs extended, embodying relaxation and leisure to Mu Liang. I have something to tell you, Qiao Xia begins. She informs him that she has brewed a pot of raw pu'er tea and that she cannot join him for dinner tomorrow due to prior commitments. Mu Liang, with his eyes closed in a state of tranquility, opens them upon hearing her words. Qiao Xia feels a pang of guilt under his gaze, lowering her head, her lips pursed in a hint of anxiety. He tilts his head, lost in thought, his expression indifferent, the gray sweater he wears accentuating his calm demeanor, resembling a serene jade Buddha. The saying no good deed goes unpunished seems to ring true in this moment. Qiao Xia's lips part slightly, on the verge of tears, as she senses Mu Liang's displeasure. What should she do? A heavy weight settles in her heart, rendering her speechless. The two part ways on a sour note. The warmth of their recent hot pot meal seemingly forgotten, leaving Qiao Xia with an inexplicable sense of regret. Mu Liang cannot fathom her emotions. She fears that falling in love with Mu Liang. Thus, her subconscious begins to distance her from him. Mu Liang has someone in his heart, a truth she can perceive. His kindness towards her feels like a duty, an obligation. Uncertain of the reasons, she finds herself gradually relying on him, savoring the tenderness and care he offers. This, however, is not a favorable situation if she were to fall for Mu Liang, only to discover that while he could offer her the world, he could not provide her with love. Would she not be left utterly shattered? Having endured one heartbreak, she is reluctant to risk a second. Zhou Fan brings her a sense of stability and tranquility. Even if they cannot end up as a couple, they could remain friends. But Mu Liang? That is beyond her reach. The following day, Qiao Xia learns that Mu Liang has gone on a business trip, leaving her with a sense of unease. With Mu Liang away, Lu Huan becomes busier, grumbling incessantly. Jiu Xiaowu, though Mu Liang's bodyguard, is a versatile individual, capable and independent, always marveling at the extraordinary nature of his employer. Regrettably, Gu Xiaowu's strong personality makes him difficult to manage. As he handles a collaboration project assigned by Mu Liang. He heads to the entertainment department at noon to collect some documents when suddenly, a delicate figure darts in front of him, astonished, pointing at him. You did you, Miss Qiao Xia? Gu Xiaowu's smile is impeccable. Long time no see. The little goddess of the fourth young master. He knows Qiao Xia well, yet this is their first direct encounter. He is tempted to tease her. Miss Qiao Xia, did you know the fourth young master is a bit of a voyeur? He recalls how she came to his aid at the banquet, and he has long wished to express his gratitude. Qiao Xia is taken aback to see the person who helped her that night at the company. Were you also the one who took me to the hospital afterward? She inquires, unsure if it was indeed him, as the effects of the drug had clouded her memory, rendering her unable to distinguish faces clearly. However, Gu Xiaowu left a lasting impression on her, leading her to naively believe that they had aided her. It was merely a small gesture. Gu Xiaowu humbly replies, the little goddess of the fourth young master is like a red mole on his master, untouchable. As his personal bodyguard, he must ensure he leaves a favorable impression on her. What a coincidence it is to find ourselves working in the same company. After that day, I had no idea how to inquire about you. And yet here we are, without any effort at all. Qiao Xia is overwhelmed with joy. It truly is him. Indeed, it is he. Might I directly inquire? Could you please reveal the name of my idol? Ah, what a coincidence. Gu Xiaowu's lips twitched slightly. Qiao Xia felt that asking directly for her idol's name would make her seem overly infatuated. Therefore, she first sought to gather information about the person before her. She subtly posed the question, I work in the entertainment news department. Which department do you belong to? Oh, how remiss of me not to introduce myself. Gu Xiaowu replied, I am Gu Xiaowu, the assistant to the president, and also a bodyguard. Qiao Xia. Gu Xiaowu noticed the look of astonishment on her face and was equally taken aback. Miss Qiao Xia, what is the matter? Qiao Xia felt as though her entire world had turned fantastical. So, the person who had embraced me and taken me away that day was Dado. It was the fourth young master, Gu Xiaowu replied without any sign of discomfort. Qiao Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. She recalled her conversation with Mu Liang from that day. There was a banquet at my home, and I was schemed against. Someone led me away. He descended like a prince on a magnificent white steed, rescuing me from the abyss and guiding me out of the mire that I vaguely remember having acted inappropriately towards him in the car, yet he remained composed and even took me to the hospital. Now, that is a man of integrity. In this day and age, a gentleman like Liu Xiaohui is a rarity, Mu Liang interjected. That was me. How shameless. How could my Prince Charming possibly be you? Qiao Xia had never felt so humiliated in her life. Chapter 103. The most exceptional grandmother. As Mu Liang listened to her adoringly extol her idol, he pondered what thoughts were swirling in her mind. Did she truly have a screw loose to be infatuated with him in front of Mu Liang? However, what she was unaware of was that her Prince Charming was indeed Mu Liang. She vaguely recalled sitting on Mu Liang's lap, kissing him wherever she pleased. After that day, she even dreamt of that moment, cursing herself for being so desperate, having not even grasped who he was before indulging in such dreams. This had to be a mistake. Was the universe playing a cruel joke on her? Qiao Xia's heart was in turmoil. Miss Qiao Xia, are you all right? Gu Xiaowu inquired. This girl seemed a bit daft. How could the fourth young master's little goddess appear so utterly devastated? Could it be that the one who had embraced her was indeed the fourth young master, leaving her in such despair? TSK, he had indeed anticipated this. A man like the fourth young master would leave any woman feeling inadequate. I'm fine. Qiao Xia's steps wavered, and she forgot what she intended to say to Gu Xiaowu. The world around her was filled with malice towards her. Her mind was in a whirlwind of despair. My idol is Mu Liang. My idol is actually Mu Liang. My idol is, for heaven's sake, Mu Liang. That evening, as she dined with Zhou Fan, her mind was elsewhere. She had been distracted all afternoon, ever since discovering that her idol was Mu Liang and that Gu Xiaowu was his assistant. A multitude of questions plagued her. Why did Gu Xiaowu have photographs of her with Li Hui? Carrying around pictures of her and Li Hui was indeed peculiar. How could Gu Xiaowu be so well acquainted with the matters of the Li and Qiao families? It was as if he knew everything. All along, Mu Liang seemed to be aware of everything, including her reasons for wanting to marry. He had come forward willingly, expressing a desire to marry her. What were his intentions? They were complete strangers. Mu Liang was not one to meddle in others' affairs. So why did he treat her differently? Before Mu Liang went on his business trip, they had even had an unpleasant disagreement. To put it bluntly, her emotional intelligence is somewhat lacking. Those who possess high intelligence but low emotional awareness often resort to the silent treatment when angered. Mu Liang is currently engaged in a cold war with her. She feels as though her idol has been showering her with affection, yet she remains oblivious to it. How should she navigate this predicament? That evening, she dined with Zhou Fan at an upscale Western restaurant he had reserved. Qiao Xia was held back by Huang Yi for overtime, and by the time she arrived, it was nearly 8 o'clock. The restaurant was predominantly filled with youthful couples, each pair immersed in sweet exchanges and laughter. Zhou Fan, ever the gentleman, graciously pulled out her chair. Senior, I apologize for the delay. Our supervisor unexpectedly kept me late. Have you been waiting long? It's no trouble at all. A beautiful woman is always worth the wait. Senior, your words have become exceedingly sweet. After placing their orders, Qiao Xia chose a steak set meal. The restaurant was quite expensive, and feeling somewhat guilty for her hasty arrival, she had not prepared a gift for Zhou Fan. He then produced a small square box and slid it across the table to her. Open it, and see. The royal blue velvet box contained what appeared to be a ring. Qiao Xia understood that Zhou Fan, being a person of steady character, would not present her with anything extravagant since they had not yet established an official relationship. Inside was a platinum bracelet, adorned with a uniquely designed pentagram pendant that she had admired in a magazine. "Senior, this is far too precious. Rest assured, it's yours to keep. Our school project has sufficient funding. Our meals and accommodations are nearly all covered by the school, so I hardly spend anything," Zhou Fan reassured her, adding, "Moreover, this bracelet is not excessively expensive. Women have an innate fondness for jewelry. It is a universal truth." Qiao Xia, too, found herself enamored by the bracelet, which was indeed to her liking. "Do you like it?" Qiao Xia nodded emphatically. "I do. Thank you, Senior. I'll help you put it on." Zhou Fan took the bracelet and assisted her in fastening it. Qiao Xia had always been accustomed to wearing a watch, and the bracelet now adorned her right wrist, presenting a strikingly elegant look. Feeling guilty for not having prepared a gift for him, she noticed Zhou Fan seemed entirely unconcerned that he was pursuing her. It was only natural that he would invest more effort. The mere fact that Qiao Xia was willing to share Christmas Eve with him was sufficient to satisfy him. They conversed about their recent lives. Zhou Fan was busy with a project and serving as a teaching assistant, but he anticipated that things would ease up significantly upon completing his doctoral studies. He might even spend a year or two abroad for further studies. With an incredibly promising future ahead, Qiao Xia cherished the comfort of being with him. Although it lacked the fluttering excitement typical of romantic relationships, it felt effortlessly natural, akin to friendship. She remained uncertain whether agreeing to Zhou Fan's pursuit was a misstep. For now, she would take it one step at a time. "All right, focus on your work." Qiao Xia watched Zhou Fan depart. Just as she turned, she spotted Qiao Lan standing behind her, tears staining her cheeks. Glaring at Qiao Xia with a look of resentment, confused, Qiao Xia wondered who had provoked Qiao Lan's ire. Qiao Lan approached with the intent to strike her, but Qiao Xia deftly evaded her. What madness is this in the middle of the night? She could not forgive Qiao Lan. The malevolence with which Qiao Lan had attempted to harm her surpassed any level of tolerance Qiao Xia could endure. "Qiao Xia, you wretched girl, you are the reason Li Hui and I broke up, aren't you?" Qiao Lan's makeup was in ruins from crying, and she appeared utterly disheveled. She thrust her phone in front of Qiao Xia, displaying a photo of Qiao Xia and Zhou Fan dining at a restaurant, where Zhou Fan gently adorned her with a bracelet. "You wretched girl, engaging with other men. Your marriage to Mu Liang was evidently a mere arrangement. Once I sever ties with Li Hui, you shall seize the opportunity to escape. Is this your cunning scheme?" Qiao Xia was perplexed. She had blocked both of them. They were embroiled in their own romantic turmoil, yet sought to trouble her. Qiao Lan was truly foolish. Li Hui had remarked that now she was wed to Mu Liang, he would undoubtedly not spare the Qiao family. If you whisper sweet nothings into Mu Liang's ear, the Li family would be at risk as well. If it weren't for your intentions, how could he possibly discard me? Wiping her tears, Qiao Lan, accustomed to her own arrogance and indulgence, never paused to reflect on her own shortcomings. Always believing that Qiao Xia was the one undermining her happiness, Li Hui, Qiao Xia gritted her teeth. This man truly had no shame. Even after their breakup, he still sought to tarnish her reputation. Fearing Mu Liang's retribution, he had distanced himself from the Qiao family. Yet he could still cast aspersions upon her. "Given how you've wronged me, any revenge would be justified. Now that you comprehend the pain of being humiliated, did you ever consider my feelings when you tormented me?" She gazed at Qiao Lan, increasingly convinced of her tragic existence. "Even if Mu Liang sought to retaliate against you, what would that change?" "You dream," Qiao Lan scoffed. "How could Mu Liang possibly assist you? You've already entangled yourself with other men. I doubt he cares for you anymore. He didn't even spend Christmas Eve with you, which is why you've turned your attention to Li Hui." "Qiao Xia, you are truly despicable. You think I'm unaware of your intentions? I shall not grant you your wish." Pointing an accusatory finger at Qiao Xia, Qiao Lan declared, "I will not let you go." With that, she stormed off in a fury. Qiao Xia was bewildered. Had she not blocked Li Hui, she would have felt compelled to call him and berate him mercilessly. What a spineless man he was, so utterly devoid of integrity. It was astonishing how blind she had been for so many years. The following day, Xiao Guang and El Mingxi were present, along with a still red-eyed Xiao Lan. Grandmother Qiao was also there. "Xiao Xia, your sister and Li Hui's wedding preparations have commenced. Coming forth at this juncture to disrupt matters has truly disappointed your uncle," Xiao Guang stated, his expression filled with resentment. And it was undeniable that the family's sentiments were aligned. Why did they break up? It was her instigation, after all. Qiao Xia was equally confounded. "Uncle, If you've come to discuss the ancestral home, then let us proceed with that. If not, there is nothing further to discuss. Qiao Xia asserted, I am already married. You may verify this at the Civil Affairs Bureau. I am still alive and focused solely on the ancestral home. Are you attempting to drive me to madness? Grandmother Qiao, with her imperial demeanor, had grown accustomed to indulgence, and the Qiao family company was facing significant challenges. Financial flows were severely hindered. Mingxi had been whispering in her ear that Qiao Xia had incited Mu Liang to target the Qiao family, labeling her as ungrateful, which further fueled Grandmother Qiao's disdain for Qiao Xia. Grandmother, I yearn to be dutiful to you. However, throughout my life, you have never afforded me the opportunity. Qiao Xia sincerely wished for her grandmother's acceptance. She had done countless things in the past to earn her approval. Grandmother holds a deep affection for Qiao Lan and Qiao Dong, yet she harbors disdain for her. You are a harbinger of misfortune, having brought calamity upon your parents and sister, and now you have thrown our household into disarray. Truly, this is a grievous transgression. Pointing at her, Grandmother Qiao declared, I am aware that you have spread your wings and married into the Lu family. You must ensure that he no longer targets the Qiao clan and compensates us for the losses we have incurred during this period. Qiao Xia. She was nearly driven to laughter by Grandmother Qiao's exasperation. Setting aside whether Mu Liang is indeed confronting them, why should there be compensation? This was the most ludicrous assertion she had encountered all year. Grandmother, I am merely a journalist. I do not comprehend matters of business. Qiao Xia replied, maintaining her composure. This issue should be addressed between my uncle and Mu Liang. It does not concern me. How can it not concern you? Even if you are married, you remain a member of the Qiao family. Grandmother Qiao retorted coldly, as a member of the Qiao family, you must consider the interests of our estate. Promptly persuade the Lu family to relinquish their claims and sign a contract with us to provide investment. As for compensation, that is non-negotiable. Your uncle has stated that our losses have been significant, and there is a major project in dire need of funding. Let Mu Liang provide the necessary financial support. Qiao Xia, Chapter 104. The Sinister Conspiracy. How could her grandmother present such an air of entitlement? It was utterly exasperating. Were this ancient times, she could easily be mistaken for a quintessential Empress Dowager. She believed everything was her due, regardless of the state of Qiao Xia's marriage to Mu Liang. Did she truly believe that Mu Liang's wealth would automatically belong to her? Impossible, Qiao Xia stated firmly. Grandmother Qiao, brimming with pride, awaited Qiao Xia's acquiescence, convinced that Qiao Xia remained the granddaughter eager to please her, someone easily manipulated. She had grown accustomed to ruling her household like an Empress Dowager. Even Lu Mingxi, with her cantankerous disposition, yielded to her whims. To her shock, Qiao Xia outright rejected her demands. What did you say? Grandmother Qiao thundered in rage. You ungrateful girl. Who raised you? It is one thing not to support your family, but to collude with outsiders against us. Do you wish to see the Qiao family's estate vanish? Xiao Guang added. Xia, you should follow your grandmother's advice. This sum is insignificant to Mu Liang. Qiao Xia was utterly disgusted by their shamelessness. You think that with Mu Liang backing you, you can act without fear, don't you? You married him, yet you still flirt with others. Do you truly believe I would accept that you are genuinely married? You have entered into a contractual marriage, and thus, you cannot provide any funds, Qiao Lan remarked. Unable to reach Mu Liang, you resort to inciting Li Hui. You cannot stand to see me have even a modicum of happiness. Can you? She searched for a while upstairs before finally locating the small key. Upon descending, she overheard Grandmother Qiao's feeble complaints. Qiao Xia, I am going to confront that old man and inquire how he has spoiled such a creature. Qiao Xia grabbed her bag, disinterested in their theatrical antics. And you are? A police officer inquired that we have received a report alleging that you have committed theft. Please accompany us. What? Theft? Before she could offer an explanation, she was escorted to the detention center. Her bag was confiscated, and to her astonishment, it contained a red gemstone. She recognized it immediately as Lu Mingxi's prized possession. How could it possibly be in her bag? Today, she visited the ancestral home. When she went to retrieve the small key, her bag was left in the living room. It was not you who stole it. How could the items possibly end up in your possession? A voice retorted coldly. Before long, Lu Mingxi and Qiao Lan arrived as well. With tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Mingxi pleaded, Officer, this is the gem I lost. It was left to me by my mother. Truly, while we may guard against outsiders, it is the treachery of kin that is most difficult to foresee. Xia, how could you stoop so low? Qiao Xia's face flushed with indignation. You that are slandering me. Qiao Lan approached Qiao Xia with a chilling demeanor. I am eager to see who will come to your aid. Confined in the frigid cell of the detention center, Qiao Xia trembled with cold, her disappointment in the Qiao family deepening. She had harbored a glimmer of hope that they might each take a step back. All she desired was the ancestral home. Little did she know that they would conspire against her in such a despicable manner that a family, indeed, they falsely accused her of theft, condemned her, and imprisoned her. She could never have imagined such filthiness. She had naively hoped for a shred of compassion from them. Was she truly that naive? As Qiao Xia entered the detention center, Fang Xiaoxia received the news without delay, her shock palpable. Is it true? She inquired. Of course it is, came the response. Fang Xiaoxia pondered. If Mu Liang had no connection to Qiao Xia, he would be indifferent to her fate, and thus the Qiao and Li families need not break off the engagement. For the sake of Qiao Xia, it would be entirely unwarranted. Would this course of action lead to any repercussions? What could possibly happen? The fact remains that she is guilty of theft, caught red-handed. Let us not bail her out just yet. Have your sister-in-law use her connections to keep her detained for a few days. If Mu Liang truly does not care for her, we can simply have her imprisoned. Sparing ourselves the nuisance, Liu Mingxi's scheme was thoroughly malicious. Fang Xiaoxia hesitated momentarily, to which Lu Mingxi insisted, what is there to hesitate about? What if Mu Liang does care for her? Lu Mingxi countered. Xiao Lan has photos on her phone of Qiao Xia flirting with other men. Qiao Xia has effectively cuckolded him. Do you think he will still concern himself with her? At most, he may offer her some semblance of dignity. Once she is released, with such a criminal record, she would be unable to retain her job, and her relationship with Mu Liang would likely be over as well. I shall deny everything. What can he do to me? Fang Xiaoxia considered this and found a measure of truth in her words. Very well. Yet, Lu Mingxi was still not satisfied. This girl was simply too irritating that it would be best to let her endure some suffering. Rest assured, we have our ways. She will certainly not enjoy any favorable outcomes. Qiao Xia cried out for a long time, yet no one acknowledged her. She wished to cry out her innocence but could not. Fear gripped her heart. If the accusations were truly successful, would she be imprisoned? At merely 21 years of age, turning 22 after the new year, she had no desire to face incarceration. She had not committed theft. Her cries for justice went unheard. Who would come to her aid? If she were to vanish, who would even notice? Today, a cold front descended, causing a sudden drop in temperatures across most of the country. Dressed only in a light autumn coat and a long skirt, she shivered uncontrollably. The detention center offered no blankets, leaving her in a state of chilling discomfort. Her fingers were nearly numb from the cold. Qiao Xia was utterly exasperated, calling out to a police officer, yearning for a blanket, as the bitter cold enveloped her. Little did she anticipate the mockery that ensued. What does a criminal need with a blanket? Let her freeze to death. Qiao Xia felt a surge of anger, mingled with despair, experiencing for the first time the true meaning of being forsaken by both heaven and earth. As the night deepened, the chill intensified. Qiao Xia could barely endure, retreating to a corner, wrapping herself tightly. Yet even this could not shield her from the icy tendrils creeping up from her feet. By the latter part of the night, she succumbed to a high fever, with no one to tend to her. The officer on night duty could no longer bear to watch and thought to grant her a blanket. However, orders came from above to let her suffer a bit. If she wished to jeopardize her job, she could do as she pleased. It was truly a pity, such a lovely young woman, unaware of whom she had offended. Qiao Xia could vaguely hear their chatter. Her mind muddled by fevered Mu Liang. Was she on the brink of death? Her head grew heavier, and she recalled tales of how the cold could indeed claim lives. She felt as though she were succumbing to the frost. Mu Liang, her eyes brimmed with tears. Where are you? Her teeth chattered from the cold. She genuinely believed she was nearing her end. If she were to perish tonight, what would she regret the most? Her thoughts swirled in chaos, yet one notion pierced through clearly. Her greatest regret was having stood up a promise that it was her lack of courage that prevented her from attending, her retreat in the face of difficulty that distanced her from Mu Liang. She feared falling in love with him, lacking even the bravery to attempt it. Without the courage to try, how could she ever know that Mu Liang would not reciprocate her affections? She also dreaded becoming someone as third party, causing anguish to others. Even the affection and protection she received felt like mere responsibilities, obligations she could never quite grasp, leading her to keep her distance. Ultimately, it was her timidity that held her back, her unwillingness to take a chance. How she regretted it to Mu Liang that I was wrong. Did you hear me? What kind of godlike figure are you, that when I needed you, you did not come galloping in on a white horse? A poor review. Every year, her birthday had almost always been celebrated with Mu Liang. This year, she had thought to spend it with Qiao Xia, yet unexpectedly found herself seeking out her mother instead, with his left eye twitching fortune and his right eye twitching misfortune. His right eyelid had been fluttering incessantly today. Was something ominous afoot? He rubbed his eyes. Perhaps fatigue was to blame. After Mu Liang finished her performance, Mu Liang went backstage to find her. "Hey, son, happy birthday. Luckily, I saved a spot for you." Mu Liang was an exceptionally charming middle-aged woman, remarkably well-preserved, appearing no older than 35, standing alongside Mu Liang. One might easily mistake them for siblings, rather than mother and son. She was on her second marriage, her husband a foreign artist, and they lived a blissful life. "Brother was supposed to come with me, but something came up at the last minute," Mu Liang explained. Chapter 105. Qiao Xia has disappeared. He was indeed angry. His anger manifested most plainly in his unwillingness to engage. They had originally agreed to spend Christmas Eve together, yet she had chosen to celebrate with another man. After Christmas Eve came his birthday, and she had suddenly changed her mind. "You really ought to soften up a bit. How do you expect me to find a wife?" Mu Liang has been cherished abroad for these past years, doted upon by both her husband and son, which has rendered her more delicate and charming. In stark contrast to the resolute and sharp demeanor of her youth, she increasingly resembles a child. "Please, spare me your worries. The long night has finally passed. The detention center differs significantly from a true prison. She is confined in an isolated cell, suffering from the biting cold and a dreary atmosphere. Qiao Xia yearns to escape quickly. Surely, they can only detain her for a day at most. Even if caught red-handed, she is yet to defend herself. They cannot simply send her to prison like this." "Uncle, Aunt, how ruthlessly cruel you are." Two officers rapped on the iron bars, instructing her to rise. After a night of freezing, Qiao Xia's legs were numb and icy, rendering her unable to stand. The moment she attempted to rise, she collapsed, disheveled and in utter disarray. The officers appeared quite disdainful, nearly dragging Qiao Xia to the interrogation room. "Speak up. Why did you steal?" Qiao Xia, pallid and weak, replied, "I did not steal." The glaring lights in the interrogation room made it nearly impossible for her to keep her eyes open. She could discern two figures questioning her. The harsh illumination on her body was particularly uncomfortable, yet it alleviated the bone-chilling cold she felt. After repeated inquiries, Qiao Xia remained tight-lipped. "I did not steal." "If you did not steal, how could the ruby be in your bag?" "It was placed there by Lu Mingxi." Qiao Xia's teeth chattered as she protested. "They are framing me." "Why would they frame you?" One officer retorted. "Oh, you think we are fools? Do you believe we would expend such resources to frame you? Stop struggling. Admit to the theft, and you will be transferred sooner, sparing you the misfortune of remaining here." Qiao Xia glared at them in fury. "I did not steal anything. I will fight them in a civil lawsuit over property. They are deliberately framing me. I have no motive to steal." The officers repeated their questions countless times. Yet Qiao Xia resolutely clenched her jaw. With unwavering determination, she refused to confess. "Your resolve is commendable," one officer remarked with a sinister smile, while the other switched off the camera. The sense of foreboding washed over Qiao Xia. "What do you intend to do? This is the precinct. They wouldn't dare to resort to violence, would they? We have encountered many prisoners, some even more resolute than you. After a few hits, they quickly confess," an officer stated. Just as Qiao Xia was about to speak, one of them approached from behind, seized her hair, and forcefully slammed her head against the table. Qiao Xia screamed in agony as a ringing filled her ears and her mind buzzed. The more she struggled, the harder he slammed her down. After several blows, her forehead became swollen and bruised. "It hurts. This is even worse than when Lu Mingxi hit me." The ringing in her ears persisted for quite some time. As the other officer struck her back with a baton multiple times, Qiao Xia's cries echoed, feeling as though her bones might shatter under the blows. After a round of punishment, one officer inquired, "Do you confess? Are you the thief? Admit it early, and you'll suffer less." Another blow landed on her back, pain coursing through her, nearly causing her to faint. Yet, she gritted her teeth, resolutely maintaining her innocence. "You can beat me to death. I still did not steal." In broad daylight, they dared not act so recklessly. There must be someone backing them. They had no right to detain her for such an extended period. "You flagrantly disregard the law." One person laughed heartily. "Yet you are incapable of safeguarding your own well-being, let alone ours." Such presumption. Batons fell like rain upon Qiao Xia's back and thighs, after enduring a night of hunger and cold. Coupled with brutal torture, Qiao Xia ultimately succumbed and lost consciousness. The two individuals were taken aback. Such a lack of resilience. Do not let her die. It would be difficult to account for if she were to perish instead of merely suffer a little. Qiao Xia was awakened by pain. The lights outside now illuminated the night, and she felt cold, hungry, and in excruciating agony, engulfed by despair. These individuals were merciless. The sympathetic officer passed by, recognizing her pitiable state and understanding that she had unknowingly offended someone. Leading to her torment here, out of compassion, he bought her a bowl of fried rice. Qiao Xia's hands were frozen and swollen, making it nearly impossible for her to hold the food. Admit it early to spare yourself from further suffering. I did not steal. I did not take anything, grasping at a lifeline. Qiao Xia pleaded. I need to make a call. Please, brother, return my phone to me. That I cannot assist you with that. You should eat something. Although he could not help her further, he provided her with a bowl of hot rice and a bowl of warm soup. Qiao Xia was immensely grateful, devouring the food with fervor, experiencing fried rice as if it were a delicacy for the first time. Yet, even after consuming a bowl of hot soup and rice, the cold that enveloped her remained unyielding. The night grew colder still. No matter how much she rubbed her hands together, they continued to tremble with chill, devoid of any warmth. The areas on her back and thighs where she had been struck burned with unbearable pain. Having been raised in comfort, Qiao Xia had endured little hardship. After her parents' passing, Xiao Guang and Liu Mingxi subjected her to emotional neglect. Though there had been occasional physical punishment, she had never faced such torment. She fought against tears, confined in a small dark room for 2 days and nights, battling hunger and cold, her body covered in wounds. Her eyes perpetually brimming with unshed tears, resolutely biting her lip to hold them back. Huang Yi and Meng Qian attempted to contact Qiao Xia throughout the day, only to be met with silence as her phone went unanswered. Huang Yi was quite displeased. Qiao Xia was due to submit her manuscript today, or else face dire consequences. As the schedules for magazines and newspapers were fixed, Qiao Xia had assured her that the manuscript was nearly complete and that she would email it by evening. Yet no correspondence had been received. The following day, her absence from work was concerning, and her phone remained unresponsive. Meng Qian also spent the day calling and even visited Qiao Xia's residence, but without a key card. She could not access the building. That evening, she noted that the lights in Qiao Xia's apartment were dark, indicating her absence, and concern began to mount. Director, Qiao Xia is not home. Could something have happened to her? Meng Qian remarked. Qiao Xia is always prudent in her work, never delaying tasks. She would not be absent without prior notice. Huang Yi was well aware of this. Qiao Xia was a dedicated worker, earnest in her approach, never associated with tardiness or early departures. The most she would do is occasionally slack off during her free time, but she would never absent herself from work without reason, nor request leave. If she does not return tomorrow, I shall inquire further. Mr. Liu, why have you invited me to dinner without cause? The last time, the wives of the Qiao and Li families caused quite a stir, and I failed to handle it properly. I am passing the ball to you. Fortunately, you possess discerning vision, and this meal must indeed be extended. Huang Yi. Lu Huan is indeed quite an intriguing individual. Ordinarily, when a superior invites a subordinate to dinner, there is no necessity to concoct a particular reason. The invitation itself signifies appreciation. Huang Yi regretted asking, only to discover Lu Huan's remarkable sincerity, leaving her momentarily stunned. Unable to decline his earnest hospitality, compounded by the circumstances surrounding Qiao Xia, Huang Yi ultimately accepted the invitation. Huang Yi harbored a less than favorable impression of Lu Huan at the age of 25. He ascended to the position of general manager at TV, a classic case of a parachute executive, and now, 3 years later, TV is thriving, largely due to his contributions. Nevertheless, his carefree demeanor and somewhat naive charm led middle management to perceive his abilities as considerably diminished. The accolades for his success were predominantly claimed by the departing president. Huang Yi epitomizes the archetype of a strong woman. Despite a humble background, she has exerted tremendous effort, being 2 years Lu Huan's senior, and has ascended from the grassroots to the role of director, an accomplishment that is exceedingly rare at her age, especially considering TV's stringent promotion system that relies solely on individual merit. Thus, the perpetually carefree Lu Huan has never made a favorable impression on the meticulous and self-disciplined Huang. During their dinner, Lu Huan surprisingly reserved a large private room. Huang Yi had no particular thoughts on the matter. The private room required a minimum expenditure, with the baseline for this restaurant set at 2,500 and each dish averaging 150. However, since Lu Huan was the host, Huang Yi refrained from voicing any objections. The evening commenced with a glass of white liquor. Huang Yi, well-versed in social engagements, exhibited impressive tolerance, downing 2 glasses without so much as a blink. Lu Huan mused inwardly about the formidable aura she radiated. How could one engage in pleasant conversation under such solemnity? A beauty like her ought to smile more, as it would surely endear her to others. Lu Huan graciously remarked that it was he who ought to be treating her. Huang Yi reciprocated with 2 toasts to Lu Huan. As the evening progressed, half a bottle of white liquor vanished before any dishes had even arrived. Let us focus on the food, Huang Yi suggested. As for the liquor, let us drink sparingly. I still have to drive. The few glasses of liquor were inconsequential to them, and as Huang Yi herself was not particularly fond of drinking, she readily agreed. Given their relative unfamiliarity, their conversation quickly dwindled to dry pleasantries, resulting in an awkward silence. The atmosphere grew peculiar, with Lu Huan feeling a sense of despair. He should have brought another person along to alleviate the tension. He was generally quite loquacious, yet he found himself at a loss with Huang Yi, with whom he only interacted during meetings. Having only served as director for a year, her opportunities for interaction during meetings were limited. Let us eat, he urged. The chef here is quite talented, I know. Huang Yi replied curtly. Lu Huan cursed under his breath, feeling utterly foolish. What topics could possibly engage Huang Yi? A conversational savior would have been most welcome. As they both worked in journalism, it was natural for them to discuss industry matters, topics Huang Yi engaged in throughout her workday. However, discussing such matters after hours seemed rather lackluster, leading to a couple of exchanged remarks before the conversation faltered. Lu Huan pondered whether Huang Yi perhaps harbored a dislike for him, but that made no sense. As the general manager of TV, he was in a position of considerable influence, young and handsome, articulate and cheerful. There was no reason for her to detest him. Surely, it must be his own misinterpretation. Just then, the dishes began to arrive, and Lu Huan's expression brightened, as if rescued by the arrival of the server. Huang Yi internally lamented, truly, he is rather naïve. Lu Huan ordered 11 dishes, uncertain of Huang Yi's palate, yet he indulged in an array of cuisines, offering a delightful selection of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy flavors, certainly a foolproof choice. However, as they gazed upon the table laden with culinary delights, Huang Yi felt an urge to voice her discontent. 2 individuals consuming such an abundance? No matter, they could always take the leftovers home. Lu Huan pondered for a moment, struggling to find a topic of conversation with Huang Yi. Having briefly touched upon work matters, he noted her apparent lack of interest. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He had a piece of good news to share. Mu Liang had remarked on Lu Huan's ability to recognize and utilize talent, expressing great appreciation for him, predicting a forthcoming promotion. Congratulations were in order. Mu Liang held him in high regard. This was not mere flattery. It was Mu Liang's assertion. Huang Yi replied, Mr. Lu Si has only recently joined TV. How could he possibly hold me in such esteem? It must be due to Qiao Xia. Lu Huan, at a loss for words, could not articulate an answer. Huang Yi inquired about the relationship between Qiao Xia and Mr. Lu Si. Once again, Lu Huan found himself speechless. Fortunately, Huang Yi did not press the matter, merely expressing curiosity. Lu Huan mentioned that Mr. Lu Si preferred to be addressed as M or Mu instead, despite the public's common reference to him as Mr. Lu Si. He understood. Lu Huan reflected that had he known they would dine together today, he would have invited Qiao Xia as well. Her presence would have alleviated the awkwardness, for she was such a wonderful person. How has Qiao Xia been faring at work lately? Lu Huan asked, unable to refrain from mentioning her, as she was someone both he and Huang Yi were familiar with, lest they fall into an uncomfortable silence. Finally, they arrived at a topic of interest for Huang Yi. Qiao Xia did not come to work today. She stated that is she ill? Lu Huan inquired. She didn't take leave and has inexplicably vanished for a day. She failed to send me her manuscript last night, and I called her, but there was no answer. I have been unable to reach her since, Huang Yi explained. Lu Huan was taken aback. Mu Liang had gone to see Mu Wenxin's performance. Could it be that he had taken Qiao Xia along? Huang Yi remarked. Even if Qiao Xia had matters to attend to, she would certainly request leave in advance. Shi Wunti just failed to show up without reason. While Lu Huan was still deep in thought, Huang Yi asked, do you have a way to contact her? I do not know her personally, he replied. But she is acquainted with Mr. Mu, isn't she? Huang Yi countered. Lu Huan was astounded. He had been harboring a secret that weighed heavily on his heart. Yearning for someone to confide in, yet finding no one, that hearing Huang Yi's words ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. You are aware of Qiao Xia's marriage to Mu Liang? He exclaimed. Huang Yi, taken aback, did not respond. Lu Huan, filled with excitement, noted Huang Yi's shock and suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. She was unaware that a surge of dread coursed through him. He wished he could turn back time. Wishing fervently that he had said nothing, that she had heard nothing. He could not afford to reveal a single word, for the consequences would be dire. Huang Yi, oblivious to the gravity of her casual inquiry, had inadvertently stumbled upon a significant piece of gossip. Qiao Xia was, in fact, Mu Liang's wife. The notion that the wife of the CEO worked under her was staggering. Huang Yi racked her brain, trying to recall if she had ever offended Qiao Xia, suddenly realizing that the instances she had criticized Qiao Xia could be counted on both hands and feet combined. Overwhelmed by the realization, she felt utterly defeated. This was simply too much to process. Feeling disheartened, Huang Yi observed Lu Huan's constipated expression and found a semblance of balance. That I shall not speak of it, she mused, since she is the president's wife. Her absence for an entire day without any leave seems rather normal. After all, she belongs to the privileged class. Was my concern unwarranted? Anger soon replaced her thoughts. Even if she is Mu Liang's wife, she ought to request leave if she cannot come to work. Without such a request, who will take over her responsibilities? If she continues to disappear without a word, who will dare to assign her any tasks in the future? Lu Huan. How audacious, Director Huang. Lu Huan, who is prone to speaking without thought, should be more cautious regarding matters concerning Qiao Xia. Is Qiao Xia with you? No. Why do you ask? Huang Yi and I are dining together. She mentioned that Qiao Xia has been unreachable since yesterday and did not come to work today without any leave. That I assumed you had taken her to a performance. I hope nothing untoward has occurred. I shall hang up now. Wait. Lu Huan was left dumbfounded. Was the call really ended just like that? Huang Yi finally felt a sense of reality. Qiao Xia truly was the president's wife, and no wonder Mu Liang was so merciless, directly offending both the Qiao and Li families. Before they could speak, Mu Liang left first. Lu, in a leisurely manner, considered that it was rather late, and what business could the company possibly have? His hasty departure suggested that there might be an issue concerning his wife. He seldom witnessed any emotional fluctuations from Mu Liang. Even when reprimanding others, his demeanor remained cold and indifferent. Jiu Shaowu awaited him, saying, "Fourth young master, grant me a moment longer." Mu Liang furrowed his brow, inquiring when the individual had been taken away. Around noon yesterday, Gu Shaowu replied. There are surveillance cameras at the community entrance. That I started checking the footage, and to my surprise, I found something. I am currently hacking into the traffic system. I will soon uncover the license plate number and the precinct. He was engrossed in watching a popular drama featuring his goddess when Mu Liang apprehended him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, he quickly regained his focus. While Mu Liang turned to gaze out the window, his profile exuding a cold rigidity, an aura of low pressure enveloping him, Jiu Shaowu sensed Mu Liang's rising anger. It had been nearly 2 days and nights since the girl had been detained. What could possibly warrant such a significant event? They had traced 5 vehicles parked outside the Guyang Road precinct. That Mu Liang, accompanied by Gu Shaowu and 6 others, entered the precinct. Inside, a dozen officers were engaged in various tasks. Perhaps due to the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Mu Liang, it felt as if they were there to stage a prison break, invoking a chilling sensation among the night watch inspectors who were startled and failed to recognize him. Gu Shaowu inquired in a grave tone, "Where is Qiao Xia?" Mu Liang stood at the forefront, with Gu Shaowu trailing a few steps behind. The 6 men behind him exuded a robust and valiant presence. Arranged in a line, reminiscent of a scene from a Hong Kong gangster film, their commanding aura palpable. "Who are you?" the inspector questioned, somewhat puzzled. That it was evident that they were not here with good intentions. But given the surveillance throughout the precinct, he did not suspect them to be robbers. He merely felt a tinge of confusion. "Do you recognize Lu's 4th young master, Mu Jian's nephew?" Gu Shaowu, displaying a calm and composed smile, asked. "Where is Qiao Xia?" Do not compel me to inquire a second time. Across the nation, only Mu Jian remains steadfast, renowned, and illustrious, while the Lu family is a household name. Even the most oblivious inspector should recognize the individual before him. But who is Qiao Xia? To be candid, With the constant influx of individuals, including criminals, it is no wonder that a mere inspector may be unaware of who has arrived. Typically, such matters are delegated to subordinate teams, especially if they do not pertain to significant cases. This evening, there happens to be a major case to arrange, which is why he finds himself at the precinct at this late hour. When Gu Xiaowu inquired about Qiao Xia, a flicker of unease crossed the faces of those present. The inspector, having only arrived tonight, was, of course, oblivious. Team 2 had apprehended a woman accused of stealing jewels, subjecting her to rigorous interrogation for 2 days, yet she steadfastly maintained her innocence, adamantly asserting her lack of culpability. With the esteemed Mu Liang's presence, it was evident that he was not one to be trifled with. Prompting one individual to hurriedly whisper a few words to the inspector, the inspector's expression shifted dramatically, urging them to bring the woman forth without delay. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, his countenance soured, and he cast a fierce glare at the 2 officers from Team 2, who internally lamented their predicament, acutely aware they had crossed paths with a formidable figure. Mu Liang could extinguish them with a mere flick of his finger. Sensing the gravity of Mu Liang's demeanor, the 2 officers understood the precariousness of their situation and contemplated escape. Ji Xiaowu silently prayed for Qiao Xia's safety, oblivious to the 2 individuals seeking to flee. Mu Liang's voice resonated with authority. "I dare anyone to leave." The precinct had both a front and a rear exit, as his words echoed. Gu Xiaowu also took notice, sneering, "Brothers, no need to rush off. We haven't even seen our guest yet. Let us take our time." Without needing further instructions, the 2 men in black behind Gu Xiaowu advanced, swiftly detaining the individual. "Release me. This is the police station. What do you intend to do?" "I am a legitimate police officer." The inspector wore a pained expression, pleading for leniency, but Gu Xiaowu delivered a punch to his jaw, causing him to spew blood and lose 2 pearly teeth. "Silence. Our young master prefers tranquility." Chapter 107. How dare you strike my wife? The assaulted individual's companion, possessing far more sense, chose to remain silent. "You dare to assault an officer?" he exclaimed defiantly, but a mere glance from the inspector commanded him to hush. "Fourth young master, this is the precinct. Even if there were errors in their handling of the case, it does not warrant such brutal treatment, nor does it justify assaulting an officer." Mu Liang could no longer contain his frustration. He pushed past the inspector and strode inside, leaving behind a stern directive: "Let not a single one escape." "Understood," Gu Xiaowu replied solemnly. This predicament was not entirely the fault of the officer who had been away for too long. Qiao Xia had just endured severe interrogation and lay unresponsive on the floor, resembling a fragile porcelain doll, her exposed skin marred with bruises. She was clad in only a single layer, curled up on the ground, unconscious amidst the frigid air. Just as he was about to call out to Qiao Xia, he felt a sudden tightness at the nape of his neck, followed by a powerful force that hurled him out like refuse. Despite being nearly 6 feet tall, he was thrown against the office with a suffocating silence. Too frightened to utter a single scream, Mu Liang gazed at the individuals on the ground, momentarily stunned for 3 seconds, before swiftly shedding his own coat to envelop the person within. Qiao Xia, rendered incapacitated by the cold, was burning with a fever. Her forehead radiated an alarming heat, marked by 2 bruised patches that were clearly not recent. He was oblivious to where he had touched her. Even in her unconscious state, her body trembled and curled up, as if she had encountered a wound. Mu Liang was engulfed in fury. He found himself at a loss for words to articulate the tempest of emotions within him. The last time he felt such rage was upon discovering that Lu Zheng's accident was deliberate rather than accidental. The seething resentment welling from deep within nearly consumed him. Her fragile form was cradled in his arms, and as he rolled up his sleeves, he was met with 2 dark bruises. The invisible scars, of which there could be countless, rendered her akin to a shattered porcelain doll, clad in flimsy clothing. Lying on the frigid floor, they were damned. Xia Dadi caressed her cheek. Qiao Xia, suffering from hunger and cold, was delirious from the fever and remained unaware of his arrival. She merely called out his name in a haste. "Mu Liang, where are you? It hurts so much." Those words shattered his heart. Why had he engaged in a cold war with Qiao Xia? Why had he allowed anger to fester towards her? Why had he not received timely news of her disappearance? Why had she been left to endure 2 days and nights alone here, especially on his birthday, devoid of companionship? The person he yearned to be with most had spent a long, lonely night in confinement on his birthday. "I am here. It won't hurt. It won't hurt." He pressed his lips against her forehead, which burned with an intense heat that Mu Liang lifted her horizontally, stepping outside into the biting cold. The inspector, drenched in cold sweat, rushed forward upon seeing Mu Liang carrying her, exclaiming, "Fourth young master, it's all due to the incompetence of those below. This is a misunderstanding, absolutely a misunderstanding." He bowed and groveled, trying to appease Mu Liang, yet was met with a swift kick that rendered him unable to stand upright, not daring to utter a single complaint. "My wife. What rare treasure could I not afford?" Mu Liang's words were laced with ice. The inspector stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Not to mention the two officers from the 2nd Division that I asked that Mu Liang's wife. They detained her for 2 days, accusing her of theft and subjecting her to severe torture. The inspector regretted not checking the calendar before stepping out, lamenting this unfortunate encounter. "Fourth young master, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We had no idea she was the 4th young master's wife." That Mu Liang placed Qiao Xia on a nearby sofa, drew his gun from the small of his back, and fired twice, shattering the 2 surveillance cameras in the police station. His action was almost instinctive, prompting all the officers to draw their weapons. Aiming at Mu Liang, the 6 men behind him, including Gu Xiaowu, also brandished their guns, appearing far more menacing than the officers, as if at Mu Liang's command, they would unleash a bloodbath in the station. The inspector's heart raced to his throat, sensing the imminent danger. Qiao Xia coughed a few times, gradually stirring from her slumber. The officers exchanged glances, ultimately lowering their weapons. The inspector fervently hoped that Qiao Xia would awaken and utter a few words, while Mu Liang casually seized a nearby baton, inquiring of the inspector, who struck her. Without needing to ask further, the inspector understood the implication, and all eyes turned toward the 2 officers from the 2nd Division. Mu Liang wielded his baton with unrelenting ferocity, striking the 2 men with brutal force, landing nearly 20 blows aimed specifically at their most resilient bones. That in mere moments, both fell into unconsciousness, the muffled sounds of impact causing the onlookers to hold their breath in terror. It was likely that several bones had been fractured. Even as the 2 lay incapacitated, Mu Liang's wrath was far from satiated. He delivered another dozen blows before finally discarding the baton. The weapon was so severely bent that it was evident he had exerted immense strength. The atmosphere in the room was thick with silence. Even Qiao Xia, who had just regained consciousness, was visibly shaken. This was the first time she had witnessed Mu Liang's brutal side, his gaze seemingly capable of murder. Gu Xiaowu and several imposing men behind him were armed with guns, and Mu Liang himself also held a firearm. Wen Xin, understanding the implications, quickly deduced the situation. Today, our entire department was mobilized to apprehend criminals. And in the ensuing crossfire, these 2 unfortunate souls were injured. Excellent, Mu Liang sneered. And then what? We will dismiss them, the inspector replied. Even without Mu Liang's insistence, he was acutely aware that these 2 could not remain in the precinct, nor serve in the police force. It was clear they had either accepted bribes or acted on someone else's orders to torment Qiao Xia. The charge of theft was nebulous at best. There was no way Qiao Xia could be detained here, let alone subjected to such treatment. Such events transpired under his very nose, leaving him with no way to absolve himself of responsibility. "I want to know by tomorrow who gave them their orders." "Understood. I will ensure it is uncovered." "Has anyone visited your precinct today?" Mu Liang inquired, his head bowed as he elegantly dabbed his hands with a handkerchief. "No, no one has come." Satisfied with this response, Mu Liang approached and gently lifted Qiao Xia into his arms, whispering soothingly, "I am here." Tears welled up in Qiao Xia's eyes when she awakened once more. She found herself in a hospital, in a private room enveloped in a sea of white. That a bouquet of lilies rested by her bedside, their fragrance delightful. The N4 needle was inserted into the back of her hand, and she was truly receiving fluids. Her body ached all over. In the span of just 2 days, it felt as if she had traversed a chasm of time. She had almost believed she might perish from the cold in the detention center. Yet now, in this air-conditioned room, the temperature was perfect. It felt like paradise. That day, in a state of confusion, she had lost consciousness, and now, she felt as if she had come back to life. "Miss Qiao, you are awake," Gu Xiaowu said, stationed at the doorway. Upon seeing her consciousness return, he beamed with a smile. Gu Xiaowu was a strikingly handsome young man, exuding a sharp and competent demeanor, yet his smile was that of a carefree boy. Qiao Xia felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Mr. Gu, you may simply call me Qiao Xia." "That won't do. The 4th young master would have my head," he replied with a playful grin, fiddling with his phone as if engrossed in something. Suddenly, she recalled Meng Qian's previous remarks about Gu Xiaowu drooling over Qin Xiaoman while holding a magazine. Could it be that during his downtime, he was scrolling through images of his goddess? Young man, your goddess is not some ethereal star. Wake up and snap out of it. You homebodied up, Mr. Gu. I am hungry, Qiao Xia admitted bashfully. She had only consumed a bowl of rice and soup at the precinct, and now awoke feeling ravenous. Just call me Xiao Wu. I will fetch you something to eat, he assured her. Once he departed, Qiao Xia summoned a nurse. The four had finished dripping, and her fever had subsided. The nurse inquired, Miss Qiao, who did this to you? In such cold weather, with all these injuries, it must hurt terribly. It does, she replied. The pain was excruciating. At that moment, she gritted her teeth and persevered, still possessing a semblance of strength. Enduring it did not seem so unbearable then, but now that it had subsided, she felt the ache and fatigue emanating from her very bones. It was utterly distressing. Fortunately, there were no fractures, merely superficial injuries. She must take the time to recuperate properly. Thank you, nurse. As the nurse departed, Qiao Xia rolled up her sleeves to reveal the bruises on her arms, inflicted by the blows of a police baton. These were mere surface wounds that would fade in a few days. It was not too concerning. Last night, in a haze, the scene she witnessed seemed surreal. How could she have seen Mu Liang wielding a gun, with Gu Xiaowu also armed, and their entourage brandishing firearms? Brazenly storming into the precinct like a gang? Surely, it was a figment of her fevered imagination. A native of a city, Qiao Xia had never heard gunfire nor seen a firearm in her life. Save for that one year in Egypt when calamity struck, she harbored a deep-seated aversion to guns and all things associated with violence, for it was violence and terrorist attacks that had shattered her world. The image of Mu Liang assaulting an officer was both brutal and elegant. It instilled within her a peculiar mix of fear and reassurance. She longed to deceive herself into believing it was merely a trick of the light, a result of her fevered state. Yet, the undeniable warmth she remembered lingered on. She had ultimately lost consciousness in Mu Liang's embrace. Her thoughts spiraled until Gu Xiaowu arrived with takeout, mentioning that the hospital cafeteria's offerings were unlikely to suit her palate. Thus, he had procured a lighter meal from a Cantonese restaurant. Thank you. Gu Xiaowu presented her with a bowl of pork and corn congee, a plate of stir-fried sponge gourd with eggs, a dish of sweet and sour pork with pineapple, and a small bowl of rock sugar pear soup with blood swallow. Each dish petite, yet exquisite, igniting her appetite with their light and refreshing flavors. Qiao Xia was pleasantly surprised to find herself devouring 2 dishes, a bowl of congee and the blood swallow soup. Sated, she felt as though she could consume 2 more eggs, her hunger finally alleviated. Although her fever had subsided, she still felt somewhat weak and dozed off shortly after her meal. Gu Xiaowu remarked that the young mistress had eaten well and her appetite seemed promising, indicating that she should be on the mend. Chapter 108. Do not leave me. Mu Liang nodded, his expression icy. The mere thought that in his absence, this girl had been so unjustly accused and had endured such hardships incensed him. Gu Xiaowu informed him that a letter had arrived from Inspector Zhang, reflecting Li Fan's intentions. From the Li family? Indeed, Gu Xiaowu confirmed. It was from the Municipal Party Committee Secretariat. Mu Liang stated that she would regret that day's decision for the remainder of her life. Gu Xiaowu expressed his own curiosity, noting that they were fully aware of Qiao Xia's relationship with him, yet dared to act so recklessly. Such audacity was exceptionally foolish, unless they had something on him. Believing he would not intervene on her behalf, or perhaps they were merely testing his resolve, regardless of their motives, it was too late for them to beg for mercy. When Qiao Xia awoke, it was already evening. Upon regaining consciousness, she spotted a tall figure standing by the window, silhouetted against the light. He wore a white shirt and black trousers, exuding an understated elegance. That familiar silhouette and aura confirmed it was Mu Liang. You're awake? He inquired, turning to face her. The setting sun cast a warm orange glow upon him, softening his earlier indifference, rendering him a paragon of gentility. His handsome visage, tempered by the warmth of the setting sun, evokes a sensation akin to holding warm jade in one's grasp. Tall and graceful, he embodies an elegant aloofness. This is the Mu Liang she knows. Yet, as he steps out from the glow of the sunset, that refined, gentlemanly demeanor vanishes in an instant. Bereft of the light's enhancement, Mu Liang reverts to his usual cold and haughty self. Foolish, imbecilic, useless. Mu Liang regards her from a lofty height. How could one be so thoroughly humiliated? Does he not feel any pangs of sympathy? Qiao Xia. Goodness, This is the first time she has witnessed Mu Liang so uncouth. She is utterly taken aback, although I do not expect you to match my intellect. After all this time spent together, how have you not absorbed anything? Why have you made no progress and remained so foolish? Qiao Xia. Here we go again. Must you be so self-absorbed? Just how high is your IQ? Flaunting your superiority every day? Can you not show off? She felt it best not to make hasty judgments about others. Her aunt had always harbored dissatisfaction towards her. She never imagined she would be so heartless and unfeeling. Pouting, Qiao Xia slowly sat up, leaning against the pillow, feeling aggrieved. From the outset, Mu Liang had berated her. I have already stated that I did not steal. Enraged, Mu Liang stormed into the police station, immediately invoking my name. Even if I am not in the city, I doubt they would dare lay a finger on you. Their first course of action would be to inform the Mu family, and there would be someone to contact me. How could you suffer so unjustly? Qiao Xia was taken aback. She had not anticipated that invoking Mu Liang's name would be so impactful that I in her mind. Their marriage was a fade, and as she grew increasingly reliant on Mu Liang, her subconscious began to distance her from him. She was accustomed to facing everything alone, and it did not dawn on her that Mu Liang was her strongest ally. She had been foolish. Suddenly, Mu Liang grasped her chin, compelling Qiao Xia to meet his gaze. He enunciated deliberately, "Remember, you are Mu Liang's wife, in a city. You walk with confidence. No one dares to harm you." Qiao Xia stared blankly into his indifferent eyes, which reflected her own astonishment. Goodness, is this domineering CEO persona truly acceptable? Yet, such dominance is wielded for protection. Regardless of my mistakes, can you resolve everything for me? Of course. Mu Liang regarded her with an expression of disbelief at her naivety. Can I be spoiled and unruly, without regard for the rules? Absolutely. Mu Liang shot her an exasperated glance. Qiao Xia found herself at a loss for words. After her rebirth, she was informed, at the earliest opportunity, how to safeguard herself. She could act with impunity, as long as she invoked her protector's name, allowing her to wreak havoc at will. Mu Liang settled beside her, and as Qiao Xia gazed at him, she could not help but admire his striking features. He was not particularly skilled at expressing himself. In truth, despite saying so much, it was simply an expression of his concern for her that a simple phrase was articulated in such a convoluted manner. And he narcissistically claimed that her intellect did not measure up to his. Has your mind been addled? Mu Liang was practically seething with rage, never before so agitated. Should there be another incident, I would not require anyone else to intervene. I shall simply reduce you to a fool myself. How much simpler that would be. Mu Liang, you now hold me aloft on a pedestal, and I tread carefully, fearful of overstepping. Have you ever considered that if I were to fall, I might shatter into 1,000 pieces? Mu Liang proclaimed with an air of invincibility, I am your cloud, upon which you may stand for a lifetime, indulging in the splendor of the world at your whim. Should you fall, it would be upon me, and I shall accompany you in your shattering. Yet, did he truly comprehend the essence of her words? Qiao Xia, engulfed in anger and frustration, pondered how such promises could be so casually bestowed. Mu Liang, however, remained oblivious to her ire. He believed that as long as he could provide for her desires, he was fulfilling his role. Even if he lacked the means, he would exert every effort to obtain what she wished. Suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of grievance, tears streamed down Qiao Xia's face. Startled, Mu Liang exclaimed, "Why are you crying? You are a big fool." Although Mu Liang felt a vague irritation, he could not pinpoint its source. My IQ is 130, and data shows it surpasses yours, he retorted earnestly, striving to assert himself as a man of high intelligence. Wiping her tears, Qiao Xia surprisingly smiled. Yes, you are a big fool, and I am a little fooled. You silence yourself. Do not speak. Qiao Xia abruptly embraced him, declaring, Big fool, refrain from reiterating your notions of being clever and exceptional. I am aware of your intellect and excellence. Yet you are also quite foolish. At times, words can be intoxicating, yet they pale in comparison to the sweetness of the atmosphere. For the first time, Qiao Xia enveloped him in her arms, and Mu Liang's heart bloomed with joy, his previously overcast mood finally shifting. Mu Liang, promise me you will always treat me this well. All right, do not leave me. All right, do not bully me. All right. As Qiao Xia's tears flowed more abundantly, she dared not utter a sound. Fully aware that Mu Liang did not love her, his heart belonging to another. His indulgence towards her was merely a matter of duty and obligation, yet she cared not. All the questions that plagued her mind were cast aside. If a man were to give you the world, cherishing and adoring you without reservation. What more could one desire? After Li Hui's betrayal, her entire world had turned gray. With Mu Liang, however, her existence began to flourish in vibrant colors, brimming with life. Qiao Xia's injuries would require several days to heal, prompting Mu Liang to request an extended leave for her, lasting until the end of the New Year holiday. Qiao Xia understood that in her current state, returning to work was impossible, so she focused on recuperating. Though she could hardly bear a day in the hospital, it was simply too dull. Mu Liang considered the severe smog recently plaguing the city and suggested, "Let us venture to another place for your recovery." Qiao Xia readily agreed. Initially, she presumed Mu Liang would take her to the mountains, but to her surprise, he led her to the riverbank. The river flows through City A, splitting it into eastern and western halves, ultimately reaching the ocean. The river's upstream, once a fishing village, had been abandoned as the tide rose and fishermen gradually relocated. 2 years prior, the area was contracted for development, transforming it into fish ponds, farms, and charming, vintage-style resorts, swiftly becoming an exclusive social venue for the city's elite. The resort, situated in the heart of the lake, was divided into 4 sections, interconnected by intricately designed bridges, with boats serving as the sole means of transport. In summer, the lake would bloom with lotus flowers, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Mu Liang escorted Qiao Xia to the resort, where a small boat awaited them. This vessel was not a yacht. The boatman stood at the bow, rowing. The small craft could accommodate only 4 individuals, and after a brief 10-minute journey, they arrived at the heart of the lake resort. "How exquisite!" Qiao Xia exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. The lake's surface resembled a grand mirror, shrouded in distant mist, evoking the allure of a fairyland. Aquatic plants sprawled across the water, while seabirds soared overhead, either perching on the reeds or hunting for food. She was utterly enchanted by this place. The boatman, quite talkative, informed Qiao Xia that the lake at dawn during winter was the most breathtaking sight, and if it snowed, it would be even more stunning. Before long, they reached the western side, which was relatively smaller and belonged to a private domain, untouched by tourists. Exuding an air of tranquility, Qiao Xia followed Mu Liang into a quaint, antique house, adorned with furniture crafted from red Nanmu wood, embodying an ancient charm. The intricately carved golden Nanmu bed displayed magnificent patterns, and the bedding was made of silk, draped with a pear blossom mosquito net, filling the room with a distinct old-world ambience. For a moment, she forgot the pain she felt. Mu Liang's room was connected to hers by a door, and the decor was similar. Upon opening the window, they were greeted by a balcony overlooking the lake, where seabirds could be seen gliding gracefully. The balcony featured a bamboo swing chair, complete with cushions and tea utensils. Everything was exquisitely arranged. No wonder the nightly rate exceeded 5,000. This luxurious resort was truly deserving of its reputation. "Do you like it?" Mu Liang inquired. "I love it," Qiao Xia replied. "It's simply beautiful. Truly, seeing it in person surpasses 100 hearsays." Mu Liang remarked, "This place is perfect for recuperation." So serene. He added that the Mu family had interests here. The southeastern and northern areas of the resort were tourist zones, while the western section was rather exclusive, entirely comprised of private estates owned by dignitaries. Whenever officials had significant private discussions, they often convened at the resort. Naturally, Mu Liang was well aware of this splendid location due to his family's connections. "If I recuperate here, will I frequently encounter prominent figures, such as the mayor or the party secretary?" Qiao Xia queried. "They're all old men. What is there to see?" Mu Liang replied, his tone dripping with self-importance, as if he deemed himself more worthy of attention than the high-ranking officials. "Big shots. Indeed, I am also a big shot." Qiao Xia momentarily faltered. "I see you every day. It becomes mundane." Mu Liang's gaze darkened as he looked at her, causing her heart to race. Even the most beautiful faces could become tiresome with constant exposure. "Oh dear, my head hurts, and I'm so cold." Qiao Xia feigned discomfort, wrapping herself in warmth as she collapsed onto the seemingly plush bed, evading Mu Liang's displeased stare. He, in turn, decided to let her be. Chapter 109. The proper way to enchant a male deity. Mu Liang fetched 2 fishing rods, sparking Qiao Xia's interest. "Fishing? Can you do it?" "Of course," he replied. Fishing commenced on the balcony, facing the lake. Mu Liang scattered a handful of bait, and they began to fish. Qiao Xia, always active, remarked, "Fishing is a pastime favored by the elderly. I never expected you to enjoy it too." "Are you implying that I'm old?" He retorted that I merely meant that your preferred leisure activities possess depth, she said, adorning him with a compliment. Aren't you cold? She asked, noticing her own attire of a down jacket, cashmere scarf, and gloves, while Mu Liang wore only a sweater and long trousers. Exuding an air of coolness. Not at all, Qiao Xia muttered. Whoever said that one's body is frail and prone to illness? Mu Liang feigned ignorance. I've caught a fish, as Qiao Xia observed the bobber sinking. She sprang to her feet and swiftly reeled in a carp weighing over 2 pounds, her face lighting up with joy. Look, am I impressive? Indeed, Mu Liang replied dismissively. It was merely a single fish. Yet she appeared as though she had won a world championship. The fish Mu Liang caught were relatively small. Qiao Xia believed herself to be the superior angler, boasting that her catches were plumper than Mu Liang's. Before long, she had reeled in more than 10 fish, while Mu Liang had managed to catch only one, and a tiny one at that. Mu Liang fumed, sitting side by side. He wondered why the fish preferred Qiao Xia's hook over his own. They were using the same bait. After all, can we apply a bit of science here? Sensing the low pressure surrounding Mu Liang, Qiao Xia surreptitiously swapped their baskets. Ha! Mu Liang, look at all the fish you've caught. You're amazing. I truly admire you. Mu Liang struggled to contain himself. After all, she was his wife, and he couldn't just push her into the river. She appeared so delicate, and being sick was rather troublesome. He had to hold back, but the urge to strike her and send her splashing into the water was overwhelming. You're feeling weak. The lake is chilly. Don't stay out in the wind for too long. Come inside. Humph. How could she outfish him? It was utterly intolerable. The little fish were so pitiful. Then let them go. Qiao Xia found Mu Liang's reasoning quite sound. She released the smaller fish and selected 2 hefty ones. Deciding to prepare one as pine nut carp and the other as steamed carp, Mu Liang summoned the chef, handing over the fish with instructions on their preparation, having released all his catches. Is there even a dedicated chef for this? There's everything you could wish for. Qiao Xia regretted letting them all go. She should have kept one for grilling, but considering she couldn't possibly eat so much, she refrained. Between the 2 rooms lay a small living area, equipped with a 32-inch LCD screen, yet no one was watching television. The signal was excellent by the lake, and Qiao Xia was chatting with Meng Qian. Sharing her fishing experiences, Meng Qian was envious. You're able to take so many days off, and the director actually agreed. It's infuriating. I was ill, Qiao Xia replied, explaining that Huang Yi was aware of her situation, making it much easier to take leave. Moreover, she truly was in no condition to be seen, having been wrongfully confined for 2 days, which Huang Yi had witnessed during her hospital visit. Then take good care of yourself. I'm about to be driven mad by the director. She turned off her phone, focusing on her recovery dough. The living room featured a tatami mat covered with thick wool felt, where Mu Liang was engrossed in a book. Outside, seabirds chirped, creating a serene and warm atmosphere. Mu Liang was reading intently. While Qiao Xia inched closer, leaning against him languidly, Mu Liang glanced at her, but said nothing. Qiao Xia's hand, seemingly by accident, brushed against Mu Liang's. A blush creeping onto her ears. Stealthily, she observed his hand, placing her own atop it to compare sizes. How maddening. Now, looking at Mu Liang's hand, she considered it the most beautiful she had ever seen. What are you doing? Mu Liang's deep voice resonated just above her head, causing Qiao Xia's cheeks to flush crimson. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if she were recklessly infatuated with any male that crossed her path. Your hands are truly exquisite, Mu Liang remarked, wearing an expression that suggested he shared her sentiment. Before returning to his book, Qiao Xia felt an insatiable itch deep within her soul. She subtly shifted closer, timidly brushing against his hand. The mere touch sent electric jolts through her, intensifying her heartbeat. Mu Liang, what is this girl up to? What are you doing? Brother, I am attempting to seduce you, Qiao Xia screamed internally, all the while maintaining an impeccable smile on her face. She ought to consult Meng Qian on the proper techniques for enticing a male deity. Qiao Xia had always believed that as long as a girl was strikingly beautiful, earthly men could be easily ensnared. Meng Qian, on the other hand, maintained that a shapely figure was all that was needed for earthly men to be at one's beck and call. Was it possible that despite her beauty, Qiao Xia lacked in that regard? She glanced down at her flat chest, her inner resolve igniting fiercely. Starting tomorrow, she would indulge in papaya milk without restraint, and she would not cease until her figure resembled that of a grapefruit. I am reminded of a poem, Fishing by the Willow-Fringed River, Stealing a Moment of Leisure. Qiao Xia declared, I adore this way of life. stealing fleeting moments of tranquility if only she could dwell eternally on the lake with Mu Liang. How splendid that would be! While Mu Liang and Qiao Xia savored their stolen moments of serenity, the Qiao and Li families found themselves in a state of utter chaos. Beset by dark clouds, Li Fan was suddenly reported for bribery, and on the very day that Mu Liang and Qiao Xia departed, he was placed under double regulation. The Li family stock prices plummeted for 2 consecutive days, while Qiao Shi Group's president, Xiao Guang, was taken away by the Economic Investigation Team, accused of tax evasion with allegations of illicit dealings lurking behind. The Qiao family stock prices were equally dismal. The Qiao and Li families were in a frenzy. Qiao Xia was taken away by Mu Liang from the detention center, while the 2 officers who had escorted her suffered multiple broken bones, officially reported as injuries sustained in the line of duty, and were to be regarded as heroes, yet they were dismissed during their hospital stay. Upon receiving the news, Li Fan realized that things had taken a turn for the worse. Qiao Lan claimed to possess evidence of Qiao Xia's infidelity, asserting that she could prove Qiao Xia and Mu Liang's marriage was merely a contractual arrangement, with Mu Liang only coveting her wealth, devoid of any genuine intent to assist Qiao Xia. Once Qiao Xia entered prison, it might align perfectly with Mu Liang's wishes, at which point they could discuss matters further, constituting a mutually beneficial collaboration. Li Fan, being cautious, examined the photographs but remained skeptical. The fact that Qiao Xia had been in detention for a considerable time without disturbing Mu Liang led him to believe much of what he heard. If Qiao Xia and Mu Liang indeed shared a relationship, she would have had the audacity to reveal Mu Liang's name upon entering the detention center. The Mu family would have received word immediately, and Qiao Xia would have been released. Little did she know, Mu Liang had suddenly appeared, ruthlessly retaliating against both the Qiao and Li families. It was implausible that he could orchestrate such a significant upheaval alone. Undoubtedly, the Mu family was involved, wielding immense influence, not only in a city but also within Li Fan's marital family, who, despite their background, found themselves utterly helpless. She realized she had made a misstep, placing her trust in Qiao Lan and Lu Mingxi. Consumed by jealousy, Qiao Lan harbored a deep-seated hatred for Qiao Xia. Her sole focus was on tormenting her. Without considering the broader implications, Lu Mingxi would have relished the thought of Qiao Xia imprisoned, free from legal battles over property, living without a care in the world. Since their knowledge of Mu Liang and Qiao Xia's marriage, they have been eagerly awaiting Mu Liang to take action against them. However, Mu Liang has remained inactive, and life has continued in its monotonous routine, coupled with the photographs in Qiao Lan's possession. It remains uncertain how Mu Liang might retaliate. Li Fan serves as the political backbone of the Li family. Without him, chaos ensues, leaving Li Hu enraged to the point of physically assaulting Fang Xiaoxia. This incident caught both him and Li Hui off guard, as Fang Xiaoxia had contacted Li Fan and taken matters into her own hands. Upon learning of this, he was filled with fury. Initially, they had intended to sever ties with the Qiao family entirely, and the engagement between Li Hui and Xiao Lan had also fallen apart, leading to a complete cessation of interactions between the 2 families. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiaoxia secretly allied herself with LV Mingxi, resulting in this grave misfortune. Fang Xiaoxia harbors a deep resentment towards Qiao Lan for her unfounded accusations. Mu Liang, who would undoubtedly care for Qiao Xia, has sacrificed everything for her. The Qiao family is faring even worse than the Li family. After enduring the assault, Fang Xiaoxia blames LV Mingxi, causing a rift between them, and the rivalry between the Qiao and Li families has reached a point of no return. Qiao Lan is beginning to feel a twinge of regret, though primarily, she is consumed by a sense of injustice. Why should Qiao Xia receive Mu Liang's unwavering affection? The Li family is desperately seeking assistance, even managing to reach Lu Xian, who is indifferent to their plight, having never heard of the Li family. Li Hu's requests for help are met with Lu Xian's lack of understanding. He merely knows that Mu Liang is targeting both the Qiao and Li families, perhaps aiming for a takeover. A capable son is a source of pride for him, and he is disinclined to involve himself in these matters. With no other options, Li Hu resorts to sending someone to approach Mu Liang. Yet it turns out that no one can locate him. Lu Zhang, as expected, has shut his doors to visitors, while Lu Huan, with his innocent demeanor, feigns ignorance, persistently claiming, "I don't know anything, please don't ask me." The Qiao family, in their quest for Qiao Xia, discovers she has been unreachable, her phone perpetually turned off. Their search for Mu Liang proves fruitless, and their attempts to find Qiao Xia lead them to a dead end. Even Xiao Guang, having moved out of Qiao grandmother's residence, finds no trace of Qiao Xia, leaving him anxious and restless. Qiao Lan's relentless search for Mu Liang yields no results. She is fervently eager for Mu Liang to see Qiao Xia's true nature. She desperately wishes for Mu Liang to learn of Qiao Xia's infidelities, which would surely shatter any illusions he holds. She becomes somewhat obsessed, convinced that if only she could find Mu Liang and present him with the photographs, he would no longer protect Qiao Xia upon discovering her promiscuity. Lacking Mu Liang's phone number, she resorts to locating his Weibo account. Mu Liang is not a frequent user of Weibo. His posts are sparse and primarily focus on economic matters, leaving no trace of his personal life. His followers are predominantly young angel investors and finance prodigies. Xiao Lan directly comments on Mu Liang's Weibo, accusing Qiao Xia of infidelity, and proceeds to reiterate her claims multiple times across his posts. She sends him private messages, sharing images while earnestly imploring him not to be deceived by Qiao Xia's facade. Outside, chaos reigns, yet the lakeside resort remains a sanctuary of tranquility that in the morning as the sun rises. The mist shrouds the river, creating a serene surface devoid of ripples, a sight of unparalleled beauty. After breakfast, the two embark on a boating excursion. The lake, adorned with towering reeds, allows their small boat to glide through the greenery, creating a unique atmosphere. They feed the seabirds, admire the scenery, capture moments on camera, and are entirely absorbed in their joyful activities, seemingly the only two souls in the vast expanse. This delightful escapade consumes half of their day. The sunlight streamed through the window at a slant, illuminating the space as Qiao Xia, fatigued, reclined beside and immersed herself in a book. Mu Liang, holding a notebook, was engrossed in matters concerning Europe, occasionally glancing at Qiao Xia, who, aside from turning the pages, remained silent, her breath shallow, and her fair cheeks adorned with a delicate blush, reminiscent of blooming rouge. Mu Liang gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, his legs numb from her weight. Yet he remained still, allowing her to use him as a pillow. The past few days had been blissfully serene, and her spirits were remarkably buoyant. Mu Liang, why did you help me at the Qiao family banquet that day? Qiao Xia inquired, voicing a long-standing curiosity that had troubled her. So you finally realized I'm your male idol? Mu Liang teased. How embarrassing. Can we not bring this up? She retorted, seeking to shift the topic. Mu Liang replied nonchalantly. It's nothing much. I just found you pleasing to the eye. This rationale evidently failed to satisfy Qiao Xia, who bit her lip. Why did Gu Xiaowu manage to capture a photo of me with Li Hui? Oh, he was bored that day and accidentally photographed it while taking pictures of the scenery, he explained. Qiao Xia pondered silently. Recognizing this as a blatant falsehood, Mu Liang's ears reddened as he focused intently on his phone, his profile exuding a resolute calm. With his elegant fingers gliding gently across the screen, his gaze deep and seemingly evasive, as if concealing something. The atmosphere was particularly charged with ambiguity. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her eyes to mask the frenzied beating of her heart, suddenly disinclined to delve deeper into the matter. After all, what significance did it hold? Nothing was more important than Mu Liang being by her side. Qiao Xiaowu had sent him several screenshots on WeChat, all capturing comments beneath his Weibo post, where Qiao Lan had been discussing how your wife has been unfaithful, sparking a flurry of gossip. Qiao Lan had used a pseudonymous account, and those who knew Mu Liang merely dismissed it as the ravings of a mad dog. Crazed at the thought of marrying him, he had checked Weibo for several days. Qiao Xiaowu, however, logged on daily, driven by his obsession with his goddess, perusing her posts before sleep and leaving comments like "You're so adorable," "You're so beautiful," and various other declarations of infatuation. It was only yesterday that he learned of Mu Liang's Weibo predicament when someone asked if the fourth young master had recently provoked a woman's misplaced affections. Mu Liang furrowed his brow, logged onto Weibo, disabled comments, and meticulously erased Xiao Lan's remarks that he ensured that only friends could comment. And in his private messages, he discovered Xiao Lan had left a message on a photo. It was simply a snapshot of Qiao Xia and Zhou Fan together on Christmas Eve, with Zhou Fan helping her fasten a bracelet. What are you looking at, holding your phone for so long? He asked. I blocked a fool on Weibo. Why? Did a fan annoy you? Not at all. It was someone else's Weibo. Why block a fan commenting on someone else's post? Mu Liang asserted matter-of-factly. If you see a fool on someone else's Weibo, you should block them immediately. Who knows when they might decide to follow you? Don't give them any opportunity. Qiao Xia replied. Male idol, Your reasoning is quite sound. It's simply adorably naive. Their conversation continued. Fatigue overcame Qiao Xia, and she dozed off, resting her head on his thigh. Mu Liang's gaze drifted to the bracelet adorning her wrist. The platinum bracelet is quite exquisite, a gift from Zhou Fan. Mu Liang's mood is rather complicated. He feels a blend of annoyance and irritation, and this delicate bracelet now appears somewhat displeasing to him. Stealthily, Mu Liang removes the bracelet from her wrist, hesitates for 3 seconds, and tosses it out of the window. Where it lands in the lake, regret soon washes over him for having discarded the bracelet. Mu Liang, oh Mu Liang, when did you become so childish? He simply cannot bear to see any trace of another man on Qiao Xia. This girl is his, from beginning to end. She belongs to him. In that moment, the fourth young master feels a sense of entitlement and justification. With a sullied mood, he shakes his leg, inadvertently disturbing the peacefully slumbering Qiao Xia, who then bumps her forehead against the tea set on the tatami, wincing in pain as she clutches Mu Liang's thigh, tears streaming down her face. How painful! Mu Liang lets out a snicker of schadenfreude. Returning to his reading, rubbing her forehead, Qiao Xia innocently glances up at Mu Liang, her eyes glistening, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach, her lips pouting adorably. Mu Liang swallows hard, feeling a slight flush creep to his ears. He feels guilty for having lost Qiao Xia's treasured bracelet. Qiao Xia rises. Having slept too long, she feels a bit lightheaded. When Mu Liang shifts his leg, it inadvertently nudges her, and she ends up in a rather compromising position. Directly on Mu Liang's lap. Mu Liang, Qiao Xia. This comical scene seems to freeze in time. Gritting his teeth, he exclaims, Qiao Xia. Startled, Qiao Xia notices the bulge in his pants and lets out a shriek. Scrambling to get up, only to rise with such vigor that she tumbles off the tatami. Ouch. Tears brim in her eyes. Mu Liang hastily sets aside his book, exclaiming, What did you bump into? Upon glancing down. He curses under his breath and heads to the restroom. When Mu Liang emerges, he finds Qiao Xia excitedly shrieking, It's snowing. Mu Liang, come look. Clad in her down jacket, she is joyfully reaching out to catch the flurries falling from the sky. Today marks the last day of the year, with tomorrow ushering in the new year. Qiao Xia is overjoyed. Snow on the final day of the year is a delightful surprise. The snowflakes are small, melting upon contact with the ground, nearly imperceptible. However, the distant river is cloaked in a blanket of white, the snowfall enhancing the serene beauty of the scene, resembling an ink-wash painting. Qiao Xia forgets her earlier embarrassment and pulls Mu Liang to admire the view. Do you think it will snow heavily tomorrow? I don't know that if it snows heavily, will the lake freeze? Of course not. This is flowing water. How could it freeze? Besides, in City A, the coldest it gets is just a few degrees below zero. The lake won't freeze, not to mention that any snow will hardly accumulate. She seems destined for disappointment. If it did freeze, we could go ice skating. There's an ice rink. That wouldn't be fun. When we have time, I'll take you skiing in Europe. That sounds great. As for when that might be, she doesn't concern herself with it, as it was the final day of the year. Welcoming the new year, Qiao Xia had specifically instructed the chef to prepare a fish hot pot and also cook glutinous rice balls. In City A, night fell early. Before 6 o'clock, darkness enveloped the sky. The two of them sat indoors, warmed by the hot pot, sipping beer as they celebrated the arrival of the new year. What are your wishes for the new year? Qiao Xia inquired. Mu Liang pondered for a moment and replied, None. You are rather dull. Qiao Xia remarked that Mu Liang was displeased by the comment of being uninteresting, his expression impassive. What are your new year wishes then? To make money, and to fall in love. Mu Liang, how vulgar, with one deemed uninteresting and the other vulgar. They seemed well matched. Qiao Xia was also irked by the label of vulgarity. Where is the vulgarity in that? Mu Liang snorted coldly, his pride preventing further conversation. After their meal, they ventured to the entertainment district in the west area, where one could play mahjong, billiards, or bowling. However, due to the cold weather, Qiao Xia was not keen on those activities. Instead, she settled down with Mu Liang on the tatami mats to play cards. At 8 o'clock. The New Year fireworks began to light up the central square. From the riverside, they appeared beautiful, though distant, yet resplendent. The commercial district not far from the riverside also initiated its own fireworks display. Qiao Xia tugged at Mu Liang, urging him to the balcony to witness the spectacle. Aren't you cold? How uninteresting you are, she chided. Under the brilliant fireworks, how many romantic stories unfold, and you only feel the chill. Women are quite peculiar, he retorted. In such frigid weather, I worry about freezing you. How can that be romantic? And then there are those melodramatic idol dramas favored by Gu Xiaowu. Confessing in the rain on a stormy day. Where's the romance in that? I fail to grasp it. After such a confession, one catches a cold the next day. What use is that kind of romance? Suddenly, Qiao Xia had an idea. Wait here, she instructed, rushing inside to retrieve a scarf. Presenting it to him, Mu Liang, for the first time in his life, received a gift from a woman other than his mother, momentarily taken aback. Having always had everything he desired, he was rarely the recipient of thoughtful gifts. Lu would simply transfer money to his account on his birthday, and later, upon realizing Mu Liang had more money than he did, ceased the practice. Don't you like it? Qiao Xia asked, momentarily stunned that it seemed Mu Liang truly did not wear scarves. Could it be he genuinely disliked it? A hint of disappointment washed over her. I do like it, Mu Liang hurriedly replied. Chapter 111. She doesn't love me. I like it, Mu Liang reiterated. He gazed steadily at her, his eyes dark and bright. Qiao Xia felt her cheeks flush under his intense gaze, the cold wind from the lake failing to diminish the warmth on her face, even amidst the falling snow. Qiao Xia momentarily lost her train of thought. Well, happy birthday. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Had she known, she would not have canceled their plans. You give me a gift, but won't help me put it on? Qiao Xia smiled. The cashmere scarf was thick, warm, and had a delightful texture. She almost considered keeping it for herself. Mu Liang towered over her, lowering his head slightly, as Qiao Xia tiptoed to help him wear the scarf. The fragrance of the woman enveloped him, her delicate figure reminiscent of a blooming rose, the scent lingering in the air, while Mu Liang's gaze fixated on her softly moving lips. Truly handsome. I believe you and this scarf are perfectly matched, accentuating your charm even further. The subsequent words were caught in Mu Liang's lips, perhaps due to the warmth of the scarf and the pleasant atmosphere. He momentarily lost his composure, suddenly pulling her waist towards him, his actions outpacing his reason, capturing her lips, so soft. Just as he had envisioned, they were both tender and fragrant, even sweeter than he had imagined. Qiao Xia was taken aback, momentarily at a loss, gazing at him in astonishment. How could Mu Liang kiss her? That innocent and pure gaze made Mu Liang's heart race, awakening a more domineering and intense emotion from deep within. His breath grew heavy as he pressed against her lips, deepening their kiss. Unconsciously, Qiao Xia embraced his waist, closing her eyes. This was the most heart-fluttering New Year gift she had ever received, hiding under the covers. Qiao Xia felt herself growing increasingly flushed, covering her face in regret. Why did she run away? Why did she run away? Oh no! If only she had surrendered directly, how wonderful it would have been. Qiao Xia, stay composed, dignified, and reserved. Do not become too beastly. When Mu Liang kissed her, she offered no resistance, her heart racing like thunder. In that moment, it felt as though she had leapt into a frigid lake. Yet she relished it. Had she fallen for Mu Liang? No, no, no. A dashing man who cares for you in every way. Of course, kissing him would make your heart race. This isn't love. It's a normal reaction. Yes, a normal reaction. Moreover, he is her idol. Why would Mu Liang kiss her? Why would he want to be with her? Qiao Xia, filled with vexation, rolled herself into a large bundle in bed. Next door, Mu Liang, holding his phone, hesitated for a few seconds before typing a message in his friends group chat. Mu Liang. I kissed Qiao Xia. Lin Jingxing. Oh, you beast, you finally made a move. Chu Lin. Well done. I bet 50 cents that you wouldn't last until the new year. You haven't disappointed me. Truly a good brother. You buy. I'm more concerned. Is there more to come? 3 friends, 3 reactions. Mu Liang. I'm feeling down. Lin Jingxing. Little brother will melt you with love. I'm in Las Vegas having fun. Hearing your gossip has made me so happy that I got distracted and lost $1 million. Compensate me. Lu Bai. Is it because you didn't get to savor it? Chu Lin. Are you feeling better now? Lin Jingxing. Life is hard. Mu Liang. No Lin Jingxing. Ha. Chu Lin. The shame of a man. Lu Bai. The little girl swears to uphold her virtue. Did you not get to enjoy it? Mu Liang suddenly felt disinclined to converse with them. Mu Liang. I'm really annoyed. Lin Jingxing. I'm still laughing hysterically. Mu Liang. My intention was to care for her, cherish her, and ensure she lives a carefree life. Yet I never considered falling in love with her or spending a lifetime together. Chu Lin. Scoundrel. Lin Jingxing. Scoundrel. Lu Bai. Scoundrel. Chu Lin. You cherish her, care for her, attend to her every need. When the young lady develops feelings for you, you tell her, I apologize, but I wish to remain merely a warm-hearted man. I do not love you and have never contemplated spending my life with you. Lu Bai, Liang, the young lady is quite delightful. Do introduce her to me, for I find myself in need of a wife. Lin Jingxing, I too am in want of a wife. Mu Liang, you are all dreaming. Mu Liang, she does not love me. Lin Jingxing, ha 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 ha. So you are troubled by unrequited love, Lu Bai? Indeed, that how amusing. Chu Lin, what a disgrace for men. Mu Liang has completely lost the will to engage with them. He believes that conversing with them was a grievous error. Surely, he has become foolish. Mu Liang, feeling vexed, ignored his phone, not caring what the group of men might be discussing behind him. The group consisted solely of those 4 men, with no other friends present, allowing their conversations to flow freely. Typically, he would mock Lin Jingxing, the charming flirt, ridicule Chu Lin for his venomous tongue, and deride Lu Bai for his cunning hypocrisy. Yet, he never anticipated a day when he would be the one subjected to their taunts. What was bothering him? He could not even say, simply a profound sense of annoyance. Mu Liang and Qiao Xia welcomed the arrival of the new year, their appearances weary and haggard from lack of sleep. On the first day of the new year, snowflakes danced gently from the sky that a thin layer of snow blanketed the balcony, though it had not frozen into ice. Today's snowfall was far heavier than yesterday's, and the temperature was notably colder. Qiao Xia, brimming with excitement, dashed to the balcony, only to slip and fall. Mu Liang hurriedly rushed to support her, catching her in his embrace, his expression dark to his dismay. She rejected his touch. How utterly absurd. He was handsome, charismatic, and possessed an admirable physique. Why would she shun his embrace? I am so hungry, Qiao Xia murmured, her head bowed, fingers twisting nervously, avoiding his gaze. The two proceeded to the dining hall for breakfast. Just the two of them. The meal had been pre-ordered and was ample in quantity. Qiao Xia, indeed famished, ate voraciously, remaining silent as she consumed her food until she was quite stuffed in the days prior. They had shared much joy, her heart carefree, able to nap on Mu Liang's lap without a hint of romantic tension. Today, however, felt markedly different. Mu Liang, familiar with her habits, suggested a stroll by the lakeside now that the snow had fallen. All right, she readily agreed, grabbing her camera and bundling up before stepping outside. Clad in a sweater and a long coat, adorned with the scarf she gifted him, Mu Liang looked particularly dashing, exuding elegance like a true gentleman. Qiao Xia's heart soared at the sight of him in the scarf she had given him. The winter landscape, blanketed in snow, was breathtaking as they strolled along the lakeside. Qiao Xia captured several photographs. The serene surroundings resembling a delicate ink wash painting, steeped in ancient charm. Shall we remain at the resort until the 3rd? Qiao Xia inquired, shaking her head as she worried about imposing on his schedule. Not busy, Mu Liang replied, his words notably sparse today, engaging only in brief exchanges. Qiao Xia pondered. Perhaps he felt awkward about the previous night's events, after all. The atmosphere had been so delightful that a moment of spontaneity was only natural. After all, a man and a woman alone in a room, well, it was rather suggestive. She harbored no desire for Mu Liang to bear any burdens, becoming thus silent and distant. She yearned for the Mu Liang who cherished her. If the essence of their connection were to shift due to such encumbrances, what significance would that hold? I have something to convey to you. I have something to express to you. The two spoke nearly in unison. Mu Liang was taken aback, urging, you go first. Qiao Xia hesitated for a moment, standing before him with a feigned nonchalance. As for last night's events, do not dwell upon them. I shall not let them trouble me either. She wore a facade of indifference, as if seasoned by experience. Mu Liang's fingers curled, forming a fist, the veins on the back of his hand protruding. Continue. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, the girl before him cast her gaze downward. The snowflakes landing upon her shoulders, melting away in the blink of an eye. Her eyelashes quivered gently, seemingly afraid, yet striving to muster courage. After a prolonged silence, her lack of words prompted a frown from Mu Liang. What was she afraid of? Qiao Xia spoke. The atmosphere was so delightful at that moment. Being New Year's Eve with only each other for company, it was easy to foster certain illusions. Therefore, there is no need for anyone to take it to heart. And you need not avoid me. I truly do not mind. Illusion? Mu Liang inhaled deeply, a chill coursing from his nostrils down to his throat, flooding his heart as if a hole had been pierced. Letting the cold wind whistle through. I do not mind at all, he uttered, his voice cold and unrecognizable, dissipating into the frigid air by the riverside. That is good, Qiao Xia said, her head bowed, feeling aggrieved and on the verge of tears. Although she had initiated the conversation, sadness enveloped her. She merely wished for Mu Liang to be unburdened, yet he had been avoiding her, distancing himself. He had someone in his heart, and she had overstepped her bounds. Yet, hearing Mu Liang's words still left her heart heavy. "What were you about to say?" Qiao Xia raised her head, revealing her signature smile. The words Mu Liang had intended to say were destined to remain unspoken that day. "Happy New Year," he said. Qiao Xia beamed. "Happy New Year." Well, it was as she wished. Thus it was, indeed. Chapter 112. Joyful rivals. The two had been dining in the resort for several days. Qiao Xia craved barbecued meat. And there was a newly established commercial area by the shore, not overly crowded, yet boasting a variety of offerings. After checking reviews on a popular platform, she selected one of the two barbecue restaurants based on the ratings and comparisons. Eagerly dragging Mu Liang along for a feast. In a city, there is a custom where, on the first day of the new year, most households refrain from cooking, opting instead to dine out. Surprisingly, the usually quiet commercial area was teeming with patrons. But fortunately, the barbecue restaurant had no queue. Qiao Xia and Mu Liang secured a table by the window, offering a view of the lakeside, even catching a glimpse of the resort. "Ever since my injury, you have forbidden me from indulging in overly spicy foods, not even allowing chili on grilled fish. Today, I intend to savor a hearty meal," she declared, her fondness for spice evident, relishing the warmth it brought during winter. Mu Liang acquiesced to her wishes as she ordered several plates of meat, eschewing vegetables entirely, and even requested some seafood, opting for an array of spicy sauces, seeking the kind that was extremely fiery. Upon returning home and powering on her device, she was greeted by a barrage of WeChat messages, scorn from Xiaolan, a plea from Li Hui, vitriolic denunciations from El Mingxi regarding moral coercion, and a letter from Qiao Jun. Qiao Xia found herself in a perplexing situation. She had been wrongfully accused and spent 2 days in confinement without holding a grudge against those who conspired against her. Yet, these individuals had the audacity to play the victim, which was utterly outrageous. She couldn't believe they had the nerve to utter such words. It was truly excessive. Regret washed over her for not having blocked Li Hui on WeChat. Although she had enjoyed a few leisurely days at the resort, she could not shake off the torment she had endured in the detention center. The following day, after her brief holiday, she returned to work. Meng Qian scrutinized her from both sides. "Are you truly all right?" "I am well," Qiao Xia replied with a smile. "That I was so worried. I thought you might have contracted some terminal illness, suddenly disappearing like that." Meng Qian expressed, still haunted by her concerns. She couldn't shake the feeling that their supervisor was somehow involved, possessing an uncanny ability to influence matters. Unfortunately, the supervisor was notoriously tight-lipped, leaving her with no means to inquire further. Bai Chi remarked in a sardonic tone, "After a vacation lasting over a week, you seem to have had a splendid time. Your complexion is rosy, hardly indicative of someone suffering from a grave illness. What have you been up to?" Qiao Xia dismissed her snide remarks, thinking everyone deserves a break. If she wanted a vacation, she could take one too. Once the market opened, Qiao Xia unintentionally glanced at her recently acquired stocks, only to discover that the stocks of both the Qiao and Li families had plummeted, reaching their limit down within mere minutes. She was utterly astounded. This was not a market crash, and the recent market conditions had been quite favorable. Among her selected stocks, only these two had nosedived while the others were on the rise, with the overall market trending upward. Upon closer inspection, the stock prices had indeed fallen significantly, although she had dabbled in stocks before. It was merely a casual endeavor. Her self-selected portfolio included shares from the Li and Xiao families, but she had not made any purchases. That a vague thought began to surface. Could it truly be Mu Liang? He had said, "Qiao Xia, those who bully you will not escape unscathed." He had also declared, "Qiao Xia, for matters you cannot resolve, leave them to me." He was not merely speaking idly. He was earnestly committed to taking action. She felt an illusion of security, as if she had a formidable ally. That Mu Liang was genuinely cherishing her. Meng Qian approached her with an air of mystery. "Xia Xia, big news. The supervisor is being transferred to the finance department, and our entertainment group will soon have a new supervisor." The TV news division comprised several departments, including entertainment, finance, news, and social affairs, among various branches, with entertainment and finance being the two major pillars of TV. Wielding considerable influence. Why the sudden transfer to finance? The supervisor had been doing exceptionally well in entertainment. This seems more like a lateral move rather than a promotion, Qiao Xia pondered. Beside her, Jia chimed in. I heard the finance department's supervisor was involved in an accident, and their fate remains uncertain. The current supervisor has a background in financial news, so they were likely reassigned to assist. Meng Qian mused. Who will our group's new supervisor be? Qiao Xia surveyed the members of their office. Regardless of who got promoted, her life would become increasingly difficult. It was truly disheartening that Hu Jia remarked. It all depends on seniority. Meng Qian whispered to Qiao Xia. Among us, your seniority is the highest, and your position is elevated compared to ours. It seems likely to be you. Just look at her smug demeanor. It's as if she is ready to ascend to the heavens. This is disastrous. If she becomes the supervisor, our days will be challenging, they lamented, exchanging glances filled with concern. Huang Yi's desire to leave is not without reason. She has long aspired to join the finance team. And now a fortuitous opportunity has arisen. Naturally, she is eager to seize this chance, especially since Qiao Xia, with her unique status, is under her purview, rendering her indifferent to trivial matters. In the afternoon, Meng Qian encountered Gu Xiaowu again while resting on the rooftop. You're slacking off again. Gu Xiaowu often spots this woman lounging on the rooftop. What's slacking? It's tea time. Meng Qian, accustomed to her leisurely breaks, regarded the rooftop as her personal domain. Ever since Mu Liang and Gu Xiaowu arrived, Gu Xiaowu frequently appeared, leading to inevitable encounters. It was utterly exasperating. This person had no sense of decorum regarding arrivals and departures. Where, in this company, was there time for afternoon tea? Gu Xiaowu mused. If you're slacking, then what are you doing? Does it concern you? I am the president's special assistant. If the president is resting, I shall certainly rest as well. His dissatisfaction with Meng Qian stemmed merely from her disparagement of his taste. Labeling him superficial, Meng Qian, with her large, sparkling eyes, flashed a sweet and charming smile. Special assistant. Do you fancy Qin Xiaoman? Gu Xiaowu, with an air of noble aloofness, scoffed and ignored her. His goddess was not a subject for casual conversation. I am Meng Qian, a reporter from the entertainment team. I possess exclusive information and news about Qin Xiaoman. Would you like it? Meng Qian thought to herself. Goodness, what a quintessential nerd, utterly mundane. With a sugary smile, she added, let us connect on WeChat. I'll send it to you, complete with photos. Hurry, scan the code. The two leaned in close to scan the codes, mutually adding each other on WeChat, while Meng Qian noted him as superficial nerd. Gu Xiaowu remarked, isn't it exclusive information that no one else has? Absolutely. Meng Qian replied, just wait while I retrieve it from my email.as. She stepped back towards the stairs. She found a photo to send him. Raising her phone, I've sent it. Do remember to check it, dear, and give me a 5-star review. With that, she slipped away. Meng Qian, Gu Xiaowu bellowed, feeling her distant presence as she descended the stairs, sensing his fury. Serves you right. The image Meng Qian sent was a rather unflattering photo of Qin Xiaoman, devoid of makeup and looking quite disheveled. Halfway down, she noticed a WeChat message from Mu Liang. Did you eat so much for dinner? Mu Liang's expression was slightly complex, and he remained silent. Qiao Xia, feeling quite at ease, took a seat across from him, pondering if Mu Liang was waiting for her to dine. It was nearly 8 o'clock, perhaps not. What was she thinking? It was unlikely. She inquired, were you involved in the matters concerning the Li and Qiao families? Mu Liang asked, is there a problem? None at all. Qiao Xia felt a flicker of sweetness mixed with bitterness in realizing her suspicions were correct. Mu Liang truly indulged his wife with extravagant affection. If only she were indeed Mu Liang's wife. How wonderful it would be. That a sudden curiosity struck her. What kind of girl had captured his heart? Surely, she must be extraordinary. Was she the striking woman she had seen last time? I have endured great hardship over these 11 years. Qiao Xia revealed her sorrow to an outsider for the first time. My parents are gone, and so is my sister. My world now holds only my grandfather as family. Although my grandmother is indeed a relative, she has never favored me throughout my life. In fact, she has always harbored a strong aversion towards me. She also has little affection for my mother. My parents share a deep bond, and whenever she attempts to undermine my mother, my father intervenes as a mediator. In my childhood, I was quite spoiled, often perceiving my grandmother as the villain who disrupted our family as happiness, and I would frequently play pranks on her, which perhaps contributed to her dislike of me. Gradually, as I matured, my father reminded me that she is his mother and my grandmother, deserving of my filial piety and respect. I ceased my mischievous antics and became obedient in her presence, accommodating her every whim. Yet her disdain for me persisted. On one occasion, she struck me, prompting me to report the incident to my father, which nearly ignited a quarrel between him and her. Ultimately, it was my mother who mediated the situation, and I came to understand the phrase, "Harmony in the family brings prosperity." I did not wish to burden my mother further. However hard I tried, my grandmother continued to disfavor me. When my grandfather passed away, he expressed concern that my grandmother might cast me out, leaving behind a will that reflected such fears. Ironically, this very will intensified my grandmother's animosity towards me. She believed that the house rightfully belonged to her, a possession she could bestow upon whomever she pleased. Never meet my grandfather left me a trust fund, accessible only when I turned 18, yet my grandmother once coaxed me into transferring that fund to Qiao. Qiao Xia felt bitter, as those memories weighed heavily on her heart, with no one to confide in. Chapter 113. He was unmarried. She was unmarried. Despite being granddaughters, why was there such a disparity between us? After my parents' passing, I felt as though I had awakened from a dream. Suddenly, everything became clear. Ever since they moved into my home, I realized I felt like a guest, an outsider, experiencing the oppression of being someone who resides under another's roof. Feeling diminished, Mu Liang tightened his grip, the veins on his hand bulging. These were past events he was unaware of, yet he had an intimate understanding of everything that transpired after Qiao Xia turned 18, as he had known little before that. Ultimately, I did not leap into the abyss. I considered that if my parents were alive, they would surely wish for my well-being. Qiao Xia smiled self-deprecatingly, recalling her naive and innocent hope for a prince to gallantly ride in on a white horse and whisk her away from that suffocating household. Regardless of the destination, as long as it was away from the Qiao family. Mu Liang grasped her hand tightly, his thin lips pressed together, his heart perpetually cold, as if a fine needle had pierced the softest part of it. "My dear, I have arrived late." Fortunately, she remained unmarried, and he too was unwed. It was not yet too late. Be it affection or love, Mu Liang vowed to cherish only Qiao Xia in this lifetime, unwavering in his commitment. Thankfully, at that moment, I experienced a profound awakening, as if I had suddenly come to my senses, and no longer was I the pampered young lady of the Qiao family. I felt utterly alone in this world. If I continued to dwell in the pain inflicted by others, I would ultimately lose myself and become the very person I despised. Therefore, I resolved to strive harder, as long as I remained resilient. One day, through my own merits, I would escape the confines of the Qiao family. From that day forth, I endeavored to avoid direct interaction with them, immersing myself in my studies. My academic performance flourished, allowing me to gain admission to the prestigious journalism department at university. That year, upon my acceptance into college, my grandfather's fund began to disburse money to me. At last, I was no longer beholden to others. I vacated the Qiao residence and devoted myself to my studies, while in my spare time, I took on odd jobs to save money. Eventually, I secured an internship at TV. In truth, the role of an entertainment reporter did not appeal to me. However, under TV's system, the compensation in the entertainment department surpassed that of other divisions, so I resolutely chose to join the entertainment department as a reporter, even though my true aspiration was to become a host. Mu Liang. I had never contemplated claiming the ancestral home or the Qiao family's vast enterprise. Even if it were to be entrusted to me, I would not know how to manage such a colossal entity. And my parents' efforts would ultimately be in vain. That I had no desire for the ancestral home. I merely wished to establish myself in this city I cherished through my own endeavors. Mu Liang tenderly caressed her hair, and I understood. Although she was spoiled in her youth, she possessed a kind heart. She was never a girl driven solely by material gain. Mu Liang. The Qiao family represents my parents' dedication, and I do not wish to see it fall into ruin. Qiao Xia remarked. She knew that Mu Liang was precise in his actions and would never embark on ventures without certainty. Do you think I would let them off the hook? Mu Liang furrowed his brows. As he had prepared meticulously, the net he had previously cast through Gu Xiaowu was gradually reaping its rewards. I refuse. He cradled the girl in his hands, who had endured such humiliation at their hands. Let them off? In your dreams. Qiao Xia shook her head. She hoped the Qiao family could continue to thrive, even if the steward was not a member of the Qiao lineage. A faint smile flickered in Mu Liang's cold demeanor. This was more like it, more like his girl. The most gratifying way to exact revenge on someone is not to strip them of everything, but to have their most despised individuals possess everything they hold dear. Mu Liang gazed at her and softly declared, "You should rightfully be the largest shareholder of the Qiao family, Mu Liang. I have always been perplexed as to why you treat me so well." Because you are foolish, Mu Liang retorted sharply. Qiao Xia, damn it. The wave of sorrow I had been nurturing was shattered that I wanted to hit him. Mu Liang, have you seen my bracelet? I can't seem to find it. Qiao Xia had realized her bracelet was missing the night before. She had wanted to inquire, but had forgotten until now, and Mu Liang retrieved a bracelet from a nearby drawer, stating it had fallen into my room. Wonderful. Qiao Xia smiled as she took the bracelet and adorned herself with it. It was so exquisite. Losing it would have been a shame, and besides, it was so beautiful. She adored it immensely. Mu Liang, seemingly unfazed, tidied up the dishes while his mind wandered to Gu Xiaowu's incessant complaints. To locate this bracelet, Gu Xiaowu had scoured every boutique, finally obtaining it from one in a shopping district. He had even been teased by Gu Xiaowu for being repressed. What is repression? Can it be consumed? Observing Qiao Xia's delight in the necklace stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Mu Liang, even though it was indeed a gift from him. The only solace he could find was that, at the very least, it was something he had purchased. How childish. Mu Liang, our department is welcoming a new director. Do you know who it is? No, how could you not know? Aren't you the president of our company? Thus, regarding such trivial matters, why should I concern myself? It is utterly irresponsible. Qiao Xia scolded with an air of arrogance. Mu Liang unexpectedly interjected, as long as I am responsible for you. Qiao Xia's face flushed, momentarily perplexed by Mu Liang's true intentions. Was he flirting? The news of Lu Etienne's hospitalization had somehow leaked that a stunning woman, exuding an aura of icy beauty, came to visit him. Lu Etienne, who seldom remembered the women he had been involved with, could circle the TV building multiple times with the number of his past girlfriends. He did not recognize this newcomer. Moreover, she did not fit his preferred type. He favored pure and innocent girls, and his past relationships had all conformed to that standard. Who are you? Lu Etienne inquired. With her lustrous, voluminous curls framing her face, the woman replied with a frosty demeanor. You need not know who I am, Master Lu. This time, you ought to recuperate for several days. Lu Etienne, harboring malice, found the days in the hospital rather dull. Having a beautiful companion would be ideal. Even if she were not his type, he could accept it, for she was there to keep him company. He had numerous friends who were well aware of his preferences and mused that perhaps this visitor had been sent by one of them. The woman brushed her hair aside, her excessively beautiful visage laced with a hint of mockery. Master Lu, do you not even know how you ended up in the hospital? What exactly do you wish to convey? Speak plainly. Lu Etienne, already irritable from his injury, snapped. The woman's half-veiled words only served to heighten his annoyance. When was the last time Lu Etienne was assaulted, and for what reason? The coldly beautiful woman observed him leisurely. If one person strikes you, it might be deemed a coincidence. But if it occurs twice, especially for the same woman, do you still consider it mere chance? Lu Etienne was taken aback. Although this superficial individual lacked depth, she exuded the demeanor typical of a playboy, and with a robust background, a circle of peers surrounded him, eager to fawn over him. Who would dare to strike him? The recent instances of being beaten had both been at the hands of Mu Liang. A pent-up frustration welled within him. He had always known of Lu family's fourth son, Mu Liang, yet had never laid eyes on him. The information he received about Mu Liang came solely from Lu Zheng. Whenever Lu Xian inquired about Lu Zheng, he would invariably say, Liang is doing well, studying diligently abroad. Thus, Lu Etienne had long assumed Mu Liang to be a handsome bookworm. The previous beating was for Qiao Xia, and this one was also due to her. The last time Mu Liang had carried Qiao Xia away, his gaze towards Lu Etienne had been filled with a warning. Could it be that Qiao Xia and Mu Liang shared some clandestine connection? It seemed that Lu Etienne was beginning to grasp the reason, and thus, he refrained from saying more. The woman turned to leave. Lu Etienne frowned. Who exactly are you? Someone who despises Qiao Xia, she replied. After her departure, Lu Etienne clenched the sheets tightly, pondering the relationship between Qiao Xia and Mu Liang. His brother had warned him to avoid provoking Mu Liang. Yet, avoiding Mu Liang did not equate to leaving Qiao Xia untouched. What was so remarkable about Mu Liang? Even if the Mu family provided support, what of it? The Lu family was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, Lu Zheng would have long cast them out of the family business. Allowing his brother to smoothly acquire shares of the Lu enterprise, the members of the entertainment team await the directives from the newly appointed director. Qiao Xia had been under the impression that the position of director was firmly within her grasp. She approached each day with enthusiasm and vigor. However, a sudden personnel announcement revealed that the new director was an unexpected arrival by the name of Su Lin. At the age of 25. Su Lin is a scion of a prestigious family, the daughter of a prominent private bank president, with a distinguished lineage and extensive connections. Additionally, she serves as a board member of TV, making her a true socialite. Chapter 114. Mu Liang's fiancée. Although Hu Xia felt a surge of anger, she dared not voice her discontent, recognizing Su Lin's advantageous background and work experience, which rendered it improbable for her to commence her career from the grassroots level. Yet, she could not fathom why Su Lin would not pursue a career in her family's bank, but instead chose to join TV, especially as the only daughter of the Su family. Qiao Xia and Meng Qian breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that neither Hu Xia nor Bai Qiqi would be in the running, making their own circumstances somewhat more bearable. Su Lin is a tall and attractive woman, exuding maturity and elegance. On her first day in the entertainment team, she donned a Chanel suit, enhancing her poised and proud demeanor, akin to a peacock. "I am Su Lin," she announced, "though I am your director. I am still relatively young and may have my shortcomings. I hope we can collaborate harmoniously and support one another." Even in her humble greeting, Su Lin bore an air of superiority. "Good day, Director." The colleagues greeted her, introducing themselves. Hu Xia and Bai Qiqi displayed overt dissatisfaction, which Su Lin noted without comment, her smile somewhat frosty. They would likely submit to Huang Yi, given her established credentials and her status as the biological daughter of TV. Having ascended through the ranks based on merit, how could they trust Su Lin, an outsider? After Su Lin had met each individual, she smiled and announced, "I have reserved 2 private rooms at Huayuan for tonight. I shall treat you all, and I hope everyone will attend." Hu Xia's discontent surpassed that of Bai Qiqi's, as her own qualifications were higher, yet she had never been promoted, leaving her deeply frustrated. Meng Qian remarked, "The director does not seem particularly easy to get along with. We should focus on our own responsibilities," came the response. In the director's office, Su Lin received a call from Lu Xin. "Uncle Lu, I am quite accustomed to this. This job poses no challenges for me. You need not worry," Su Lin assured him without hesitation. The work itself was secondary. Her primary aim was to foster a closer relationship with Mu Liang, who was known for his cold demeanor and harsh words. "You must be prepared for that, Su Lin," Lu Xin cautioned. "Rest assured, I will manage," she replied. Su Lin was to be the fiancée arranged for Mu Liang by Lu Xin. The Su family had deep roots in a city, having established an international bank, and as their only daughter, Su Lin shared a close bond with their family. Had it not been for Su Dong's disinterest in Lu Yiqian, he might have considered introducing Su Lin to him. Lu Zheng already had a fiancée, and Lu Yiqian's marriage was also settled, leaving only Lu Yiqian and Mu Liang. Thus, Su Lin was left to be introduced to Mu Liang. Should this union come to fruition, with Su Lin's assistance, Mu Liang's attitude towards the Lu family might soften. Lu Xian, being a shrewd strategist, remained wary of a potential rift among the brothers as long as he did not strip Lu Zheng and Mu Liang of their inheritance rights. The Mu family would be cautious in their dealings with them. Even if the Mu family truly intends to deal with the Lu family, he would not necessarily be fearful. Rather, he simply wishes to avoid mutual destruction. His only option is to vie for the favor of the Lu Zheng and Mu Liang brothers. The marriage of Lu Zheng was orchestrated by him, as was that of Mu Liang. Should both arrangements come to fruition, he would regain the trust of Lu Zheng and Mu Liang. Initially, he planned for Mu Liang to join a real estate company, yet unexpectedly, Mu Liang opted for TV. Despite his cunning and strategic mind, he often feels a lack of confidence in the presence of Mu Liang, perhaps due to the events of years past that are difficult to articulate, leading to a sense of unease whenever he encounters Mu Liang. Among his 4 sons, only Mu Liang does not bear the surname Lu. Alas, given Mu Liang's temperament, it is better left unspoken if he were to have a short life. It would likely be due to the vexations caused by Mu Liang. My family Gu Xiaowu is worth 5, requiring no others. Gu Xiaowu truly handles all of Mu Liang's assistant, secretary, bodyguard, detective, and other roles. There is nothing Mu Liang can conceive that Gu Xiaowu cannot accomplish. Such a remarkable presence in the president's office. Gu Xiaowu stood before Mu Liang's desk, relishing the moment. 4th young master, Su Lin has joined the entertainment group. Taking Huang Yi's position. Mu Liang slammed a file onto the desk, his expression stern. A minor personnel adjustment, and as president, he is inundated with affairs, yet he may not be aware that at TV, where the system is stringent, such changes require only Lu Huan's consent. A deft strategist indeed. Mu Liang narrowed his eyes. If this were true, would the old man's plans not be thwarted? as soon as he finished speaking. The phone in the president's office rang. Qiao Xia answered. Hello, I am Su Lin, the director of the News and Entertainment Group, wishing to meet the fourth young master. The fourth young master is in a meeting. Gu Shiwu replied, gesturing discreetly. Mu Liang understood and replied in a low voice, do not meet. Regardless of Su Lin's further attempts to speak, Gu Shiwu deflected them all under the pretense of the meeting. After hanging up, Mu Liang stated firmly, block all her calls. Understood. Mu Liang's long fingers drummed on the table, his expression unreadable. Qiao Xia mused silently that Lu Xin truly fears no consequence, daring to arrange a woman for him. When Mu Liang's marital situation is revealed, he would be keen to see Lu Xin's reaction. Su Lin, displeased, found it audacious that Gu Xiaowu hung up on her. She had introduced herself, and Gu Xiaowu should have known who she was. She possessed Mu Liang's information and was aware of Gu Xiaowu's constant presence by his side. Was it that Mu Liang was unwilling to meet her? With a scoff, Su Lin considered that among the four sons of the Lu family, only Mu Liang and Lu Yitian remained unengaged. Lu Yitian's reputation was dismal, and his character left much to be desired. Neither her father nor she held him in high regard, whereas her understanding of Mu Liang was still superficial. Yet, the moment she laid eyes on Mu Liang's photograph, she knew she was drawn to him. Such a handsome man, exuding charm and charisma, was the very embodiment of every woman's dream, even knowing the discord between Mu Liang and Lu Xin. She still yearned to marry him. She held confidence that upon meeting her, Mu Liang would surely take a liking to her. As the new appointee, Su Lin's temperament remained an enigma to others, who dared not relax, but instead worked diligently. In the afternoon, the front desk suddenly received a call for Qiao Xia. Confused, Qiao Xia wondered who could be calling, as visitors were a rarity. Miss Qiao. A man named Li Hui is looking for you. I shall not meet. Qiao Xia replied, suspecting the reason for Li Hui's visit. The receptionist remarked, Miss Qiao, he said that if you do not meet him, he will expose the matter of your marriage. Qiao Xia, feeling indignant, retorted, how shameless, make him wait a moment. With a surge of anger, Qiao Xia descended the stairs, and indeed, Li Hui awaited her in the lobby. Amidst a throng of guests engaged in discussions, clad in a charcoal gray suit, he appeared somewhat haggard, drawing the attention of several young women around him, as he had always been quite captivating to the fairer sex. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Xia managed to smile. Ever since Mu Liang entered her life, she had known that he was always there for her, a divine presence that instilled in her a sense of fearlessness. I have sought you numerous times, yet you refused to meet me. The moment I mention exposing your marriage, you come rushing down. Li Hui sneered. Are you that terrified of others discovering your contractual marriage? Of losing face? If you have anything to say, let us converse outside. Qiao Xia replied in a firm tone, wishing to exit the TV building to discuss matters in private, but Li Hui remained resolute, insisting on discussing it there. This is the first floor of the TV building, bustling with people, many of whom know Qiao Xia. Her reputation at TVE is far from stellar, and the incessant rumors have always circulated. Now, the very subject of those rumors appears, further complicating matters. She could easily envision the sharp, slicing whispers that would drown her. Li Hui was being deliberate in his approach. Calming herself, Qiao Xia reminded herself that she had encountered rumors before and could withstand them. The thought of Mu Liang brought a smile to her face. Li Xiao, what business do you have with me? Li Hui grit his teeth. He was indeed attempting to coerce Qiao Xia. He had not anticipated that one misstep would lead to a cascade of errors, resulting in total defeat. The Li Group is on the brink of collapse because of you. You cannot stand idly by. Li Hui stated, I apologize for my wrongdoings. Will that suffice? Just have Mu Liang cease his actions. Qiao Xia, composed and unflappable, replied, stand idly by. When I was drugged by Qiao Lan and handed over to Lu Sanshao, you did nothing. If that is the case, I shall follow your example. I may not excel in many things, but I, Qiao Xia, have always been a quick learner. Xia, will you accept my apology? Li Hui's tone softened. Just days prior, he had stubbornly believed that securing a loan and seeking assistance would help him navigate through the crisis. But the reality was far more daunting. That if Mu Liang were merely leveraging the Lu family's connections, he might not have felt threatened. Yet Mu Liang's influence was formidable, extending beyond the Lu family, leading others to distance themselves from them, let alone lend money. It felt as though a dark force loomed ominously above them, rendering their pleas for help futile. He no longer dared to underestimate the situation, especially after his aunt's downfall brought forth a chorus of grievances from the family. To extricate her, they would need to exhaust substantial resources. Today, he came. even if it meant begging, to implore Qiao Xia to spare them. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? Qiao Xia observed him coolly. Li Hui gazed at her, recalling the first time he met Qiao Xia at the tender age of 11. She had been a charming, rosy-cheeked girl, willful and adored, and their families shared a close bond. Filled with joy, they had been taught that she was to be his betrothed, someone he must cherish for a lifetime. He had vowed to protect her always, even after the passing of the Qiao couple, silently promising to care for her. Yet, how had they arrived at this fractured state, at the ends of the earth? They harbor mutual hatred. He could not withstand temptation, nor could he relinquish power that he lost her. Chapter 115. She is my wife. Xia, at the very least, for the sake of our past affection, do not be so resolute. We once shared happiness. I was wrong. I am sorry for you. This has nothing to do with my family, nor with the futures of so many employees under Li Hui spoke earnestly. Qiao Xia smiled coldly. Li Hui, it was you who said that if it were not for Qiao Lan, you would not even deign to glance at me. What past affection can we speak of when you have entirely negated it? This was where her disappointment in Li Hui lay most profoundly. Even if they were to part ways, even if he fell in love with Qiao Lan, she would have accepted it, for they had grown up together. Oblivious to the world, the joys of the past would not be forgotten. She would remember how Li Hui had genuinely cared for her after her parents passed away. Yet, he had dismissed everything. In that moment, she truly felt the piercing agony of 1,000 arrows. That I was wrong. Is that enough? Li Hui implored. What must I do for you to spare the Li family? My aunt cannot return. Our family is not what it once was. We have lost many clients and resources. What more could you possibly want? Is my suffering not sufficient for your revenge? And what wrong have I committed? Have you not inflicted harm upon me time and again? Have you considered that I am innocent? Qiao Xia was not one to hold grudges, yet she could never comprehend why they were so merciless towards her. Have I desecrated your ancestors' graves, or slain your wife, that you would pursue me to the brink of annihilation? I have not. Li Hui retorted. I have thought this through thoroughly. I want to clarify things with you. You are too stubborn, refusing to give me a chance. I am unaware of the things Qiao Lan has done. Xia, I will not marry Qiao Lan. Are you satisfied now? What does that have to do with me? Qiao Xia dismissed him indifferently, her disdain for Li Hui palpable. Your refusal to marry Qiao Lan is merely because the Qiao family is struggling to survive. You believe you have wronged me. But it is the Qiao family that has truly harmed me. You wish to protect yourself. Li Hui, struck at the heart of the matter, felt an acute embarrassment. He despised how astute Qiao Xia was. She laughed heartily. They stood in confrontation, yet no one remained to listen, for the area was vast, and all that was known was their quarrel. Qiao Xia's laughter rang clear. Li, you have reminded me of something. Uproot the weeds but leave the roots, and they shall sprout again with the spring breeze. Are you not advising me to eradicate you completely, ensuring you have no chance of a comeback? Otherwise, if you were to rise again, would that not spell my doom? Li Hui had the audacity to threaten her. When pushed to the limit, a person's potential is indeed boundless. He sought to intimidate her. Still, that Li Hui had merely been making an analogy, yet he was caught off guard by Qiao Xia's retort. His heart trembling. Was Qiao Xia truly resolute? If you have nothing else, I shall return to my work. Qiao Xia disregarded him. Li Hui grasped her arm, hope surging within him. Xia, you hate me, do you not? As long as there is hate, there is love. Qiao Xia pushed his hand away. Do not touch me. You hate me, yet you love me too, do you not? Li Hui was filled with hope. You and Mu Liang are merely in a marriage of convenience. Once you divorce, we can wed, can't we? I shall care for you for a lifetime. Qiao Xia, am I a fool? Do you truly deserve me? Qiao Xia gazed at him with icy disdain as Fang Xiaoxia remarked that she was not worthy of Li Hui. At that moment, she felt a deep sadness and indignation, believing that apart from her respectable family background, she had no reason to be unworthy of Li Hui. You are unworthy of me. She was finally able to return Fang Xiaoxia's words to him. How he had once looked down upon Qiao Xia, and now that slap of reality stung him immensely. Qiao Xia, Li Hui pointed at her, questioning if he should kneel before her in supplication. His pride would never allow him to do such a thing. Today, he had already been sufficiently humble, yet she remained obstinate. Qiao Xia, do you truly despise me so much? Are you not afraid that I might expose your affair with Mu Liang? It was a moment of revelation as Li Hui unveiled his sharp claws. Qiao Xia, who had always been by his side, now stood tall against him. Her brilliance was solely due to Mu Liang, which ignited both jealousy and rage within him. Why was she not the girl he could easily charm with a few sweet words? In the past, she had been so naive, believing everything he said. The girl he once looked down upon now commanded his gaze, and he could not reconcile this disparity in his heart. You may say whatever you wish. See who believes you. Qiao Xia scoffed. I have endured enough cold remarks at the company. An additional comment about climbing the social ladder does not concern me. You may speak freely. And what of Mu Liang, a distinguished scion of the Lu family, feigning marriage with you for the sake of the Qiao family's fortune? This is hardly a matter of pride. Li Hui could not fathom that Qiao Xia could fall for Mu Liang so swiftly. He wished to test her resolve. Li Hui, do not presume that everyone is as shameless as you are. Mu Liang is far more honorable than you, Qiao Xia replied firmly. The Mu Liang she knew, though sharp-tongued, domineering, and narcissistic, had never harmed her. She had faith in Mu Liang. Li Hui's gaze flickered with disdain. Qiaolong claimed you were vain. I did not believe it, but it seems to be true. Now that you have latched onto Mu Liang's wealth, you look down upon me, is that it? Alas, you are merely in a marriage of convenience. Should that contract vanish, what then? How could anyone possibly regard you? Qiao Xia retorted, indeed, Mu Liang is a substantial support, far superior to you. If I have developed feelings for him simply because he is wealthy and powerful, what of it? Even if it is a marriage of convenience, when we divorce, I might walk away with a considerable fortune, ensuring I never have to worry about sustenance again. That sounds quite appealing. Li Hui's gaze drifted past her, landing on a distant point as he smiled with deeper meaning. That so, you are merely attracted to his wealth. That of course, without money or power, why would I be interested in him? Qiao Xia had long since grown impatient. Are we done with this pointless chatter? It is merely a marriage of convenience, and yet you can be so arrogant. Should you both divorce, have you considered how many people would take pleasure in trampling you down? Qiao Xia fumed. Enough of this incessant drivel. A low, indifferent voice echoed from behind. Who told you we are in a marriage of convenience? What the hell? I am not sincere, even if you are penniless. Qiao Xia paused. But what? Do I love him? Qiao Xia, are you out of your mind to become a third party? Mr. Mu, it is an honor to meet you. Li Hui deliberately provoked Qiao Xia into uttering such words, hoping to reveal her true nature to Mu Liang. As long as Mu Liang despised Qiao Xia, he would spare both the Qiao and Li families. Everything would return to its original state. Qiao Xia remained merely a girl at their mercy. The hall on the first floor was already bustling with people. Meng Qian even received the news and rushed down to witness the spectacle. Bai Qi, Hu Xijia, and others were present, and after Mu Liang's appearance, the first floor inexplicably became crowded. Qiao Xia was extremely anxious. The matter of her marriage to Mu Liang must not be exposed. Right, Miss Qiao? During work hours, what are you doing? Mu Liang's voice was cold and indifferent, his deep brows radiating an intimidating aura that brooked no argument. Li Hui was utterly pleased, observing Mu Liang's demeanor. Realizing he had little affection for Qiao Xia. Jiu Xiao narrowed her eyes. What are you all staring at? If you don't want to work, just quit. The crowd dissipated in an uproar. Bai Qi, Hu Xijia, and others accompanied Qiao Xia into the elevator. Bai Qi snickered. You truly have no shame. Your brother-in-law came to the company to find you, and you were caught by the president. Let's see how you handle this. You. After exiting the elevator, Su Lin shot a cold glance at Qiao Xia, saying nothing as she entered the office. Qiao Xia tugged at Meng Qian. When did you arrive? What did you hear? Meng Qian was utterly distressed. It seemed the president was angry. You won't be in trouble, will you? It's fine. He wouldn't dare. Humped out on the first floor, Mu Liang and Li Hui were of similar height. Yet Mu Liang's imposing presence dwarfed Li Hui significantly. While Li Hui could still mock and belittle Qiao Xia, it was evident that his intentions were insincere, more akin to flattery. In contrast, he dared not underestimate Mu Liang. Who told you that we have a contractual marriage? Mu Liang's tone left no room for debate. Li Hui chuckled awkwardly. It was what Xiao Lan said, and Qiao Xia did not deny it. Given Mr. Mu's status and position, marrying a suitable wife should not be difficult. How could he possibly favor Qiao Xia, a mere destitute orphan? In your eyes, she is but a blade of grass. In my eyes, she is a treasure. Do not measure my affection for Qiao Xia with your ignorance. Mu Liang declared resolutely, in this lifetime, she shall always be my Mu Liang's wife. The slap of his words left Li Hui momentarily stunned. Is Mu Liang out of his mind? Chapter 116. The Self-Righteous Woman. Qiao Xia had just made her intentions clear, being vain and attracted to his wealth. Had he not heard her, he could not believe that Mu Liang genuinely liked Qiao Xia. Mr. Mu, you also heard it. Qiao Xia just said she is vain, merely attracted to your money, not you as a person. Such a girl is hardly worthy of affection. I am a rather dull person, lacking in romance and tenderness. The only redeeming quality is my wealth. Her interest in my fortune proves her discernment. Do you understand? Mu Liang, the domineering CEO, flaunted this thought boldly, as if Qiao Xia's attraction to his wealth was a matter of pride. Li Hui was left even more bewildered. Is Mu Liang truly out of his mind? Mu Liang cast a scathing glance at Li Hui and remarked, Qiao Xia once harbored affections for you, which I find utterly displeasing. In every conceivable aspect, you and I are incomparable. The sole commendable trait you possess is that, in your youth, you recognized Qiao Xia as a worthy woman. Regrettably, you failed to cherish her. It is truly lamentable that she was once so blind as to be enamored with a scoundrel like you, which only serves to diminish her standards in my eyes. Hence, I fervently wish for your existence. Li Hui, to be non-existent in this world. Do not grant me the opportunity to confront you. Li Hui inhaled sharply, realizing that Mu Liang's tone bordered on threatening. He could sense a flicker of murderous intent in Mu Liang's gaze. This was no mere threat. He genuinely harbored thoughts of killing him. Li Hui was taken aback. He had assumed that after Qiao Xia's words, Mu Liang would be thoroughly disillusioned with her and cease to protect her. To his astonishment, not only did Mu Liang shield Qiao Xia, his possessiveness appeared to be exceedingly strong. Had he misjudged the situation? Do not allow me to see you on TV. You would tarnish my space. In dealing with a rival, Mu Liang was as caustic as he could be, especially considering this individual had caused Qiao Xia pain. Li Hui, in a state of panic, attempted to pursue him, only to be intercepted by Gu Xiaowu. Young Master Li, please stop. Mr. Mu, I implore you, spare my family. I shall no longer trouble Qiao Xia. Mu Liang strode away, his pace unwavering. Gu Xiaowu regarded him coldly. If I were in your position, I would devise a means to safeguard the company. As long as your family vacates Li's, the employees will remain unaffected. Perhaps consider selling your shares for a sum of money to regroup and rebuild. In time, the fourth young master may acquire the shares and present them to his little goddess. Li's and Xiao's are both under Qiao Xia's purview. Qiao Xia felt a surge of anxiety and, with clenched teeth, sent a WeChat message to Mu Liang. What I said earlier was not sincere. Mu Liang replied, you uttered numerous statements. Which ones were insincere? Qiao Xia seethed with anger, recognizing his feigned ignorance. How petty. I stated that you are wealthy and that I am attracted to your money. If you were destitute, what would compel me to look your way? The wealth at the time of divorce will not be genuine. Mu Liang responded. So, if you were to be enamored with me for my wealth, that would be sincere? Qiao Xia's hand trembled, nearly dropping her phone. What was Mu Liang implying? What did she mean? His occasional teasing was enough to send her into a frenzy. Her heart was not particularly strong. Such fright was unnecessary. After a prolonged silence, unsure of how to proceed, Mu Liang held his phone, his penetrating gaze fixed upon her avatar, a scenic photograph taken when she was 18, adorned with a cheerful smile. Silly girl. Mu Liang typed a message and sent it. Qiao Xia's phone vibrated, and upon picking it up, she read, I will continue to be wealthy. You may persist in liking my money. At the time of divorce, you shall receive a substantial fortune. The words Qiao Xia had intended to articulate suddenly lodged in her throat. At the time of divorce, you shall receive a substantial fortune. Indeed, they would inevitably part ways. In the afternoon, the entertainment team convened for a brief meeting. Su Lin and the group leaders participated, while Qiao Xia and Meng Qian, being relatively new, had more leisure time. The two conspired together to devise a news story and inadvertently discussed Chen Xiaoman. Meng Qian commented, you know, the special assistant seems quite astute. How could he possibly be drawn to such a superficial beauty? Lacking in acting skills and presence, she is merely a pretty face. Qiao Xia smiled faintly. Acknowledging that success often relies on one's appearance, a pleasing visage indeed paves the way for countless opportunities. Recently, both she and Qiao Lan have participated in that popular palace intrigue drama. It is rumored that this project was conceived by Bai Chi. Meng Qian mentioned that while the role may not carry significant weight, the cast is replete with renowned celebrities, likely ensuring a surge in popularity. Qiao Lan is cast as the antagonist. However, Qiao Xia expressed indifference towards her sister's role, as Qiao Lan herself does not indulge in palace dramas, finding the spectacle of a multitude of women vying for the attention of a single man rather tedious. She has not watched a single episode featuring Qiao Lan. Although everyone criticizes her acting skills, Qiao Xia refrains from commenting. Meng Qian jested, I wager that the assistant is secretly glued to the television, eagerly awaiting to binge-watch. Such a homebody. It's quite alarming how their tastes are so uniform. Is it any wonder that Qin Shao Man has earned the title of a homebody goddess? Isn't that title reserved for Aoi Sora? Qiao Xia mused. Meng Qian, I believe I have stumbled upon something rather significant. Qiao Xia chuckled and sent a text to Mu Liang. Qiao Xia. Meng Qian is ridiculing the assistant's poor taste for liking Qin Shao Mu Liang. This fact has always been a source of embarrassment for me. Qiao Xia burst into laughter, while Meng Qian playfully tapped her hand, inquiring whom she was conversing with that had her grinning so mischievously. My husband, Qiao Xia replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Meng Qian clicked her tongue, sensing that there might be something brewing. He must have someone in his heart. Qiao Xia merely speculated, hesitant to inquire further, fearing that such a question would lead to an awkward situation. Oh, you have feelings for him? Qiao Xia's cheeks flushed slightly. Indeed, there was some intrigue, yet she felt an elusive quality about Mu Liang, with many matters left unexplained. She was wary of becoming too deeply entangled, thus exercising restraint. However, emotions are not as easily controlled as a tap. They cannot simply be turned on or off at will. If you find him interesting, why not pursue him? Meng Qian suggested. He is single. Oh no, he is now your legitimate husband. How exhilarating to turn fiction into reality. I refuse to play the role of a third party, Qiao Xia replied, her gaze dimming slightly. Even if I hold affection for him, I do not wish to intrude upon someone else's relationship, especially since we will inevitably part ways. Why not have an open and honest conversation? What if it is merely a misunderstanding and he harbors no feelings? Meng Qian pondered, but then reconsidered, realizing it may not be appropriate for a young woman to take the initiative. It could appear overly forward. We should employ a strategy of feigned indifference. Hurry and take your medicine. Don't delay. Qiao Xia laughed. Even without taking it today, I still feel quite adorable. Meng Qian cupped her cheeks, striking a cute pose to amuse Qiao Xia, and teasingly asked, is your faux husband as dashing as a prince, equally handsome? Qiao Xia replied demurely, they're essentially the same person. Goodness, what are you waiting for? Such a godlike figure must be pursued with fervor. Time waits for no one, and the early bird catches the worm. Do you not understand? Meng Qian was a true connoisseur of beauty. Gazing at youthful and charming faces daily was a delight. Mu Liang is indeed handsome, but he certainly does not fit the mold of a youthful heartthrob. Enough about me. How have things been with your boyfriend lately? Meng Qian let out a cold laugh. Having recently met his parents, you cannot imagine how domineering his mother is. She immediately inquired about my place of origin, my occupation, my monthly salary, whether I would mind living with my in-laws after marriage. And if we planned to have 1 or 2 children. I was left utterly speechless. We are already discussing marriage. I do indeed have feelings for him, yet I feel I cannot endure his mother. So, the solution is to purchase a separate residence for yourselves. But where is the money? Meng Qian remarked, last year I considered a property priced at 50,000 per unit, which I deemed too expensive. Now, the same community is asking 70,000. Housing prices are rising faster than salaries, and it pains my heart. Regardless, marriage entails a myriad of chaotic matters that vex me greatly. Such troublesome concerns are foreign to Qiao Xia. In the conference room, the team leaders exited in succession. Su Lin called out to Bai Qi. Bai Qi, please wait a moment. I have something to ask you. Left alone, Bai Qi felt a twinge of anxiety. Director, do you have any instructions? Su Lin said, our department's Qiao Xia has been performing admirably. Has she always worked under your supervision? As for her performance, I am uncertain. Bai Qi paused. Director, have you not heard the gossip surrounding Qiao Xia? A simple online search reveals all. It is common knowledge in the office. What gossip? Bai Qi had long harbored discontent towards Qiao Xia, and it was perplexing that the president had intervened on her behalf today. It was as if she were a personal witness to the drama unfolding. I did not see that coming, Su Lin murmured. Despite Qiao Xia's innate beauty and striking features, her attire is quite ordinary. She hardly appears to be entangled with Li Hui. They had merely crossed paths a few times abroad. She is adept at concealing herself. Bai Qi added, when the president first arrived, she staged quite a performance in the employee cafeteria to attract his attention. But alas, the president did not take notice. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Although it was her first day, she could sense the tension between Bai Qi and Qiao Xia. It seemed she had indeed asked the right person. Bai Qi recounted the cafeteria incident with embellishments. Su Lin's expression grew frosty. Qiao Xia appears to possess quite the cunning nature. Today, Mu Liang unexpectedly came to her aid. It remains a mystery what was said. But Li Hui left looking dejected. All right, you may leave now. Okay. Bai Qi was bewildered. Was the director's sole purpose in keeping her behind to inquire about Qiao Xia? That evening, Su Lin hosted a gathering. With all department colleagues in attendance, Meng Qian owned a vehicle, and Qiao Xia rode with her to be able to treat over 20 individuals in a lavish restaurant undoubtedly indicates wealth, with the minimum expenditure for a private room being 500, and with a few bottles of red wine, the total would easily exceed 10,000 for a single meal. Chapter 117. You must get engaged. Meng Qian and Qiao Xia arrived neither too early nor too late. Just in time to order. They sat closely together, selecting 2 dishes they both enjoyed, forming their own intimate circle as quiet beauties, awaiting the meal to commence. As the dishes were served, before they could even begin eating, both tables raised their glasses in a toast to Su Lin. It was merely a gesture of welcome for the director, expressing hopes for future camaraderie. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew lively, with Su Lin and Bai Qi quickly bonding, sharing laughter and conversation. Director, with such a remarkable family background and your exquisite beauty, I presume you must have a boyfriend? Bai Qi inquired. Su Lin cast a glance at Qiao Xia, replying, I have a fiancé. Qiao Xia, engrossed in her meal, paid little attention to Su Lin's words, while Meng Qian leaned in to whisper to her, though Qiao Xia remained indifferent, captivated by the delectable offerings before her. What does the director's fiancé do? The others speculated, their curiosity piqued. What do you think? You won't guess. They teased at Hu Xia, and the others grew animated, pondering the identity of the fortunate man. He must be a senior executive in our company. Few can match the director's caliber, one remarked. Could it be the president? Coughing violently, Qiao Xia, who had been savoring a particularly spicy piece of steak, accidentally choked. A fiery sensation surged through her throat, prompting her to cough uncontrollably, hastily gulping down her corn juice in desperation. Yet the coughing persisted, tears welling up from the spiciness. Meng Qian kindly offered her own corn juice to help soothe her. The thunderous coughing drew everyone's attention, especially Su Lin, whose gaze flickered with a hint of coldness. Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for Mu Liang? Humph, she ought to recognize her own standing. A toad seeking to eat swan meat. Mu Liang was far beyond her reach. After a full minute of coughing, Qiao Xia finally regained her composure, feeling as though her throat might ignite. Having consumed 2 cups of water to alleviate the discomfort, Su Lin inquired, Qiao Xia, are you all right? I'm fine. I just ate too hastily and got a bit spicy. That if you can't handle spice, then perhaps you shouldn't indulge, Su Lin retorted. This diversion meant Su Lin missed her chance to reveal the identity of her fiancé. Qiao Xia, too, contemplated that she had perhaps overthought the situation. Mu Liang had not hinted at having a fiancé, so there was no reason to believe Su Lin could be that person. She must be overanalyzing things. Su Lin's cold gaze remained fixed upon Qiao Xia, perceiving her as naive and oblivious, unwittingly attracting Mu Liang's attention. As colleagues in the same department, we must collaborate effectively. I hope to maintain a harmonious office environment, free from gossip. Let us keep our private lives tidy and not bring chaos into our work, Su Lin declared, raising her glass. After the banquet concluded, I've long been caught in the crossfire, she thought. Here's a candle for you. Louis Tian was still hospitalized, and Bai Yaoting harbored no warmth towards him, while Mu Liang remained indifferent. She deliberately avoided him, nursing a grudge against both Mu Liang and Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang consistently overshadowed Louis Chen, yet Mu Liang outshone Lu Yitian by far. Everyone remarked that her son, Lu Yaoting's child, could not compare to Mu Wenqin's son. This was her deepest source of pain. As for others, she hardly regarded them, not even Lu Xi. That woman has entered TV. Lu Zhang tilted his head, perusing a financial report featuring an exclusive interview with the Su family. He gently closed the article, contemplating the wisdom in aligning with the Su family. Truly, the old man was cunning. I am married. When do you plan to inform Dad? Mu Liang replied with calmness, unhurried. That I suspect you're just waiting for the right moment to infuriate him. I have never believed that parricide would result in divine retribution, Mu Liang stated. Thus I wish to test the waters. Lu Zhang, in a state of utter helplessness towards his younger brother, was acutely aware that Mu Liang harbored no affection for the Lu family. He understood that Mu Liang had endured countless grievances during his many years within the Lu household, and indeed, this was the truth. However, he was Lu Zhang, the eldest son and grandson of the Lu lineage. And such grievances were trivial in comparison. His brother, with a heart as cold as ice, had always shown him respect and care, which was truly heartwarming. The two brothers engaged in a discussion about the recent circumstances. And as Mu Liang prepared to take his leave, he encountered Lu Xian in the main hall. Do you possess any manners? Upon encountering an elder, you offer no greeting? Is this how your mother raised you? Lu Xian glared at him in fury. This younger son had never regarded him with any semblance of respect, which infuriated him to no end. Mu Liang. Lu Xian's anger surged, threatening to provoke his heart condition once more. Yet, Mu Liang remained unfazed, observing him with a calm demeanor. Father, I advise you to consume more vegetables and temper your anger. The most riveting part of this performance has yet to unfold, and it would be a pity if you were to succumb before the climax. Lu Xian was overwhelmed by an impulse to strike him down. It was a cruel twist of fate that had brought forth such a child, Mu Liang, lacking even the patience for further conversation. Turn to leave. Stop right there, Lu Xian bellowed. Throughout his life, he had commanded respect and instilled fear. No one dared to defy him. Yet, he had unwittingly fathered a rebellious son who seemed unable to exist without provoking his ire. Next week, you were to be engaged to Su Lin. Mu Liang had intended to depart, but paused at this proclamation, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Engaged to whom? Engaged, Lu Xian's fury escalated. Convinced that Mu Liang was deliberately attempting to drive him to the brink of madness, that I wish to be engaged. How is it that I am unaware of this? Do you think that merely informing me will compel me to comply? Mu Liang's expression remained impassive, yet a hint of mockery surfaced. I recall informing you not to meddle in my marriage. What nonsense is this? You are the fourth young master of the Lu family, the heir. Naturally, your marriage is under my purview. Lu Xian retorted. You believe the Mu family is a haven. It is a treacherous place. One misstep, one wrong allegiance, and everything is lost. The Lu family is your most steadfast support. Mu Liang scoffed. If the Lu family were indeed my support, my brother would not have been left incapacitated. Unable to walk. I maintain that this was an accident, Lu Xian defended, showing favoritism towards the children of Wang Yaoding, and asserting that Lu Zheng's life was not in jeopardy. The doctor had indicated that his legs might recover. Why then should Mu Liang be so confrontational? Harmony in the family fosters prosperity. That is your incompetence, Mu Liang enunciated coldly, his gaze fixed on Lu Xian devoid of warmth. Lu Xian faltered, then erupted in rage. He was an elder, chastised by Mu Liang for his ineptitude, challenging his authority and crossing a line. The last incident at the hospital had nearly driven Lu Xian to hospitalization. When would his son ever show him a modicum of respect? He believed that Mu Liang's upbringing alongside Mu Wenxin had influenced him, leading to this blatant rejection. It was his youngest son. After all, the Mu family was a perilous environment, and he harbored no desire for his son to become entangled within it. Impossible, Mu Liang coldly rejected. Then it is not up to you. Lu Xian spoke in a low voice, questioning what was lacking in Su Lin. With a prestigious family background, her father was the president of Yuanxing Bank. She was the only child, and possessed a beauty that could rival a flower. What could possibly be unsatisfactory about her? Lu Xian wondered how Mu Liang came to know about this matter. His gaze towards Mu Liang was akin to that of a person confronting an oddity. He had concealed this affair so discreetly, yet Mu Liang seemed to possess insight into it. He had two women outside, both bearing children. Why be so shocked? If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Now I unexpectedly have a younger sister and a brother. Can you truly hide such revelations? Mu Liang observed Lu Xian with an air of nonchalance. Did Wang Yaoding know that you were supporting two women outside? What if she learned that others were coming to claim her inheritance? Would she not spend sleepless nights in distress? Rubbish, Lu Xian exclaimed in anger, deeming this a matter of familial privacy that was not subject to his scrutiny. The Lu family had always upheld a reputation for integrity, a tradition passed down through generations. However, Lu Xian's era witnessed the emergence of a flamboyant man, indulging in affairs and leaving behind numerous offspring. The family tree already listed 4 sons, excluding those who had not acknowledged their lineage. Mu Liang's gaze darkened, exuding an ominous aura, the scent of bloodshed and violence palpable in the air, as if tangible arrows were hurtling towards him. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing his composure. How could this youngest son, raised in an artistic household alongside his mother, emanate such a domineering aura? You better not regret this, Mu Liang declared before striding away. Lu Xun pounded his chest in frustration. His anger flaring, he had been startled into a cold sweat by Mu Liang. What would become of him if this news spread? Mu Liang was indeed his son, after years of navigating the business realm, commanding respect and establishing the Lu Consortium, becoming a titan in a city. He never imagined being intimidated by a young man. Despite his astonishment and ire, a sense of pride welled within him. This was his son.at that moment. Mu Liang was exiting the elevator. Mu Liang gazed at her. Qiao Xia was clad in pink bear pajamas, her hair styled into a bun, adorned with a pink headband featuring 2 bunny ears. She wore bear slippers, her delicate toes painted with pink nail polish, presenting herself as an adorable, delectable confection of pink. She exuded charm and cuteness. Noticing Mu Liang's gaze resting on her headband, Qiao Xia rolled her large eyes upward in playful wonder. Could it be that Mu Liang was enamored with her bunny ears? Is my headband cute? She fluttered her eyelashes flirtatiously. Mu Liang remained expressionless. It suits you quite well. Qiao Xia pondered whether this comment was a compliment or a slight. Regardless, she decided to interpret it as Mu Liang acknowledging her cuteness, dismissing any other implications as irrelevant due to her unfamiliarity. Mu Liang scanned his fingerprint to enter the house, with Qiao Xia following closely. She felt no discomfort in the fact that, at 11 o'clock at night, a man and a woman were alone together in a room, especially considering she was dressed like a doll. Mu Liang entered the bedroom, while Qiao Xia wandered around his living room before making her way to his bedroom. Just as she reached the door, she beheld Mu Liang unbuttoning his white shirt, his back turned towards her. The shirt slipped away slowly, revealing his honey-toned skin, a graceful waistline, and powerful arms, cloaked in a delicate layer of skin. That slender waist was simply. Qiao Xia swallowed hard and swiftly turned away. Stay composed. Stay composed. Has the playboy not had enough to see? Why the blush? Why the racing heart? Such naivete. Embarrassment surged within Qiao Xia, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in, as she hurriedly dashed towards the living room. Nearly stumbling in the process. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Mu Liang's lips. Silly girl. Qiao Xia raced to the balcony, the evening breeze caressing her cheeks but failing to dissipate the warmth on her face. Miss Qiao, you are increasingly embodying the role of Mu. Mu Liang gazed intently at her, asking if she was on a patrol. Qiao Xia was indeed right. My charm is undeniable. My wife is becoming ever more concerned about my whereabouts. A testament to the validity of his assertion that Mu Liang casually flipped open a financial magazine. Have you indulged in theatrics today? Qiao Xia inquired coolly. Then how did you conjure such illusions? Qiao Xia scoffed, but then abruptly realized, her eyes widening as she almost lunged towards Mu Liang. What did you just say? You haven't partaken in anything illicit for years, have you? Mu Liang's expression turned frosty, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. The atmosphere around him instantly chilling, as though encased by an invisible wall of ice trapping her in the center. Qiao Xia anxiously pressed her lips together. My idol, what's the matter? Are you frightened? Qiao Xia, being a good girl, had never been exposed to the darker sides of life. Her comment seemed to catch him off guard, and he felt rather foolish. While he often teased her, relishing her fiery reactions, he had forgotten the boundaries. Some truths were not meant for her ears. What if she found it too terrifying and distanced herself from him? Mu Liang. Perhaps he was indeed overthinking it. Qiao Xia scratched her head. That sort of thing is too distant for me. People are always curious about the unknown. Curiosity killed the cat, Mu Liang remarked nonchalantly, his emotions remaining steady. I have work tomorrow. It's time for bed. I am the president's wife. I have privileges. Qiao Xia haughtily huffed. That is indeed a valid point, Mu Liang conceded, readily complying. I shall have Gu Xiaowu announce it to the entire company tomorrow. No. Qiao Xia protested. I'm not one to share such virtues. It's a delightful secret that should be kept to myself. No need for a company-wide announcement. Mu Liang playfully tugged at her bunny ears. You're truly foolish. If I'm not foolish, but you keep saying it, I might just become foolish, she retorted. You are already more foolish than I. Mu Liang observed her with surprise. Intelligence is innate. There's nothing to boast about. Mu Liang stared at her in disbelief. Why shouldn't I take pride? It signifies that I have surpassed you in the parentage stakes. Survival of the fittest. It clearly demonstrates that I triumphed over the vast majority of people before I was even born. They can only look up to me. Qiao Xia. She envisioned a flamboyant peacock displaying its resplendent feathers while simultaneously sneering at a nearby crow for its short, dull, and lackluster plumage. Truly insufferable. Mu Liang. Has anyone ever told you that you are quite unbearable? Many have expressed such sentiments. Unfazed, Mu Liang wore an air of superiority, asserting that words matter little. A man's worth is demonstrated through action, not mere talk. Naturally, that cannot best be in argument nor in strength. Qiao Xia envisioned Mu Liang soundly thrashing Louis Tian, and for the first time felt a desire to light a candle for Louis Tian. Do you have a fiancé, Qiao Xia inquired, steering the conversation toward her most pressing concern. Mu Liang regarded her as one might regard a simpleton. My wife asks me, do you have a fiancé? This question is likely unfamiliar to most men. It is rather novel. Please, do not mock me, Qiao Xia replied, well aware of Mu Liang's acerbic tongue and his roundabout jibes. Your words are truly venomous. From whom did you learn such wit? Mu Liang pondered Qiao Xia's question seriously. Is my tongue indeed venomous? Extremely so. Just look at how you ensnared Lu Dong during that press conference. You are indeed a sharp-tongued individual. Typically, I speak only the truth. See, that is precisely what makes you both sharp-tongued and deserving of a good thrashing, Qiao Xia said, resting her chin on her hand, her round eyes scrutinizing him, pondering what sort of environment could cultivate such a peculiar character. Mu Liang, I do not consider myself peculiar. My intellect surpasses that of the average person. My abilities are exceptional. I possess handsome features and a physique that is just right, placing me among the elite. Qiao Xia chuckled softly, contemplating the absurdity of discussing his eccentricities with a narcissist. Engaging in discourse about a madman's mental composition, one inevitably finds oneself ensnared in his distorted realm, ultimately becoming mad oneself. Do you know Su Lin? I do not, Mu Liang replied, not entirely untruthfully, for he had never met her. Qiao Xia regarded him with curiosity, seated cross-legged on the carpet, idly playing with her phone. Today, she mentioned that her fiancé works at TV, in a senior position, and everyone speculates that you are her betrothed. How presumptuous! Mu Liang remained remarkably composed. Next time you hear such rumors, simply inform them that you are the president's wife, Qiao Xia retorted. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Oh, male deity, how much do you despise me that you would wish for me to be riddled with arrows? Do you truly have no ties to Su Lin? Well, there is a slight connection. Mu Liang said slowly that my father has instructed me to become engaged to her next week. Qiao Xia was left speechless, her expression akin to one struck by lightning. Mu Liang, with an exceptionally gentle touch, caressed her face, relishing the soft sensation, and then playfully kneaded her cheeks until they resembled a rosy apple. Are you feeling jealous? He asked with sincere curiosity. Qiao Xia. Mu Liang withdrew his hand, a hint of reluctance lingering as he savored the softness and delicate fragrance. You indeed have an affair with her, Qiao Xia remarked, reminiscing fondly about her time working under Huang Yi. If Su Lin were to discover her impending marriage to Mu Liang, the scene would be utterly splendid, too splendid for her to bear. And yet you still claim she is not your fiancée. No wonder Su Lin feels so emboldened and even spreads rumors in the office that I have never even laid eyes on her. How could there be any talk of a fiancée? It is merely a one-sided affection, so do not take it to heart, Mu Liang remarked. Qiao Xia found herself at a loss for words, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had grown accustomed to Mu Liang's pampering and care. If one day this affection and protection were to belong to another, would she be able to remain composed? Mu Liang playfully flicked her forehead, asking, What are you thinking? Thinking of you, Qiao Xia exclaimed, wincing from the slight pain. What, she thought, had she truly uttered such peculiar words? Mu Liang gazed at her intently, his eyes reminiscent of tranquil autumn waters, yet beneath that calm lay a hint of turbulence. Mu Liang, he needed no one else. The only person I hold dear is you. Su Lin, still new to TV, was not yet well versed in her duties. Recently, Bai Qi inexplicably captured Su Lin's favor. And it was Bai Qi who assisted her in familiarizing herself with the entire office environment and the workings of TV. Qiao Xia and Meng Qian's small group had been exceedingly busy lately. Yet, she could not voice her complaints. After all, they were her superiors. Mu Liang was quite dissatisfied. You, a mere entertainment reporter, are busier than I, a multinational corporation's president. It was one thing to be busy. It was another to be injured. Was someone deliberately targeting her? When Huang Yi was around, she had not been this swamped. It felt as if someone were intentionally causing her distress. Every day, he had to manage TV's affairs, keep an eye on Lu Zheng's company to prevent Lu Xian from resorting to underhanded tactics, and remain vigilant against any mischief from Louis Chen. Most importantly, he had to handle the business of the Fenghua Group. This man, burdened with endless responsibilities, still clocked out on time each day just to dine with Qiao Xia and amuse her. Yet, he discovered that Qiao Xia was even busier than he. Chapter 119. The privileges of the president's wife. You, a mere reporter, are busier than I, Qiao Xia retorted. I in the grand scheme of things. Our voices are faint, and although we may be small, our tasks are plentiful. You cannot fathom my plight. I subsist on nothing but a nutrition bar for lunch. Do you know how excruciating that is? I clock out punctually every day. Recently, I've had to work overtime. You are the president's wife. You have your privileges, Mu Liang countered, echoing a statement Qiao Xia had once made. Qiao Xia was perplexed. Why would a distinguished president like yourself be less occupied than I? According to you, you are incredibly busy, even holding positions in foreign companies. There are times when I bring you 2 cups of sweet soup. And you are engrossed in your work with 3 computers running simultaneously. Yet, no matter how busy you are, you still manage to have dinner with me at the same time every day. After dinner, he would accompany her to watch television for a while or indulge in a game to aid digestion. Otherwise, they would engage in a bit of basketball or take a leisurely jog around the neighborhood. Maintaining a remarkably regular routine, he always gave her the impression that Mu Liang was quite unoccupied. And that is precisely why I am the president, and you are a mere employee. Mu Liang, you are insufferable, Qiao Xia huffed. What is so impressive about that? I too shall become a president one day. Mu Liang pondered for a moment. I believe the title of Mu sounds far more appealing than that of President Qiao. You should relinquish such aspirations. Just accept your role as my president's wife without resistance. After all, such physically demanding roles are inherently suited for men. You exhibit gender discrimination. Mu Liang, with an expression of indifference, remarked, you are a woman, and I find you quite likable, which serves as ample evidence of my lack of gender bias. Your argument, however, is flawed. Qiao Xia and he had initially been engaged in a debate regarding Qiao Xia's overtime issues. But their conversation had veered far off course. In the president's office, Mu Liang tapped his fingers on the desk and summoned Gu Xiaowu, instructing him to bring Su Lin up if she called again. Ah, 4th young master, have you changed your mind? Gu Xiaowu inquired, noticing Mu Liang's stony demeanor. You seem quite excited. With both hands pushed forward, Gu Xiaowu retorted, 4th young master, that is merely your misconception. I am not excited at all. Just look at my honest and straightforward face. Do I appear to be someone easily thrilled? Leave. Understood. Gu Xiaowu rolled out smoothly, and scarcely had he exited when he received a call from Su Lin, who rang him daily without fail. Mu Liang generally entrusted most matters to Lu Huan. Significant events and large projects rarely concerned the entertainment group. Unless an opportunity arose, they would not typically cross paths. Su Lin had previously taken it upon herself to enter the president's office, but Gu Xiaowu had seen to her expulsion. Consequently, he had endured a scathing glare from Su Lin, who had threatened him that when she married Mu Liang, he would be the first to be dismissed. Gu Xiaowu scoffed. For that very reason, he felt compelled to irrationally favor the 4th young master's little goddess. Upon hearing Su Lin's numerous calls, it was the first time Gu Xiaowu relented, and she, of course, recognized it as Mu Liang's inclination. Her confidence soared as she meticulously touched up her makeup in the office before ascending the elevator. The news of the entertainment group director being summoned to the president's office alone spread like wildfire. Coupled with Su Lin's status, recent rumors suggested she was poised to become the future president's wife. Where there is smoke, there is fire, and gossip about Mu Liang and Su Lin being an engaged couple proliferated. Qiao Xia pouted, feeling disgruntled. What was Su Lin so smug about before leaving? I believe the director is deliberately targeting us, Meng Qian asserted. Indeed, I thought I was the only one who felt that way. Why is that? Suddenly enlightened, Meng Qian exclaimed, I know. It was because you splashed the president at the staff cafeteria last time. Everyone said you were trying to leverage that moment to climb up the ranks. Su Lin must have heard about it. Just think, with the legitimate consort present, how could you little vixens dare to approach the crown prince? Qiao Xia fumed. How dare you? I, indeed, am the legitimate consort, not some little vixen. Seeing Qiao Xia's crestfallen expression, Meng Qian smugly remarked, right? You find my reasoning quite sound, don't you? Qian. I believe you ought to consult an ophthalmologist. Qiao Xia seriously suggested that I know a doctor who specializes in eye care. Would you go if I secured you a discount? Meng Qian felt she was being mocked, but remained perplexed as to why. What had she said that struck a nerve with Qiao Xia? Poor baby. This was Su Lin's first time walking through the top-level corridor of TV, and to her dismay, Gu Xiaowu was not there to greet her at the elevator. This lack of attention was quite bothersome, especially considering she was the future mistress of the Lu family. How dare he neglect her? Gu Xiaowu was preoccupied with an urgent matter concerning the Fenghua group. a business deal crucial to the U.S. Department of Defense's technological services for the next 5 years, which Mu Liang had unceremoniously dumped on him. Enough was enough. How could one endure without a salary raise? When Su Lin arrived, he did not even raise his head, his gaze fixed on the computer as he typed rapidly, casually remarking, "Fourth young master, Miss Su has arrived." Through the door, Mu Liang commanded, "Come in." Su Lin, for the first time experiencing such blatant disregard and neglect, shot a glare at Gu Xiaowu before stepping into the office. This was her first close encounter with Mu Liang. He sat in a genuine leather chair, with a vast expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows behind him, overlooking the most iconic buildings of a city, clad in a simple white shirt with neatly tailored cuffs. Beams of sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow upon him, yet it seemed to fail to penetrate the cold aura that surrounded him. He was indeed Mu Liang as he lifted his gaze. His profound eyes met Su Lin's, leaving her momentarily spellbound. Having only seen photographs of Mu Liang before, this was her first intimate glimpse of him, exuding an overwhelming presence. His prominent brow perfectly accentuated his deep-set eyes. Dark and captivating, ensnaring her senses, Su Lin felt as if she heard a voice whispering, "This is your future husband, fourth young master. I finally get to see you," she stated, adopting a poised demeanor and smiling at him. Mu Liang, however, merely gazed at her silently, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. "My assistant mentioned that you have called 7 times requesting a meeting. What is it you wish to discuss?" Mu Liang inquired directly, without any pleasantries, sending a jolt of apprehension through the infatuated Su Lin. Could it be that he did not harbor any feelings for her? She was beautiful and the only daughter of the president of Yuansheng Bank. Mu Liang had no reason to reject her. Their families had maintained a good relationship, with a long-standing intention of a union, and as the younger generation, they were soon to be engaged, thus necessitating a meeting to foster mutual understanding. "We should get to know each other," Su Lin said, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. Mu Liang leaned back, relaxing his posture. "You wish to marry me. We are set to be engaged next week." Su Lin replied, filled with anticipation. "Who said that?" Mu Liang inquired coldly, gesturing dismissively. "You are not my type." Su Lin's gaze faltered. Despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor and formidable presence, he was still the 4th young master of the Liu family. She momentarily struggled to comprehend his lack of gentlemanly decorum, while Gu Xiaowu outside erupted in laughter, anticipating Mu Liang's sharp tongue would soon be unleashed. It was all too trivial, a mere jest. In Su Lin's eyes, due to work, I have dressed rather plainly. Whatever style you prefer, I can embody it, she asserted confidently. Mu Liang questioned, "What is your height?" Su Lin hesitated for a moment before responding. 1 meter 70. "And your bust size?" He probed. 36 c. She replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "What about your waist size?" He continued. 1 foot 8. Su Lin answered. Mu Liang's critical gaze roamed over her, making Su Lin feel as if she stood before him with no defenses. Her face flushing crimson with a mix of embarrassment and shame. What did he mean by inquiring about her measurements? She held confidence in her figure, just as she reveled in her self-satisfaction. Mu Liang remarked, "Miss Su, your physique is somewhat distorted." Su Lin was taken aback. "Your bust is too large. I prefer women with smaller breasts, as a large bust can imply a lack of intellect. Your waist is too slim. I fear I might break you with a mere embrace, resulting in no interest in bed. What use would you be to me? Your face. Have you undergone surgery on the corners of your eyes? Did you have a nose job? Where did you have it done? It appears to embody a Korean aesthetic. What did you originally look like, in the unfortunate event that you were less than appealing? Would my daughter consider such alterations in the future? I have a preference for women who are entirely natural, whose features display genuine emotion. Your rigid standards fail to meet my criteria." Gu Xiaowu sputtered several times, coughing as if the very heavens were shaken. "Truly, you are exceptionally talented. 4th young master, I am utterly in awe of you." Mu Liang's acerbic remarks flowed one after another, leaving Su Lin utterly stupefied. What was most egregious was that Mu Liang's every word struck true, rendering her incapable of rebuttal, her face ablaze as though she had received several stinging slaps. Yet Su Lin had been pampered her entire life. Never had she endured such humiliation, nearly moved to tears. "You possess no gentlemanly decorum." "That I have always been a walking compendium of international etiquette. When it comes to gentlemanly conduct, it is directed towards ladies. Are you one?" Mu Liang's face bore no semblance of emotion, as if he were discussing a matter of grave importance. "Even if you despise me, such humiliation is unwarranted. Why should it not be so?" The entire world is at your feet, catering to your every whim. Even if you have undergone alterations, can you truly boast that your daughter is a paragon of beauty? Mu Liang furrowed his brow, for he abhorred being coerced into anything. Since Su Lin arrived at TV, she had been proclaiming herself his fiancée far and wide. Rumors had already spread in hushed tones. Moreover, in recent days, Qiao Xia had been busily engaged, and he perceived Su Lin's actions as deliberate. It was this inexplicable sense of superiority that led her to believe she was his fiancée, behaving as she pleased within the company, while Su Lin had been enjoying herself, basking in compliments. Standing before Mu Liang now felt like a heavy burden. Even if you speak to me in such a manner, I shall not relent. That Su Lin turned and fled. Mu Liang spoke in a deep voice. Remember this. You are not my fiancé. My wife is named Qiao Xia. One of a kind. Qiao Xia watched as Su Lin, proud as a peacock, arrived and then left in tears, covering her face. She felt an immense sense of satisfaction that Su Lin had subtly hinted to everyone that she was Mu Liang's fiancée, a matter she had long been aware of. The earliest whispers had emerged from the entertainment group, and the tales had grown increasingly absurd. Chapter 120. The boss is not a deity. Su Lin continued to call the president's office daily, prompting others to speculate wildly. However, Gu Xiaowu thought to herself that fourth young master had never concerned himself with rumors. For someone as unabashed as him, such gossip was inconsequential. Perhaps his little goddess had been enduring too much recently. Mu Liang, feeling displeased, summoned Su Lin to temper her arrogance. Truly, he is excessively devoted to his wife. Fourth young master's jibes are always spot on. Louis Tian had someone fetch Li Hui. Li Hui did not regard Louis Tian as a drinking buddy. He held himself in high esteem. Being a graduate of a prestigious university and had studied abroad, looking down upon the seemingly inept Louis Tian. Lu Sanshao, you called for me? Recently, the Li family had been overwhelmed, seeking help everywhere yet finding none. Struggling without funds, and with his aunt demoted, the entire family was at odds with them, making their situation increasingly dire. How do I contact your wife's sister, Qiao Xia? Li Hui harbored no desire to entangle himself further with the Qiao sisters. Initially, he had calculated how to seize Qiao's shares, intending to form a powerful alliance, yet unexpectedly, his efforts proved to be in vain. The Li family was now struggling to maintain their own stability. With his father having suffered a shock that landed him in the hospital, the mere mention of the Qiao family ignited resentment within him. Qiao Lan is no longer my fiancée. I have no ties with her. Who the hell is asking about Qiao Lan? I am inquiring about Qiao Xia. Lu Etien's demeanor was just right, a blend of new grievances and old resentments. Leaving him feeling quite suffocated, accustomed to indulgence, he was unafraid of offending Li Hui. Third young master, what do you seek Qiao Xia for? That is none of your concern, Lu Etien replied, squinting his eyes and casting a disdainful glance at Li Hui. I am aware of your family's current difficulties. I could offer you a sum of money, as if purchasing your information. If I were you, I wouldn't cling to your garments, parading as a virtuous woman. If you can fetch a good price, you should sell. If you choose not to speak, I can naturally inquire elsewhere. Had this been a week prior, Li Hui would have found such words deeply insulting. Over the past week, he had witnessed the fickleness of human nature. Initially, his heart burned with indignation, but he ultimately came to understand that in this world, everything is driven by money. Without wealth, no one would deign to acknowledge you. Even those who once sought his favor began to look down upon him and avoided him. Lu Etienne, a mere frivolous second-generation heir, felt free to humiliate him without restraint. Third young master, I am considering your best interests. Do you know who is scheming against us? The Lu family's offensive against the Li family was no secret. Everyone in the business world was aware no one dared to offend the Lu family, who were bound by brotherhood, although rumors suggested discord among them. Nonsense. Lu Etienne was certainly aware of who was targeting them. Ever since that woman departed, he had kept a keen eye on Mu Liang, knowing full well that he was leveraging the Lu family's connections to undermine the Li family. Lu Xin believed Mu Liang intended to acquire the Li family, turning a blind eye and allowing events to unfold. Even welcoming the prospect. If the Li family were acquired, the Lu family would gain another territory, much to his father's delight. It was undoubtedly for a woman, namely, Qiao Xia. Despite Lu Etienne's lack of academic prowess, he was generous with his resources. He was willing to offer Li Hui a sum of money. Although it was a mere illusion of hope, it was better than nothing. Even if bankruptcy loomed in the future, this money could serve as a capital foundation. Moreover, with Lu Etienne and Mu Liang at odds, and Lu Xian favoring Lu Etian. Should they engage in internal strife, he would relish the thought of their familial discord. Even if Mu Liang disregarded Lu Etian, their conflict would serve as a source of satisfaction for him. She works in the TV news department, within the entertainment group, as an entertainment reporter, Li Hui stated. Behind every scheme and conspiracy lies a victim. Qiao Xia is that victim. Despite his desperate pleas, she refused to grant him any leniency, leaving no room for discourse between them. Furthermore, when he thought of Mu Liang, a wave of bitterness surged within him. It was the first time he had ever harbored such hatred for someone. Coupled with jealousy, Mu Liang possessed everything: heritage, talent, and looks, standing as an untouchable figure intruding upon their lives. Without him, the Li and Xiao families would not be in their current predicament. That man had always appeared before him as a figure of immense power and charisma, leaving Li Hui feeling utterly constrained. Therefore, he held no concern for Qiao Xia. When a malevolent thought takes root in one's heart, a person becomes exceedingly greedy, malicious, and insatiable. She unexpectedly appeared at TV. Lu Etian squinted his eyes, slightly astonished, the malice within him unable to be concealed. No wonder Mu Liang had nowhere to go. With so many profitable enterprises under the Lu family conglomerate, he could not choose a single one. Yet he chose to go to TV. How intriguing. It seems this woman holds considerable significance for Mu Liang. Pleased with the revelation, Lu Etian narrowed his eyes at Li Hui, produced a checkbook, inscribed a sum, and slid it towards Li Hui, stating that this amount for a piece of information was exorbitant, far exceeding the price for intelligence from the Fenghua Group. Upon seeing the figure, 2 million, it was indeed a substantial sum. While 2 million was trivial for Lu Etian, it was merely a drop in the bucket for the current predicament of the Li family, incapable of resolving the root of their issues. Nevertheless, if this money were to be acquired, perhaps there lay a glimmer of hope for a resurgence. Given the current circumstances, investing this sum would likely be akin to casting water into the sea. Lu Sanshao, I implore you, help us. You are our only hope. Beyond you, no one else can save the Li family. A flicker of hope ignited within Li Hui. Perhaps he could assist. His hatred for Mu Liang was profound. Do you think I am truly foolish? Lu Etian retorted. Mu Liang manipulates you like a mere ant. My father would revel in your downfall. Why would I assist you and invite unnecessary trouble upon myself? I have my own means to deal with Mu Liang. Lu Etian looked down upon Li Hui, incredulous that he would even attempt to exploit him. Despite his reckless nature, he understood who held the reins at home. Without his father's protection, what could he possibly possess, no matter how reckless he became? If he erred outside, his father would still shield him. However, if he were to jeopardize the Lu family's interests, his father would not hesitate to discipline him. Such self-destructive actions were not his inclination. He merely desired to see Mu Liang suffer. I can join forces with you against Mu Liang. I know Qiao Xia all too well. Even so, Lu Etian dismissed the notion that if my father were to find out, could I still have a way out? If you genuinely wish to confront Mu Liang, then provide me with a useful idea, and I shall compensate you accordingly. That is unequivocal. Li Hui glared resentfully as Lu Etian departed. The Lu family was nothing but a den of untrustworthy individuals, and no matter how vile or incompetent Lu Etian might be, he understood the importance of safeguarding the Lu family's interests, for therein lay his own fortune. In the office of the director at the TV News Entertainment Division, Su Lin inquired in a solemn tone, Do you truly have any relationship with Mu Liang? She had once been a confident woman, dismissive of Qiao Xia, and after a visit to the president's office, she had anticipated a meeting with Mu Liang, her heart brimming with delight, only to have her confidence shattered by Mu Liang's indifference. It must be Qiao Xia. Could it be that Mu Liang's heart was genuinely ensnared by her? Director, what are you insinuating? How could I possibly have any connection with the president? Qiao Xia feigned innocence, perhaps aware that Mu Liang stood just behind her. With her strong-willed and unyielding nature, she was unperturbed by Su Lin. Bai Chichi remarked, You have repeatedly attempted to seduce Mu Liang, always seeking his attention. Qiao Xia was eager to flaunt her affection, responding, Do I truly need to seduce Mu Liang? The undeniable truth is that Mu Liang, that shameless narcissist, has been flaunting his physique and charm before her on a daily basis, engaging in verbal provocations as well. Director, the fiancé you have conjured in your imagination is attempting to seduce me to I really need to entice him. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Director, Qiao Xia remarked with a meaningful tone. The president is so high above, how could I possibly reach him, let alone engage in such futile endeavors? Mu Liang lowered herself, and indeed, She found herself within his grasp. It is only natural. For Mu Liang is the fourth young master of the Lu family. While you are merely an ugly duckling, foolishly hoping to shine in his presence. It is indeed a delusion. Only someone of my lineage and beauty is worthy of matching Mu Liang. As Su Lin belittled Qiao Xia. She simultaneously elevated her own status. Casting a disdainful glance at Qiao Xia, she added, "Moreover, your reputation is so tarnished, being a woman who even seduces her brother-in-law. Your character cannot be commendable. Mu Liang is not blind. How could he possibly notice you, especially when you are not even aesthetically pleasing?" A surge of anger welled up within Qiao Xia, yet her countenance remained unperturbed, her smile as warm as a spring breeze, radiating sunshine, as if she were completely unfazed by Su Lin's words. This was precisely what Su Lin detested most, individuals who were impervious to her insults. It was utterly irksome. Qiao Xia cheerfully inquired, "Director, you are so exceptional, so beautiful, and come from such a distinguished family. I am certain you will succeed in becoming our president's wife." We eagerly anticipated if she had heard such words before entering the president's office. She would have felt a swell of pride and satisfaction. Now, however, recalling Mu Liang's humiliation, her heart burned with indignation. She couldn't shake the feeling that Qiao Xia was mocking her. "What do you mean?" Su Lin demanded angrily. Qiao Xia smiled. "Director, I am merely wishing you all your heart's desires." Su Lin scrutinized her with a venomous tone. "You had better not deceive me, or I shall make you regret it. Now leave. Kindness often invites treachery." Qiao Xia mused that Su Lin may be her superior, but Bai Qiqi had served as her team leader for nearly a year without ever gaining an advantage over her. Moreover, she had her idol, Mu Liang, who was her omnipotent existence. Mu Liang had once said, "In a city, you can walk sideways." He reassured her, "If the sky were to fall, I would be there. Do not panic." What was there for her to fear? Yet Su Lin was utterly unprepared for Qiao Xia's retort, momentarily taken aback, her gaze now laced with resentment. "Qiao Xia, how dare you speak back to me? I am your superior." "You are my superior, but not my deity." Qiao Xia stood resolutely in the office, her gaze calm, her signature smile gracing her face, neither servile nor haughty. "We are all merely human. Your status as a superior does not make you my idol, let alone my superior." Su Lin pointed at her. "A mere TV employee dares to speak back to me. You are utterly undisciplined. Get out." "Undisciplined?" Qiao Xia let out a cold laugh, her words dripping with sarcasm. "Director Su, when I call you director, it always reminds me of my former superior, Huang Yi. Perhaps I should continue addressing you as Director Su. You are not worthy of comparison with her, and I fear I might confuse the two of you. Speaking of discipline, I would also like to know which of my actions you deem undisciplined. Please point them out so I may correct them." Qiao Xia's demeanor only further provoked Su Lin, who seized a roll of paper from the desk and hurled it at Qiao Xia, shouting, "Get lost." Qiao Xia deftly avoided the menacing weapon, maintaining her composure with a serene smile, and elegantly performed a courteous bow, demonstrating her politeness and discipline. "Director, do not let your temper affect your beauty. It may lead to premature wrinkles," she remarked. As she exited the director's office, to her surprise, Su Lin followed closely behind. In truth, everyone had heard Su Lin's furious outburst and was anticipating Qiao Xia's disheveled exit, with all but Meng Qian watching the spectacle. However, Qiao Xia emerged looking radiant, trailed by a visibly agitated Su Lin. "Starting tomorrow, you need not come to work," Su Lin declared angrily. Qiao Xia turned to face her, unperturbed and fearless, exhibiting none of the trepidation Su Lin had envisioned, and even a hint of mockery. "You needn't plead with me. Even if you did, you are already dismissed." Meng Qian, concerned, rushed to Qiao Xia's side, only to be met with Su Lin's accusatory finger. "If you dare to intercede, you shall pack your things and leave as well." "Director, you wield quite the authority. You frightened the baby into submission," Meng Qian retorted unexpectedly. Unlike Qiao Xia's ever-present smile and incisive remarks, Meng Qian's jests were imbued with a playful spirit. The two young women navigated the barrage of criticism in the office with remarkable poise. Qiao Xia was the top performer, followed closely by Meng Qian, showcasing their respective merits. Their greatest strengths were their resilience, optimism, and youthful vigor. "What did you say?" Su Lin was taken aback by Meng Qian's audacity. Bai Qiqi and others observed the unfolding drama. Prior to Qiao Xia's arrival, Meng Qian had been the most formidable presence in the department, the most brazen individual. If one crossed her, she could infuriate them to no end. She and Qiao Xia were of different ilkto the onlookers. This dynamic duo represented the epitome of debate. They could neither be outmatched nor outshouted. Often, they disregarded others, perhaps due to thirst or simply a lack of inclination to argue. When truly provoked, Meng Qian alone could dominate the office with her eloquence. Combined with Qiao Xia, their banter could enliven even the most lethargic souls. Qiao Xia smiled. The director is 25 years old. It is said that once a woman reaches this age, her metabolic functions may decline, and her organs may begin to falter. Perhaps she is hard of hearing. You may need to raise your voice. Apart from Meng Qian and Qiao Xia, everyone in the office was over 25. They felt a strong urge to roll up their sleeves and give her a good thrashing. Meng Qian, as if struck by a revelation, raised her voice several decibels. Director, your authority is indeed substantial. You've frightened the baby into submission. The crowd. Su Lin's face flushed with anger, and Meng Qian nonchalantly continued. Director, you ascended to the position of TV director before turning 25. That was a victory in leveraging your family background, not a testament to your abilities. Otherwise, how could you have failed to review the employee guidelines of TV? As the director of the entertainment news department, do you truly believe you can dismiss us? Your ambitions are quite grand. Su Lin was indeed unaware that she lacked the power to terminate them. She resorted to flaunting her lineage. Next week, I am to be engaged to Mu Liang, the future president of TV. Is that not sufficient authority to dismiss you? I am the daughter of a prominent banker. Outside of TV, I wonder which media outlet would dare employ you. Meng Qian was momentarily taken aback. Not having anticipated this revelation, her earlier jibe having stemmed from a moment of indignation, what would happen if they were truly dismissed? Qiao Xia remained composed and wore a serene smile, embodying the essence of a future president's wife. The grandeur of her demeanor was striking, almost overwhelming. You may wish to dismiss us, she mused, but do try it. Let us see who truly departs. Me or you. You take TV for your personal domain. Meng Qian cast a glance at Qiao Xia, who reassured her with a look that said, rest assured, I can handle this. Having collaborated for an extended period, Meng Qian was well aware of Qiao Xia's temperament. She would not act foolishly without ample assurance. The title of future president's wife seems rather presumptuous. Meng Qian remarked coolly. I await TV's decision to terminate our employment. A subtle smile graced Qiao Xia's lips as she inquired of Meng Qian. What if we have no work tomorrow? I feel anxious. Do not fret. Come here, sister. I've got your back. The onlookers. The duet between the two was almost enough to infuriate Su Lin, whose face turned ashen. Cornered by their defiance that if she chose not to dismiss them, how could she maintain her standing at TV? Enraged, Su Lin stormed out of the office. Just you wait. Farewell to you. Then, Meng Qian waved, and once Su Lin departed, she patted her chest, pondering, what if we truly are dismissed? We could always start our own company, she mused. Meng Qian, you fool. By Chi and Hu Sijiao watched the saga unfold, utterly captivated by the audacity of Qiao Xia and Meng Qian, who dared to take on Su Lin, daughter of a bank president. You two truly wish to leave TV. Our company offers such splendid benefits. Why would we want to go elsewhere? Meng Qian countered. I certainly have no desire to, Qiao Xia replied. Every day at TV, my idol is here. It's a simple yet profound happiness. Bai Chi gleefully chimed in. I doubt you'll remain at TV for long. You've made her lose face in front of so many people. If she doesn't fire you, how will she establish her authority and lead us? You are courting disaster. Once you're gone, the office will be peaceful again. Meng Qian retorted with a cold laugh. If you leave, I suppose you'll relish the quiet. You? All you seem to do is compete for attention. Can't you focus on your work? Without us, you'll grow even lazier. Why squander your youth? The crowd. Qiao Xia and Meng Qian exchanged a knowing glance, observing how their colleagues were nearly beside themselves with frustration. They celebrated their audacity with a triumphant clap, further igniting the ire of those around them. Qiao Xia, too, felt a sense of release. She had been exceedingly weary lately, managing less than 5 hours of sleep each day. Overwhelmed with work. Mu Liang's discontent had been building for some time, and following her recent fall, it had reached a tipping point. She couldn't voice her grievances. After all, this was work. And she couldn't claim that Su Lin was intentionally targeting them. Their superiors entrusted them with tasks, which was a mark of respect. Truly, it was a burden that was hard to bear. Su Lin approached the human resources manager, seeking to dismiss Qiao Xia and Meng Qian. The HR manager, aware of her background as a member of the TV news department, recognized her connections. When this young lady first arrived, she stirred up quite a commotion, and the gossip surrounding her identity was palpable. Her intention to terminate 2 employees from the department was, in essence, not a matter of great significance. What were their names? Qiao Xia and Meng Qian. Su Lin scoffed, for those 2 were brimming with confidence, asserting that she could not dismiss them. But now, behold how simple it is. A mere word suffices. What could the HR manager of TV do? He too dared not offend her. Qiao Xia, the HR manager, adjusted his nearly slipping glasses. Observing Gu Xiaowu calmly passing by, he hesitated and said, Director Su, this is rather baseless. Dismissing employees requires justification. And what justification do we need to terminate them? Su Lin nearly exploded with frustration. They openly defied me. And their assigned tasks were not completed on time. The HR manager replied, Director Su, we still need to investigate this matter. No investigation is necessary. Terminate them immediately, Su Lin commanded. The HR manager let out a cold chuckle. Then you shall have to consult the general manager. Su Lin was taken aback. What kind of HR manager are you if you cannot handle such a trivial matter? The HR manager held no fondness for her. Miss Su, this is TV, not your Yuan Sheng Bank. Here, we adhere to protocol. Consult the general manager. With his word, I shall act promptly. Safe travels. I shan't accompany you. In this international corporation, the regulations were stringent, and those who had attained the position of HR manager were both capable and proud. Who could be commanded at will, especially on their own turf? In truth, dismissing 2 individuals was not a significant issue, and he had no desire to offend Su Lin. However, Lu Huan had instructed him to pay close attention to any matters concerning Qiao Xia. This individual was not to be dismissed. Therefore, anything related to her was beyond his authority and would be directly escalated to Lu Huan. He wished to avoid offending Su Lin, but even more so, he feared crossing Lu Huan. Offending Lu Huan would jeopardize his own livelihood. Why be so foolish? You have some nerve. Su Lin met a brick wall with the HR manager and promptly sought out Lu Huan. As soon as she left, the HR manager immediately called Lu Huan. Manager Lu, Su Lin just came by, demanding the dismissal of Qiao Xia and Meng Qian. What? Lu Huan seethed. Is she out of her mind? Stirring up trouble for no reason, to prevent a recurrence of the previous incident, and considering Mu Liang's temperament, he knew Mu Liang would undoubtedly keep a close watch on Qiao Xia. However, he feared that if something were to go awry with Qiao Xia, the repercussions would fall upon him. Therefore, he instructed the HR department to remain vigilant. Little did he expect someone to be so oblivious. Su Lin directly marched into the general manager's office to confront Lu Huan, for she dared not approach Mu Liang. Having been mocked by Mu Liang in the past, she lacked the courage to face him. Su Lin furrowed her brow, wondering what Gu Xiaowu was doing there. She held no pleasant feelings towards Gu Xiaowu and was disinclined to engage with her. Listen closely. Su Lin felt an ominous premonition creeping in. What kind words could Mu Liang possibly utter? Gu Xiaowu imitated Mu Liang's biting and haughty tone flawlessly, blurring the lines between imitation and reality. Qiao Xia had the deepest interactions with Mu Liang. I am utterly in awe. Su Lin's complexion turned ashen. It was one thing for Mu Liang to humiliate her in private, as only she was aware of it, though her heart brimmed with grievance. She chose to endure. Now, in front of so many colleagues in the office, he had publicly stripped her of her dignity. Furthermore, he proclaimed her as Mu Liang's fiancée, destined to become his bride. Was this not akin to delivering her a slap in the face before everyone? Indeed, as Gu Xiaowu's words echoed, the office buzzed with hushed whispers. They genuinely believed that Su Lin was to be the future lady of the president, which led them to consistently protect, admire, and even cater to her. Little did they know, she was nothing more than the daughter of a wealthy family from Yuan Sheng Bank. Miss Qiao, Miss Meng, should similar incidents arise in the future, feel free to head directly to the president's office. He would be delighted to offer you coffee, Gu Xiao playfully remarked, casting a sharp glare at Meng Qian, as if to mock her. Meng Qian was rather petty. What was the harm in tarnishing your goddess's image a little? Su Lin felt a burning pain in her cheeks. Truly, her face had been swollen from Mu Liang's blows, and this was merely within a single day. You all wait for me. Su Lin stormed out of the office in a fit of rage. Ji Yu Shao stood with an air of authority, embodying the president's power that brooked no challenge. He detested seeing office employees compete aggressively and sabotage one another. The ethos of their company was predicated on harmony. You all understand. Oh my goodness, fourth young master, I am in awe of you. For the sake of your little goddess, your emotional intelligence has reached new heights. This roundabout maneuver could suffice for a trip abroad. It was evident that he was subtly backing her, warning the office staff to coexist harmoniously and not to trouble his woman. Anyone who dared to trouble his woman would find no place in his company. However, this protection was rather discreet. If it were overt, it would likely have resulted in Qiao Xia being devoured whole. In the future, who would dare question the fourth young master's emotional intelligence or challenge him? The office staff, bewildered, nodded in agreement as they watched Gu Xiao depart with an air of restrained nobility. Meng Qian was overjoyed. She had never expected the president would genuinely come to their aid. Truly, they were fortunate to be part of the prince's circle. Qiao Xia felt a mix of sweetness and bitterness. She understood that Mu Liang went to great lengths for her. She had presumed that this minor office dispute would escalate to a point where she would have to trouble Mu Liang. Little did she anticipate that as soon as the conflict began, Mu Liang would send her adversary packing to the Pacific Ocean. Bai Chi remarked with a hint of envy, "Do you really believe the prince is standing up for you? He simply detests having his authority challenged. Look at how pleased you all are." Qiao Xia donned a professional smile, replying, "Indeed, we are quite pleased. Aren't we? Isn't the director boasting everywhere that she is the fiancée of the president, destined to be the future lady of the corporation? This is merely a facade. She lacks any sense of shame, and yet you all continue to fawn over her. May I ask, how do you feel?" Loyal subjects of the future princess, the crowd, with their back-and-forth banter, clearly incensed the entire office. Qiao Xia and Meng Qian had effectively offended everyone from top to bottom. Yet, she felt no regret. Su Lin first troubled her, and then questioned her character, speaking so harshly that she found it hard to endure. That Qiao Xiao appeared once more, bearing a few of Qiao Xia's favorite treats. The president remarked that Miss Qiao is an outstanding employee of the company and urged not to bicker with the ignorant, offering this delicacy to calm her nerves. Qiao Xia, the crowd. Meng Qian unexpectedly interjected, "The president is so biased. Why does he only give Qiao Xia a treat to soothe her nerves and not me?" Qiao Xia felt embarrassed, while Meng Qian continued, "Could you possibly be any more foolish?" The tension in the room was palpable. Qiao Xiao, with an air of noble elegance, retorted, "Perhaps it is your appearance that is somewhat off-putting?" Meng Qian leapt up, exclaiming, "Say that again, if you dare." Gu Xiao remained remarkably composed, repeating, "Perhaps it is your appearance that is somewhat off-putting." Meng Qian's fury instantly deflated, and through gritted teeth, she raised her thumb. "Assistant, you've got guts." "Of course, a man must possess courage," came the reply. Qiao Xia looked utterly mortified. "Assistant, are you truly here to tell inappropriate jokes?" Meng Qian could not help but retort, "Assistant, you resemble a little eunuch from an ancient drama delivering the prince's grace." "A eunuch, you say?" Gu Xiao raised an eyebrow, surveying Meng Qian. "Would you like to verify that personally? 7 times in one night, perhaps?" Qiao Xia was now entirely convinced that the assistant had indeed come to share lewd jokes. "Meng Qian, when did you become so familiar with the assistant? Your words are laced with such animosity." Meng Qian was left speechless by her retort. Qiao Xiao placed the delicacies before the composed, yet sharply critical Qiao Xia, and sauntered away, while Meng Qian gave him the finger in frustration, wishing she could slap him. Having delivered treats, shared inappropriate humor, and teased Meng Qian, the assistant departed, leaving the office in silence. The others speculated whether there was an unspoken relationship between the president and Qiao Xia. Pondering why he specifically brought her treats, Su Lin was fuming, nearly suffering a heart attack. The president had come to deliver snacks to calm Qiao Xia's nerves. Who was truly bullying whom? The favoritism was glaring. There were durian pastries. The two indulged in the treats, enjoying each other's company, while Meng Qian brewed 2 cups of red tea, setting the stage for a chat that infuriated the rest of the office. Qiao Xia remarked, "I relish the fact that they loathe me, wanting to bite me, yet are utterly helpless against my demeanor." Meng Qian nodded in agreement while munching. After satisfying her hunger, Qiao Xia picked up her phone to message Mu Liang. "Qiao Xia, I've finished the snacks. Mu Liang, the treats bestowed by the prince should be appreciated before consumption." "Qiao Xia, you don't strike me as the type who watches court dramas." "Mu Liang, that is common knowledge." "Qiao Xia, your common knowledge is flawed. Tell me who educated you, so I may give them a piece of my mind and re-educate you." Mu Liang, were the treats delectable? "Qiao Xia, delicious. Mu Liang, let us play a multiple choice game." "Qiao Xia, huh? Mu Liang, men or treats, which do you choose?" "Qiao Xia, treats. Mu Liang, the result indicates that after the age of 25, you will become a supersized individual." "Qiao Xia, what kind of multiple choice question is that?" "Mu Liang, foolish." "Qiao Xia, and if I choose men?" "Mu Liang, congratulations, you will become the envy of women worldwide. A truly happy woman." "Qiao Xia, Mu Liang, Do you want to choose again? Qiao Xia, I still choose to eat. The incessant itch that plagues Qiao Xia is exacerbated by Mu Liang's daily enticements, each more inventive than the last. Should she earnestly convey to Mu Liang that straddling two boats invites disdain, when it comes to handsome men, she possesses remarkable self-control. Yet, in the presence of her idol, she is utterly defenseless, longing to yield completely. Who dares to claim that Mu Liang lacks emotional intelligence? Step forward, and she shall have words with you. But does he even realize he is entwined with her? This is indeed a grave question. Su Lin had not glimpsed her presence until the end of the workday. Her absence in the afternoon had left many matters pending her decisive input, causing delays that Hu Xia, wary of inviting trouble, chose to ignore the situation, resulting in a noticeable shift in the office atmosphere. Previously, the sight of Qiao Xia and Meng Qian had elicited scornful remarks, but after that shared meal, the dynamics had subtly transformed. Chapter 123. You are my wife after work. Meng Qian invited Qiao Xia to dinner. Qiao Xia had been exceedingly busy lately, having not dined with Mu Liang in some time, although she yearned for a meal with her best friend. She ultimately declined and turned to invite Mu Liang instead. Qiao Xia, what shall we have for dinner? Mu Liang, fish. Qiao Xia, let us go for grilled fish. It's on me, and I know a fantastic place. Mu Liang, I want to finish work until 7:30. Qiao Xia, I'll wait for you. Mu Liang, come to the CEO's office. Qiao Xia, isn't that inappropriate? Mu Liang, you are my wife. Qiao Xia fell silent, for had it been in the past, she would have solemnly reminded Mu Liang that their marriage was merely a fade, not to be taken seriously. His earnestness was so profound that she nearly succumbed to the illusion that they were genuinely married. A true couple. Qiao Xia lingered until she was alone in the office before stealthily taking the elevator. The top floor, aside from the conference room, housed Gu Xiaowu and Mu Liang. Having worked here for so long, she had never ventured to the top floor. It seemed a realm beyond reach. From this vantage point, as the city lights began to twinkle, the view was breathtaking. Mu Liang, laboring alone at the summit each day, undoubtedly relished this solitude. Gu Xiaowu's image in Qiao Xia's mind had long since crumbled. No amount of charm could salvage your reputation. Assistant Gu. Shouldn't you announce your presence? Fourth young master would surely be in higher spirits upon seeing you than upon seeing me. Gu Xiaowu remarked with a grin. Qiao Xia said little more as she entered the CEO's office. The office was spacious and well-lit, with a vast expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing a city's iconic skyline. To the left stood a wooden bookshelf brimming with books, while a few potted plants adorned the far end of the windows. A circular sofa area for guests was positioned in front of the bookshelf, with an exquisite afternoon tea set displayed upon a white low cabinet. To the right lay Mu Liang's workspace, simple yet sophisticated. Mu Liang sat behind his desk, engrossed in a document, signing with focused intent. It is said that a man engrossed in his work exudes unparalleled charm. And indeed, this held true. This was not her first encounter with Mu Liang in work mode. Yet each time, she found herself captivated anew. Give me 10 minutes, Mu Liang said, his fingers dancing over the keyboard at a speed indicative of years of practice. Qiao Xia approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the picturesque nightscape of City A, utterly captivated by its charm. Particularly enchanting were the recent days of gentle snowfall, which had intensified into a heavier flurry by nightfall. As she surveyed the scene, a myriad of neon lights twinkled against the silver-clad backdrop, creating an indescribably beautiful vista. After a moment of admiration, she moved to the bookshelf, which was filled with an eclectic assortment of finance books and biographies. The collection seemed more ornamental than functional, reflecting the cultured essence of its owner. Mu Liang had finally concluded his work and looked up at Qiao Xia. She was engrossed in a book, her lips pursed in a dismissive manner, the light casting a soft, porcelain-like glow on her face, reminiscent of exquisite jade. As she lingered tantalizingly within his reach, in this tranquil moment, he wished for her to remain free of worries for a lifetime. Let's go eat, Mu Liang said, rising to his feet as they made their way outside. Noticing that Gu Xiaowu had mysteriously vanished, perhaps he had clocked out. Mu Liang, indifferent to his absence, led Qiao Xia down to the private elevator. What did you discuss with Su Lin today? He inquired. Some truths, she replied, knowing well that Mu Liang's candid remarks often stung. Today, I inadvertently offended Meng Qian. I suspect it was rather severe, as I've never seen her this upset before. Do not concern yourself with her, Mu Liang said, naturally taking her hand as they approached his car. Just focus on me. Qiao Xia paused. Coming to a halt, Mu Liang gently tugged her forward, easing the dazed Qiao Xia into the car. A master of flirtation, it seemed. Qiao Xia maintained a blank expression throughout their ride, responding to his questions in a mechanical fashion, her heart racing as she became acutely aware of her erratic heartbeat in the confined space. Meanwhile, Mu Liang remained aloof, his demeanor calm and composed. Qiao Xia felt a twinge of irritation. Why does my idol tease me daily while appearing so unfazed? His every word sent her mind into a whirl. Yet he continued to act detached, leaving her to wonder if he was aware of his flirtation, but if intentional. It was maddeningly infuriating. If not, then it was even more exasperating. After their meal, with time still on their side, she suggested, "Shall we catch a movie?" It was Friday, and the theaters were already fully booked, making it impossible to secure tickets for any appealing films. "Are there any good movies lately?" she asked, searching for options but finding none that piqued her interest. "I can book a private screening," Mu Liang declared. "With money, anything is possible." Qiao Xia was taken aback by his commanding presence. "Hello, domineering CEO." Mu Liang raised an eyebrow, replying earnestly, "I am not domineering at all, haha." Qiao Xia thought, wishing to retort, "How can you claim not to be domineering?" Upon arriving at the grilled fish restaurant, they were met with a queue, a result of Mu Liang's late departure from work. This bustling establishment baffled him. He could not comprehend why dining necessitated waiting. Inside the shopping mall, the air conditioning kept the temperature high, and Mu Liang casually draped his coat and scarf over his arm. Clad in a white shirt and black trousers, he exuded an unmatched handsomeness, his cold and aloof demeanor both captivating and charming. He had always believed Mu Liang to be a walking embodiment of alluring charisma. She is aware that Mu Liang does not love her, though he always flirts with her. Perhaps he lacks the emotional intelligence to realize it. He is both self-absorbed and aloof, harboring feelings for someone else. And those with unwavering determination are invariably devoted. Mu Liang embodies this, and she finds herself both envious and resentful of the girl who occupies his heart. Now, he bestows his affection upon her, filling her with joy, yet her possessiveness intensifies with each passing day. Whenever she sees the gaze of others lingering on Mu Liang, she is overwhelmed by an urge to drive them all away. She yearns to declare to them, "Look away, this man belongs to me." However, she lacks the confidence to do so, and therein lies her greatest sorrow. Qiao Xia takes a deep breath and approaches with a smile, saying, "There are only 3 tables ahead. We'll be seated soon." Mu Liang nods, seemingly accustomed to the attention directed at him, oblivious to the gazes of others, standing together. Qiao Xia and he form a strikingly handsome couple, attracting even more stares. Qiao Xia drags Mu Liang off to shop, determined not to let others gawk at him incessantly. The corners of Mu Liang's lips curl slightly, his expression revealing a blend of aloofness and restraint. Seemingly unfazed, yet his gaze shifts in response to Qiao Xia's emotions. She truly cannot conceal her feelings. "What are your plans for the weekend?" Qiao Xia inquires. Mu Liang reveals that he must leave the city, as a shipment belonging to Fenghua Group has been detained at a nearby port, requiring his personal attention. This shipment seems to have encountered issues at a transit station and is under the scrutiny of Interpol. "I need to go to S City," Mu Liang states. In truth, Gu Xiaowu could also handle this task, but he has prior commitments over the weekend. The personnel from Fenghua Group in a city have been gathering intelligence locally, as their presence is not deeply rooted there, necessitating considerable effort. This matter is solely within his purview. Qiao Xia pouts, having initially planned to go ice skating with Mu Liang over the weekend. Recently, a city has experienced several heavy snowfalls, and the low temperatures have created ideal conditions for ice skating. The words "let's go together" are caught in her throat, unuttered. It is far too dangerous, and it would be inappropriate for her to be involved in such perilous affairs. All right, he readily consents, for he has no objections to anything Qiao Xia suggests. The 3 tables of customers depart swiftly, allowing the 2 of them to be seated in no time. Mu Liang's strikingly handsome appearance captivates the waitress, who stares at him in a daze. Qiao Xia repeats her order for 4 pounds of grilled fish twice. Yet the waitress remains oblivious, entranced by Mu Liang, while Qiao Xia bites her lip, and Mu Liang watches her with amusement. He is indeed a magnet for attention, unable to vent her frustration at the unfamiliar waitress. Qiao Xia can only glare at Mu Liang. The allure of beauty naturally attracts admiration. Mu Liang's self-adoration has reached unparalleled heights, a certainty. "Indeed, I have a striking flower bud sitting across from me. Miss Qiao, I sense a hint of jealousy and envy in your words. Congratulations on speaking the unvarnished truth. The truth can be rather irksome." The waitress, having overheard their exchange, recognizes her lapse in professionalism and feels quite embarrassed. Fortunately, Qiao Xia does not hold it against her nor mocks her. Instead, She smiles graciously while placing her order. The waitress is immensely grateful. Why should women make things difficult for one another? As long as she is not troubled. She refrains from troubling others. Moreover, she too is captivated by Mu Liang. I believe you should take pride in that, he asserts. Why? Since it is your husband who attracts all the attention, you may boast about him like other women do. Mu Liang smiled faintly, enchanting and unparalleled, declaring, I belong solely to you, uniquely yours. Whether others envy or resent, Mu Liang remains solely for Qiao Xia. They cannot possess or touch him. With a sincere expression, he inquired, Do you find my reasoning sound? Chapter 124. The overbearing grandmother. After each flirtation, he wore such an air of nonchalance, merely indulging in self-admiration, which was utterly infuriating. Mu Liang, do you truly belong only to me? The crux of the matter was, I too cannot possess him. Damn it. Ugh, Qiao Xia, how desperate and discontented are you? Do you yearn to have him that much? Is it really so? Foolish. Qiao Xia stepped onto the scale. The perennial weight of 46 kilograms had transformed into 48 kilograms. Huh. This defies logic. With a heavy heart, she stepped off the scale and climbed back on, but it still read 48. That I consumed 4 kilograms of grilled fish today. Qiao Xia murmured to herself, this weight cannot exceed 50. If it does, she shall embark on a diet. Although it is said that women who surpass 50 are either flat-chested or short, she is neither short. And her chest, well, is not flat, so maintaining her current state suffices. The following morning, Meng Qian's WeChat message jolted Qiao Xia awake. The weather was chilly, and with the air conditioning warming her room, she was nestled in comfort. Yet Meng Qian's words invigorated her. Xia Xia, the president is engaged. Su Lin, that little vixen, has indeed become our future presidential lady. What? Wasn't Mu Liang in S-City? He left around 2 in the morning. How could he be engaged? Drowsily, Qiao Xia arose to check the news and, indeed, found a report from the TV news department that a massive headline proclaimed, TV President, Lu family's 4th young master Mu Liang engaged to the daughter of Yuan Sheng Bank. Engagement banquet scheduled for January 21, with marriage following in the new year. Below was a grand wedding photo. The wedding portrait of Mu Liang and Su Lin appeared in the news. They looked remarkably well matched. A pair seemingly made in heaven. The media had exhausted every flattering term, heralding the union of the Yuan Sheng Group's heiress and the young master of the Lu family, Mu Liang. Such illustrious backgrounds undoubtedly set them apart, drawing immense attention. The media almost elevated Mu Liang to the status of a flower in bloom. Qiao Xia initially believed that seeing such news would bring her distress, yet she found only a profound sense of mockery. When was this wedding photo taken? Surely, it must be a deception. This clearly is not Mu Liang. His physique far surpasses that of the man in the picture. I cannot fathom where they found such a man. It is a blatant affront to my idol. That wedding photo is not Mu Liang, Qiao Xia asserted. Meng Qian asked, how can you be so certain? His physique is unlike that. Look at how slightly taller the president is compared to Su Lin. Qiao Xia's gaze was piercing, her words sharp. Moreover, the young master's neck appears longer in the photo. Does he truly have such a frail build? His shoulders are broad, his waist narrow, and his legs long. What on earth is depicted in that photo? It is undoubtedly a composite. Meng Qian, Xia Xia, have you ever slept with the young master? Qiao Xia. Meng Qian felt utterly in awe. In truth, she could not discern whether it was indeed Mu Liang in the wedding photo. After all, who would scrutinize such details? Qiao Xia remarked that she, too, had not noticed and had forgotten what the prince's physique actually resembled. The way Qiao Xia spoke with such detail made it seem as if she had shared a bed with the prince. How terrifying! Meng Qian exclaimed. You seem to know a great deal about the prince's physique, Qiao Xia, but do not forget, you are a married woman. Your affection for your fictitious husband and your covetous thoughts about the prince's physique are quite scandalous. Out of course, I share the sentiment. Ha ha ha. Let the seductive women take the lead, and the idlers retreat. Qian, perhaps it is time for you to take your medicine. With a smile, Qiao Xia said, I shall hang up now. This chilly weather makes me reluctant to rise. Go ahead, you lazy pig. Today I am visiting my boyfriend's home. Good luck. Qiao Xia was indeed fatigued. Last night, when Mu Liang departed in the dead of night, he sent her a WeChat message just as she had fallen asleep. Groggy and disturbed, she found it difficult to return to slumber, and barely had she nestled under her warm blanket when the doorbell rang. Too lethargic to respond, she merely covered her head and attempted to sleep. The doorbell persisted, ringing insistently. Cursing under her breath, Qiao Xia finally rose, donned a heavy coat, and ventured out. The bedroom was comfortably warm due to the air conditioning. But the living room was frigid, particularly upon stepping outside. She first turned on the living room's air conditioning. Otherwise, the contrasting temperatures would surely lead to a cold. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Grandma Qiao Lan, and Elmingshi standing there. Instinctively, Qiao Xia considered shutting the door. If it were just Qiao Lan and Elmingshi, she would have certainly slammed it shut. Yet, there was Grandma Qiao, known for her stern demeanor. Grandma Qiao's murky eyes remained sharp, her robust physique exuding an air of authority that made one feel uncomfortable, reminiscent of an empress dowager. This formidable grandmother had always kept Qiao Xia at a distance. "Grandma, what brings you here?" Qiao Xia inquired, surprised by the early visit at only 9 in the morning. The mere presence of Grandma Qiao cast a long shadow over her. Each time she felt a modicum of happiness, her grandmother would invariably appear, as if a curse followed her. Elmingshi sneered, "Disgraceful. Your grandmother, at her age, still needs to trouble herself to find you. How can you, as her descendant, be so ungrateful?" As she spoke, she sauntered into the living room, with Qiao Lan swaggering in behind her. Qiao Xia offered a faint smile and closed the door. In the past, she had been vulnerable, retreating at every turn and compromising in every aspect. Now, however, she had matured, graduated, entered the workforce, and secured a stable income, in addition to a fund that would provide her sustenance for 30 years. What more could she desire? Above all, she had Mu Liang. It was Elmingshi's first visit to Qiao Xia's residence. And as she surveyed the living room, jealousy bubbled within her. This was a high-end community. The apartment had originally been prepared by the landlord for his daughter's wedding, adorned with luxurious decor. Although the rooms were not particularly spacious, the living room radiated opulence and warmth. Always lamenting about being broke while residing in such a fine place, and yet you still yearn for your ancestral home. Truly, your greed knows no bounds. Elmingshi mocked. It was also Qiao Lan's first visit, and she noticed Mu Liang's sweater and coat hanging nearby, forgotten remnants from his last visit, now left in her home. Qiao Lan's envy intensified. Did they truly share a tangible relationship? "If you are here to say such things, I shall not see you off," Qiao Xia remarked, as those few sat in the living room like hosts, while she stood there like a mere guest, much akin to her demeanor at the ancestral home. "How do you entertain guests? When Grandma arrives, are you not prepared even a single cup of tea? Do you realize how cold it is outside? Not even a sip of hot tea. Do you wish for me to catch a cold?" Grandma admonished sharply. Qiao Xia smiled faintly. "I observe that you appear quite healthy. Your voice robust and full of vigor. What is a bit of wind and snow to you? Surely, it cannot lead to a cold." With a hint of sarcasm, she nonetheless proceeded to brew a pot of tea. Mother always said that one must adhere to the proper etiquette. One cannot allow others to criticize her upbringing, for that would tarnish Mother's reputation. After preparing the tea, she also brought a plate of biscuits, asserting that if they deemed her impolite, she would rectify her manners. "Grandma, what brings you here so early? Is there something you need?" Grandma gazed at Qiao Xia with a cold smile. "Look at you. In such disarray, not even bothering to tidy yourself." From the very beginning, they had been exceedingly critical, visiting as guests yet behaving like masters, pointing out her shortcomings and etiquette as a host. Was their early visit merely to critique her appearance at 9 in the morning on the weekend? In such frigid weather, who would not appear disheveled while nestled under the covers? The audacity of that wretched girl. "Who are you speaking to?" "I am your grandmother. Show me some respect. Kneel." Grandma clung to archaic customs, often making her kneel before their ancestors in her youth, as a child. Qiao Xia had no means to resist. After her grandfather passed, she was left with no one to assist her, though she yearned to rebel. How could she manage school fees or find someone to provide for her? What could a young girl in her teens possibly do? Thus, she had knelt before her ancestors many times. "Grandma, elders are defined by age or status." Qiao Xia smiled brightly, like a radiant blossom blooming in the winter chill. "If you do not respect me, treating me as a mere servant to be commanded at will, why should I regard you as an elder? I am not inherently lowly, willing to be ordered about and kneel to serve tea. You, please, take your time. I must attend to my grooming." Ignoring her fury, Qiao Xia entered the bathroom to freshen up, leaving Grandma trembling with rage, never before having been so openly defied by Qiao Xia, except perhaps in her childhood. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for Qiao Xia, the granddaughter who occupied her eldest grandson's space. Always a thorn in her side, particularly during her early years, Qiao Xia did not live with Qiao Grandma and Grandpa during her childhood. Qiao Grandma favored Qiao's mother less, showing more affection for Qiao Guang and his wife, doting on their younger son, With Qiao Lan born first, they needed to care for the child, and thus the couple moved to Qiao Guang's home. Qiao's parents, busy with their careers, had little time to honor them. After Qiao Xia was born, they were stretched thin with business and child-rearing, seeking Qiao grandma's help for a while, only to be coldly refused under the pretext that Qiao Lan was too young to be separated from her. The relentless efforts of the Qiao family have finally borne fruit, gradually leading to a significant transformation in their fortunes. The Qiao group has successfully gone public after several years of striving, ultimately seizing a substantial share of the bathing market and establishing itself as a leader in the industry. However, the most vociferous opponent of this progress is Qiao Dong. In her youth, Qiao Dong possessed strikingly sharp features and blossomed into a stunningly graceful young lady. With a rebellious spirit and a fierce independence, she once pointedly questioned her grandmother, "Why must Uncle live with us? This is my home. My father purchased this house, and I refuse to share it with him." This incident caused a rift between Qiao grandma and Qiao mother, exacerbated by the tempestuous temperament of Qiao's maternal grandmother. As Qiao's daughter and son-in-law were preoccupied with their ambitious pursuits, she lamented their neglect in caring for the children, claiming that they had never even bought a single diaper during their upbringing. Now that her daughter and son-in-law had achieved prosperity, she felt entitled to a share of the family fortune. Insisting on bringing her younger son into the mix, the two elderly women soon found themselves embroiled in heated arguments. Qiao grandma, despite her advanced age and widowhood, felt her daughter's inheritance was unjust since the family estate and the Qiao group were sustained by her daughter's dowry. The quarrels escalated to such an extent that Qiao grandma's imperial demeanor exacerbated her mother's health, leading to her eventual decline. Convinced that her granddaughter despised her, Qiao grandma attributed this sentiment to the instigation of Qiao's maternal grandmother and Qiao mother, further deepening her animosity towards the latter. Ultimately, Qiao's maternal grandmother passed away, and the relationship between Qiao mother and Qiao grandma plummeted to a frigid state, where they hardly exchanged words. Every time Qiao grandma mentioned bringing her younger son's family into the fold, Qiao father remained silent, while Qiao mother firmly rejected the idea. Aware of his wife's temperament, Qiao grandfather conspired with Qiao father to grant Qiao Guang several properties, transferring the ancestral home to Qiao Guang's name, thus severing any financial ties with Qiao Guang. During their childhood, Qiao Xia and Qiao Dong were indulged by Qiao's maternal grandmother, Qiao grandfather, and their parents, rendering them uncontrollable, despite Qiao grandma's disdain for Qiao Xia. She could not exert her will over her. Conversely, Qiao Dong harbored a strong dislike for Qiao grandma, and the two sisters often joined forces to undermine her. The roots of their conflict ran deep. As Qiao Xia brushed her teeth in the bathroom, she reminisced about the past. She had once heeded her father's advice to avoid targeting their grandmother alongside her sister. However, since her grandmother's passing, she had disregarded this counsel. Aware of the resentment harbored by his daughters, Qiao father, bound by filial piety, found it difficult to cast his mother aside, often turning a blind eye to many matters. The same was true for Qiao grandfather. Qiao Xia pondered the notion that had it not been for Qiao grandma, her grandmother would not have been driven to such despair. Perhaps, had her grandmother still been alive, she would have had a pillar of support in the event of her parents' demise, allowing her to rely on her grandmother's companionship. Her grandmother would not have suffered so indignantly. She could not fathom why Qiao grandma harbored such animosity towards her mother and herself. For years, she had been oppressed, lacking the ability to resist. Yet since moving out, she rarely acquiesced to such treatment. "Grandma, look at Qiao Xia. She holds you in utter contempt." Qiao Lan fanned the flames from the sidelines, as Qiao grandma remained their last glimmer of hope. Even as the Qiao family found themselves in dire straits, they were unwilling to humble themselves to seek Qiao Xia's favor. In Qiao Lan's view, she had consistently overshadowed Qiao Xia over the years. Who among those in business with the Qiao group knew of Qiao Xia's existence? Who could foresee that Qiao Xia would rise to prominence with Mu Liang's assistance? This insufferable girl is just like her mother. I should never have allowed her to cross the threshold of the Qiao family. Qiao grandma seethed with indignation. Recalling Mother Qiao evokes a sense of discomfort. Her son heeds his wife in every matter, relegating her, the mother, to a mere afterthought. This very sentiment was overheard by Qiao Xia, whose expression turned icy, her smile devoid of warmth. "You think your current wealth and prosperity are solely of your own making? They stem from my mother's dowry, from the compassion my grandparents had for her, and from the sale of all our family land to support my parents' endeavors. It is through this sacrifice that the Qiao family has flourished, granting you decades of affluence. Without my mother, you would be lost in the market, selling vegetables. Qiao Xia was genuinely enraged, her heart ablaze with indignation. If my mother knew of such a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, she would have never welcomed you into our ancestral home. Oh, you truly believe yourself to be a matriarch? Everything you have is a gift from my mother. Everything. You should feel gratitude. Grandmother Qiao, incensed, found her lips turning purple with fury. You insolent girl, spare me your incessant references to your mother. It is she who married my son and thus enjoys her comforts. She had the foresight to choose a commendable husband. Yet alas, her womb proved unyielding, giving birth to you and your sister. Everything I possess is due to my son. Qiao Xia observed her with a calm demeanor, even as her inner fury reached its zenith. My mother's womb may be unyielding, but my aunt's is quite fertile, perhaps because you committed countless misdeeds in marrying my grandfather, leading the Qiao family to extinction. Such venomous words were both malicious and profoundly unfilial, nearly causing Grandmother Qiao to faint from rage. Lu Mingxi pointed an accusatory finger at Qiao Xia, berating her. Are you even human? How dare you speak to your grandmother in such a manner? Do you not fear divine retribution? Divine retribution? Let it strike if it will. I act with integrity and fear nothing. I am curious to see where that lightning will land, Qiao Xia replied, her countenance as cold as ice. Grandmother Qiao, trembling with fury, could scarcely articulate a response. Xiao Lan and Lu Mingxi continued to pat her back in an effort to soothe her. Grandmother, do not engage in verbal sparring with her. We have serious matters to discuss today, Xiao Lan asserted. Qiao Xia paid no heed to their scheming, unafraid of their cunning. Mu Liang's words resonated with her, as long as one possesses sufficient strength. Any intrigue is trivial. She retreated to the kitchen, poured a glass of milk, placed it in the microwave, and prepared slices of bread spread with strawberry jam, leisurely enjoying her breakfast. If there is nothing pressing, you are welcome to leave. Coming here just to berate me seems rather laborious, she announced, her tone nonchalant. In a fit of impatience, Xiao Lan exclaimed, Qiao Xia, grandmother has important matters to discuss with you. Yet Qiao Xia remained unfazed, refraining from prompting them for information. She was curious to see what further antics the Qiao family might conjure, aware of the dire state of affairs, as Mu Liang had briefly mentioned. She could surmise their intentions. She did not wish to be excessively ruthless, but felt a lesson was necessary, for without it, they would never discern right from wrong. In her view, the Qiaoguang family, including her grandmother, had distorted values. Resolve Mu Liang's issues immediately. Cease your relentless pursuit of our family. Do you hear me? Grandmother Qiao spoke in a deep voice, exuding an air of dominance. If you desire the ancestral home, it is simply out of the question. Your uncle can purchase you another house as compensation in any location of your choosing, provided it is not excessive. Moreover, there is another matter. Xiao Lan has displayed commendable talent in acting and wishes to enter. You must persuade Mu Liang to accept her and allow her to take on the leading role, transforming her into a major starred as her sister. This is your obligation. Grandmother Qiao commanded like a sovereign, utterly disregarding Qiao Xia's sentiments. She had always been this way, determined to have her way, indifferent to the thoughts and feelings of others. Qiao Xia felt as though she might kneel before her. Where did her grandmother derive such confidence, expecting her to acquiesce to these demands? Was her mind addled? Observing the smug expressions of Lu Mingxi and Xiao Lan, Qiao Xia felt a surge of indignation. What audacity do you possess? Strangely enough, Xiao Lan sought to interethro her and expected to finance her rise to stardom. Did she consider herself a celestial being? Why should Mu Liang elevate her? You are envious of me, thinking I am like you. After being in it for so long without any progress, I shall soon be a prominent star. One film, and I will be famous. You fear that I might draw closer to Mu Liang, and that he will take a liking to me. Xiao Lan was exceedingly confident in her appearance. Qiao Xia found herself laughing in disbelief. She had thought Mu Liang the most self-absorbed individual, only to discover another even more so. Forgive me, my idol. I was mistaken. You truly are not the one with the thickest skin, since you are so assured that Mu Liang will fall for you. Why not pursue him yourself? I shall not hinder you. Qiao Xia flashed a brilliant smile. You are so confident, so self-assured, believing you can capture Mu Liang's attention, yet you cannot even gain entry into E. Who grants you such audacity? Such confidence? There are oddities every year, but this year seems particularly rife with them. Xiao Lan, stung by Qiao Xia's mockery, felt displeasure swell within her, her face flushing crimson. Qiao Xia surmised that she would not feel shame or indignation. Qiao Xia, This is grandmother's command. Do you dare disobey? Qiao Lan resorted to invoking Grandmother Qiao. Grandmother Qiao nodded. This is precisely my intent. You shall comply. Truly the epitome of a domineering matriarch. She dismissed any dissent. Even forgetting her own identity, leaning on her age to assert authority, proceed. Do not delay. Qiao Xia regarded them with a cold gaze, utterly astonished by their values. Not of the same family, yet somehow deemed kin? How have I become one of them when my principles are sound and my sense of shame remains intact? What did you say? Do you dare disregard my words? Grandmother Qiao's fury erupted. This is my command. Chapter 126. Qiao Xia has disappeared. Grandmother, you are growing old. Why not spend your time in leisure rather than meddling in affairs that do not concern you? The Qiao family is in decline. And your uncle has no desire to support you. I provide you with a monthly allowance. You will not starve, and this is merely out of respect for my father. Beyond that, your words hold no weight. Why should I listen? The fact that I permit you to enter this door is already a courtesy extended in my father's name. Oh, you truly believe your aged face holds any value? Qiao Xia concluded, her voice cold and heavy. If there is nothing to attend to, cease your fantasies. Your mind must be muddled. That haven't you enough to care for? Lu Mingxi, concerned for the Qiao family, remarked, are you truly so heartless as to wish for Mu Liang to take revenge on the Qiao family? What benefit does this bring you? This is certainly not a matter I instigated for Mu Liang's revenge. Qiao Xia sighed softly and stated, to speak candidly, we are in a contractual marriage, and your assumptions are not unfounded. Otherwise, why would we not reside together? There exists an agreement between Mu Liang and myself, and in truth, we are not particularly acquainted. You may implore me, yet I cannot persuade him. It would be more prudent for you to devise your own means to appeal to him. Perhaps, there lies a glimmer of hope for her that you're talking nonsense. If Mu Liang were not acting for your sake, why would he relentlessly confront the Qiao and leave families while you stand idly by? Lu Mingxi seemed at a loss for words, continuously reproaching her. Qiao Xia felt a surge of malice and replied coolly, I neglected to inform you that our agreement hinges upon my sincerity. I conveyed to him that upon marriage, the shares of the Qiao family would be mine, as would our ancestral home. Our pact stipulates that he retains the company while I obtain the ancestral residence. Once wed, these possessions would belong to me, and therefore to my husband. Yet, you insist on usurping his belongings, inciting his ire, which I cannot prevent. Qiao Xia, you have no shame. Qiao Lan suddenly rose. You've misled Mu Liang. This is not your company. Without my parents, the company would have collapsed long ago. Qiao Xia responded, thus, I never intended to claim the company. I can relinquish it to you. All I desire is my home, the place where I was raised. Yet you push too hard. Grandma Qiao pointed at her and scolded vehemently. You are utterly ungrateful. Your uncle has toiled for years to build this company and has raised you all this time. Yet you repay kindness with malice. What are your intentions? You must clarify with Mu Liang that all of this belongs to your uncle. It is too late. Qiao Xia replied with a sweet smile. Mu Liang has already perceived the Qiao family as his own possession. You have only yourselves to blame. Lu Mingxi, anxiously turning to Grandma Qiao, said, Mother, look at Qiao Xia. She has grown defiant, disregarding your words. Qiao Xia, I command you to comply. Your uncle must not lose the company, and the ancestral home will not be granted to you. That we will purchase you a new house as compensation. That is your best option. Grandma Qiao asserted imperiously. Qiao Xia laughed. Grandmother, this is not a feudal society, and you are not a sovereign ruler. Your demeanor is exceedingly irksome. You should consider whether you possess the authority to act as such. She gestured toward the door. I kindly ask you to leave my home. The family arrived with great bravado and departed in disgrace. Lu Mingxi coldly declared, I will not let this go. I will sue you for inheritance theft. Your grandmother is still alive, and I shall see how you justify this. Qiao Xia was taken aback. They intended to accuse her of infringing on their inheritance. What audacity! Suit yourself. I shall see this through. After the family left, Qiao Xia felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility envelop her. She genuinely worried for their worldview and wondered how it had come to be. Thankfully, after all these years, she remained unchanged. Unafflicted by their influence, the news of Mu Liang's engagement to Su Lin spread like wildfire across the city, and even Director Lu confirmed the engagement during a hotel ribbon-cutting ceremony. Qiao Xia turned over in bed, continuing to scroll through the news. Since Director Lu has acknowledged it, would Mu Liang dare to deny it? In comparison to City A, City S is considerably colder. This year has been marked by an overarching chill. A layer of white snow blankets the dock, creating an expanse of white as far as the eye can see. A jeep rolls into the harbor, its tires leaving a stark, chilling trace upon the ground. Mu Liang steps out of the vehicle, followed closely by another car that also halts at the port. His tall stature, accentuated by a black overcoat, exudes an aura of cold authority, with several men in dark attire trailing behind him. From the direction of the port, someone approaches in haste. Fourth young master. Everything has been arranged. The newcomer whispers that Mu Liang nods, awaiting the arrival of the ship. As the vessel docks, police sirens wail, and a dozen patrol cars converge upon the harbor. Mu Liang and his companions remain unobtrusive, witnessing the officers encircle the dock, even encroaching upon Mu Liang himself. Squinting, Mu Liang stands with his hands clasped behind his back. We have received a report of smuggling at the dock. Raise your hands, a police officer shouts, aiming his weapon at Mu Liang. Coldly, Mu Liang gazes at the dark muzzle of the gun and retorts, enunciating each word as if uttered by the king of hell himself. Lower the weapon. Perhaps the imposing presence of Mu Liang instilled doubt in the officer's mind. If he were truly a smuggler, he would have fled at the sight of them. Instead, he stood there, unyielding and composed. The team leader soon arrived. Besides Mu Liang, others who had come to the dock to receive cargo were apprehended, yet Mu Liang remained untouched. He made a phone call and handed the device to the leader. The officer, puzzled, held the phone. Director, yes, understood, he replied, returning the phone to Mu Liang. Fourth young master, I apologized. We were blind to your status. Today, we were ordered to raid the dock due to reports of smuggling. Please forgive any offense caused. The police surrounded the dock as workers unloaded cargo. Inspecting each item meticulously, Mu Liang interjected, I am pressed for time. Allow my men to collect the cargo first. The officer faltered under Mu Liang's piercing gaze, which was as sharp as an arrow. Is there a problem? No problem. Please proceed. Fourth young master, he stammered. The individuals behind Mu Liang presented the order to the leader, coldly stating, this is what our fourth young master requires. Be cautious. The leader relayed the order to his subordinates, and several officers transported 5 large crates. Suddenly, one officer slipped, crashing to the ground, causing the crate to topple. Blood-red liquid swiftly oozed from the wooden box. Freezing almost instantaneously, the crowd surged forward, and a smirk of derision curled at the corners of Mu Liang's lips. The leader hastily apologized. Fourth young master, I am deeply sorry. The weather is frigid, and the ground is slippery. You see, this bottle of red wine is worth tens of thousands. Who will compensate for it? Mu Liang asserted, his demeanor assertive and confrontational as he glared at the leader, exuding an overwhelming presence. Do you intend to pry open the crate for inspection? No, it was entirely our oversight. This was an unfortunate accident, the leader replied, his apology dripping with sincerity. Mu Liang's voice turned grave. Load the crates onto the vehicle. Yes. His men promptly transferred the crates onto a nearby van. Mu Liang cast a frosty glance at the leader, remarking, a trivial skill. The leader felt a burning shame wash over his face. Indeed, it was a deliberate act. Allowing Mu Liang to brazenly take several boxes under the guise of a search, they were dispatched to conduct the investigation, yet they could not afford to let it slip through their fingers. While they harbored doubts about the Mu family, particularly the fourth young master of the Liu family, engaging in smuggling, it was wise to remain cautious. Who could ascertain whether he had taken wine or something more valuable? The manner in which he stumbled upon it was quite astonishing. Mu Liang departed with his entourage, while the captain ordered his men to search the area thoroughly. The Interpol agents remained in their vehicle. One of them inquired in a low voice, is Mu Liang truly in the clear? It was difficult to determine. He exhibited an unsettling calmness and steadiness that concealed any signs of guilt. They could only wait and see if there would be any revelations today, especially since his cargo coincidentally matched that of the Fenghua group aboard the same vessel. Such a coincidence was rather uncanny. We cannot act against him domestically. Should we assign someone to monitor Mu Liang? That requires approval from above. Mu Liang's domestic connections to the government complicated matters, and without substantial evidence, it was unwise to act unless someone could intercept him. Open the boxes and reveal their contents to be diamonds. Who would dare? No one spoke. Indeed, no one had the courage to confront Mu Liang directly. The very thought of deliberately breaking open the boxes to verify whether they contained wine had already left the captain in a cold sweat. As Mu Liang's chilling presence was truly formidable. It had only been a day since the godlike figure had departed, yet it felt like an eternity. The doorbell rang and Qiao Xia, assuming it was Mu Liang, smiled as she opened the door. To her surprise, the figure standing outside was not Mu Liang, but Lu Yitian. Lu Sanshao, how did you get up here? Qiao Xia instinctively attempted to close the door, only for Lu Yitian to block it with ease. The natural disparity in strength between a woman and a man was unmistakable. Qiao Xia found herself unable to shut the door, a twinge of panic rising within her. What do you want? I'll call the police. Lu Yitian asked in a grave tone. What is your relationship with Mu Liang? Having suffered serious injuries due to Lu Yitian's repeated provocations, he could no longer endure it. He demanded that Mu Liang kneel and plead for mercy, or else he would not spare this woman. I have no relationship with Mu Liang. It's late. Please leave, Qiao Xia replied firmly, her gaze sharp. Knowing she could not prevent Lu Yitian from entering, she relented and no longer resisted the door. Lu Yitian, with a smirk, produced a vial of perfume. Oh, you know what this is? Chapter 127. Qiao Xia has disappeared. Qiao Xia looked at the vial, which appeared to be a bottle of perfume, utterly perplexed by his intentions, and did not respond. Lu Yitian opened the cap and suddenly sprayed it towards her. Qiao Xia was enveloped by a fragrant scent. Her breathing quickened as a wave of dizziness washed over her. She staggered back a few steps, her eyes widening in shock. You. Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed softly. Lu Yitian's face broke into a greedy smile as he lifted her effortlessly. Mu Liang's woman, is it? I shall see if he dares to act so arrogantly. At the base of the apartment building, Lu Yitian tossed Qiao Xia into the trunk of his car and drove off. Not far away, a sedan observed their departure, where a man and a woman sat with a small computer in hand, none other than Fanganing and Liao Minjing. The two were lifelong friends, having grown up together and trained together. Forming a duo of elite operatives on the surface, Fanganing was a pianist, while Liao Minjing served as a psychological consultant. Liao Minjing possessed a delicate beauty, distinctly different from Fanganing's alluring charm. She emanated an aura that instilled a sense of calm in those around her. Manning, what are you doing? Minjing inquired, puzzled. Do you recognize the perpetrators of the recent kidnapping? Minjing, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I have my own plans, Fanganing replied, revealing the truth to Lu Yitian solely to orchestrate an opportunity for betrayal. Lu Yitian coveted Qiao Xia's beauty, and should Qiao Xia fall into his grasp, even if Mu Liang were to find out, could the situation be rectified? Frowning, Liao Minjing remarked, Manning, you have never interfered in others' affairs. Wait, what are you doing to the CCTV? Are you assisting him in concealing evidence of his crime? Anning, what on earth are you doing? Has that woman offended you? Fanganing obliterated all evidence of Lu Yitian's involvement, hacking into the traffic bureau to disable the nearby surveillance cameras, directly erasing any footage of Lu Yitian. Minjing gazed at her, utterly perplexed. Trained since childhood, they were a pair of inseparable sisters, having witnessed life and death, thus growing indifferent to the world. Even upon realizing a kidnapping was in progress, Liao Minjing refrained from intervening, simply due to her reluctance to meddle. This city had its own order and regulations. Why should she disrupt it? Moreover, as an illegal immigrant, she could not afford to attract attention. Minjing, you have never involved yourself in my affairs. You merely help me cover up. Even if you learn the truth, you would never divulge it. Our partnership, like that of the Finghua Group, is inseparable, and I know your fondness for me runs deep, Fanganing said, a light laugh escaping her lips, emboldened by her confidence. Who is she? Are you plotting treachery? Liao Minjing had come to understand Fanganing well. It was evident she was employing someone else's hand to do her bidding. The woman Mu Liang was feigning marriage with was none other than her. A flicker of venom crossed Fanganing's face as she recalled Mu Liang's words. He would never love another in this lifetime, nor betray Gu Sisi. While Sisi was alive, Minjing felt overshadowed. Mu Liang did not harbor feelings for her, and she accepted that. Yet, with Sisi now deceased, Mu Liang chose to marry another, lavishing her with affection. What did that signify? He could neither forget Sisi nor betray her. Manning, you have lost your mind, Liao Minjing exclaimed as she drove, intent on pursuing Lu Yitian, only to have Fanganing remove the key from the ignition. Minjing stared at her, incredulous. You have been Mu Liang's obsession for over a decade. To whom have you entrusted her? Manning, this is no trivial matter. You cannot act recklessly. Hand me the key. Absolutely not, Fanganing retorted, exiting the vehicle. Liao Minjing followed her, moving to her side. Manning, you are being obstinate. What do you mean by doing this for Gu Sisi? You are clearly. Yes, I am jealous. Your suspicions are correct. I am indeed envious. Why is it that after Sisi's death, he still refuses to spare me a glance? What is so special about Qiao Xia? We have navigated life's trials together since childhood, supporting one another like family. Why can he not even acknowledge me? With Cici gone, there is no one left to compete with me. I will not allow Qiao Xia to take Mu Liang from me. Fangganing was a profoundly self-centered individual, a fact Liao Minjing had always known. Love cannot be seized through contention. Should Mu Liang discover this, he would not forgive you. You must give me the key while there is still time to avert disaster. Liao Minjing spoke earnestly. Manning, Mu Liang's feelings towards you are related to your character. It is not as simple as eliminating Qiao Xia for him to love you. Do you mean to imply that I am inferior? And thus he does not love me. In what way am I lacking? How do I fall short compared to Gu Cici? What distinguishes me from Qiao Xia? What does she possess? A princess living in a peaceful world. Can she truly understand Mu Liang? What can she offer him? She would only be a burden to him. Fang Manning furrowed her brow, her heart ablaze with frustration. Xiaoying, you are my closest confidant. Won't you assist me? Manning, I am trying to help you. If Mu Liang discovers this, you will be expelled from the Fenghua group. Liao Minjing replied. You are not inferior to anyone, and many admire you. It is your fixation on Mu Liang that clouds your judgment. You are simply not his type. It does not reflect poorly on you. His feelings for Gu Cici, that is an exception. Manning, you must not commit a grave error. Hand me the key and obey. I refuse. Fang Manning resolutely stated, unwilling to relinquish the key to Liao Minjing. Give me the key. I cannot stand by while you make a disastrous mistake. Liao Minjing insisted. If Mu Liang finds out, it will be the end for you. I have spent a decade in the Fenghua group, without accolades yet enduring hardships, all for this single matter. I cannot believe Mu Liang would take action against me. Besides, Qiao Xia will not perish, so what are you afraid of, Manning? I will say this one last time. Give me the key. Do not force my hand. Liao Minjing placed a hand on her waist. Poised to draw her weapon, I do not believe you would turn your gun on me. Fang Manning retorted defiantly, and no matter how ruthless I may be, no matter how many I may harm, I would never raise a hand against you. Liao Minjing. Manning, just pretend you have seen nothing, will you? If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act in a way that invites scrutiny. There is nothing that can remain hidden from Mu Liang. Have you forgotten what he is capable of? He is your superior. You are courting disaster. Suddenly, a car approached, and Fang Manning's expression changed. What are you two doing? Mu Liang emerged from the vehicle, his gaze heavy upon her. Under the streetlights, Mu Liang stood tall and regal, exuding an air of aloofness and authority. His innate leadership qualities commanded respect and instilled awe. Liao Minjing remained expressionless, choosing silence as her response. Fang Manning spoke. I had intended to leave, but dreaming suddenly arrived. We haven't seen each other in a year, so I decided to stay in City A to meet her before departing. Mu Liang seemed to accept this explanation. Liao Minjing then inquired, Fourth Master, I have received intelligence that the Songlong and the old witch's subordinates' children are rebelling. The Smith family is unable to resist and has requested assistance. The boss is indecisive about this matter and sent me to seek your opinion. Come with me, Mu Liang commanded in a low voice. Understood. Liao Minjing glanced at Fang Manning before following Mu Liang upstairs, with Fang Manning trailing behind. Upon entering, Fang Manning went to the kitchen to brew a pot of tea, casually asking, Have you safely retrieved this batch of diamonds? The Interpol has been keeping a close watch. We nearly had to divert to maritime shipping. I have entrusted Gu Xiaowu to handle it, came the reply. The Fenghua Group is indeed a remarkably enigmatic entity. IT is the largest conglomerate in the world, wielding control over a quarter of the global economic lifeline. The ostensible leaders, Chu Lin and Liu Bai, represent the visible face of the organization, while the individuals operating in the shadows remain elusive. With the FBI yet to uncover detailed clues about them, they collaborate with the United States Department of Defense, effectively contracting a significant portion of the nation's technological services annually, and they own a legitimate arms company responsible for the majority of weapon exports from both the UK and the US. Engaging in transactions worth hundreds of billions each year, this entity is a formidable force in the arms market, influencing prices and providing services, alongside numerous military factories worldwide, firmly establishing itself as a leader in the arms industry. Their financial records are pristine, without any tax evasion, positioning them as a paragon of elite conglomerates. In addition to the arms company, the conglomerate has a particularly noteworthy technology firm that provides services to the global internet infrastructure. With a staggering 70 of the operating systems for computers and mobile devices developed and controlled by this group, this represents the most pivotal sector of their publicly acknowledged operations. Beyond this, They have multinational financial enterprises, media industries, and aerospace ventures that encompass some of the most lucrative sectors in the world. A meticulous examination reveals that they not only command technological supremacy but also control global transportation networks. The rise of this conglomerate has spanned 16 years, beginning as a modest military factory and gradually evolving into a presence that invokes trepidation among major Western nations. Since last year, a core member of the conglomerate has defected, leading to the exposure of internal secrets. The FBI has since gained access to a multitude of covert transactions within the group, utilizing technology to surveil various sectors worldwide, including money laundering and arms smuggling, industries notorious for their profitability. Even more alarming is their infiltration into high-level networks across multiple nations, a revelation stemming from the betrayal of the core member. Consequently, many of the conglomerate's dealings have come under scrutiny. The FBI has established a clandestine organization dedicated to investigating and tracking the movement of weapons and technological surveillance associated with the conglomerate. The latest shipment consists of a batch of diamonds transported from South Africa. Chapter 128. My idol, Xiao Baiyi. The rapid development of the conglomerate necessitated a substantial workforce, and as they gained control over technology and power, various issues began to surface. The FBI is aware that the conglomerate is far more complex than it appears on the surface, yet they remain oblivious to the true nature of the company. They know that the president of the conglomerate is Chu Lin, but they are entirely in the dark regarding the number of individuals operating behind the scenes or who holds the real power. Over the past year, the conglomerate has deliberately slowed its growth, seeking to eliminate the instability and personnel issues that arose during its expansion. But if not, the FBI's covert monitoring and investigations would gradually come to light, potentially categorizing them as a terrorist organization, leading to incalculable losses to at present. They cannot afford to abandon certain assets, nor can they contend with a formidable nation. However, the ambitions of a few individuals have placed them at risk of transforming into a terrorist organization, which would be the most advantageous outcome. Thus, after discussions between Mu Liang and Liu Bai, a target was established to divert the attention of the American empire by fostering a terrorist organization that operates both overtly and covertly in opposition to counterterrorism efforts. At the outset, this plan was deemed improbable by everyone except Mu Liang. Establishing a formidable organization like the Fenghua Group is already a monumental task. Nurturing an entity even more audacious and domineering than the Fenghua Group is simply unfeasible. However, Mu Liang firmly believes that it is merely a matter of time. Regarding the Smith family, Mu Liang sat on the sofa, opening his computer to contact Liu Bai. It was impossible for Fang Manning and Liao Minjing to reach Liu Bai and Lin Jingsheng directly. Liao Minjing remarked that the Smith family had been entrenched on the Spy Island for decades, annually dispatching countless agents to South America and the Middle East. Currently, it stands as the largest and most formidable agent organization in the underworld, as well as the most proficient training ground for agents. Song Liang and Baihu have also spent 10 years on the Spy Island, and recently tensions have arisen, with Baihu's subordinates rebelling against the island's regulations. Uniting with a younger cohort of agents to seize power, the Smith family has requested support from the Fenghua Group for 4 days now, but the current situation remains unclear and no news has emerged from the island. Mu Liang's gaze was cold and penetrating, exuding an unspoken authority. The 4 members of the Fenghua Group each possessed distinct styles. Chu Lin was staunch and domineering. Lin Jingsheng exuded charisma and adaptability. Liu Bai was composed and collected, while Mu Liang strategized astutely. Many decisions within the Fenghua Group originated from Mu Liang's insights. Song Wolf is not to be trusted, Mu Liang said in a low voice. Narrowing his eyes, I have dealt with him before. He is deeply cunning and narrow-minded, not a successful leader. Handing over the Spy Island to him would be less effective than entrusting it to the Smith family, who have led the island for decades. No, this time, the primary force against the Spy Island is not Song Wolf. He is merely a subordinate. The true leaders orchestrating this rebellion are several agents under Baihu. Liao Minjing handed him a stack of documents. 4th young master, here is the list. Mu Liang accepted it, his expression stern and resolute. Chu Li, Baiyi, Jason, Blackjack, Reed, are all merely 14 or 15-year-old youths. Indeed, Fang Manning interjected, they are just a bunch of children. What impact can they have? We should continue to support the Smith family, as our collaboration over the past few years has been quite fruitful. And the agents emerging from the Spy Island are exceptionally capable. Manning, Liao Minjing warned. Fang Manning, begrudgingly, fell silent, while Mu Liang fell into deep contemplation. The island has ceased to transmit any information. If the Smiths still possess means, they would surely be able to relay some news, which only indicates that the spy island has been seized. Having just undergone turmoil, the island is in a precarious state of power transition. If the Fenghua group were to dispatch troops to seize the spy island, it would not be an insurmountable challenge. Liu Bai's call came through to Liang. Chu Lin's intention is for our Fenghua group to deploy troops to the spy island and claim this resource. The spy island operates independently, outputting hundreds of agents annually, representing an intangible asset. If we can appropriate it, no one would dare to challenge the Fenghua group. That Liu Bai smiled faintly, his demeanor calm. This is not a difficult task for us. Abai, the Fenghua group is already sufficiently powerful. What we need is an organization to divert attention, not to expand. In fact, I have a framework in mind. If these children can stabilize the spy island in the future, cooperation would be far more advantageous for us than seizing it. Due to our identities, there are many actions we cannot undertake, Liu Bai remarked. What a coincidence. Just before this phone call, the young agent from Agent Island sought out the spokesperson of the Fenghua group. We merely offer you a suggestion. How you proceed is entirely up to you. After all, the plan is yours to devise. I will connect you now. The brevity of his words carried an undeniable firmness. Fang Yining's complexion paled, and Liao Minjing furrowed her brows. Yet she refrained from speaking further as Mu Liang entered the study. Liao Minjing cautioned, Manning, never forget one crucial fact. He is your superior, and the deference he shows you is merely a nod to past affections. I cannot comprehend why you would prefer to be their subordinate rather than their friend. That I regard them as friends. Yet I shall not forget that I remain their subordinate. I in the study. Mu Liang activated the large screen, connecting several computers to it, which he typically used for video conferences. As the video call commenced, the image of a young boy appeared, clad in an army green vest with a buzz cut. His features were gentle yet sharp, exuding an air of youthful exuberance coupled with the spirit of a lone wolf. Hello, my name is Bai Yi. The soft-spoken youth introduced himself. Bai Yi gazed at the man on the screen, recognizing a certain familiarity. It was as if, a decade hence, they might evolve into figures of such calm composure, strategic prowess, and unyielding authority. Yet, for now, they remained mere children. Mu Liang remarked indifferently, observing the youth on the screen. This is the young agent cultivated by Agent Island, a key player in the current uprising. The memories of his own adolescence, alongside Lin Jingsheng and others at the age of 15, flooded back to him. I am aware that the Smith family has sought aid from the Fenghua group. Now, the Smith family has been left without a soul, and all the instructors on the island, including the agents, are at my command. Bai Yi chuckled lightly. Should the Fenghua group deploy forces to Agent Island, it would merely result in mutual devastation. As the current leader of Agent Island, I can propose an alternative strategy. Mu Liang, being a decade older than Bai Yi, understood the young man's mindset well. He had once engaged in high-stakes negotiations with those he respected. If you truly possess confidence, you would not be seeking out the Fenghua group. With his leg crossed, he lit a cigarette, holding it between his lips, silently commending the young boy. Few could approach him for negotiations with such an admirable poise. Convince me. Mu Liang laid his cards on the table, a proud smile gracing his lips as he inhaled the smoke. When Bai Yi approached for negotiation, his perception of the Fenghua group was merely abstract. He was aware that this was the entity the Smiths had turned to for assistance. The Smith family had a close partnership with the Fenghua group, with half of the agents they dispatched each year serving the latter. However, the connection between the Fenghua group and the Smith family was rather tenuous, shrouded in mystery. The letter of appeal from the Smiths had been intercepted, prompting him to take the initiative to contact the Fenghua group. Prior to meeting Mu Liang, he had felt unblemished and quite self-assured. He believed that the men of the Fenghua group had merely capitalized on favorable circumstances to carve out their territory, convinced that he and a few others, a decade hence, would not fall short of their achievements. Mu Liang had thus provided him with a clearer understanding of the Fenghua group. He is a remarkably formidable and resolute man, exuding both authority and intelligence, and is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional individuals he has ever encountered. Young people invariably idolize the strong. In just a few brief words, Mu Liang could not discern much, yet he was acutely aware that this was a man not to be trifled with. The Fenghua group appeared to be more than merely a wealthy consortium. The nature of its leader reflected the essence of the kingdom he governed. As Bai Yi passed judgment on Mu Liang. Mu Liang was likewise assessing by Yin a mere span of 4 days. They quelled the chaos and even managed to recruit operatives from outside the island, a number that was remarkably vast. With countless agents covertly operating beyond the island's confines, this was tantamount to an army. Indeed, a violent one. Their capabilities were extraordinary, far beyond the ordinary realm. Bai Yi smiled, a blend of warmth and assertiveness. Despite his youthful appearance, his naivety did not diminish his tenacity. Mr. Mu, I come with earnest intentions to negotiate. I am fully aware of the power on the island. Should the Finghua group launch an assault on the Asian island, victory would undoubtedly be yours, and you would seize these resources. However, as long as we draw breath on Asian island, we will resist to the very end, with thousands of agents scattered across the globe. We present a formidable adversary to the Finghua group. Currently, we lack a foundation and, indeed, have no standing to negotiate with you, Mr. Mu. Thus, my sole purpose in meeting you today is to request 3 years. I will demonstrate our strength within that time frame. Bai Ye's demeanor was calm and assured. As long as there is breath in our bodies, we will pursue the Finghua group to the ends of the earth, inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 losses ourselves. I trust Mu would not engage in such a transaction. Mu Liang chuckled. This child was indeed impressive and astute, possessing a kind of persuasive charm despite his tender age. Alas, he was Mu Liang, and such qualities alone were insufficient. I am fully aware that you are powerful adversaries. I have chosen not to stifle you in your infancy, allowing you to grow. Who can say whether you might turn against me once you mature? What benefit would that yield for me? Mu Liang regarded him with a steady gaze that he had never intended to dispatch troops to Asian Island. However, a significant faction within the Finghua group leaned towards military action. His trump card remained unknown to Bai Yi. Give me 3 years, and I shall prove to Mu that we are your eternal allies, not enemies. The innate persuasive power of a 14 or 15-year-old boy shone through. As if you were born for negotiation. I do not require the Finghua group's funding or connections. Just give me 3 years. If, after 3 years, Mr. Mu finds me a worthy collaborator, all transactions between us will be at your discretion. We will always stand as your allies, and should the Finghua group face any troubles in the future, the entirety of Agent Island will lend its support. Mu Liang smiled, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. Young one, are you presuming upon the trust of the Finghua group? Indeed, Bai Ye's gaze was resolute, his lone wolf demeanor unmistakable in the young boy before him, but I am confident that I can deliver a splendid answer to you. To possess an ally such as myself is indeed your fortune. To have an adversary like me, without a doubt, constitutes your nightmare. Mu Liang raised an eyebrow, remarking on your arrogance. So, what does Mu imply? Bai Yi inquired cautiously. Despite his lengthy discourse, Mu Liang remained unmoved, genuinely perplexed by the meaning behind his words. He possessed the confidence to see through others, yet Mu Liang stood before him, an enigma. Mu Liang tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop, stating, "You have articulated your point so thoroughly. Should I refuse, it would appear as though I am bullying a child." Bai Yi was elated, understanding that he had been on edge. Among their group, he was the only one suited for negotiation. The tempers of Chu Li and the others were far too volatile, and any discord could yield catastrophic consequences. The current state of the Spy Island was not as stable as Bai Yi had suggested. Their foundation was shaky. Should the Finghua group seize the opportunity, he would lack the capacity to quell the ensuing chaos, as the Finghua group held too many advantages. Yet he could only strive to earn Mu Liang's trust. "Brother Mu, have you agreed?" Bai Yi cleverly altered his form of address. Mu Liang mused that this child was indeed a natural trickster, intuitively adept. "Since you address me as brother, we need not speak as strangers." "What reason do I have to decline?" Mu Liang felt no inclination to place the child in a difficult position. He rather appreciated Bai Ye's maturity and competence at such a young age. He intended to support a partnership between a terror organization and the Finghua group. At present, Spy Island represented a commendable choice. "Thank you, Brother Mu. You shall not regret this decision made today," Bai Yi declared. "I have seen many empty promises. I wish to witness your true capabilities," Mu Liang responded. "Should you prove to be incapable, I would not hesitate to seek an alternative organization. Rest assured, we shall not disappoint you." Bai Yi assured him. Business between Spy Island and the Finghua group will proceed as usual, of course. Should Mu have any additional conditions, as I mentioned, Mr. Mu's word is final, and no need. Mu Liang replied firmly. "This is a negotiation between men. Should I take advantage of the situation, it would not reflect my character. The Fenghua group is not so petty as to covet such trivial gains. What he valued was their potential for the future. His words resonated with remarkable conviction that in 3 years, if you satisfy me, the Fenghua group can become your ally. The inherent conditions differ. The Fenghua group cannot assemble an army, yet Spy Island possesses the natural resources to do so. A formidable army that could strike terror into the world. With the assistance of the Fenghua group, ascending to the pinnacle of the global dark empire would not be an insurmountable task. Very well, Brother Mu. In 3 years, I shall pay you a personal visit. The notion of a negotiation between men bestowed upon Bai Yi an abundance of strength, as Bai Yi exited. He found a small group of youths gathered in a circle on the lower level of the villa, engaged in animated discussion, while 2 young girls stood obediently nearby, clad in matching military green vests and shorts, bringing a vibrant splash of color to the island. Bai Yi, how did it go? Are we to fight or negotiate? Jason called out, negotiate. Bai Yi leaped from the 2nd floor of the villa and approached his family. I have fought for 3 years. We have merely 3 years to alter our fate. 2 years. I only need 2 years. Chu Li, still a mere boy this year, displayed an innocent demeanor yet exuded an air of formidable intensity. Blackjack clapped his hands, stating, all right, since negotiations have concluded, we will smuggle arms in that direction. And now we must address the most crucial matter, selecting a representative to the Ministry of Defense. Let us roll the dice. No need to roll the dice. I will go, a determined youth declared, his amber eyes gleaming and his chestnut hair neatly cropped. You all look like nefarious characters. I was born to appear as an anti-terror elite. Reed, what about your appearance? Chu Li retorted angrily. Which of us looks like an anti-terror elite? You seem the least trustworthy. Enough with the chatter. I shall go. Reed insisted that I have excelled in this area since childhood, having been specifically trained as an undercover agent. I am the best candidate if Shi goes. Shi cannot go, a young girl interjected assertively. If Shi is going, I am going to go play elsewhere. This does not concern you. Jason shot a glare at Yue, who retorted angrily, I'll knock you out. Blackjack, lifting Yue as effortlessly as one would a chick, tossed her aside. Very well, it shall be Reed. This matter is settled. We depart the island tomorrow. I shall go too. Yue declared defiantly, unwilling to remain alone on the agent island while her brothers ventured into battle. You and Shi are too young. You would only be a burden, and there is no room for discussion. Bai Yi replied with a smile, behave and remain on the island to train. Await our good news. When can we assist? Shi inquired. Once you can best me, Jason arrogantly stated. Yue smiled, her beauty radiating as she grinned, a fierce spirit of a young girl shining through. Oh, what grandiose words. Just you wait. In City A, Mu Liang sat in his room, connecting with Liu Bai, Lin Jingxing, and Chu Lin. The 4 men appeared simultaneously on the large screen. Lin Jingxing, strikingly handsome, exuded an enchanting charm. Chu Lin, with his strikingly attractive visage, presented an aura of confidence and capability. Liu Bai, pale yet exceptionally handsome, bore a somewhat neurotic expression that hinted at the depth of their bond, a brotherhood upon which one could rely. Liu Bai inquired, Liang, have you reached an agreement so soon? Yes, the negotiations are essentially confirmed. We will not interfere with the affairs of the agent island. We shall wait 3 years to see what they can become. After 3 years, they will speak with their strength, and for future collaborations, we will hold the reins, Liu Bai replied slowly. You taking the lead in negotiations is never a misstep. Indeed, for I am Mu Liang. He proclaimed with a hint of pride and a touch of arrogance. Establishing this alliance was indeed a matter of pride. Must you be so narcissistic? Lin Jingxing could not help but scoff. You are the best, the smartest in the world, and the wisest. I doubt anyone in a century could match someone like me. In the midst of the crowd, they had all grown accustomed to listening to Mu Liang earnestly flaunting his superiority. Pushing the boundaries of decorum, with a subtle smile gracing his features, Mu Liang remarked, I have great faith in these young individuals. What children? They are all young men now. Chu Lin responded with a hearty laugh. The youngsters from the underworld are all quite mature. Just look at the agents being dispatched from the agent island. Each one is profound and capable, not to be underestimated as mere children. Lest we find ourselves at a disadvantage. Mu Liang, casually reclining with one leg crossed over the other, exuded an air of calm confidence that I believe in them. After all, it is your plan, as long as you have faith. Even if they were to rebel, we could quell it in the future. Currently, they possess no foundation and will not confront us directly. Chu Lin appeared troubled. Although they might not confront them head-on, they were still a formidable force. Lin Jingsheng, with a devilishly charming smile, radiated an extraordinary elegance. He had always been a man of striking good looks, bordering on the acerbic. Such features, if possessed by a woman, would indeed be breathtaking. Yet as a man, they only serve to amplify his masculinity. Harmoniously balanced, I eagerly anticipate their meteoric rise, one that could indeed shake the world and divert attention. Certainly, Mu Liang affirmed. Chu Lin continued, the intelligence department has just received the latest information. We have encountered another leak. The scope of the investigation has widened, and all subsidiaries of the Fenghua Group are now under scrutiny. If this persists, something will undoubtedly be unearthed. Mu Liang, please examine their database to ascertain what evidence they possess. We need to delineate our next steps. I am aware, Mu Liang replied, deftly manipulating the keyboard. The flags planted within the national security should also be proving effective. It's not our trump card, but we will mitigate whatever we can. Counterterrorism has requested our assistance in apprehending a batch of terrorists, while simultaneously investigating us. Utilizing our intelligence, it's quite audacious of them, and I've conjured up a rather cunning plan. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Lin Jingsheng's smile. World peace has little to do with me. Our intelligence department spends billions every month not merely for government benefit. Since they have initiated an investigation into us, why not give them some extra workload? Chu Lin, that's a brilliant idea. I wholeheartedly agree, came the response. Liu Bai pondered for a moment before consenting. No problem. With unanimous approval from the group, including Mu Liang, they acknowledged that they had never been mere vassals of the government, but rather an independent entity. Given the trust issues that had arisen, collaboration was no longer necessary. Maintaining a facade of peace was still essential. The profits to be earned must not be overlooked. This was Mu Liang's strategy. Liu Bai remarked, I have recently been investigating how many undercover agents national security has infiltrated into the Fenghua Group. It seems they have a considerable interest in us. I have already dealt with a few, while I have deliberately left some untouched, as handling none would make it too easy for them to detect our schemes. They appear rather naive if they think they can play this game with us. Well done. Lin Jingsheng chuckled. I can hardly wait to engage them in a contest. Chapter 130, A Gathering of Dark Men. To Mu Liang, our undercover operation within the Federation has been compromised. That line has been severed. When you have a moment, could you take care of it and extract our people? Please dispose of the accounts and create a space account. The rest will be handled by us. Since they wish to engage in a battle of wits, let them come. I have little doubt that they cannot outmaneuver the prodigies of our information department. Everyone, please search for the most comprehensive and rapidly updated information.